Astonishing, shocking. The most incredible couple pairing in history has emerged. The guild's DPS, Morgana, has sold her soul to the mischievous little sprite, Aphilita. They are together. Reported by Kaka, gossip columnist of the Aiya Guild. Naturally, it was presumed that this couple would part ways after the event concluded. However, Aphilita's sudden disappearance during the event interrupted everything. Morgana became ensnared in a whirlwind of searching, and the two, destined to separate, unexpectedly encountered one another in reality. Chapter 1. The Machiavellian Online Persona X the Playful Sprite Aphilita. Aphilita, what? Have you been attracted by the great cat god, me? Aphilita, pretending to confess as part of a quest, is quite adorable, Mona. Aphilita, I earnestly request that you beg me, but it must be sincere. Qi Jing, after glancing at his phone, exclaimed, damn. This dialogue within his phone was a daily occurrence between him and a certain sprite, one he had grown accustomed to. As for the origins of this exchange, it couldn't be overlooked on this particular day. 5 minutes, a quiet independent office of the Aiya real estate company. A young man dressed in a black hoodie with disheveled hair, bangs brushing against his nose, had just sent off a completed document and sank deeply into his gaming chair. He was Qi Jing, the company's graphic designer, an avid gamer, skilled in the art of gaming and notorious for slacking off at work. The tasks were completed, yet the clock had not yet struck the end of the workday. He unlocked his phone and opened a chat group on Balabala, a messaging application. This group was dedicated to the guild chat for the online game Aiya War Chronicles, which he had been recently playing. Tonight, a large 25-player raid event was scheduled, and he planned to pass the time engaging with the group chat. Fun Alliance Fox. So impressive. Are there no female characters in the guild without partners? Fox, let's team up for some gear. Fox, I'm gonna rush. Kaka. None. Kaka. Can't you bring your girlfriends into the game? Kaka. That's a fair point. Kaka. But there's so few female characters in the guild. Kaka. Shall we try looking the world channel? Fox. All the female characters on our server were snatched up this morning. Fox. My desire for love has never been this intense. Aphilita. Aphilita. This gear is that powerful? At this point in the conversation, Qi Jing's pale, reflective face registered a flicker of emotion. Indeed, he too had never felt such a fervent longing for romantic connection. As an ordinary player within the Fun Alliance, a long-standing second-place guild on the Aiya continent server, he aspired to see the guild surpass the top guild, and finally escape their perennial second-place status. Moreover, as an adept player of this game, Qi Jing yearned to enhance his character's strength. For this gloomy fellow, who lived a carefree, single life on his salary, empowering his in-game character provided immense satisfaction. As previously mentioned, that was the extent of his modest yet delightful hobby. Digressing slightly, it was clear that he now required a superficial partner. As for the candidate, Fun Alliance Kaka. By the way, Aphilita, do you have a partner? Aphilita? Tilting her head, Aphilita. Not at all. Laughs neither in reality nor in the game. Upon reading this, Qi Jing's fingers swiftly danced across the screen, exiting the group chat and opening a private conversation with Aphilita, extending an invitation in one fluid motion. Once the message was sent, it quickly transitioned to read. The reason was not due to his immense charm, but rather the amicable rapport he shared with Aphilita. During the guild's major raid events, he and Aphilita were often in the same team, frequently communicating during battles and occasionally engaging in smaller raids and MOBA games together. Given all this, he was certain she would not refuse him. Qi Jing was confident, crossing his legs and waiting patiently. 3 minutes passed. Qi Jing uncrossed his legs. 10 minutes elapsed. Qi Jing fidgeted with his thumbs and shook his leg. Thoughts of seeking a partner in the world channel began to cross his mind, contemplating how to retaliate against Aphilita. 13 minutes went by. Qi Jing glared at the read status above, growing increasingly irate, baring his teeth as though he might devour her cat avatar. Damn it, if you're going to reject me, at least say something. This little sprite isn't out there finding a boyfriend, is she? Wait, didn't she just say she has no boyfriend in reality or online? Why on earth is she refusing me? Did someone else sweep in? Another 2 minutes passed, and Qi Jing resolved that he would never again take Aphilita into raids or rank up with her. Aphilita, Aphilita, have you been attracted by the great cat god me? Aphilita, pretending to confess as part of a quest, is quite adorable, Mona. Aphilita, I earnestly request that you beg me, but it must be sincere. Finally, though he uttered this, Qi Jing let out a sigh of relief. It turns out she was just busy. He then furrowed his brow, rereading her peculiar messages. To be honest, despite their numerous exchanges online, Qi Jing could never shake the feeling that he was conversing with a 19-year-old sophomore girl. Before hearing her voice, he had always assumed she was a man merely pretending to be a playful sprite. Had he not heard her sing or her cries during gameplay, he would have never believed it. Though reluctant to accept it, she was indeed not a man using a voice changer. She was entirely a mischievous sprite, always teasing him in private, treating it as a source of amusement. How could such a peculiar woman, or rather, sprite, exist in this world? Qi Jing mused to himself. As for their previous conversation, he was convinced it was merely playful banter, not genuine affection. Morgana, to demonstrate my sincerity, please send me your clothes, and let me wash them for you, or rather, you should wash them. Morgana, any type of clothing will suffice, Morgana. Aphilita in a dormitory at a certain polytechnic, a girl who remained on campus during the winter break to participate in a college intelligent vehicle competition. She sprang from her gaming chair, rapidly distancing herself from the screen. Ugh, this is not sincerity. Realizing her voice had escalated due to being teased, the girl shrank back, her tousled, naturally curly hair bouncing, glancing around to ensure no one had overheard, then sighed. In relief, let me show you how to handle this. Aphilita, is your sincerity so minimal? Aphilita, if you kneel in the main city and sing Conquer while calling me the esteemed Aphilita, queen of all, I might consider it. The message promptly transitioned to read. Imagining the other party ruminating over her words, a smile crept onto the girl's face. You must have lost, right? Chapter 2. Practice makes perfect, damn. Qi Jing instinctively uttered a profanity. Do you really expect me to sing Conquer in the main city? Dream on. Such a petty little ghost. Competing with me? This was not akin to confronting teammates in a MOBA game. One could not address a petty ghost with conventional means striking or cursing was out of the question. Qi Jing was acutely aware of this and attempted to navigate the situation. Must I kneel to sing Conquer? Is singing Love Story while standing not permissible? Upon completing these 3 statements, Qi Jing furrowed his brow. He could easily envision the aftermath of sending these messages. The expression and demeanor of that petty ghost. Aphilita, Love Story? Isn't that a love song? Aphilita, the 24-year-old Lao Dang can't possibly be suggesting I become his girlfriend, right? Trying to possess me? Aphilita, how disgusting. Aphilita, what a shameless person. Damn it. Qi Jing could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation, decisively deleting the messages and frantically engaging his CPU. However, in the midst of this mental clash, he failed to notice a critical detail. 15 minutes had elapsed, and his fingers had been dancing across the keyboard to the other party. This indicated he was actively typing. Aphilita, don't you realize it's quite rude to keep a girl waiting for so long? The girl propped her feet up on the desk, observing the chat box that repeatedly indicated typing, a smirk barely suppressed on her lips. She had never encountered such a straightforward line before. Morgana bang. Qi Jing slammed his phone onto the desk, propelling himself back while emitting a cry of despair. Come on. You're the one writing this little essay. He recognized he had been outmaneuvered. Today's exchange had undoubtedly been a loss for him. If he did not concede some dignity or offer some advantage, the readily available fodder girlfriend would soon slip away to someone else. If he sought a last-minute substitute after work, time would be of the essence, especially with a dungeon run still ahead. After much contemplation, he sighed, contemplating a retreat. Yet, the notion of singing Conquer was entirely out of the question. What a far-fetched idea. What to do? Aphilita, wait a minute. The girl with curly hair paused after sending this message, realizing she had perhaps overstepped. What if he really lets me go to be a couple with someone else? This guy would definitely not make me sing Conquer. If he gets angry, who will take me through the dungeon? Her efficiency in small dungeon runs with him was remarkably high as a healer. She could afford to take it easy without risking failure, and they seemed to get along quite well. Aphilita, let's run a dungeon together. Morgana, are you looking for me? Has your boyfriend abandoned you? Morgana. How pitiful. Morgana. Being cast aside, you should find me to carry you. Morgana. If you beg me to be your master, I might consider it. How terrifying. I almost lost the initiative. The girl's brows knitted together, clearly displeased with the unexpected outcome. At this juncture, securing that ridiculously powerful accessory before the 6 o'clock event was paramount. While the prospect of making this guy sing Conquer was amusing, it was simply not the right time. Aphilita. Can't you meet such a simple condition? TSK. Aphilita. Are your fingers so short that you can't type 2 words in a minute? Aphilita. How embarrassing, you worthless one. Aphilita. Never mind that if you send a public message saying, Esteemed Queen Aphilita, I wish to be your boyfriend, I will acquiesce. Aphilita. Simple enough, right? If you can't manage that, just remain in the gutter and fantasize for the rest of your life. Aphilita. Middle finger emoji. Morgana upon reading this. Qi Jing's face contorted in frustration as he leaned his forehead against his palm, clearly infuriated. I've lost. He was willing to part with a bit of dignity after all. He had previously uttered even more humiliating phrases in the World Channel. For instance, I am Aphilita's dog, that of course. She had also shared equally humiliating sentiments. He consoled himself internally. Losing this exchange was not shameful. Being inexperienced merely required more practice. Morgana. All right. Morgana, what time do you think you'll be online? Aphilita. I don't need to go to the studio today. They'll be waiting for you online at any time. Aphilita. Remember to use pink text when shouting in the World Channel. Aphilita. Morgana. Sure. Morgana. I'll call you after work. Aphilita. Bye. Aphilita. Morgana. See you later. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. The girl with disheveled hair burst into laughter in her dormitory, occasionally emitting a cackle that echoed. Each time she envisioned Mona's incomplete farewell message, she could picture a disgruntled expression. Ha 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 ha. Ha. With a light-hearted sound, her laughter abruptly ceased as the dormitory door swung open. The girl watched as her tipsy peers entered, their lips painted a vivid red, and instinctively recoiled. She averted her gaze from their eyes, steering clear of conversations she could not join. Donning her headphones, she returned to her computer, her keystrokes gradually softening. Chapter 3. In Pursuit of Equipment. Is online romance the answer? At long last, the clock signaled the end of the workday, albeit still a tad early. Qi Jing unabashedly seized his messenger bag and turned to exit the office, stepping into the corridor illuminated by a warm, white glow. His pace was brisk, and upon arriving at the attendance machine, the clock read precisely 5 o'clock. He lingered for a moment while clocking out before making his way to the end of the hallway. There, he found the elevator and a vending machine, and a robust man in a suit stood there, facing a young woman clad in a gray business outfit that belied her youthful appearance. This girl was a recent hire, and while Qi Jing recognized her, he was unaware of her name. Their conversation became increasingly audible as Qi Jing approached. The girl inquired, Manager, I heard their essay dinner gathering tonight. I'd like to join. The manager replied with a smile, Sure, but tonight's dinner is exclusively for singles. The girl playfully asked, Do I not look single? The manager chuckled, I can't tell, but if you say you're single, then you must be. The girl laughed. Haha, then I'm single. Their laughter echoed in the corridor as Qi Jing drew nearer, pressing the button for the downward elevator. At that moment, he naturally became part of their conversation. The manager noted that the cleaning staff seemed to have gotten a cart stuck in the elevator on the 8th floor, necessitating a wait. He then turned to Qi Jing, asking, Why are you in such a rush? The man before him was his direct superior, and under normal circumstances, Qi Jing would have concocted a grand excuse for his audaciously early departure, perhaps claiming he had urgent business at the train station to meet his girlfriend. However, Qi Jing felt the wait was rather tedious, so he absent-mindedly rifled through his pants pockets and asked, Do you have a cigarette? I left mine on my desk. I do, the manager replied, producing half a pack from his suit pocket and offering Qi Jing a cigarette while taking one for himself. Qi Jing, upon discovering he had no lighter, accepted the manager's lit lighter, igniting his own cigarette. The two men stood there, exhaling smoke as they exchanged casual banter while awaiting the elevator. The manager inquired, Are you truly not attending the dinner tonight? He added enticingly, There will be quite a few girls there, including some from the company upstairs. As he spoke, the manager cast a glance at the young girl beside him. signaling Qi Jing. Qi Jing merely smiled and said, "No thanks. If I go, I fear the girls will flock around me, and you'll be left in the cold." It was a jest, of course. The manager was not unattractive, and while Qi Jing was no Adonis, he wasn't entirely lacking in looks either. He was just a brooding fellow with long bangs, his appearance hovering around average. His refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid the entanglements of a romantic relationship and the complications that often accompany it. Another reason was the overwhelming pressure he had felt from a previous matchmaking encounter, where his prospective partner had bluntly listed expectations, gifts, cooking, household chores, of which he felt utterly incapable. While such demands may reflect modern women's expectations of modern men, they left Qi Jing feeling overwhelmed. He suspected he was an anomaly, destined for a lifetime of solitude, utterly unfit for such responsibilities. Nevertheless, Qi Jing, aware of his shortcomings, yearned for a carefree, single life, at least for the time being. Thus, with a playful punch on his shoulder from the manager, the elevator finally arrived at the 13th floor. Qi Jing extinguished his half-finished cigarette in the trash bin and remarked as he entered the elevator, "I'm off, and I go." The elevator doors closed, separating their worlds. On the office side, the newly hired girl resumed her idle chatter with an iPhone. "Who is he? He seems quite handsome." An iPhone, squinting through a haze of smoke, replied, "He is my childhood friend, Qi Jing, our company's artist. If you wish to meet him, I can pass you his business card." The girl laughed. "On second thought, it seems like Qi Gu is rather aloof. I might not be able to warm him up." An iPhone teased, "Don't be too quick to judge. Once you get to know him, you'll find he is quite the intriguing character." The girl countered, "Still, I feel like Qi Gu and I belong to different worlds." An iPhone chuckled, "Haha, indeed, he and we are from entirely different realms." With that, they erupted into laughter once more. In the adjacent world of the elevator, Qi Jing had hastily descended to the ground floor, where he entered his black sedan, still under loan, and set off towards home. The city lay beyond the third tier, and traffic was sparse at this hour. As he approached his building, he suddenly recalled the refrigerator was devoid of supplies, prompting him to dash back to the store to purchase vitamin drinks, cola, and chips. Tonight's game event promised an epic battle, and he could not afford to be ill-prepared. Upon logging into his computer, he immediately contacted the mischievous little sprite. "I'm off work now." He then launched Aiya, accompanied by the overly familiar, upbeat music of the fantasy world as he logged into his account, finding himself at the character selection screen. A level 60 male character appeared on the monitor, embodying his avatar, a tall youth with shiny, raven black hair and warm, pale skin, dressed in a hooded outfit that obscured his face, save for a pair of striking red eyes. He wielded a rusty iron rod and carried a brick and a bag of sand, presenting an impoverished appearance that suggested he had just emerged from the sewers. While his weapons appeared rudimentary, they were consistent with the game's setting. Aiya Zhangji unfolds within a magical alternate world, where a seed of destruction was sown by the Golden Tree sect, sprouting a tree capable of annihilating the world. This towering tree parasitized those who awakened it, compelling them to spread its seeds. Countless souls fell victim to the tree's seeds, becoming mindless husks, impervious to blades and bullets, with magic being their only vulnerability. However, mages were scarce, leaving the cross-counter army in a dire predicament, and the civilian population suffered grave casualties, plunging the world into chaos. In such a harsh survival environment, the resilient vagabond class thrived in the underground sewers, not only surviving but gradually flourishing. As history progressed, humanity discovered a method to defeat the parasitic creatures of the Golden Tree by extracting a substance from the silver flower, enabling the creation of weapons capable of physically eroding the tree and vanquishing its hosts. This marked the dawn of an era where humans could forge weapons to combat these monsters, and the adept street brawlers emerged as a formidable force. Evolving into a profession known as street wanderer, they excelled in street fighting, utilizing readily available items like iron rods and bricks as their preferred weapons, favoring them over traditional swords. Overall, they were a melee class focused on output control. Finally, having chosen his character, he logged into the game. Naya City, the street of sunset, adorned with gray bricks, was lined with bakeries, tailor shops, and a forge enveloped in flames. Golden ginkgo leaves danced with orange maple leaves in the air, settling on the shoulders of patrolling armored knights. The perfect sunset lingered just beyond the distant clock tower, casting a glow upon countless players. Today, the usually golden street of Sunset was embellished with an abundance of roses and pink decorations, contributing to the atmosphere of Naya City, one of the primary hubs of this online game. Beneath a tree, he stood still, opening his friend list and promptly sending a private message. "Are you there? Where are you?" He snapped his fingers, and a blood-red hound materialized from the void, upon which he rode through the main city. Before long, he spotted a petite cat-eared priestess clad in a white dress, her silver hair framing a playful smile, standing at the entrance of the auction house. Dismounting the hound, he sees an iron rod and a brick, brandishing them wildly, jumping and twitching as he attacked. He strikes, however, passed harmlessly through the cat-eared priestess, failing to alert her that she was being assaulted. As a controller, Qi Jing felt a mix of boredom and impatience. Unable to resist, he opened his phone and initiated a voice call. The ringing echoed twice before the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Qi Jing bewildered. Perhaps there was an urgent matter at hand? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the cat-eared priestess on his screen suddenly sprang to life, sending a group invitation. Her favorability had reached 500 points, and she proposed a relationship, asking whether he would accept her confession. Overwhelmed by this unexpected barrage of information, Qi Jing, while pulling the tab on his soda, chose to accept. How forthright! He had anticipated a prolonged negotiation. It truly was a rare occurrence. You and the cat-eared priestess have become a couple. The favorability cap has increased to 2,000 points, and a skill has been unlocked. Qi Jing continued the private chat. A line of rose-pink text appeared above the cat-eared priestess's head. "Hey, uncle, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I can be quite vocal, calling you a despicable scoundrel." Qi Jing, with a chuckle and a hint of sarcasm, typed back. "I knew it. What were we supposed to discuss again? Just check the chat history." Qi Jing quietly opened his phone, realizing it was already 5:40. The guild chat buzzed with preparations, as those ready were gathering at the dungeon's entrance. Time is of the essence. "All right then, let us go." The other party understood the timing for fun. Thus, they mounted the red hound and the little white horse. Two newly minted lovers, their souls devoid of any turbulence, set forth on their adventure. Of course, it was not entirely without disturbance. Upon reaching their destination, Qi Jing remarked, "I think I just unlocked a skill." He had indeed noticed this earlier, but had not delved into it, as couple skills were simply for enjoyment. The cat-eared priestess on screen performed an unprecedented action, her white dress fluttering, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and a sweet smile that could heal souls as she approached a ragged young man who seemed to have endured much suffering, taking his hand. Subsequently, Qi Jing's character was rendered immobile, entering a follow mode, allowing the gleeful, petite cat-eared priestess to lead him around. Indeed, it was a charming skill, hand-holding, or perhaps one could say, a skill for dispensing affection. Is this fun? The character on screen halted, evidently, as the other began to type. "Oh, of course. It's delightful. It feels like walking a dog. Ugh, stop playing around. We're running out of time. Hey, just a bit longer. Carry me." With that, the cheerful cat-eared priestess leaped onto the back of the man, who appeared as if he had just crawled out from a sewer. To say there were no ripples would be a falsehood. The little demon was rather infuriating. Yet, there was an inexplicable charm in her current demeanor, especially that phrase. "Carry me." Just as he was about to check the quest introduction, Qi Jing mused, "I never imagined I would have the mount of a street rogue. Now, let us hear the dog bark." Qi Jing's profession was indeed a street rogue, riding a red hound. "Get off." He slammed the keyboard, tossing the little demon to the ground, and scrutinized the quest introduction. Chapter 4. What is reality? Note: using the microphone to communicate can significantly reduce task difficulty. What does this mean? In the next moment, Qi Jing decisively clicked yes. Instantly, their screens transitioned to a loading interface, and soon their characters emerged outside a mansion shrouded in night. This quest bore clear instructions. Enter the mansion. The two adept players exchanged no further words, both eager to swiftly complete the task. They leapt into the villa without hesitation, anticipating an easy victory with top-tier gear and exceptional skills. They were taken aback as soon as they stepped through the door. Suddenly, a square pit opened up beneath them, revealing a trap. Their characters became uncontrollable. The male character reacted swiftly, gripping the edge of the trap with one hand while the other clutched the falling, cat-eared priestess. With a powerful heave, he flung her out of the pit. Suddenly, arrows rained down from the ceiling. "Quick dodge!" he shouted, but his body soon plunged into the trap. After a bewildering sequence of events, prepared for a bloodbath, they found themselves on two separate maps. The characters began communicating across the high trap. "Is everything all right? Don't panic." After a flurry of reassurances, he yelled from the strange dungeon, "Forget it. You go find the ring. I'll think of a way to escape." The plot triggered, and their characters regained movement. The system then chimed in with a prompt. Within the time limit, gather clues about the ring from the dungeon and escape. The other side received a similar prompt. Within the time limit, search the villa for the dungeon's blueprints to aid in the escape, and based on his clues, find a ring. It's evident this is a cooperative game. Do you have any clues over there? I'm not sure what to do right now. Qi Jing observed the dark dungeon, noting the peculiar combination lock adorned with strange symbols. Clearly, these were related to completing the task, and conveying this through text alone would prove inadequate. He finally understood what it meant to use the microphone to lower the difficulty. "Can we do a voice chat? I have a lot of things here I can't explain well." After a brief hesitation, the other party agreed. Qi Jing donned his headphones and initiated voice call. Just 2 seconds later, the call was answered. "Hello?" Watching the call duration tick from 0:01 to 0:03, 10 seconds later, her soft voice emerged. Even though it was quiet and comprised only a few words, it resonated clearly. "Can you hear me?" Despite the frustration of playing with her, there was something undeniably enchanting about her voice. It was not overly sweet nor overtly mature. It was ethereal and melodious. It evoked images of a purring cat and the prayers of a priestess, sometimes childlike in its innocence. It was a voice difficult to describe, almost sacred. Even though Qi Jing was not particularly fond of voices, he could not help but appreciate her exceptional vocal quality. It was a shame she was not pursuing a singing career. She made him understand what true talent was and the concept of destiny. After a moment's pause, he replied, "I can hear you." Without further ado, he explained his situation. "I have a combination lock here. It's 5 digits. Do you have any numerical codes on your side?" She replied softly and hesitantly, "Let me check." Her voice, akin to that of a sweet neighbor, stood in stark contrast to her typing demeanor. Every time Qi Jing contemplates, he concludes that this individual is undoubtedly a very introverted person in reality. However, while introversion is one thing, Qi Jing does not perceive her as a well-behaved child. He firmly believes that her true essence is reflected in her typing, for during their gaming sessions, she only adopts that demure tone for the first 3 minutes. Once the competition intensifies, she begins to employ the same tone as her typing to deliver sarcastic remarks. Even the cannon fodder can be missed. Is your aim shaky? You should watch fewer bizarre things. Qi Jing can already envision how she will ruin her sacred voice shortly. "How foolish, if you beg me. I might just share the password." He indeed found it. He inquires, "What is the password?" She softly replies, 115. Qi Jing listens attentively to that melodious voice as he enters the password to his cell. At that moment, he still believes that today is just like the countless days they have spent together in the past. Yet, how could the beginning of the story be as mundane as their recent chats on the phone? Certain truths that should have been revealed long ago. Volume 1. We are quite strange suddenly. Upon reaching the 4th digit of the password, Qi Jing's headset is filled with the shouts of another girl. Aside from that gentle voice, ugh, that idiot, I'm so furious. How can someone who looks like that even dare to break up with me? I must be incredibly fortunate to have been his girlfriend. The girl's voice is sharp and thus very clear, completely drowning out the next 2 digits. Knowing she stayed at school during the winter break, Qi Jing deduces that it must be her roommate's voice. He lights a cigarette, thinking, what a filthy mouth. Compared to them, the little one seems quite adorable, oh well. He expresses his understanding and softly asks, "Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." She softly repeats, 1-1. After stating the 2 digits, a violent retching sound and comforting voices follow. Ugh, cough. Are you okay? You stop looking. Quickly get some water. After a moment, no responds, okay. Soon after, Qi Jing sees a message appear in his private chat. My roommate is drunk. I need to help her. Chi Jing sighs and replies, all right. Seems like there's quite a bit of trouble over there. With that thought, he glances at the time. It is already 5:43. He muses, so her real name is Yu. Glancing back at the screen, the dungeon he is in suddenly begins to flood. A system prompt follows. Escape your cell within 2 minutes to reach higher ground. Chi Jing murmurs to himself. This task has a time limit. It seems I'm destined to drown. Yu abandons controlling her character on the computer and removes her headset from her messy hair. She straightens her slightly hunched back from sitting in front of the computer for too long and looks at her familiar, yet strange roommates with a hint of fear. All right, stop drinking. One roommate comforts her. Yu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and get a basin of water. Can't you see she's throwing up? Another roommate urges her. Yu, with her youthful voice, asks, where's her basin? Her question is drowned out by the sounds of retching and insults directed at a certain boy. Just as she is about to ask again where her basin is, she decides to let it go. Bending down, she picks up her own basin, but just as she intends to pass by them to fetch water, another roommate, seeing the drunken girl about to vomit again, disdainfully says, forget it, we don't need you. It's too slow. I'll go. Though her voice is quite childish. Yu stands tall in her white sweatshirt, appearing somewhat foolish, like a pillar. As an observer, she wishes to do something. After thinking for a moment, she glances around with her dark-circled eyes and notices an unopened bottle of green tea on her desk. She then asks, do you need my help? I have green tea. It might help sober her up. The roommate shoots her a glance, perhaps because of her slow movement earlier or perhaps due to long-standing disdain, and contemptuously replies, we don't need your help, just don't make things worse. She falls silent, lowering her head to gaze at her toes, contemplating. There's nothing I can do. She shrinks deeper into her chair, seeking the scant security it offers. As usual, she opens her music app, turning the volume up to the maximum to numb her senses. She thinks, who could imagine that the dazzling girl in the guild could be such a gloomy person in real life? Isn't that strange? She buries her head in her chest, using her hair to shield herself. The air is thick with the pungent odor of alcohol and vomit, mingled with an unknown smoke smell. Finding it hard to breathe in the oppressive atmosphere, she raises her head and sees the main city adorned with drifting golden maple leaves standing amidst the graves. Occasionally, the sound of their arguments seeps through her headphones, making her feel utterly out of place in this world. She despises this feeling, as if she should not be here. Thus, instinctively, she reaches for her mouse, dragging the cursor to click the skill she had just dragged to her skill bar. With a click, she watches the cat-eared priest leap onto the back of the wandering youth on the screen. A modicum of comfort washes over her. Suddenly, woof. Although she does not comprehend why, it brings her amusement, and a smile breaks through in this chaotic world as she begins to type. Suddenly so well-behaved, good doggy. Let us go, you fool. We're meeting up with the guild. We're about to enter a dungeon. Because our previous task had a time limit. You fool. We all died. We're out of time. Let us finish the dungeon with the guild first before tackling the task. Now I understand why we appeared in the graveyard. You suddenly recalls the task they just completed, realizing something, and switches screens. She discovers she seems to still be in a voice call with him. She suddenly finds a semblance of security. It's okay. There's still a place for me. Let us set off, woof. Given how well-behaved you are, the great cat god will surely ensure you don't die throughout the dungeon. I truly appreciate you. Chapter 5. Home. Chi Jing, cigarette in mouth, presses the keyboard to guide his character towards the dungeon. Simultaneously, he contemplates, does this count as school bullying? I thought such things only occurred in our era. Indeed, due to the clarity of the microphone, he has overheard everything. There were early signs that the other party might not be as cheerful in reality, yet he did not anticipate that the little one would be bullied. Chi Jing does not believe that his earlier woof could dispel her gloom. He flicks the ash from his cigarette and takes a deep drag, his long black bangs framing eyes that reflect a hint of light, within which is the little one on his back. As the elder of the little one, he wishes to offer some advice. As he walks, he carefully chooses his words. The time is now 6 o'clock. The guild members have long since gathered, so it is only natural that he is being urged to join. A voice call invitation from the guild arrives, chiming. Let us finish the dungeon and then chat with her, offer her some guidance and comfort. Chi Jing thinks upon hearing the ring, and thus types, I'm joining the guild voice call. All right, I'm joining too. Qi Jing hung up the phone and joined the guild channel. A cacophony of lively yet harmonious voices surged into his ears. Despite the chaos, he could discern each individual's voice. At this moment, he also arrived at the portal to the most challenging dungeon of the current expansion and chose to teleport. As the magic circle illuminated, their figures swiftly appeared in a forest. The virtual characters stood there waiting for them, vibrant despite their digital nature. The noisy sounds through the headset took on a tangible essence. The guild's main tank, a dragonkin heavy warrior named Diao Hualao, was thrashing about in the crowd, wielding a massive hammer and shield, resembling an electrified sea cucumber. A slightly hoarse young voice in the headset was laughingly boasting, "Look at my unlocked achievement dance. Is it sexy? Sexy, Diao Lao. I have urgent matters." A fox-like Jianrun, clad in a black robe and dual-wielding swords, approached and began performing an eccentric dance behind him, moving rhythmically. On another side, a young mage in a white robe, known as Bailan, wore a despondent expression as he haggled with a similarly disheartened alchemist named Chengqing Shihui, who was laden with potions. As the guild's potion supplier, he was considered part of the logistics team. This college student, nicknamed Lime Water, had earned quite a bit of money for the guild, albeit at prices lower than those in the outside market. While some were bargaining, others soon joined in the fray. A young man with wolf ears, known as Kaka, brandished a serrated greatsword and bounded over to interrupt the fox and Jiao Lao's sexy dance, grinning widely. "What do you think of this greatsword design I found yesterday? Which one is better?" Kaka tilted his head at the fox, also the team's blacksmith. "How much?" The fox calculated about 150 gold. Kaka replied, "Give me a discount." The fox said, "Fine." Kaka insisted, "Besidiet." The fox retorted, "Get lost. Save your money for upgrading your armor. You're a freaking berserker, not a freaking fool." Kaka countered, "I just want to fight." The fox replied, "Do you have any dreams? Why do you want to be useless? You won't even get repair subsidies when you die." Diao Lao chimed in innocently, "I want to fight too. I want to cleave both GG and you in one supreme strike." The fox exclaimed, "If you all want to fight, who will tank?" A druid named Xing Kong, shedding his light robe, transformed into a brown bear and joined the conversation. "What do you think of bears?" "I want to fight." The fox sighed, "I know you have dreams, but bears are useless in this version." Xing Kong replied, "Oh, this team was vibrant. Everything here was alive." He had a knack for singing, and his sorrowful original song filled the headset. "I want to fight, but I am despised. Born as a druid, I want to fight, yet I am an unwanted bear." Laughter erupted among the group, despite the melancholy of his song. As he sang, even Xing Kong couldn't help but laugh. Those gathered here were indeed lively, perhaps more so than their real-world selves, or at least, he felt more alive at this moment than in reality. He chuckled. "I bet if you finish this song and post it on the Druid Forum, it will definitely become popular." Just as he could recognize the voices of his teammates, they too could recognize his. Amid the laughter, a voice called out to him, "Mo er Jiana." Kaka's shout followed, "Hey, Mo Na and Tai Shang are here." Subsequently, this jester of a guild member began to speak theatrically. Shocking. The Jester Alliance's output sells their soul, and is now with the little ghost in the guild. "May you bear children quickly. I will attend your wedding feast. I'll contribute 50 copper coins." Qi Jing shouted in the voice chat, "Get lost. If I marry that little ghost, I'll die of anger at 25. He seamlessly joined the conversation, as though it enveloped him, requiring no pretense to fit in. This notion of home was perhaps embodied in such moments. He cherished these friends, just as Qi Jing was reminiscing. Someone escalated the playful wave. "Isn't it time to fulfill the promise? The time is quite ample now. No need to wait until we finish the dungeon, right?" The guild's voice chat erupted again. "You aren't going to bark like a dog in public, are you?" "Ha ha. Damn," Qi Jing muttered, covering his face. Just when he thought about caring for the little ghost, he realized she had not forgotten to tease him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. It seemed that this mischievous little ghost, still in her second year, was quite the handful, embracing the idea that losing a duel was not shameful and that being inexperienced merely required more practice. He began to edit the text for her to read aloud in front of the jesters. The words felt increasingly humiliating. Next time, he would make her say something even more outrageous. Qi Jing murmured his thoughts aloud and clicked send. "Dear Queen, Allow me to be your boyfriend, kneeling. A line of bizarre rose-pink text floated above the head of the youth, reminiscent of a sewer rat. Laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. What a play. This is truly hilarious. The message was sent to the World Channel, instantly igniting a commotion. Tonight is the victory of the sycophant. Tonight is the victory of the sycophant. No way. Master, how did you become a sycophant? A rogue who had once sought his advice lamented. Qi Jing quickly replied in private. Shut up, or I'll twist your head off in the wild. Kaka, noticing the chaos, shouted again, shocking. Unrequited love turned into a sycophant. Ha 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 ha. The headset was filled with laughter. Qi Jing was genuinely amused. You're the real sycophant. Get lost. Amidst the clamor, a drunken girl slumped over the table and shouted, Can you keep it down while typing? Did you even hear that? Her friend echoed, Could you show some awareness? Another chimed in. Listening to the laughter through her headset, she turned and gently used her mouse to send a screenshot she had just taken to the group. Woof. Then she typed to join in the conversation with the Jester Alliance. Hey, didn't you just say you would be my loyal dog for life? You clearly just woofed at me. So you're at Sundara. How adorable. As she finished typing, another wave of laughter erupted in the headset. With evidence. You really are a sycophant. Ha 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 ha. She pushed the farce to new heights. The guy, who had just consoled himself, attempted to defend, but his arguments were weak. Yi was certain he wouldn't call himself a dog without reason, and was just trying to amuse himself. In the headset, he breathlessly explained that his barking was coerced. His defense was futile, as he was lying. What at Sundara? Yu chuckled at her own thoughts, finding him quite endearing. This playful banter was amusing, yet she quickly reminded herself that she wouldn't be liked, for if he knew what she was like in reality, he wouldn't be so playful. Unable to speak due to her environment, she curled up in her chair. Her thoughts mirrored those around her. She delighted in bringing smiles to others. She too loved this home. That was enough. Listening to the muffled murmurs that seeped through the headphones at a high volume, she sighed. The gloominess seemed to linger throughout the day. How I longed to escape to that world and abandon this corporeal shell, she mused. Inside her headphones, the others continued their banter. Who hasn't entered the instance yet? Feng and Cho-chan are absent. Where could they be? No need to ask. They're likely out in the wild, watching over a certain lady's corpse. Chapter 6, The Elusive Assault Mission. Speaking of which, where's Lao Xinyu? Why hasn't he joined the group? After scanning the team list, Qi Jing inquired. I wasn't aware, he replied, momentarily taken aback by the news. This sudden development was emphasized by Kaka. Today, the absent Lao Xinyu, the leader of the Lazy Run Alliance Guild, was a mature 30-year-old who typically commanded the group during instances. It was indeed the first time the team had ventured without their elder brother, and Qi Jing felt that tonight's instance was bound to falter. Yet, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he couldn't help but ask. If Lao Xinyu has betrayed us, then who will lead tonight? Kaka, a young member of the Wolf Clan with a toothy grin, answered with a cheerful tone, I believe I can give it a try. Qi Jing raised an eyebrow. Are you capable? Kaka replied with utmost confidence. Rest assured, I memorized the strategy for this instance last week. Qi Jing patted Kaka on the shoulder. It's in your hands then. If Lao Xinyu falls in love, this guild will be yours. Qi Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Kaka, from now on, I shall be your loyal advisor. Kaka responded. Do you really want to be a dog tonight? Qi Jing retorted, scram. As their light-hearted conversation drew to a close, two new voices emerged in the voice chat. Two beams of light flickered in the instance. A pale-skinned rogue of the blood demon race, adorned in a magical cloak and wearing an enigmatic smile, entered the instance, followed by Cho-chan, a pink-haired boy who was also a rogue. After the return of these two peculiar individuals with their macabre fascination for guarding the lady's corpse, all team members were now present. 25 individuals wielded an array of weapons and donned diverse armors, each dressed in a bizarre fashion, gathered at their camp within the forest. At the distant edge of the forest stood a magnificent golden tree, its roots sprawling across vast lands, its trunk occupying half the sky, and its crown piercing through the clouds, with only a few golden leaves peeking out beneath. This majestic and sacred giant tree was their target for the day, the seventh golden tree, representing destruction, along with its minions. As the team leader, Kaka began to issue commands in the voice chat. Everyone quiet down. Is everyone present? Since Lao Xinyu is out on a blind date, I will be in charge of today's assault on the 7th golden tree. I trust there are no objections? The group responded in unison. We do have objections. Kaka's leadership might not ensure a second attempt. Think of it this way. Kaka grinned widely as he delivered his speech. If Lao Xinyu succeeds in his date, we may no longer have a commander. Since I am the most consistent member in terms of online presence, it is only logical for me to take over. Although my command may not be perfect now, I can practice. Not securing a second attempt is merely a phase of our new team's adjustment. Everyone responded. I understand your reasoning, but I simply find you displeasing unless you offer us each a 50 gold red envelope. Kaka continued to lead. Since there are no further objections, let us check our potions and equipment durability. Click to confirm your readiness if all is well. A confirmation request was sent out with a 2-minute time limit. Hearing this, Qi Jing began to inspect his equipment and potions, and after finding everything satisfactory, clicked to confirm. One by one, all members confirmed their readiness. Kaka then instructed, if all is well, let's consume our rations. Qi Jing smiled and reminded, we don't have rations. It's usually the leader who provides the feast. Kaka paused, damn. I forgot about that. I didn't buy any. Does anyone have cooking supplies? Limewater? The alchemist, who was responsible for limewater, replied dryly, I'm an apothecary, not a chef. Fortunately, the oversight of Kaka could still be rectified. A tall, striking female character clad in a white robe with a black shirt beneath, named Lin, stepped forward. I have some in my backpack, she announced with a youthful voice. Almost immediately, a lavish spread of food appeared at the center of the camp. Kaka sighed in relief and asked, how much does the feast cost? Lin replied, 10 gold. Kaka responded, the cost will be covered by the team's expenses. I'll reimburse you after we finish the instance. Lin replied, no need. Since it's your first day as leader, let this meal be my treat. Upon hearing this, Kaka placed an arm around the shoulders of the guild's wealthy member and said, Lin, you're wonderful. If that's the case, can you count that 10 gold toward my salary? The others chimed in, if you dare to pilfer that 10 gold, don't expect to receive your leadership bonus. Kaka laughed heartily, I was just joking. Hurry up and enjoy the feast. I'll divide the teams. After this brief interlude, all team members gathered around the dining table in the camp. Qi Jing and his companions, who had just jumped down from their mounts, approached the table to eat, their character models overlapping in a chaotic yet jovial manner. Kaka also directed his character to partake in the meal while announcing, to put it simply, cutting down this tree requires 3 steps. 2 teams will sever the energy conduits on the eastern and western sides of the tree. Once those conduits are cut, the ancient tree will be unable to activate the protective core's barrier. 2 teams will also be tasked with taking down the hive, which consists of the flying sentinels guarding the ancient tree. The final team's task is the simplest, to destroy the energy core of the golden tree, requiring the most potent combination of firepower. As long as the other teams manage to handle the hive in a timely manner, they will face no obstacles, and their sole duty will be to inflict damage. As a temporary commander of a small squad, Qi Jing did not exit the guild channel, but instead opened a separate voice chat for his team, connecting with 2 voice channels. This was not the usual practice. There should have been numerous traces of her presence in the recent events. Yet, on this rare occasion, they felt no surprise. Chapter 7. Before the battle, aroused. The members of the squad consisted of a cat-eared priestess, a street rogue, the rogue in the magical cloak, Cho Chong, and a swordsman named Unwilling to Turn Over. This temporary assembly of 4 melee fighters and a healer was deemed the optimal solution derived from Lao Xinyu's previous exploration of this instance. Having consumed their lavish meal, Qi Jing noticed an effect in his interface, enhancing his maximum health. Kaka, in the guild channel, declared, consume your potions. I am preparing to launch the assault. Qi Jing relayed in the team channel, use your potions. The 4 melee fighters promptly opened their bags and drank 2 expensive potions, gaining boosts to strength and maximum health, effects that would persist even after death. After consuming the potions, all 4 melee classes began sharpening their weapons, while Qi Jing's street rogue sharpened an iron rod, creating sparks that flew. Kaka, hurry up and initiate the assault. I just drank my potion during the feast. Don't let it go to waste. I'm rather pained by that, lamented a mage named by Lawn. All right, Kaka replied, promptly initiating the assault. as a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Their battle commenced that night. A dense shadow enveloped the camp, gradually diminishing as they raised their perspective to discover 5 drakes descending from the heavens. Upon landing, a silver dragon knight clad in heavy armor shouted, "Warriors of the vanguard, charge forth to your respective battlefields. Destroy the defenses of the golden tree." Qi Jing maneuvered his character and announced, "Let us head to the eastern energy node. We'll ride the dragon on the far right." All the captains directed their respective teams to follow the correct paths. A wandering youth, a cat-eared priest, an elegantly braided vampire thief, a warrior wielding a blade reminiscent of a fish-slicing knife, and a pink-haired young thief all leaped onto the back of a dragon. The dragon soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the golden tree. "Testing, testing," the vampire thief, Fong, exclaimed. Qi Jing replied, "I didn't manage to get it. I finished work late, and there were some coordination issues with the little ghost during our task, so we didn't succeed." Not wanting to dwell on it, Fong remarked in a voice that bore a feminine quality, "Who cares? Even if it gets fixed tomorrow, we can still have some fun tonight." Qi Jing clicked his tongue and lamented, "Unfortunately, I won't be able to enjoy it." Fong chuckled. "You should have Kaka wait for you to finish the task before starting the group." Qi Jing smiled. "We can only gather on Tuesdays. The university students finish their lights early. Our time for tackling challenges is already limited, and I'm afraid if I delay any longer, we won't complete it." The pink-haired youth, feeling perplexed, said, "But we are already on holiday." Qi Jing casually responded, "The little ghost hasn't started her holiday. She is staying on campus to prepare for a competition." "Oh," Fong suddenly recalled. "How did I forget that during the holiday, she is still making her little car? I mentioned it in the group chat before. Speaking of which, where is she?" "Not in the voice chat." The conversation shifted to the cat-eared priest, who stood silently on the dragon's back. After a moment, she spoke up, "I'm here." "It's a bit inconvenient to speak," she added. Upon reading those words, Qi Jing suddenly realized the situation the little ghost was in. He immediately felt that one of his previous statements might have been inappropriate. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to enjoy it," he thought. "Would the little ghost think she has burdened me and wasted my time?" He pondered, "The little ghost is quite introverted. I hope I didn't hurt her feelings. Her roommate's issues are not her fault." Although the little ghost had just been upset with him, Qi Jing, being her older brother figure and having navigated society for many years, was still quite perceptive. Regardless, he felt he had misspoken and attempted to remedy it with a teasing remark. "Little ghost, you made me miss out on getting equipment for the dungeon. Next time during the alliance, you must assist me a couple of times as compensation. I don't want to play the bottom lane with random players." Thinking the little ghost might not have heard him, Qi Jing added, "But no strange support. I want a soft support." The character remained stationary on the dragon's back, as if devoid of spirit. Qi Jing scratched his head, silently wondering. Could it be that the little ghost is truly upset? Where did the little ghost go? Perhaps it was the sound of her roommate's scorn that awakened a drunken girl. "Come on, drink with me again," she mumbled, continuing her drunken antics, causing chaos in the background. Qi Jing's mind felt vacant, as he had not heard what his teammates were saying through the headset. It was precisely because his mind was so empty that he could not move the character on the screen. "Little ghost, we are about to engage the monsters. Are you there? Little ghost? Little ghost. Just had a little issue." Chapter 8. Advancing, the cat-eared priest on the screen sprang back to life, leaping off the dragon that had landed near the eastern roots of the golden tree. The teammates waiting nearby breathed a sigh of relief. The rogue, adorned in a magical cloak, exclaimed, "You startled me. I thought you had disconnected." At that moment, Qi Jing shared the same thought, having been startled by the sudden inactivity. However, unlike the other 3 teammates who were concerned about the campus network, Qi Jing, who was aware of the earlier interruption, worried whether the little ghost was feeling down due to real-life issues, thus leaving the game. The swordsman raised his fish-slicing knife and asked, "Shall we engage the monsters?" Qi Jing still felt a hint of unease and asked, "Little ghost, are you all right?" "I'm fine. The matter has been resolved. Let us get started quickly. Otherwise, we will fall behind." Seeing this, Qi Jing refrained from asking further and commanded, "Let us engage the monsters." Before them stood the colossal tree, overwhelming in its size. The intertwining brownish bark resembled a tangle of colossal dragons entwined together. The roots of the giant tree extended in all directions, and this singular life form shaped the terrain into what appeared to be rolling hills. The roots piled together at the base, resembling a complex mountain foot to the players. At the foot of this mountain lay a cavern leading into the tree's interior, where the followers of the golden tree transported food. The survival of this tree depended not only on sunlight and water, but also on countless offerings of flesh and mineral resources. This ceaselessly demanding tree required an energy supply, and numerous followers were laboring at that very moment. They should be referred to as it, as they voluntarily offered their bodies, souls, and sanity to the tree of destruction. As devout followers of the golden tree, these beings were the antagonists of the game, a mysterious organization born in an unknown manner, whose motivations for sacrificing their lives to serve the ancient tree remain incomprehensible. With the command to engage, the swordsman surged forth from the party like a pure white sword, approaching the followers clad in yellow robes. The followers, resembling ordinary humans, turned to face him, their green eyes shimmering beneath the golden branches. The swordsman, undeterred by the enemy lines, brandished his gleaming knife, its metallic sheen flickering with the flames conjured by his swordsmanship. He then aimed his blade at the empty space before him, poised to strike downward. Halfway through the motion, he abruptly interrupted his own attack, manifesting a soft white aura around him. The knife swiftly shifted to his front, and his stance transformed as he prepared to charge forward once more. Yet, just as he took a step, he forcibly softened his next maneuver, abruptly halting in place. The swordsman belonged to a class that could interrupt their previous skill with the next one. His profession allowed him to soften slashing techniques after thrusting or vice versa. And whether employing slashing or thrusting techniques, he would enhance his sword's momentum. The effect of this momentum was to unlock the use of his ultimate skill. Unwilling to turn over, Bu Xiangfanshun had just executed a series of thrusts and slashes, accumulating 3 layers of sword intent, thereby granting him the ability to unleash a skill augmented by 3 layers of sword energy. The killing knife now rested at his waist. This time, he did not interrupt his skill. His hands and sword blurred into shadows. The knife, merely 2 feet in length, elongated remarkably, tracing a metallic arc in the surroundings. The blade spun like the hands of a clock, swiftly passing through the throngs of humanoid golden tree adherents. A multitude of damaged figures erupted forth, with critical hits soaring to 5,000 and non-critical strikes still registering at 3,000. These seemingly complex maneuvers transpired in the blink of an eye. From Qi Jing's perspective, the team's swordsman flickered into the midst of the monsters, feigned a strike, feigned a step, and in less than half a second began to draw his sword. The resonant sound of the blade echoed once more as Bu Xiangfanshun swiftly adjusted his position, softening the recoil from drawing his sword. The health points of those low-tier adherents exceeded the non-critical damage values, prompting him to continue thrusting. With a decisive slash, he eliminated all the remaining minor monsters. These humanoid adherents were merely the weakest fodder, barely qualifying as the most common creatures within the dungeon. After swiftly dispatching the fodder in 2 seconds, 2 genuine sentinels entered the fray, entirely enveloped in branches, rendering them unrecognizable. First, he marked one of the approaching golden tree sentinels with a red cross. This red cross was not a skill, but merely a system function granted to the team leader. Once the minor creatures were vanquished, Qi Jing and his teammates advanced to confront a standard monster whose health surpassed the total health of all the previous minor foes combined. As the team lacked a tank, the 4 melee damage dealers and a healer relied on equipment and damage reduction skills to overcome the challenge, necessitating effective crowd control as well. Dressed in tattered clothing, one player retrieved a brick from his waist, swinging it round before smashing it into the unmarked monster's face, rendering it incapacitated for a staggering 15 seconds. The Roamer, a melee class capable of softening attacks, could interrupt between street tricks and gutter antics. Street tricks represented melee skills, while gutter antics denoted ranged skills, allowing melee skills to disrupt ranged ones and vice versa. With a leap, he ascended atop the marked monster, and with a sound akin to a baseball bat striking a ball, it was no surprise when the creature's brain matter splattered. Of course, the monster did not perish. A critical hit of 5,262 materialized, and a minor creature lost a segment of health. Before even touching the ground, another softening maneuver was executed in mid-air, as a poison needle pierced the monster's skull, delivering a damage of 2035 and inducing a poison state. Qi Jing continued to manipulate the aerial state, following the poison needle with a fierce strike of the iron rod upon the monster's nose bridge, ensuring a critical hit while inflicting a bleeding condition. With a brief 15-second combo concluded, the previously immobilized creature resumed its movements, still airborne, as he retrieved a handful of sand, flinging it into the face of the unmarked monster. The resulting 2 seconds of blindness rendered this physically attacking creature incapable of combat. As for why 5 individuals were required to tackle 2 monsters while maintaining control, it was evident as the creature struck at Qi Jing's head. Its attacks rendered ineffective due to the blindness, but the control soon dissipated. Feng Feng casually remarked, "I've got it." With that, the fair-skinned rogue vanished like a magician into the shadows behind the monster, reappearing atop another creature, delivering a 2-second stun. Cho Shang monitored the control duration and stated, "I'll take the next one, Meow." Feng Feng replied, "I don't think we need to. Our damage is outrageously high." The minor creature, with only 8 health points, was struck by a peculiar heart-shaped attack as soon as the battle commenced, with the magical cloak, Cho Shang, and Buxiang Fan Shun all dealing damage, with each melee strike generating a cascade of hearts. Each heart that struck the monster's head dealt 520 damage, and the continuous stream of 520s made Qi Jing's scalp tingle. Unable to contain himself, Qi Jing exclaimed, "Is this truly an effect triggered with a 2 probability?" Feng Feng chuckled, "Absolutely. I reckon the probability is no less than 50. Qi Jing observed his name swiftly descending the squad leaderboard, unable to suppress a sigh of disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Cho Shang concurred, "Indeed, Meow." The monstrous foe before them was swiftly dispatched by the 4 melee fighters at the forefront of the game's version. Their control was so effective that even this controllable minor creature could not retaliate, rendering it incapable of any action. After defeating the 2 minor creatures and looting 2 silver coins, the 5-member team hastened toward the Tree Hollow, engaging other minor foes, making rapid progress due to their superior equipment. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the berserker Kaka hung on by a thread, teetering on the brink of death from any area damage. Activating a 5-second invincibility skill, he swung wildly at the minor creatures, triggering an array of effects with each strike, causing their health bars to plummet like a waterfall. This special effect equipment seemed tailor-made for him, and he reveled in the exhilaration. On the honeycomb battlefield, range classes stood on a high platform, bombarding parasitic bee-shaped monsters. The Frost Mage, Bailan, chanted frozen rain to slow the foes, running while gathering them into a cluster. He then donned an icy armor, positioning himself perfectly to cast Frost Nova, immobilizing the monsters. Initiate, Bailan commanded, drawing the monster's aggro while maintaining control. The alchemist, Lime Water, hurled a concocted poison vial and oil bottle toward the monster, igniting them with a spark to create a grand explosion. All teams advanced in an orderly manner. Chapter 9, The Chaotic Final Battlefield. The pace of the 4 battlefronts varied. After delving into the Tree Hollow, Qi Jing and his comrades eliminated the first wave of minor creatures, approximately 10 minutes later clearing 4 additional waves. Kaka, brimming with pride, declared, "Only 20 of the Western energy remain. We can halt at any moment." Qi Jing raked his fingers through his hair. "Isn't that a bit too fast? We just entered." Kaka inquired, "How long has it been? 15 minutes? The fox remarked, 11 minutes. The communication channels of the captain and the team leader exploded with activity. They believed they had been swift enough, only to discover that the first guild had already overtaken them. Qi Jing was utterly bewildered. How could they be so fast? He covered his face, lamenting, "Our ability to interpret the version is still too weak." Kaka offered a comforting reply. "In truth, our interpretative skills are not lacking. We merely suffer from a shortage of substitute players." Their guild was a small one, hardly qualifying as an amateur racing team. There were few rules, just a group of friends who often played together. If asked to abandon their teammates in pursuit of rankings, they would lack the resolve to do so, as they cherished their camaraderie. They had not elevated the game to a professional level. Friendship remained the greatest joy in gaming. despite the frustration of being perennial second place. These individuals would not leave for the first guild simply to become substitutes. Thus, Kaka, acting as the temporary leader, directed, since we cannot win, let us play it safe and avoid total defeat. Qi Jing and his companions were seated in a tree hollow, indulging in food and drink to restore their health and mana. Guarding the entrance was a diminutive figure, a gnome clad in a richly patterned robe. His title was the High Priest of the Golden Tree, and he was the target of their raid. This was not their first encounter with him. Qi Jing briefly outlined their strategy before announcing, "Ready? I'm initiating the fight." The teammates responded in unison, "Go." 3 poison needles sliced through the air toward the priest's back. The high priest turned his face, adorned with a golden mask, and the tendrils resembling tentacles from the mask's eye sockets gazed at the approaching party. He muttered incomprehensible words, which even in translated subtitles, remained indecipherable. Qi Jing and his companions, preoccupied with clearing the dungeon for equipment, paid no heed to the priest's mumblings. The swordsman lunged forward with a swift strike while Qi Jing leaped into the air with his iron staff, and the 2 rogues vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the priest. The rogue's shadow abilities relied on the energy gathered from stealth attacks, enhancing their skills through shadow magic. The pair, accustomed to guarding the fallen, struck the priest's neck repeatedly, the released shadow energy coiling around their necks like a dark scarf. The high priest possessed a formidable health pool of 120. Lacking a tank, their tactical firepower surged, causing the priest's health to plummet under the concentrated assault of 4 melee classes. The priest's counter was straightforward. He drew a dagger from his waist and targeted the player with the highest threat. Qi Jing was vigilant, monitoring the threat list. Cho Chang, activate damage reduction, he called out, just as the dagger pierced Cho Chang's body. The seemingly weak strike inflicted a loss of 50 health, leaving him on the verge of death, and he was generally immune to control effects. Observing his health drop significantly, Cho Chang expended most of his shadow energy, transforming the scarf around his neck into a shadow cloak. This skill reduced damage by 50%, while increasing physical attack evasion by 50% for 6 seconds, with an extensive cooldown of 15 minutes. "I've activated it. Keep my threat below yours, meow," Cho Chang declared. "I will transfer my threat to you." Feng Feng executed the rogue's ultimate technique, transferring his threat to another rogue, Cho Chang. Consequently, Cho Chang's threat surged to an insurmountable level, allowing the others to unleash their attacks freely. Cloaked in shadows, Cho Chang withstood the assault from the 5 players. As the priest struck again and again, he only dealt approximately 20 damage to Cho Chang. On his 3rd attack, the priest brandished a golden vial and randomly targeted a player to throw it at. The 4 melee fighters clustered together, uncertain about who was the target, and ended up having the vial land at their feet. "Move away." Qi Jing's instinctual command came forth, albeit unnecessary. Upon witnessing the golden liquid erupt at their feet, the 4 melee fighters scattered in all directions. The liquid was no benign substance. Standing within it would trigger a status effect called Parasite, which, if stacked to 10 layers, would transform a player into a parasite attacking their allies. Their team was formidable, and the 4 melee fighters managed to escape the area after only accumulating 1 layer of the parasite effect. The priest pursued Cho Chang onto a clear surface, where the 3 melee fighters swiftly converged, continuing their assault. Cho Chang's health soon returned to 50, rendering him safe. Yet he cried out, "Heal me. I've already used my health potions." Qi Jing paused, rotating his mouse to find Cho Chang had not moved from his initial position. He couldn't help but shout, "Little ghost, little ghost." Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Could he have disconnected? Although he could barely hold on now. If the form shifted without a healer, it would mean certain death. "Drink with me again," the inebriated girl mumbled. Her companions continued to chatter. The table was a chaotic mess, resembling a mountain of refuse. Did she not find the smell of those discarded items odd? Surely her potion and incense were equally repulsive. So noisy. Yu stared blankly at the dazzling skills before her. Suddenly, she felt as though the game was detaching from her, longing only for a quiet place to hide. "Little ghost," she was abruptly called. The battle unfolded methodically, observing the high priest's health dwindling towards half. Yet, she felt little connection to it. "Drink with me. Let me die in intoxication." Suddenly, The drunken girl emitted a sharp cry, followed by a dull thud as she collapsed from the table, her roommates surrounding her, gasping and attempting to help her up. They urged, "Get up." The intoxicated girl protested. "Don't stop me, I'm going to vomit." What could have been a moment to help her up turned into a scene of chaos as she lost her stomach's contents all over the floor. They were unable to assist her, leaving her to heave on the ground. The stench enveloped Yu, wrapping around her nostrils like a vice, constricting her throat and making her nauseous. So disgusting. Her roommates continued to try to help the drunken girl rise, but she swatted their hands away, covered in vomit, declaring, "Don't touch me." In her stupor, she attempted to rise but could only crawl, mumbling, "Don't go, I'm not drunk. Let us drink another bottle." The inebriated girl reached out, grasping the nearest person to her. Yu gasped, startled as a sticky hand clutched her leg. "Let go of me," she exclaimed. The drunken girl paid no heed, continuing her incoherent pleas for another drink. Pain radiated from Yu's leg as the girl's grip tightened like a vice. Yu, unaccustomed to physical exertion, felt her leg turning red, hints of purple beginning to appear. "It hurts, let go. I have things to do." Yu found herself unable to control her character, desperately trying to pry the girl's hand away. The slimy sensation churned her stomach, as though liquid was roiling within. So uncomfortable, so disgusting. "Let us drink another bottle." Suddenly, a powerful force gripped her leg. The frenzied drunkard showed no mercy, accompanied by a resounding crash. Was abruptly pulled to the ground, her headphones crashing heavily against the floor, staining her pure white attire with vomit. Before her stood an incommunicable drunken individual, prompting to divert her gaze from the woman to her beloved headphones. Now, with a broken headband, despair washing over her. "Who will save me?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks and pooling on the ground, consumed by an unseen force. "Help me, please." The world around her gradually blurred. A profound sense of weakness pervaded her limbs, as if a heavy abyss sought to engulf her bit by bit. I longed to escape. The drunken woman's clutches did not last long. Soon, the pain in his feet vanished, the hand releasing its grip. Perhaps the effects of intoxication had faded, as the inebriated woman lay motionless on the floor, mumbling incomprehensible words. Even if translated into subtitles, they would likely remain indecipherable, akin to a high priest robbed of something by the golden tree in a game. Her roommates gathered around, paying no heed to the headphones or to herself. They could not allow her to lie on the ground. She had drunk too much and would catch a chill by morning. Help her up and lay something beneath her. Clean the floor, one girl suggested. Upon hearing this, another picked up a mop, surveying the scene, her gaze landing on a flicker of disdain and disgust in her eyes. "Don't be a hindrance. Keep your distance. Just leave. You're no use here." Wished to depart, but felt an unshakable sense of unfinished business. With a heavy heart, she rose, fixing her gaze on the now monochrome screen. The despair within that black and white world magnified endlessly, truly consuming her. "I have ruined everything. It is all beyond my grasp now. Perhaps I should just leave. Anywhere will do." Contemplating this, she snatched a tissue from the table, attempting to wipe away the sullied remnants clinging to her. "Can't you see we're cleaning? Step back," they urged, their impatience palpable. A shiver coursed through. She hastily dabbed at herself, frantically stuffing her phone into her pocket and hanging the broken headphones around her neck. "I'm sorry, I'm leaving now." With that, dashed out of the dormitory, cautiously shutting the door, which creaked ominously. That door slammed loudly. Is she throwing a tantrum? Murmurs followed her as she fled. Chapter 10. Casualties. The health points of were reduced to 50. The dwarf had transformed from a humanoid into a colossal yellow mantis. Its tail, pierced by a vine, writhed around its body like a disembodied nematode. Simultaneously, the mantis wielded new abilities, utilizing its two sides and the vine at its tail to perform sweeping area charges. Casualties were a direct result of this skill. "It's over, we're going to wipe. How can we disconnect at such a crucial moment?" Qi Jing observed the black avatars in their party, anxiety gnawing at him. Should they wipe, the progress of other teams would also be disrupted. First, the high priest at both the Eastern and Western energy dungeons must be slain within 5 seconds. Otherwise, the core would not unlock. Secondly, the hive teams needed to continually eliminate the elite monsters spawned by the hive, Failing to do so would allow these creatures to permanently infiltrate the core. This meant that if they wiped, the team led by Kaka would have to forfeit their attempt, while the hive teams could continue. But their mana would not last much longer, negatively impacting the core team's progress. Should they wipe here, everything would spiral into chaos. Wind, who was using a shadow cloak to mitigate damage, down a large health potion. Our output is high, but it seems our lifespans are not quite as lengthy. The health bars of their teammates were unevenly depleted. Let's go for broke during the next round of the Mantis's sweeping attack. We need to deal damage as quickly as possible. The situation escalated rapidly, the health points plummeting, as did their morale. Their dialogue quickened, surpassing the speed of their keystrokes. Damn, that skill is inflicting minimal damage. It's completely devoid of blind spots. The Mantis moved with earth-shattering steps, swinging its sides and vines, dealing immense damage every second. In a conventional attack, melee fighters needed to retreat, while ranged attackers could inflict damage if skilled enough. Just as expected, the Mantis raised its arm, emitting a high-pitched shriek, still mumbling incomprehensible language. Qi Jing had no time to explain, shouting, "Forget it! Use your skills and give it everything you've got." Time was of the essence. A dull thud resonated through the headphones as the Mantis plunged its limbs into the earth, raising its sides high, targeting Qi Jing directly. Logically, he should have already fled. However, he unleashed a barrage of poison needles while simultaneously lifting a metal rod, the gleaming metallic light coalescing upon it. "Aren't you leaving?" he shouted in urgency. He was employing a skill that required a 25-second charge. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage, though it could be interrupted at any moment. Qi Jing's gaze remained locked on the Mantis's scythes. The once swift casting bar now felt sluggish. The Mantis's sides also appeared to move in slow motion. The screen displayed a wandering youth, twisting the metal rod behind his waist. As the scythe began its descent, Qi Jing released the skill key, watching as the rod struck the Mantis's limb with a paltry damage of 1. The descent lasted barely half a second. His heart constricted, the adrenaline surging through him, quickening his fingers' movements. He spun the mouse, shifting his perspective 180 degrees, pressing 2 keys on the keyboard almost simultaneously. Yet, both he and the circuit board understood that there was a timing discrepancy between those 2 keys. He softened one skill, causing his body to emit a metallic glow, raising his hand as if to throw sand, propelling himself outward at extraordinary speed. The leaping youth swung the metal rod towards the ground, while behind him, the Mantis had succumbed to madness, slashing wildly. Then it was every player for themselves. 2 thieves joined his side, lifting the hand crossbows on their arms to fire, with a mere 78 damage appearing inconsequential. Yet upon seeing 2 strings of 520, Wind exclaimed, "The hand crossbows can trigger effects." Leading the charge, Qi Jing was being pursued, yet he continued to refine his throwing skill, gradually whittling down the health points. The earth-shattering sweep soon concluded, causing a drastic drop of 40,000 health points. "It's like water in a sponge," Qi Jing muttered, his heart still racing. "As long as we don't die, we can squeeze something out." The moment the sweep ended, the 4 of them almost simultaneously surged forward, converging to squeeze out the last vestiges of life. "Blame me for it," Qi Jing shouted, having long struggled with insufficient damage to gain aggro. Instantly, the 2 thieves diverted the aggro towards him, making him the target of the Mantis's attacks. Qi Jing activated his damage reduction skill, more accurately described as a blocking skill. With a swift flick of his wrist, the metal rod transformed into an obscured shield. In this state, the damage taken from the front would diminish by 80% for 3 seconds, during which he could not launch any attacks. He boasted the highest health points among the 4 survivors, receiving less than 10 damage from each strike. "Hurry and finish it off," he urged. While he focused on defense, the other 3 continued their assault. As their health points reached 30, then 25, Qi Jing called out, "Kaka, hell." Just then, the health points of both high priests simultaneously plummeted to 20. The Mantis stood before the blood vessels, slicing one open with its scythe, greedily sucking up the juices within. The health points of began to recover rapidly at a rate of 2 per second. During this period of immobility, the 4 individuals fervently unleashed their skills. The healing ability restored 50 health points every 30 seconds, and after the healing concluded, the skill would be on cooldown for 1 minute. Their damage output was undoubtedly sufficient, even exceedingly high. In the midst of the training, Kaka cried out, "Qi, don't kill it. I'm losing health too, but not as quickly as you." Kaka then declared, "I'll hold back my strikes." The health points fluctuated around 17, and as the cooldown ended, it dipped to 15. Chapter 11. My curiosity as the healing of 30 concluded. All damage reduction skills were activated, with only Qi blocking skill having a shorter cooldown. With a fierce strike, he eliminated the target. Still enraged, Qi swung his weapon again, entering a blocking stance at 3, while the mantis wielded its sickles, steadily reducing his health to 10. After 2 strikes, only 34 health points remained, and his health was rapidly falling. When it reached 8, Qi shouted, "I'm at my limit, let me take the hit." Kaka inquired, "I'm down to 1 here, call out when you die." Qi replied, "Understood." As his health dwindled, he threw a final poison needle, and the screen faded to black and white. His health dropped to 3, and the mantis' wrath suddenly shifted to the rogue, who fell instantly, leaving 2 health points. The wrath then transferred to Feng, who sustained 300 health points after a strike, hurriedly blaming the swordsman, whose health was reduced to 15. Just as he attempted to block an incoming attack, Feng unleashed all his skills, bringing his health down to 0, leaving only a sliver of health. The mantis' health bar vanished completely. The sound effects of skills faded, leaving only Qi heartbeat. "We did it." Kaka, having struck down his foe, chimed in, "I made it too. Let us prepare to enter the core." The mantis, devoid of health, staggered towards the golden vein, still yearning for sustenance. However, its weakened state caused it to tear the vein, creating a significant gash. Inside the hollow tree, Qi and his companions were swept away by the fluid, and the screen turned pitch black. Upon glancing back, they exited the dungeon. The team, consisting of 5 turrets, awaited before the tree until both veins ruptured, causing the central barrier to fail. They charged inside, encountering no monsters, as the Hive team had detained the soldiers for them. Their sole task was to shatter the core with 50 health points within 30 seconds. Should their output prove inadequate, Qi and Kaka's team would have to re-enter the energy dungeon to sever the revived veins. Still in a spectral state, Qi sank into his chair, aware that their team lacked the strength for another entry. They could only hope for a favorable outcome. Ultimately, the results surpassed expectations, completing in a single round. As golden light erupted, the giant tree trembled violently, but remained standing. All team members were propelled outside by the shockwave, landing safely as a dragon swooped in to catch them. "We did it! Great job, everyone! We cleared it in 15 minutes. Cheers erupted within the guild channel, filled with animated discussions. Who is feeling lucky? Let us open a staff. Forget the staff. Let us go for a dagger or leather helmet. Can we open a druid-s staff? The one who opens a druid-s staff will be permanently deprived of treasure chest rights. I suspect you have issues with druids." Amidst the excitement, questions arose. "By the way, why did she disconnect?" "I don't know. Should we wait to open, just in case she has priest gear for auction? Where did she go?" Following their victory, the pounding heart gradually calmed. The solitary room of the dark-clad man fell silent once more as the outside world darkened further. Qi, feeling a peculiar connection to the departure linked to the earlier incident, moistened his parched lips and said, "Just a moment. I'll ask her what happened." He then initiated a voice call. The phone rang twice before the other party hung up. Raising an eyebrow, Qi thought, this girl must be in a bad mood. Perhaps left the dorm. He resolved to avoid teasing her later and comfort her instead, recognizing that disconnecting during a bad mood was common. Just as he prepared to call again, he noticed the other party typing. "Do you think strange people shooting tea exist in this world?" Qi was taken aback. He had never heard her speak in such a manner, and he comprehended the gravity of her words. "That can't be. Don't think like that." His heart dropped. "Please don't give up. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. You're so much stronger than me." "What do you mean I don't understand? What is this about?" Due to the open microphone, team members inquired about the situation, but Qi was not wearing his headset. The other party's account had gone offline, making it impossible to connect. "Damn it. Don't shut down." He feared for the fragile girl, just 5 years younger, worried that her mind might wander to dark thoughts, especially if she disconnected. He called her twice more, but the result remained the same. The account was offline. What is happening? Don't scare me. Qi Jing's mind was racing with bizarre thoughts. The final image that struck him was of the diminutive cat-eared priest jumping onto his back. Such a scene would evoke tears in a movie's finale, now haunting his thoughts. Don't mess with me. He pondered the irony of the girl, who had never dated, forming a bond with him in the game. This coincidence could become an indelible pain throughout his life. Please, don't pull that kind of plot on me. The more he contemplated, the more unsettled he became, leading him to speak aloud to himself. He snatched his phone and car keys from the desk, turning to leave his home. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to reach her side. In the corridor, he transferred the computer's communication to his phone. The chaotic voices from the guild were somewhat overwhelming, and he felt irritated. He shouted, "Didn't the girl mention which school she attends?" The discordant voices in the guild replied, "It seems she never mentioned it." Didn't she say which city she is from? Curiosity drove him to find the girl, as he subconsciously believed she was nearby. Yet, the specifics of her location eluded him. It traced back to early winter when everyone showcased their city temperatures. When he shared his city's temperature, she exclaimed, "Wow, you're so close." As Qi Jing stepped into the elevator, he reflected on her words, thinking of the nearby cities and the university hubs. Jinshu City, right? Suddenly it clicked. Yes, that's it. He was aware of the university town's location and hastily made his way to the parking lot, opening a search engine to look up universities in Jinshu City. The criteria were numerous. The girl was majoring in computer science and was doing quite well. This wasn't even deductive reasoning. In the next moment, her location was pinpointed. Discounting odd vocational colleges, there was only one university with a computer science program, Jinshu Institute of Technology. Situated in the northernmost part of the city, it was merely a 20-kilometer drive to the development zone in neighboring Jinshu City. His gaze fell upon the dimming community. He clutched his phone and sprinted into the night, leaping into his car within a few strides, twisting the key in the ignition. After setting the navigation, he attempted to call her once more, but alas, she remained offline. "Come on, little rascal, I beg you," he muttered. "I could be your loyal dog for a week if it helps. My mental fortitude is truly limited, and I dread the thought of dropping small pearls for you upon seeing this game." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he accelerated out of the community. Chapter 12. He emerged from the darkness the young girl had departed, burying her face in her hair to evade the glare of the security room's lights. She passed through the retractable gate, her shadow stretching longer in the light. Few students remained on campus. Small clusters wandered inside, while she was the only one venturing out. She slipped through a pathway framed by iron railings, drifting aimlessly, simply moving forward along the road. Not far ahead lay a fork in the road. Straight ahead was a bustling street, brightly lit milk tea shops lining it, the din of restaurants teeming with crowds, and street vendors loudly hawking roses. To the left was a street of snacks, white steam rising, tantalizing scents wafting through the air. To the right lay an abyss of darkness, pierced only by a faint glimmer of light, silent and still. Yu had typically shunned aimless wandering. Her outings were confined to grocery shopping or indulging in snacks from the food stalls. She had never traversed this path, for she harbored a fear of the dark, and the unknown loomed ahead. "I don't want to go anywhere." Her thoughts became a tangled mess, lacking a clear destination, as she stepped into the obscurity. In the midst of the darkness, a sense of security washed over Yu's heart. The snow lining the roadside had yet to melt, and patches of ice remained on the pedestrian walk, creating an uneven surface. The tall girl clad in a white down jacket walked with a pronounced inward gait, her steps faltering over the rough terrain. She preferred to lower her head, so despite her height, she appeared diminutive, like a fleeting white shadow. Yue continued onward, primarily wishing to persist in her journey. As she walked, a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. I should have tried harder. The disdainful expressions she had encountered earlier clashed with memories of her past efforts to assist them, sharing snacks and running errands. Their hypocritical smiles collided in her mind. It was her first time in an unfamiliar city, attempting to coexist with a group of strangers, and Yue was at a loss as to where she had faltered. Why do they dislike me? She pondered the outskirts or some construction site, as vast stretches of desolate land surrounded the school, resembling an island. It doesn't make sense. She had once envisioned forming friendships during their initial meeting, chatting in their group. Let us get along well when we first meet. Sure, absolutely. The echoes of those vibrant words lingered in her ears, replaying repeatedly in her mind. Look at her gloomy demeanor, always chatting with men in a high-pitched voice. What a nuisance. The collision of dreams and reality blurred Yu's vision. As the muddy road and the night merged before her, she suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Is it because my voice is peculiar? It's not my fault for sounding this way. The weight of her sorrow was overwhelming. The first teardrop, like the first snowflake, rolled down her cheek. The snowfall intensified, and her quiet sobs soon became audible, soft, and muted. The warmth of her body ebbed away with her tears, her curly bangs clinging to her skin. Her breathing growing frantic and heavy, the taste of rust filling her throat. What have I done wrong? Why do they detest me? She whimpered, bending deeper, seeking refuge in her hair, her steps becoming unsteady, resembling a small child still learning to walk. This path was utterly deserted. It was just her, alone in her incomprehensible sorrow, walking and crying and walking. As she continued, she finally reached a desolate crossroads. The traffic lights flickered intermittently, casting a yellow glow. She crossed the pedestrian line. To her left, the distant lights shone brightly, a kaleidoscope of colors, indicating the city's center. Yet there was no place for her to belong. A more profound sense of grievance erupted within her. Where am I supposed to go? Where can I go? She swayed across to the opposite side of the road and pressed forward, the ground beneath her feet becoming increasingly uneven. Even the light guiding her steps began to fade. The chill from her tears intensified with a gust of wind, and Yue shivered, drawing inwards. She distanced herself from the crossroads and the light, step by step entering the liminal space between darkness and illumination, her shadow slowly succumbing to the gloom. Suddenly, the pavement gave way beneath her, causing her to stumble. With a muffled gasp, she found herself kneeling at the end of the pedestrian path. All she wished for was to move forward. She pressed her fingertips against the tiles, shaky as she rose. Testing her footing, she took 2 tentative steps. Here, there was no light, and it could completely conceal her. Yue felt an urge to stop walking altogether. She squatted down again, curling herself into a small ball. Here, no one can hear me, she cried out, allowing herself to weep for an eternity. While sobbing, she contemplated. Perhaps I should just hide away forever. Yet this thought soon dissipated. She was like a child, but she was not one anymore. Yue had a competition to prepare for. She yearned to achieve excellent results, and her dedicated coach and teammates needed her. She also had numerous friends in the gaming world. If she were to vanish suddenly, her friends would surely feel heartbroken. Most importantly, Yue had her mother. Her mother loved her dearly, and she loved her mother just as much, even with countless reasons to hide away. She could not bear to cause her mother any sorrow. That singular thought of her mother was enough to dispel all her reasons for wanting to retreat. After crying for what felt like ages, a myriad of fragmented memories surged through her mind. Perhaps it was because her tears were running dry. Hope began to sprout within her, like seeds of sunflowers planted deep in her heart. Let them go. I don't need those friends. It's not a big deal. I just need to live my life well. I still have the competition, my friends online, and my mother. I don't have to communicate with them. They wouldn't dare to bully me. Yue wiped her face with her small hands, and upon realizing she was not entirely devoid of support, her eyes ceased to brim with tears, replaced instead by a burning sensation across her eyelids. The solace she sought was not far from her heart. Taking her phone from her pocket, she powered it on, revealing a slew of voice messages from Qijing. 2 missed calls, one from her mother, perhaps seeking to chat about mundane matters. Yue reflected on the inconvenience of her sudden disconnection and prepared to apologize to her friends later. Hello, I'm sorry for missing your call, Mom. I was worried sick, she said, her voice tinged with nasal tones and hesitation. What is wrong? Her mother inquired, surprised, before quickly asking, why are you crying? Tell me what happened. Her sobs intensified, a release of pent-up emotion, her words spilling forth in a rush. I don't know where I went wrong. They hate me. They think I'm a burden just because Yue cried into the darkness, recounting her experience, her speech faltering at times, choked with emotion. Today, her mother remained silent. simply listening. Yue continued to pour her heart out, expressing grievances and a sense of injustice. I'm not on duty simply because I participated in a competition. I had already informed them in advance. I share my treats with them, yet they still. All the grievances ultimately transform into a feeling of helplessness. Longing to rely on my mother. Mom, can I please change dormitories? I truly cannot get along with them. Deo just busy me. After a brief silence, my mother responded, For your own good, my dear, you must be strong. This situation is not your fault. However, you need to learn to adapt to your surroundings. It was as if there was no wind, yet suddenly it became cold, leaving me bewildered. But I truly cannot adapt to them. I've already made an effort. I just do not know how to interact with them. Hearing this, my mother gently began to enlighten me. Sweetheart, while they are undoubtedly in the wrong, you too must learn to adjust, for there are many such individuals in this world. There will be numerous competitions at school, and even in the future, you will encounter them in your career. My mother, an accomplished professional woman, spoke with great wisdom. Yet, my mind felt empty, unable to absorb her words. My mother is exceptional, but perhaps I am not, and I may not be able to achieve that in the future. I find it strange, I thought. I truly cannot be like my mother. I lamented in my heart. I do not know what to do. I want to strive, but I feel lost. The world is rapidly evolving, and there will always be those who feel out of place. If I enjoy historical dramas, shopping, makeup, and mobile games, everything I strive for would help me get along well with my friends. Yet, there are always peculiar individuals. Just like some boys who do not enjoy gaming, basketball, football, or even wearing boys' clothing. This world is filled with oddities, people who remain misunderstood. Their peculiarities vary greatly. Even if they grow up in the same environment, they may still struggle to conform. My mother continued to impart her wisdom, while I felt drained and muttered, I understand, Mom. I am fine now. I will think of a way to apologize to them. My mother replied, You do not need to apologize. It is their fault. I still could not comprehend why I was troubled if it was not my fault. I merely responded, All right, I understand. My mother added, As long as you understand. My dear, I am still working. My voice came out hollow. Goodbye, Mom. After the call ended, I stared blankly at my surroundings. The vibration of my phone indicated that my mother had sent me 2 motivational articles after hanging up. I did not bother to look, my mind preoccupied with wondering if the issue lay with me. I pondered about tomorrow, the day after, and the next 3 years. How should I proceed? How should I endure through the days and nights? How could I avoid various malice in the mornings? How could I evade the accusations that came with my gaming? I am so tired. Suddenly, I no longer felt wronged. I simply found the future daunting and tedious. Even after leaving school, I would surely encounter people who could not comprehend me, and I would have to conform to them. It is truly exhausting. I ceased my tears, merely curling up in the darkness. What should I do when I return to my dormitory? I lacked the strength to think, and just wished to quietly curl up by the roadside for a while. It was dark here. There should not be any light. I buried my face in my knees and hair, yet gaps remained, through which a faint light gradually emerged. The light grew brighter, until it began to irritate me. Unable to resist, I lifted my head and noticed a car approaching in the distance. Not wanting to obstruct traffic, I stepped back, pulling myself tightly together. The sound of tires grew louder, and the brilliance of the car's headlights enveloped me, making it impossible to hide. I thought the car would pass in front of me. However, with a screech, it suddenly braked, and I could hear the sound of the door opening. Hey, someone is calling me. I realized that it was unusual for a girl to be squatting here, which drew the attention of passers-by. I wanted to decline her goodwill, as she might pose a danger, and thought, I will just change corners and curl up for a bit longer. Is it you, Xiaogui? The sudden interruption of my thoughts startled me. I had not realized I was curled up on a small road leading out of the city, nor did I know that this was the path he took to find me. Hearing that familiar voice made my body tremble instinctively as I lifted my eyes hidden beneath my hair to see the bright light. The light was blinding, forcing me to squint, but I sensed someone was approaching from the darkness, wielding a brilliant lamp. Although I could not see clearly, the familiarity grew stronger. Iui? The shadow against the light called my name. That sense of familiarity deepened. My body trembled again, wanting to know who called me, but my legs were already numb, preventing me from rising. I could only softly ask, Who? The other person appeared surprised and quickly walked toward me. Is it really you? Soon, the shadow emerged before me. yet I still could not see clearly, until a hand pressed down on my head, ruffling my hair. Then, a sound of denim crumpling echoed as a slender figure clad in black squatted down in front of me, face to face. He looked at me with eyes obscured by bangs, a teasing smile spreading across his lips as he asked, "Xiao Gui, what are you doing squatting here?" My heart skipped a beat. I tried to open my eyes wide, wishing to see clearly, but the brightness was overwhelming. All I could do was confirm in an uncertain, childish voice, You are. That voice soon took on a tangible form. Although I was extremely reluctant to believe it, I still struggled and tentatively asked, "Are you a Mona?" You nearly scared me to death. I was startled. The thought that someone would find me felt unbelievable. My eyes widened as I stared in astonishment. Gradually, I adapted to the light, but still could not see him clearly, for his face was hidden behind his bangs. Suddenly, my heart tightened painfully. Chapter 13. Silent, yet unyielding. Before me stood her, the quiet girl I had patted on the head, the tall figure whose eyes were hidden beneath her messy bangs. She was playing a role, yet she was authentically herself. The first impression of Qi Jing was not one of gloom, but rather a pitiable cuteness. Although she appeared nothing like the devilish image I had conjured in my mind, she was undeniably adorable. If one were to inquire about the source of this cuteness, Qi Jing herself could not articulate it. But it likely was not due to her appearance, as her face was concealed beneath her bangs, revealing only her small mouth. Perhaps her rounded figure contributed to this impression. In any case, even he could not pinpoint the source of her cuteness. It was simply a subtle feeling. Setting aside the peculiar first impression, it is worth mentioning that upon seeing this bundle of white, he had a premonition that it was the little one he had been searching for, especially when he heard that they were only 800 meters from their destination. He had sensed that he would find her before setting out. The outcome was not unexpected. Qi Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little one was safe. While ruffling the hair of the 5-year younger Xiao Gui, he smiled and asked, "Hey, why are you not speaking? Tell me what happened. Why did you go silent after saying something strange?" Upon hearing this, the white bundle before him activated in a peculiar manner, suddenly and abruptly burying her head in her knees, mumbling, "I am fine." Her voice carried a nasal tone, her naturally sweet and crisp voice sounding even more childlike. The young girl, who is about to turn 20 after her birthday, covers her head with both hands, embodying a sense of retreat. This act seems to signify her resistance to being touched on the head, yet she does not flee, nor does she push his hand away. Her fingers, short like a cat's claws, are insufficient to shield much of her head, allowing Qi Jing to continue tousling her hair. "Are you all right?" Qi Jing inquiries, his tone laced with curiosity. He persists in his gentle manipulation of her naturally curly hair, which feels remarkably soft and pleasant to the touch. Would someone in their right mind squat in such a peculiar place? "Don't take me for a fool. You must have been crying just now," he observes, noting the chill in her hand as he brushes against it. He himself is without a jacket, and, seeing that she seems disinterested in engaging with him, he releases her hand, remarking that the girl unexpectedly obeys him without any struggle or tears. Instead, she remains remarkably calm, akin to a child who has weathered a storm and now steps ashore. As Qi Jing rises, the large white bundle beside him also stands, pulling the hood of her white sweatshirt and down jacket over her head. In a tranquil manner, she questions, "How did you find me?" "You mentioned where you were before, and with a bit of luck, I managed to locate you." Yu, gritting her teeth, responds with a reluctant, "I see." Qi Jing tilts his head, asking what's wrong. Once her legs have fully extended, Yu emits a soft whimper and shuffles forward like a newly risen zombie. Observing her legs, Qi Jing notices the deep blue school trousers are dusted with 2 patches of dirt. "What happened to your legs? Did you fall?" he inquires, moving closer to offer support. She appears somewhat apprehensive, tugging at her 2 hoods while softly explaining, "I'm fine, just squatted for too long, my legs are numb." Qi Jing furrows his brow, confirming, "Are you really just numb?" To demonstrate her condition, perhaps to evade his assistance, the white figure enveloped in down fabric, and her tousled curls pulls at her hood while making surprisingly light steps toward the car. As she approaches the front of the vehicle, Qi Jing muses to himself, she truly is lively, only to watch her suddenly collide with his car, landing on the hood with a thud. Ouch! Her voice, tinged with tears, echoes. Qi Jing, startled, exclaims, "Watch where you're going, you fool." She quickly rises from the hood, still tugging at her hat, and makes her way to the passenger door, opening it before sliding inside. Qi Jing scratches his head, turning to enter the warm light of the car, pulling the door open. The interior of the vehicle feels like an entirely different realm. Warm air from the air conditioning mingles with the existing warmth, melting away the chill clinging to their bodies. The engine still hums softly as Qi Jing casually rests his hand on the steering wheel, grabbing his phone from the holder to check in. His gaze then shifts to the girl beside him. As he turns, Yu immediately lowers her head, her face nearly touching her knees. Qi Jing pauses, wondering, "Is it that shameful?" "Yes," she seems to affirm, entering a defensive posture. Although he hadn't intended to pry, he now genuinely wishes to see her face hidden beneath her hair. Lowering his head slightly, he steals a glance. Her bare skin, untouched by foundation. Her small mouth and delicate nose come into view, and as he looks up, he meets her single-lidded eyes, which are fixated on her knees. Sensing the sudden stillness in the car, her eyes flicker to the side, and upon locking gazes with Qi Jing, she emits a soft before abruptly slamming her head against the car door. The sound reverberates loudly as her head strikes the glass, causing the vehicle to jolt. Qi Jing covers his face, exclaiming, "You really are foolish. It's a miracle you've made it this far." In the face of various humiliations, Yu silently rubs her head, her small hands cradling her scalp. Despite the 2 layers of hoods, the impact was not too painful nor overly foolish. Still concerned, Qi Jing leans closer, gently touching her head pressed against the door, asking, "Does it hurt?" She begins to resist again, this time placing her hand beneath his, rather than seek a different position. Qi Jing decides to massage her hand along with her small one. Her compliance is evident. She remains silent, enduring his playful torment, embodying shyness and social anxiety. The phrase "I struggle with communication" could practically be emblazoned on her clothing. As Qi Jing talks to himself while he continues to knead her hand, he feels a sense of satisfaction, especially recalling how not long ago she had urged him to bark like a dog. Yet, he is not here merely to tease her. He is here to look after her. Silence is not an option. Yu still does not respond. After waiting patiently, with the engine continuing its soft hum, Qi Jing decides to break the quiet. "Is there anywhere you would like to go?" Yu remains in her peculiar stupor, silent. Qi Jing sighs, making a decision on her behalf. "I'll treat you to milk tea." He releases the handbrake, and the wheels turn in the darkness. As the car advances, it swiftly traverses the brief shadow she had cast. Qi Jing calls out for the nearest milk tea shop while talking to himself. There should be a milk tea place near the school. Indeed there is. As they pass the intersection in front of Jinshu University of Technology, Qi Jing glances in that direction, catching sight of her head leaning toward him from the side window, and in the distance, he spies the sign of the milk tea shop. Just then, Yu suddenly murmurs, "Why did you come to find me?" Qi Jing casually replies, "When a good friend suddenly disappears, it's only natural to be worried and want to search for them. Is that so?" Yu responds, "Yes," Qi Jing affirms, focusing on parking the car. The vehicle comes to a steady stop in an available space, and he turns off the engine, pondering her earlier words, and adds, "Many people are concerned about you." Hearing this, Yu feels a significant relief wash over her. She had been calm since the very beginning, yet inexplicably, she still wishes to express, "It wouldn't matter if I disappeared. Someone else would take my place soon enough." The person beside her, while unbuckling his seatbelt, remarks, "First of all, it absolutely matters. If you disappeared, I would be very sad. Secondly, no one can replace you. If you leave, the guild will never be the same again. That's what is meant by a broken mirror that cannot be mended." His words resonate deeply with Yu, rekindling her sense of belonging that had been dormant in her heart. Optimistic thoughts begin to blossom within her, filling her previously empty mind with new feelings. As he cracks the door open slightly, stepping out with one foot, he inquires, "What would you like to drink?" She timidly replies, "Anything is fine." Without knowing his name, he leaves her with a parting remark as he heads toward the milk tea shop. "Don't wander off. Stay warm in the car for a bit." Yu curls up in the cozy passenger seat, watching him walk into the milk tea shop, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of comfort. Her gaze remains fixed on the shop until he peeks out to glance in her direction. The time spent buying milk tea seems to pass in the blink of an eye. With a thud, he returns, his presence bringing a chill yet vibrant energy as he sits beside her, first exclaiming how cold it is, then asking, which would you prefer, red bean milk tea or pudding milk tea? Yu turns her head away, hiding her face, yet still answers in his direction. Either is fine. He picks up a cup of red bean milk tea, inserting a straw before handing it to her. Thank you. Softly he concluded her words and began to sip her warm milk tea. Beside her, he reached into his pocket for his own drink, but instead of retrieving a straw, he produced something else. This is for you, he said, placing a fabric rose, impervious to wilting, upon her lap. Its vibrant hue accentuated by the dust from a recent fall. It comes with the purchase of 2 cups of milk tea. With delicate fingers, grasped the rose's stem, turning it over in her hands and examining it closely before expressing her gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome, replied with a smile, tilting his head to observe. In truth, when he received the complimentary rose from a milk tea shop staff, he had imagined it might lead to some amusing interactions, perhaps a playful exchange with a spirit. However, at that moment, his companion was merely scrutinizing the rose, silent as ever. This reaction was not surprising. After all, she was quite introverted, and there was a significant underlying issue. Her mood was undoubtedly quite poor. Could comprehend the circumstances that had led to her state, but could not fully empathize. At present, likely lacked the energy for humor, yet seeing who was unscathed might have sparked a fleeting thought about whether the spirit would engage with her. The car's air conditioning continued to blow warm air, and he turned to gaze vacantly at the streetlight, sipping his milk tea and biting on the straw. He spoke in a meandering tone. Is it warmer now? Lowering her gaze, lifted her milk tea alongside the rose and murmured, much warmer. She quickly added, thank you. That's good. No need to be so formal, replied, noting her timidity made him feel as though he were conversing with a stranger. After both took a sip through their straws, ventured, could you tell me what happened? I was just kicked out by my roommates, confessed. Unfazed, continued with his calm inquiry. Why did they ask you to leave? Did you offend them in some way? Having just shared everything with her mother, lacked the energy to elaborate further, simply stating, I don't know. I feel like I Haven Tea offended them. Maybe I'm just too strange? Understood the essence of her strangeness. As a working individual of 24 years, he had encountered numerous girls. Before hearing his voice and confirming her identity, he had assumed she was a boy since most girls wouldn't engage in that particular game or speak in such a manner. Thus, it was easy to discern the issue. Had she been unable to connect with them? Was that why they disliked her? Such a statement was piercingly accurate, something her mother might struggle to grasp. Realizing the root of the problem, fell silent. She had treated her roommates sincerely, and her actions were not erroneous. Had they shared common interests, such as discussions about historical dramas or male celebrities, or if she had joined them in shopping instead of opting for gaming, the outcome would have been entirely different. When people find someone unappealing, everything that person does seems wrong, and vice versa. After a moment of silence, since that could empathize with her, she whispered, almost ghost-like, is it true that someone like Michun T exists in this world? This question jolted, as if an electrical current had surged through his mind, causing his brow to furrow. Amused by her ghostly demeanor, he retorted, why shouldn't you exist? Immediately replied, because they all dislike me. Countered, being disliked by a few dozen T diminish your significance. Besides, you don't have to worry about their opinions. Everyone in the guild appreciates you. Recognized this truth and felt a wave of comfort wash over her. But I cannot live in the gaming world forever. I must eventually confront the reality that doesn't T embrace me. Suddenly laughed, seeing a reflection of his younger self in her. You make a valid point, but I believe you can disregard that reality. The self you embody in the dream is the true you. Felt a tremor of hope at his words. In truth, she had been trying to convince herself of this all along. With their thoughts aligned, her desire to express herself grew stronger. She voiced her rebuttal as a plea for help, but dreams will eventually fade away. They must end. Understood that her reference to dreams pertained to the game. After contemplating, he argued they one T fade. Even if this dream concludes, we can always embark on new ones. Feeling despondent, buried her head and lamented, that's a lovely thought. But there will inevitably come a day when it all ends, and we will all part ways. Pressed his lips together, asserting we one T part ways. Suddenly, raised her voice in protest, we will. This startled, causing him to jerk his head up, spilling some milk tea as the straw slipped from his mouth. "I'm sorry." Quickly apologized. Shook his head. "No need to apologize. I'm just curious why you believe we will leave. Everyone has always been your friend." With the conversation now flowing, kept her gaze lowered as she began recounting, "I don't question anyone. I just don't want to believe because I've experienced this before." Tilted his head, intrigued. "What do you mean by that?" Was momentarily taken aback as she explained, "Of course, I've played before. I often played web games in my childhood." The game she referred to was not a modern blockbuster, but rather a youth-oriented web game that required no downloads, merely requiring an account to play. In an era when gaming was scarce and computer specifications were generally low, Luffy World had been immensely popular, attracting even many adults, including who had enjoyed it for a time. He had presumed this game would fade into obscurity after his generation. So hearing it mentioned by someone 5 years his junior was quite astonishing. Continued, "When I was very young, I played that game and met a wonderful older sister there. She guided me through many challenging quests, always looking out for me due to her age. She even invited me into a guild where I made friends like you all. They were all good people. I was very happy in that place. Perhaps because I was so content there, I thought it would last forever. But my fantasy shattered when the guild leader had a quarrel with another sister, leading to our disbandment. The leader took a group with her, while my sister stayed with me. Yet, due to this upheaval, communication dwindled, and we became strangers, eventually leading to the guild's dissolution. After listening to's tale, felt a sense of both regret and familiarity. It seemed that every online community ultimately faced such a fate. Someone significant would inevitably depart, leaving those behind to offer well wishes, but feeling a disconnection that led to silence until the day the conversation ceased entirely. Perhaps this group chat would remain in the contacts list, yet it would never be revisited. This was the inevitable conclusion. Sighing, realized that the lightheartedness he had felt moments ago was fading as he was nearly swayed by his argument. He could envision the day the Luzi-run Lianmeng would disband. And today's matchmaking efforts by the guild leader might serve as a premonition. Yes, one day, the dream will indeed come to an end. As she affirmed her own words, Yoyu's spirits sank. In a ghostly voice, she continued, "How could I face reality when I was ill-suited for this world back then?" Imagining a little ghost who felt out of place in the workplace. She pondered the scenario. If she were to encounter kind-hearted superiors and colleagues, it would be bearable. But what if she faced the opposite? The bullying from school could easily extend into workplace harassment, or perhaps the overwhelming pressure of work could suffocate her. Without any mental support, that would be truly terrifying. Qijing silently reached for the cigarette beside him, instinctively wanting to light it, but then choosing to set it down again, letting out a sigh. The windshield reflected two gloomy faces, both obscured by bangs. One belonged to him, yet it seemed to morph into two. However, Qijing was there to guide the little ghost, not to join her in despair. He was acutely aware of this, and so he quickly began to counsel her with the wisdom he had amassed over 5 more years of life experience. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke. "I believe there are various ways to escape reality. If you transfer your dreams to a different medium, you might find much more joy in living, even if there is no one to communicate with in reality." Yoyu, somewhat confused, asked, "What do you mean by transferring dreams to a different medium?" Qijing elaborated simply. "For instance, if you have a wonderful dream, working towards that dream can sustain you. It doesn't matter if you have no friends or if you are unrecognized." Upon hearing this, Yoyu contemplated, still puzzled, and murmured a question. "Dreams?" Qijing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, dreams. Yoyu considered the concept of dreams. Gazing out at the night sky through the car window, trying to fix her eyes on the twinkling stars. The last time she had discussed dreams must have been in some essay. Those dreams meant to fulfill assignments, such as flying to the stars or becoming a scientist who pioneers humanity's future, felt too distant and unattainable. Reflecting on her true dreams, they seemed too vague. She did not know how to structure this dream. Still gazing at the night sky, she asked the one who spoke so grandly of dreams, who was evidently someone who had been tempered by society, "What are dreams? Can one truly survive with dreams?" Qijing reclined in the driver's seat, following her gaze up to the night sky, casually conversing even though he was unsure if this method would resonate with her. Dreams, in essence, are things you are extremely passionate about, something that can serve as the meaning of your life. It is precisely because they can provide life's meaning that one can rely on them to survive. Yoyu remained perplexed, unable to comprehend what kind of passion could serve as a life's meaning, and thus asked again, "Do you have any dreams?" Qijing smiled, his gaze directed upward, causing his bangs to slightly lift, his eyes shimmering with clarity. "Yes, my previous dream was to become a director, but I abandoned it as it felt too far-fetched." "I see," Yoyu replied, acknowledging that being a director seemed quite challenging. Qijing continued, "However, I now have a new dream. I want to create a game." "What? You want to make a game?" Yoyu exclaimed in surprise. Qijing nodded. "Indeed. Both involve sharing a story with others. But I believe games, as the ninth art, can resonate more deeply with people, and importantly, they are relatively affordable." Yoyu was taken aback by this revelation and pressed further. "What kind of game do you want to create?" Qijing shook his head. "I haven't figured that out yet. But it will likely be a pixel art game that requires players to replay it multiple times to uncover the storyline." Yoyu considered this, sensing the vagueness in his words, yet perceiving clarity in his eyes. It seemed like an impressive endeavor, yet she felt it was within his reach. "Can you show me your script?" she asked. Qijing sighed. "Not at the moment. My new script has just been critiqued and discarded, and in hindsight, I agree that it was quite poor." "I see," Yoyu said, deciding not to press further about the script and instead exclaiming, "What an amazing dream. I wish I could have one too." Qijing sensed her admiration was genuine, unlike the superficial compliments he received from friends in reality, who often mixed their praise with mockery, calling him unambitious and delusional. Encouragingly, he replied, "You can have one too. Any kind of dream is valid, like becoming a singer. Your voice is truly remarkable." Yoyu thought for a moment, but shook her head. "I don't think I would enjoy being a singer." Qijing thought for her and continued to suggest, "How about becoming a composer? Or perhaps a virtual streamer?" Yoyu considered this again, but shook her head. "Those might not be what I aspire to. I feel that none of these would provide meaning to my life." Qijing fell silent, struggling to find an answer. Some things can only be understood by oneself. Others cannot comprehend them. Yoyu sank into deep thought, attempting to find something in her life that could serve as a source of meaning. The theme song of the milk tea shop played repeatedly in her mind. She searched her thoughts over and over again, but found nothing. "I don't know what could become my dream," she confessed. Qijing felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this, letting out yet another sigh. He encouraged her again. "Why not think a little more? There must be something you love." Yoyu, feeling that he spoke wisely, made an effort to smile, which was the first smile of the evening. "Though I can't find one right now, thank you. I feel much better." "Really?" Yoyu glanced at him, but upon making eye contact, she quickly looked down, saying, "I genuinely feel much better. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. In the future, I will seek something worthy of being my dream." Hearing this, Qijing's mood lifted instantly. "Go for it, little ghost." Yoyu gave a small affirmative sound. Qijing continued to motivate her. "Until you find your dream, the people in the guild and I will be here for you." Yoyu pondered for a moment before making the first joke of the night. "Will you all disappear when I find my dream?" Qijing laughed heartily. "Of course not. I was just making a metaphor." "I see." Yoyu huffed suddenly, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction with the notion that the guild members would vanish. Qijing was taken aback. Until that moment, he had thought he was merely chatting with a stranger. But that cute, slightly tsunder huff had changed everything. "It's merely a slight bout of melancholy. It seems she has already recovered." Qijing admired himself, grinning widely while sipping his milk tea. Speaking of which, Qijing recalled something important and asked, "Where are you headed now? What about your dorm?" After experiencing numerous emotional ups and downs, Yoyu felt mentally exhausted. "I don't know. I can't change dorms right now, so I will have to make do for the time being." Qijing blinked. "Can you really continue living in such a dorm? Shall I help you think of a solution? Perhaps renting a place off campus?" Qijing brainstormed further, but Yoyu interjected, "Leaving the dorm is quite complicated. It seems there isn't a feasible solution for now, so let's not dwell on it." Qijing felt a bit helpless. "You'll have to face it eventually." Yoyu chose to shrug off the issue. "For now, I don't want to think about it. If I escalate this matter, it might affect my competition." Upon hearing this, Qijing was rendered speechless. No matter how much he tried to comfort Yoyu, he was merely a friend, a mere outsider. "All right, think it over carefully. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I will." Thank you. Concluded her response with a sigh and continued. Qi Jing tilted his head and asked, Are you all right staying out overnight? Do you have your ID with you? Felt there was something peculiar about this question, yet upon reflection, she realized it was simply a matter of concern for her safety as a girl alone in a hotel. Thus, she replied, Yes, I have it. No problem. With a clap of his hands, Qi Jing restarted the car, declaring, Let's go. I'll take you to the internet CF. Ah, exclaimed. Chapter 16. First, let us go online. Is there an internet CAF nearby? The enthusiastic companion inquired. Should we play games now? At that moment, felt somewhat dazed. I don't know. I've never been to an internet CAF before. Oh, let me check, he said, flipping through his navigation app, while continued to daydream. Although she was uncertain how the conversation had transitioned to gaming, she contemplated the prospect of playing games all night long, which seemed delightful. Originally, she had intended to find a hotel to stay the night. That was what he had unintentionally reminded her. It seemed quite challenging to book a hotel that day, especially at this hour. Thus, opting to game in an internet CAF turned out to be the most sensible decision. Without him, she might not have arrived at such a conclusion. Got it, he said, driving away. Not long after, having just passed a traffic light, he parked the car by the roadside. Still processing the situation, gazed at the nearby Aiya Esports No. 2 store in confusion. He grabbed his phone and wallet, opened the car door, and said, Let us go. Following closely behind, she remained perplexed, classically questioning herself. What exactly had transpired? Who am I? Where am I? Why is he beside me? Insisting on taking me to an internet CAF to play games? Suddenly, his silhouette halted as he glanced at the 24-hour convenience store beside the internet CAF and asked, Shall he buy some drinks? The prices at the CAF are steep. Oh, by the way, have you eaten dinner yet? Sensed the concern in his words. I should at least treat him to something. Consequently, she responded, Sure. This was the answer to his first question. Hearing this, he continued toward the convenience store, replying, Then let us order takeout later. I'm craving pizza. All right, obediently agreed. They entered the convenience store and selected their beverages. When intended to pay, he swiftly placed his payment code on the register before she could. With drinks in hand, they headed to the internet CAF. Having never been there before, felt a bit lost, merely following in his wake. After what seemed like a brief negotiation with a striking female staff member, he procured a membership for the CAF and topped up 50 yuan for internet fees, casually handing over a 100 yuan bill while retrieving his ID. Thus, after a series of actions on S part, she found herself with no opportunity to settle the bill, as he insisted they pay together. Ultimately, he guided her to a corner of the CAF, where he set up the computer, ordered takeout, and inquired what type of pizza she wanted. Said, Let me choose. His flippant remark left her momentarily speechless. I am not going to eat the soft rice of a student. A mixture of warmth and frustration surged within, but for now, she could only swallow her indignation and operate the computer. The first task upon arriving at the internet CAF was to log into the computer version of Balabala. Her sudden departure had caused quite a stir among her guildmates. In the chat interface of the Lazy Run Alliance, messages flooded in. Kaka, where are you? Kaka, why did you disappear after saying just one thing? Dian Lao. She should be resolving issues with Yugong. What on earth happened? The group was abuzz with questions, and the person sitting next to her was the cause of this commotion. Unable to connect the dots in the group chat, scrolled back and discovered that half an hour prior, her companion had stated, I found her. She's fine. Reflecting on the recent events, pieced together the narrative. Clearly, when he had come looking for her, he had shared her situation with the guild. Upon locating her, he had casually reassured everyone in the chat, though his nonchalant tone led many to inquire further. Hey, did you all miss me that much after just a brief absence? A light smile graced the girl's face as she typed. At that moment, her companion, having logged into Balabala, leaned closer, inspecting his chat window before glancing at her, whose face was buried in her hands. After a couple of exchanges, he emitted a peculiar sound. Though unable to decipher the meaning behind this sound, sensed an unmistakable hint of mockery. Her ears and cheeks flushed crimson. Instinctively, she reacted as if fleeing from embarrassment in reality, pressing her hand against the screen and murmuring, Don T, look. Yeah, he repeated the sound, pointing at his chat box and teasing. What is the difference between looking at yours and mine? Logically, there was no difference, but from a perspective of shame, there was certainly one. Flustered, urged, "Look at your own." He chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Past is past, present is present. The roles have reversed. And you've made it clear how infuriating you are. The great queen actually blushes when someone looks at her chat? How adorable. Should I sing Conquer for you in the CAF? In reality, he possessed a remarkable resilience to embarrassment, while did not. With her flushed face buried deeper, she retorted, "Go away." It was a feeble insult, imbued with an innocent sense of playfulness. Ha ha ha. It seemed he had achieved his goal, laughing heartily, but fortunately, he refrained from teasing her further and smoothly departed. "I am off to the restroom. You should explain yourself to everyone in the group. They're quite worried about you." Chapter 17. Aiya's dog nodded in response, watching him leave while touching her slightly heated face. She understood the necessity of explaining the situation to everyone. "Apologies for causing you all trouble. I'm sorry for scaring everyone. Please rest assured. I just had a minor incident." "Kaka, what kind of incident did you encounter? You scared us to death. Didn't I tell you?" "You gong no." He suddenly asked which city you were in, then said you were in trouble and vanished. "It's nothing serious. It's just my recurring stomach issue. At that time, I had taken some medication and felt much better. I thought I would be fine, but unexpectedly, it flared up again during a raid. Then he suddenly rushed over to me. Phone. So that's what happened. Phone. Where are you now? In a hospital?" As followed the conversation, she suddenly realized that one lie required countless others to maintain. Why she had told the first lie was to preserve her persona as a cheerful individual who shouldn't be bullied. "I've just left the hospital. I'm currently at an internet CAF. Phone. Huh? Why the internet CAF? Phone. You should be resting well right now. I want to play games. I'm completely healed now. There is nothing wrong with me. Phone. Just because it doesn't hurt doesn't mean you're healed." At this moment, the man in the restroom sneezed, sensed the conversation taking a turn for the worse. If it continued, she feared she might lose even this sanctuary of the internet. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "No one can stop me from playing games, but my dog, he wouldn't listen to you." Kaka, with that, glanced at Qi Jing's position, where his phone lay on the table. Upon realizing that he had likely left his phone behind in a moment of haste, Yu tilted her head slightly, and a mischievous thought flickered through her mind. How deserved? What was that all about? It was evident he was merely toying with me. Do not underestimate me. I possess a grudge that could be avenged on the spot. Yu shifted her gaming chair, reached for his keyboard, and clicked on the conversation window of the Fun People Alliance on his desktop. The girl swiftly typed a line of text, stealing furtive glances towards the restroom, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. How exhilarating. Imagining the reactions of those in the guild, she nestled into her plush gaming chair, bursting into laughter. As if this were not amusing enough, she opened a search application and uploaded a video to the group chat. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow emerging from the restroom. Yu, startled, immediately shut down his computer. However, the trembling of her back betrayed her inner turmoil. Qi Jing stepped out of the restroom and was greeted by the sight of the girl sitting upright before the computer. A slight turn revealed his computer shutting down. What was happening? To be frank, when he exited the restroom, it seemed he had noticed Yu fiddling with something on his computer. Hearing his inquiry, the girl replied in a quivering voice, "Your computer blue-screened, so I restarted it for you." "Is that so?" Qi Jing didn't give it much thought. Blue screens in an internet CAF were hardly uncommon. "Thanks." The moment those words left his lips, the girl beside him immediately hunched over the computer, trembling. Qi Jing was taken aback. "What is wrong with you?" Nothing. Yu stammered, forcing herself to contain her reaction, the sound from her throat peculiar. Huh? Qi Jing felt something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. During the computer's reboot, he casually glanced at his phone. What met his eyes was a message. "Kaka, I've looked down upon you my entire life." Huh? Qi Jing felt utterly perplexed. Scrolling back, he found a previous conversation. "My queen, I am your most loyal dog. Please allow me to offer you all my filthy possessions." Woof. Further down was an uploaded video, showcasing a husky barking frantically at the door, occasionally scratching the ground, exuding a certain wisdom. When did I ever say such a thing? Qi Jing felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as if his memory had been compromised. Wait a moment? Compromised? Haha cough. This little creature's essence bears no relation to this seemingly obedient facade. The thought that he had just thanked her made him chuckle. Thank you for what? Qi Jing seized her head with a firm grip. You certainly have some audacity. Here I am, sitting right next to you, and you dare to be so brazen. Chapter 18. Silence and Breaking Points. Whoa, you deserve it. Yu, caught in his grasp, remained defiant. She struggled to maneuver her small claws, attempting to cushion Qi Jing's hand beneath her own to shield her curls from his assault. Of course, this was futile. Qi Jing was on the verge of turning her hair into a fluffy cloud. The accumulated static would soon manifest as a dazzling spark. Speak, little imp. Is your only trick to cause mischief from behind? Come and face me. Qi Jing, underestimating Yu, continued to unleash his playful torment. Yet, every poke seemed to land on cotton. She merely lay on the table, allowing him to ruffle her hair, offering only token resistance, emitting a few muffled sounds. This left Qi Jing quite dissatisfied. Such a physical victory fell hollow, as the damage inflicted was minimal. He could not strike her. Only a victory of the mind could provide the satisfaction of revenge, yet she remained silent. After a brief period of relentless ruffling, Qi Jing chose to relent. Continuing this was pointless. He pursed his lips in resignation and muttered, "Just wait. What do you do to me?" This truly left Qi Jing at a loss for words. He fumbled for a moment and managed only to threaten, "Once the internet CAF is empty, I'll give you a proper spanking." You only know how to issue threats, old man. When the place is empty, if you don't dare to hit me, I will look down upon you. Qi Jing logged into the chat while retorting, "Fine. As long as you don't scream, we'll see if I hit you or not. A strange old man wants to hit me. Can I not scream? Before you strike, you should be ready to be taken to the police station for some tea." Qi Jing fell silent. He quietly opened the Fun People Alliance chat window, preparing to clear his name from the earlier incident. Just now, the little imp secretly used my computer to send. This sentence was nearly finished when, in a flash, the little imp leaned sideways, typing a 4 on his keyboard, abruptly closing the chat window. Qi Jing was momentarily stunned, tilting his head to look at her. She quickly turned away, grabbing a handful of hair to cover her face, stating, "I lost." Qi Jing was even more bewildered. "What do you mean lost?" Yu replied, "In any case, I lost." Qi Jing pondered for a moment and understood she meant she had lost the earlier verbal confrontation, leaving him speechless despite his seemingly imposing threats. Hence, she claimed defeat. Qi Jing, at a loss for words, replied, "So what if I lost?" Yu retorted, "If you lose, you can't clear your name." Qi Jing, both speechless and resigned, replied, "It seems we never started any competition, nor was there any wager, right?" Yu, in a teasing tone, desecrated that sacred voice. "How boring, old man. You can't out-talk me. If you want to say something in the chat, go ahead. I won't stop you anymore, you pitiful creature trying to distort reality." Qi Jing truly fell into a state of silence, feeling utterly defeated. After a prolonged pause, he managed to articulate a single, clear word: grass. With that, he disregarded the giggles from the girl beside him and the peculiar phrases he had uttered on the screen, pretending as if nothing had occurred, and began perusing other chat records. Soon, Qi Jing understood the origin of those statements and the context behind them. He turned to ask why lie. Their conversation had transitioned from playful banter to earnestness with remarkable swiftness. Yu paused, glancing down at the floor. A barely audible voice emerged. Almost like a whisper, "I don't want everyone to know." This statement felt almost pointless, prompting Qi Jing to inquire further. "Why?" Yu replied, "I don't want to ruin the image everyone has of me. I certainly don't want to be seen as pitiable." Qi Jing fell silent once more. What does this signify? Is it pride? A desire to maintain an image? A reluctance to merge the real with the virtual? Qi Jing could not comprehend, but chose to respect the little imp's decision. Today was a day of total collapse for his persona. He not only failed to redeem himself, but rather painted himself as a fool. "Kaka, let us leave the internet CAF." The little imp insisted on playing for a while longer, so I can only accompany her. "Crazy. It will be too late once issues arise. I'm really fine. By the way, how is your raid strategy going?" "Kaka, tonight's salary of 423 gold has already been sent to you." Yu unconsciously gaped, hastily typing, "You can skip sending that salary to me. I know it was practically just AFK the entire time. I'm so sorry." It was my influence that affected tonight's raid, wasting everyone's time. Use my salary to compensate for everyone's potion losses. I still have 500 gold in my backpack. Please treat everyone to potions for the next raid. Crazy, it's okay. Everyone gets sick sometimes. It's not your fault. Don't feel guilty. Fishbowl, indeed. Fox, indeed. A string of affirmations quickly followed. However, the newly appointed leader, Kaka, expressed his sentiments. Kaka, I won't make excuses any longer. Thank you, Mao Mao, for your sponsorship. Note, the avatar is a cat. Upon hearing this, Yu felt somewhat relieved. Yet, Kaka soon sent a private message. Kaka, I can cover the cost of those potions. I worry that someone in the team might be dissatisfied, so let's consider it your treat. Kaka, please don't. This is my oversight. You shouldn't bear the cost. Kaka replied, as the new leader, it is my duty to care for the team members. In any case, I wish you a swift recovery. Mao, this is all I can do. Kaka added, I must now shoulder the blame. The onlooker couldn't help but click his tongue. Kaka is truly a good person. Yu, feeling moved, remained silent for a moment before echoing, indeed, everyone is wonderful, observing the lively atmosphere returning to the Laughter Alliance chat group. Chapter 19, Valentine's Day Battle, Part 1. By the way, did my weapon drop just now? If it did, I'll make the little ghost bow down and apologize. The newly appointed leader, who is also the second generation of the Alliance, stated. Kaka replied, no, only a sword and 2 sets of leather armor dropped. Fox remarked, Kaka's luck is truly remarkable. The often derided druid lamented, if only old Shinyu could touch it, he would only end up with a druid's staff. Starry Sky reminisced, I missed the first day of old Shinyu. He continued, by the way, are you experiencing a split personality? Just a moment ago, you claimed to be the little ghost dog? Choosing to selectively ignore some topics, Qi Jing inquired, are you all still playing? Kaka responded, no, after you left. We wrapped up the equipment and disbanded. It's impossible to find strong wild men on a Tuesday. Qi Jing considered this and agreed, that makes sense. What about our plans? Should we clear it on the weekend? Kaka replied, that seems to be the only option. Are you free Friday night? Yes, me too. Kaka concluded, then let us battle again on Friday night. We won gather wild men. Sounds good, Qi Jing readily agreed. However, he soon felt something was amiss. They had previously struggled to gather people on Fridays. Will everyone be able to come? Kaka assured, yes, after you left, I checked, and everyone can join. Oh, who was it that couldn't log on before? Kaka replied, I forgot. It might have been old Shinyu. He had a gym session with a personal trainer on Fridays. Is he really going to the gym? Kaka responded, just look at old Shinyu's updates. Qi Jing quietly took out his phone and opened the guild leader's profile. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo of the square-faced old Shinyu with a girl who, at first glance, wasn't particularly attractive but had a certain enduring charm, captioned, Fate is indeed wonderful. It seemed the guild leader's matchmaking was quite successful. After over 30 years of being single, he had finally found a partner. Undeniably, the personal training sessions had proven effective. After losing weight, old Shinyu's square face appeared more masculine and less angular, and he looked quite dashing in his black coat. Beside him, Yu zoomed in on the photo and, after a moment, remarked, wow, I never expected old Shinyu to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Kaka replied, indeed. The atmosphere in the group had returned to normal. As Qi Jing engaged in casual conversation, he asked Yu, since we're saving the team dungeon for Friday, what shall we do in the meantime? Anything is fine. Yu typed rapidly on the keyboard, interjecting with a quick OK. During the login process for Aiya Battle Chronicle, Qi Jing continued his own rapid-fire chatting. With such a beautiful girlfriend, it's no wonder old Shinyu hasn't been active in the group all day. He must be incredibly busy. Kaka confirmed, indeed. He should be reaching the most crucial stage of his relationship now. Suddenly, recalling something strange, Qi Jing remembered the fully booked hotel interface he had just seen. Unable to resist teasing, he asked, do you think he didn't expect the matchmaking to go so smoothly? Kaka replied, it's possible. Qi Jing found this notion plausible. He couldn't quite envision his naive former guild leader being so open. Indeed, Yu, smiling, joined the topic in line with old Shinyu's style. He might even invite that sister to a gaming cafe. Who knows, we might end up with an additional vice leader. Kaka agreed, certainly. Qi Jing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the screen. It appeared fine, Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was subtly off. Tilting his head to glance at the little ghost, he noted that her expression remained normal. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Fox exclaimed, "I can't believe old Xinyu is no longer single. I really want to be in a relationship," Fish Tank added. "What is so fun about dating? Come help me clear a 5-man dungeon. I want to get a ring." Kaka retorted, "I'm not playing. I completed my 5-man dungeon long ago, unless you are willing to pay me 100 gold to be your carry." Fish Tank replied, "Kaka, is our relationship something that can be measured in money?" Kaka shot back, 75 gold, not a penny less. The topics in the group flowed seamlessly. Qijing selected his character and entered the game. With the dungeon already completed, his character appeared at the entrance of the Golden Tree Assault. Yoyu's diminutive cat-eared priest also gradually materialized nearby. Qijing ceased chatting, focusing on his tasks as he maneuvered his character to attack and kick the cat-eared priest. Glancing sideways, he noticed she was still engaged in chatting. Unable to help himself, he urged, "Stop chatting and finish the quest already." Suddenly, she shot a glare at the chat interface and muttered a curse under her breath. Qijing, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Yoyu, still staring blankly ahead, replied, "I don't know, just look at the group." Qijing complied. Old Xinyu's message read, "Brothers, log on quickly. I'm being corpse camped with a newcomer in Thunder Basin." What? Qijing was taken aback. Before he could even formulate a question, the group chat erupted with inquiries. Fish Tank, Fox, Wind, Kaka, why are you being corpse camped? Kaka, who is this newcomer? Old Xinyu explained, "It's a long story, but I'll keep it brief. My date also enjoys gaming. So, I tried to introduce her to this game. And then you took her to the gaming cafe?" Old Xinyu clarified, "No. I dropped her off at her building, and she invited me up to her apartment. We ended up chatting about the game I was playing. Then, just now, she expressed interest in trying it out. It turns out she has a laptop and a desktop with a 4090. Qijing scratched his head in disbelief. He found the scenario too fantastical. What kind of woman has a 4090 at home? Is she an angel? Does such a woman truly exist? Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the little ghost beside him and suddenly felt at ease. If she had money, she wouldn't splurge on a handbag worth 20,000. She would invest in a 4090 instead. Moreover, such a girl would likely marry late, and coincidentally, old Xinyu had met someone like her through matchmaking. Upon reflection, it seemed oddly reasonable. Did you save the world in your past life? To find a girlfriend with a 4090? Can you let her introduce me? Qijing observed the little ghost's statement with a sense of familiarity. Kaka exclaimed, "This is absurd. A 4090. Qijing felt that it was precisely the quirks of everyone that allowed them to come together. Lao Xianyu, the focus is not on the 4090. Kaka, oh, Rikit. You have been camped. Lao Xianyu, indeed. Lao Xianyu, please save us. Lei Ting, Bindi. Hurry. Kaka, on my way. Huli, I just played one game of chess and immediately quit. Huli, let's protect Lao Xianyu's love. I'm joining too, for the 4090. Kaka, for the old president's 4090. Qijing decided to join the fray as well. Chapter 20, Valentine's Day Battle, Part 2. Let us go, Xiao Gui. We're off to fight, Qijing said. Unlike the lively chatter in the guild channel, Yu quietly replied. The chat box in the game notified the arrival of each guild member. The bustle of the mobile group chat shifted to the guild chat as the friends list lit up. Chozhang coordinates? How many are there on the other side? Lao Xianyu, Lei Ting Pendi, 102 for 768. Lao Xianyu, 5. Chozhang, on my way. Feng, invite me. Kaka, invite me. Qijing, eager to join the fun, chimed in. Xiao Gui, who was even more enthusiastic, sent a flurry of messages. Invite me, invite me, invite me. Shortly after, an invitation from Lao Xianyu arrived. Qijing joined the team, bringing their total to 10. The team leader, Lao Xianyu, now had a health bar that indicated death, alongside a level 5 female player named Xiao Xianyu, who was also in a state of demise. This was evidently Lao Xianyu's high-performance girlfriend, the 4090. Upon joining the team, Qijing saw Lao Xianyu flooding the channel with tearful emojis and frantically typing. Lao Xianyu, hurry and come to rescue us. Kaka, old fool, we'll be there soon. You and the president's wife find a comfortable spot to lie down. Lao Xianyu, the ground is so cold. Lao Xianyu, crying, Xiao Xianyu, knocking head, Xiao Xianyu, Don't trouble everyone. Xiao Xianyu. We just need to log off. They shouldn't camp us indefinitely. While it was true, as the president's wife said, that they could simply log off to avoid danger, they would not heed her advice. The excitement drew them in, and even if they were told not to join, they would still force their way in. For the old president's 4,090. Charge. Kaka. Charge. For the 4,090. Xiao Xianyu, laughing and crying. Even if we get camped, I will ensure the 4090 is played by Lao Xianyu. Feng Feng. Tsk, tsk. Feng Feng. For the dog food. Charge. Charge. Qi Jing maneuvered his red helm out, racing to the flying point in the siege camp. At that moment, he stood there, selecting the flight route. Where's Lei Ting Pen Di? How we get there? Yu suddenly inquired. First, take the boat from Baoyu Gang to the Western Prairie, then fly to the bottom right of the map. Qi Jing recalled the location of this low-level area. Okay, they selected the port, paid a silver coin and several copper coins to the Wyvern administrator, and dismounted their mounts to board the rented dragon soaring into the sky. The flight path was predetermined. All they had to do was release their hand from the keyboard and wait. During this time, they simultaneously opened Aiya music, scanned their accounts with their phones, and played their respective battle songs. Qi Jing asked while switching equipment, "Did you bring your gear?" Yu shouted, "No, the priest's gear changes are too numerous. I can't carry them all." Qi Jing, "Let us grab the gear from the port warehouse later. I'll wait for you." Yu replied, "All right." They were still quite far from Lei Ting Pen Di. Meanwhile, some of the brothers who were closer were nearing their destination, and some players eager for a brawl were enthusiastically discussing in the guild channel. Feng Feng, Chou Zhang, and I are almost to the flying point. Feng Feng, shall we pick a spot to gather? Yu Jiang Bailan, I'm almost there too. I'll wait at the flying point. Yu Jiang Bailan, let's charge together. Huli, I happen to be nearby mining. Wait for me too. Feng Feng, all right, we'll wait for you all to arrive. Then we'll set off to annihilate that small team. Lao Xianyu, 3 knights, 2 commanders. Feng Feng, no problem. Feng Feng, watch me and Chou Zhang beat them up. Lin, if you can't handle it, call me. I'm currently in a dungeon. Feng Feng, we probably one team need you. Yu Jiang Bailan, I've arrived. Feng Feng, follow me. The battle was about to commence. While Qi Jing's screen was just descending toward the port. By the time they arrived, would it all be over? Let us check first. If there is nothing, we'll go do our quest. All right, Qi Jing replied. They landed on the Golden Coast City, bathed in sunset, and hurried towards the city's bank administrator. During their gear adjustment and the 5-minute wait for the next ferry at the port, the advanced team of the Luziran Alliance had already arrived at Lei Ting Pen Di. A rogue in a black demonic horse and the magic cloak stood on the green prairie with Chou Zhang, now clad in a black leather outfit threaded with golden silk. The dagger in hand was also of black gold material, inscribed with the insignia of the Human Alliance Marshal. They wore the strongest equipment of the current version. Following closely were Yu Jiang Bailan, riding a white horse, adorned in ice blue with silver threads, and the guild's blacksmith, swordman Hu Li, rushing in from the tunnel wielding dual daggers. Once the 4 gathered, they sped directly to Lao Xianyu's corpse location. Mounted on swift steeds, they darted across the prairie and soon reached the center of Lei Ting Pen Di. The terrain here can simply be described as a vast grassland with a large pit in its center. On either side of the pit were gentle slopes connecting it, with some lizard men tainted by golden trees in the middle. The lizard man leader, merely an 8-level monster, was easily defeated by these max-level players with a mere poke. Clad in a robe, Lao Xianyu lay dead beside the lizard man leader's tent, alongside a female player in a coarse white garment. The rescue advance team of the Luziran Alliance stood above the basin, observing the camping team below. Noticing a character with striking red hair and eyes, they instinctively checked the information. Haoyan, Du Mage, Fire Specialization. Upon seeing the guild to which the opponent belonged, they immediately began to whisper among themselves. Feng Feng, TSK. TSK, quite the presence. Feng Feng, this guy must be an official from Du, right? A brief recap. That team was the fastest dungeon clearing team on this server. They then checked the other members standing beside the short female druid. My cat Claw is elegant, Du. The other 3 players also bore the guild name Du. Chou Zhang. All members of Du Chou Zhang. How do we encounter them? Yu Jiang Bailan. Who cares? They dare to camp our president. Let us wipe them out. Huli, Sounds reasonable. Feng Feng, let us strike. In the basin, the red-haired mage, bored from camping, remarked, "Why aren't they reviving yet?" Beside him, a lowly druid, in a cheerful mood, hummed. The fire mage named Hao Yin clicked his tongue. "All right, let us go run a 5-man dungeon." The members of Doom mounted their steeds and galloped away from the basin. Halfway through, the mage named Hao Yin suddenly shook his head and froze in place, a dizzy status floating above his head. Chapter 21, Valentine's Day Battle, Part 3. There's a rogue. Hao Yin, a member of Do, shouted in the team voice chat. Such an inexplicable dizziness could only be the work of a rogue. "Let us camp them all," the teammates echoed. One remaining archer player shot a bright flare in the direction of Hao Yin. The effect of this skill allows nearby stealth players to reveal themselves. However, at the moment the flames erupted, there were no rogue players near Hao Yin, as if he had fainted due to anemia. "Where's everyone?" The archer thought it strange. In the next moment, he felt a chill behind him. From the shadows emerged 2 pairs of eyes, sinister from years of guarding the corpse. With a swift thrust, for daggers pierced the archer's body, infusing him with shadow energy. Shadow backstab / throat cut. He was unable to react in time to use his escape skill, and his health bar plummeted. "I'm here," he exclaimed only after his demise. How foolish, not even leaving traps beneath his feet. Though traps would have led to his downfall as well. After the fight commenced, the magical cloak and Cho Chang both lamented the swift defeat of a seemingly weak archer. The 2 visible rogues instantly became targets for Do's team. The heavily armored warrior, having just arrived beside the mage, dismounted, brandishing a massive shield that radiated a metallic sheen. In the next moment, he thundered towards them like a raging bull, stirring up dust and gravel at an astonishing speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the armored warrior swung his shield, delivering a crushing blow to Feng Feng's head, distorting the air and rendering him dizzy. Without pause, he stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack, ensnaring the 2 rogues in a 30 slow state. Those caught in control could not escape a beating. Seeing the enemy mage casting a fast-burning skill, the opposing swordsman, wielding a long sword, advanced with agile steps. Meanwhile, the lurking cheetah druid was likely preparing to strike from a distance. Unfazed, Feng Feng used the purifying skill of his equipment to break free from control, dropping a smoke bomb at his feet to vanish into the shadows once more. Cho Chang exhibited great patience, driving a dagger into the armored warrior's eye, rendering him dizzy, then activating his speed skill to leap away from their ranged attacks. The enemy swordsman gave chase. The armored warrior did not pursue further, but waited in a suitable range for Feng Feng to emerge from the shadows. At this moment, the enemy was in the light while they remained hidden. Now, tear their formation apart. The swordsman, Fox, leaped down from a height, dual blades in hand. He spun like a whirlwind, targeting the fire mage with no casting target. "Little fragile, die for me." At that moment, a flicker appeared on the high ground, as the ice mage from the Fawn Alliance emerged beside him, wielding a staff that unleashed a blast of cold air, slowing him to a crawl. The ice mage retreated a few steps, creating some distance before beginning to cast his freezing spell. He was casting with unabashed confidence. "I love walking dogs." As the saying goes, mages defeat warriors, fathers conquer sons. Faced with the mightiest ice mage, the warrior could only glare helplessly. The old fox pursuing Hao Yin found facing the mage less daunting, partly due to his decent mobility as a swordsman, and partly because the opponent was a fire mage. Boom! A ring of fire erupted around Hao Yin, sending the old fox flying. The old fox, far from panicking, grinned maliciously. "What life-saving skills do you have left?" However, when his screen flashed red and he glimpsed his dwindling health bar, he was startled. What absurd damage! Why does this fire mage hurt so much? Although it was painful, he was quite fragile. With 2 daggers, Feng Feng dealt a significant blow to the fire mage named Hao Yin. Just then, the stealthy cheetah druid revealed himself, claw raised, striking Feng Feng in the back, inflicting a bleeding state. This was swiftly followed by a series of combos. The battlefield had transformed into a 2-on-2, but as the old fox consumed a health potion and charged back in, he swiftly dispatched the dangerously high-damage Little Fragile, reverting the scenario to a 2-on-1. The ghostly old salted fish witnessed this and immediately revived. The old fool entered the fray, casting spells, tilting the odds to 3 against 1. By this point, the battle held no suspense. The fish tank kept the warrior under control, while Cho Chang engaged in close combat with the swordsman. After the 3-on-1 victory over the lowly druid, they turned to finish off the remaining players. Du's team was completely wiped out. Only the level 5 high-performance guild leader's wife saw this and revived. The battle concluded successfully. Fong Fong boasted in the guild channel, "Victory! The old salted fish. Thanks, brothers." The guild leader's wife also expressed her gratitude. "Little fresh fish. Thank you all for helping us out." Little fresh fish. Laughing, Fox. "No need to be polite." Fox. "Old salted fish. Hurry and take little fresh fish away." Old salted fish, "Sure." Fong Fong. "Should we guard them one more time?" Little fresh fish. "No more fighting. It's already been troublesome for everyone." Little fresh fish. "I truly apologize for tonight." Little fresh fish. "Our salted fish is too competitive." Fong Fong. "Winning earns us a bite of dog food." Old salted fish. "Thanks, brothers." Old salted fish. "They are from Du's team, so let's refrain from fighting." Old salted fish. "In this server, we often see each other. It's better to leave some leeway." Fong Fong. "All right." Old salted fish. While leveling with little fresh fish, I had a conflict with another character over monster competition. Old salted fish. "I didn't know she was from Du's team." "Oh, right. It was that seemingly refined druid called Cat Claw." Fong Fong. "I see. Truly an endless cycle of vengeance." At this moment, other members of the guild chimed in. "Kaka, is it over already?" "Kaka, I haven't arrived yet." Fai Long and Yu Yue exchanged glances and spoke. "What should we do now?" Qi Jing. "All right, let's head to the city near Thunder Basin." The chat here gradually calmed, while another guild's conversation was lively. "Hao Yin, hurry to Thunder Basin. I and Siwen are being killed here." "Xiaolon, huh? Hao Yin, weren't you supposed to form a team to rescue Siwen?" "Hao Yin, we killed him once." Then they summoned a team with 2 martial rogues. "We were overwhelmed and ended up being counter-killed." "Hui, I see. Hui." Hao Yin lies still on the ground. "I'm on my way." "Xiaolon, I'll retreat from the battlefield right now. Wait for me." "Do, huh? They're fighting?" "Do. Just when I have nothing to do. I'll bring people over. Send me the coordinates." Hao Yin. 102-8758. "My cat claw is very refined. They seem to have left." "Do. Keep them there." "Do. Dare to touch our guild's little couple." "Do. Tonight, we'll teach them a lesson." Hao Yin. "Who is this brainless woman's partner?" "My cat claw is very refined." "I am." Hao Yin. "Archer, revive first. Keep that couple from the other side detained." Thus, while the old salted fish cheerfully escorted little fresh fish away in the grasslands, a red mark suddenly appeared above his head. Chapter 22. Valentine's Day Battle 4. An Archer. As the old salted fish contemplated ending the farce and departing this place of disputes, he froze. The effect of the red mark indicated the player would receive increased ranged physical damage. This was a skill unique to archers, signaling that an archer aimed to eliminate him. Almost instinctively, the old salted fish cast a magical shield upon himself. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows flew towards him. The arrow struck against the magical shield, producing a resonant ding without drawing a single drop of blood. The defenses remained intact. However, 2 arrows were loosed. With a sickening thud, the elegant figure beside him, the young beauty, was pierced through the chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The old fish's defenses shattered. What kind of beast is this? The answer to this predicament was quite straightforward and easily surmised. The beast referred to was none other than the first casualty of their recently vanquished squad. The archer stood not far away, locked in a fierce gaze with the old fish, his recently acquired girlfriend now slain. The old fish slammed his hand on the desk adorned with a 4090, startling the young fish, who was engrossed in his laptop in the living room. To fail to protect even his girlfriend in such a brief span was utterly ludicrous. He seized his keyboard, commanding his formidable mage to blink forward and unleash arcane spells upon the archer. "With this strike, I shall obliterate you." The arcane radiance, a mysterious purple glow, detonated against the archer's torso, depleting a significant portion of his health bar. The archer, though not particularly well equipped or skilled, was no fool, unwilling to merely serve as fodder. Sensing the old fish's urgency, the agile archer swiftly retreated, leaping 10 meters away, then bolted. "Don't go." The old fish bellowed, mounting his steed and giving chase. The archer, riding a cheetah, dashed back into the basin, with the old fish in pursuit. Halfway through, he noticed several beams of white light erupting from the basin's depths. The squad of the first guild that had just thoroughly trounced him was resurrecting at the bottom. The once fierce old fish now faced 5 pairs of eyes glaring at him. His earlier bravado intensified, and he began to furiously type a lengthy combo on his keyboard. With a powerful move unleashed, he turned to flee, while the resurrected squad transformed into phantoms, swiftly mounting their steeds to pursue the old fish. The duo of the corpse-guarding rogue and the old fox, along with the cunning old trickster, converged from all directions, shouting, "For the 4090!" Despite being the captain of the team, the fire mage, though capable of immense damage, was incredibly fragile. A single strike could incapacitate him, prompting an immediate command, retreat. Thus, those who had been in hot pursuit abruptly reversed course and began to flee. In this tug-of-war, aside from the 4090, it could be said that no one perished. The objective of the resurrected squad was achieved. They merely aimed to delay this team, not to annihilate them. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as the squad had envisioned. As previously mentioned, the formidable frontline forces of the Fun Squad were converging from all directions. Indeed, the mage, Yu Gang, clad in white and blue, intercepted their retreat on his white steed. As a fragile character, he exhibited no fear, dismounting and vanishing in a flicker of magical starlight, teleporting into the enemy ranks. A chilling wind surged beneath him, brewing for a moment before erupting into a frost ring that sent the resurrected squad tumbling from their mounts and immobilized. Having completed his control, this small fragile mage found himself surrounded by melee combatants, akin to sheep entering a den of wolves. The heavily armored warrior, who had just been toying with Yu Gang, swung his shield, landing a devastating blow to his face, stunning him. Should Yu Gang be struck with a barrage of attacks, he would undoubtedly perish. Fortunately, the Frost Mage possessed a potent and classic life-saving skill. Still dazed, Yu Gang's body was enveloped in a massive block of ice. This ice absorbed all damage, rendering the strikes from swords and blades completely ineffective. The Frost Mage's signature technique, Ice Barrier, rendered him immobile and unable to cast spells, but granted him a high-priority invincibility status for 5 seconds. Players had no means to eliminate a mage hidden within an icy sanctuary. In the meantime, the Fun Squad had arrived. The rogues slipped into the shadows, while the swordsmen advanced with precision. The old fish conjured arcane energy. Their primary target remained the exceedingly high-damage fire mage, though the old fish's focus was solely on that accursed archer. This time, the enemy formation remained intact. The archer released flares and stun traps, while the armored warrior formed a shield wall to absorb damage. The petite druid transformed into a great bear, guarding the fire mage. The illumination above rendered the two rogues' forms visible, yet they remained undaunted. Their adversaries, having just revived, were at half health and ripe for a direct assault. The two rogues and one swordsman surged forward, their opponents remaining stationary. As they breached the backline, combat escalated to a fever pitch. The brown bear seized the old fox's tunic with its claws, leaping into the air before crashing down on the grassland, sending dirt flying. Undeterred by the stun trap beneath the fire mage, the two rogues, Fong Fong and Cho Chong, pressed forward to eliminate him. As they approached, the trap detonated in a blinding explosion, rendering them incapable of inflicting any physical harm and leaving them in a state of temporary disorientation. Their countermeasure was to activate their equipment's purification skill, dispelling the control effects. However, just as they sought to continue their assault, the fire mage Aiya blinked out of the encircled area. The moment the enemy executed their movement skill, Cho Chong immediately followed suit, reappearing behind the fire mage. His twin daggers struck mercilessly toward the fire mage's vital areas. All of this was predicated on predicting the enemy's movements. Aware that he would be pursued, Hao Yin unleashed a powerful repulsion fire ring, sending Cho Chong flying far away, dealing substantial damage. Following up with a scorching hand, Hao Yin ignited Cho Chong in a burning state, reducing his health to half. Just as Cho Chong aimed to consume a health potion, the fire mage prepared to unleash his most formidable spell. With a calm demeanor, He prepared to conclude Cho Chang's existence. Suddenly, with a thud, Cho Chang's form vanished beneath a cloud of smoke. Hao Yan's screen flashed a no-target alert, indicating that his previously poised spell had not been cast. Glancing at the screen, he observed the old fish actively engaging the archer and casually released the spell. Boom! At that moment, the old fish, still conjuring magic, bellowed at his wife's killer. With this strike, I shall deliver your demise. The searing molten sphere reflected in the old fish's eyes. As it engulfed him, it unleashed a staggering 5,000 critical damage. That strike obliterated him entirely. Chapter 23, Valentine's Day Battle, Part 5. There was no time to mourn for the old fish. Cho Chang had advanced alone to bait the repulsion fire ring. The rogue, adorned in a magical cloak, awaited this moment. He could not interrupt the instant eruption of molten lava. However, he could extinguish the life of this formidable fire mage. Slipping into the shadows, he emerged behind the fire mage. This bright, sunny boy at the computer wore a confident smile. As the dual daggers were unleashed, the subsequent combo had already been prepared on the keyboard. The silken initiation had barely begun when it decimated half of the fire mage's remaining health. As he twisted his form, his silver hair flowed like a breeze. He transformed into a gust of silver wind, aiming to extinguish the fire mage's last vestiges of life. Feng Feng was already contemplating whom to target next after eliminating the fire mage. A sudden thud echoed. Feng Feng's hand was abruptly intercepted by another arm. Behind the assailant appeared another pair of daggers. The same profession, the same talent, the same actions. A young man with black hair named Hui appeared abruptly behind Feng Feng, without any warning. It was quite unexpected. Feng Feng's hand, which was poised over the keyboard, jolted as his body reacted. He watched as his character's magical cloak suddenly fell into a state of dizziness. In that fleeting moment, he empathized with the ladies he had been guarding. The enemy has reinforcements. Ambushed. All the shadow energy was expended to activate a teleportation skill that accompanied the fire mage. The skills available for counterattack were either at hand or devoid of energy. It's over. I was too reckless and got caught. There was no way to maneuver. The fire mage, who was no longer in danger, grasped his head. The searing flames erupted. Once again, damage far exceeding the current version was unleashed, draining Feng Feng's life force completely. Feng Feng. Just as the shadowy figure of Cho Chang slipped into the shadows, he remained calm and resolute upon witnessing the turn of events. The opposing skills were all void. He aimed to eliminate that fire mage. Utilizing his own stealthy attack skill, he emerged behind the fire mage. Just as his dagger was about to strike, a fist wrapped in a fierce wind and a green shadow surged forth, crashing into his body. Another member of the team, a fighter named Xiaolon, rushed to provide assistance, adopting a stance with his fist poised. With a single punch, he rendered Cho Chang rigid, followed by a leap that struck his arm. And then another punch. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the fish tank, freed from its frozen state, began to conjure a freezing spell. A beam surged towards the fire mage's body. Accompanying his spell was a vibrant green radiance. 10:23, 11:28, not only was there a rogue arriving to assist, but also a healer. The mage in the fish tank adjusted his view slightly and spotted a druid nearby, staring with lifeless eyes. The presence of the enemy's guild leader was bothersome. The healing green aura in his hands gradually faded. With a flick of his robe woven from golden leaves, he transformed into a giant toad covered in thorns. With a solitary croak, a long red tongue spanned the distance, seizing the fish tank and pulling it closer. The toad morphed again into a massive bear adorned with golden leaves, swinging its furious fists to grasp the mage's head, dragging him against the rocky wall of the basin. Rendering him dizzy, once more, he reverted to human form, raising a resplendent golden staff as a radiant full moon ascended above the fish tank. A cascade of silver light poured down, combining with a nearby flame to obliterate his remaining health and frost shield. The screen turned gray. The swordsman, who had been dueling the young druid, soon found himself in the graveyard. The 6 souls exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, they re-entered the guild chat via voice. The fire mage, named Hao Yan, dealt absurd damage, lamented the old salty fish. That rogue named Hui is truly despicable, Feng Feng remarked. The fish tank, also fell by the druid, added, "As guild leaders, why are you all so useless?" Old Salty Fish retorted, "Silence." Finally, the 5 of them exclaimed in unison, "Damn, we're wiped out." The 5 collectively insisted, "It's not our fault. We lost simply because we were outnumbered." After uttering this, the 5 little specters hastily departed, while the young fish sighed and followed suit. To their surprise, there was no one near their corpses, as if the members of the opposing guild had never appeared. The group exchanged glances. Have they left? Fong Fong pondered. Are they lying in ambush somewhere? Shall I resurrect and check? The others agreed. Go ahead. After a brief exploration, they found no danger. However, as he ascended the basin to gain a wider view, he discovered that the opposing group had not wandered far. Come resurrect over here. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly resurrected and gathered. At that moment, they also beheld their enemies. By a small mound adjacent to the only player who had died far away, the officials of Dew were present. At the forefront, the druid with lifeless eyes was organizing cards. The previously mentioned individuals were seated around a mahjong table, arranging tiles. More than just those few were gathered around the mahjong table. New members of Dew were nearby, engaged in a picnic, various titles floating above their heads. Vice President, Captain, Senior Member, counting with their fingers, nearly all of Dew's officials were seated at the mahjong table. It was evident that they had no intention of leaving, clearly intending to guard the corpse of the newcomer. Witnessing this scene, the old salty fish's anger flared. This is too much. They've brought so many to guard a rookie's corpse. What bunch of beasts. Fong Fong sighed softly. What should we do now? Old Salty Fish replied, "Of course, we fight back. I can't hold back any longer. Damn it, we'll see each other again soon." With that, the advance team immediately flooded the guild channel with messages. All members online, quickly come to assist. Today we shall confront Dew in this Thunder Canyon. All members online, quickly come to assist. Today we shall. Messages continued to stream forth. The guild chat, previously calmed, erupted once more. Everyone eagerly joined the voice channel, clamoring with questions. Didn't we just win? What? They summoned even the guild leader after being defeated? All the officials are guarding you? Damn, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Those still en route, or those who had intended to set out but hadn't yet, now rushed forth. The scene shifted to a small town near Thunder Canyon. It was serene there, with some clearing emails by the mailbox. Meanwhile, their true forms were engaged. One of them chewing on a steaming hot pizza, mumbling indistinctly. No wonder so many members of Dew came to the blacksmith's shop to repair equipment. Yu's cheeks were stuffed with pizza, but her long curly hair concealed her face, making it appear as though only her hair was bobbing as she chewed. It seems this incident has escalated. We should go help. With a decisive gulp, the two of them synchronously swallowed the last bite of crust, mounted their steeds, and raced towards the battlefield. Chapter 24. Valentine's Day Battle 6. The scene shifted again. The core officials of Dew, for general seated at the cardinal points, were nonchalantly engaged in the game's minigame, Mahjong. On the chairs and tables lay daggers, fists, staffs, and crutches. The guild leader of Dew, sharing the same name, called out, "Eastwind." Hao Yin suppressed the hand of the next player, attempting to draw a tile, pushed aside his own 2 Eastwind tiles, and claimed the guild leader's Eastwind. "Brother Dew, your timing is impeccable. 3,000. Taking the 3,000. The two exchanged knowing glances and clicked on a beer in their item bar, toasting each other. 3 tiles. After exchanging drinks, they surveyed their surroundings, noticing the advance team and the old guild leader watching them from the basin. Neither side made a move. The area was littered with traps and engineering tools, transformed into a fortress. 4,000. Eat, Hao Yin stated, intending to claim the 4,000. However, that 4,000 was snatched by the rogue named Hui beside him, who interjected, "Don't rush, let me have a go." Hao Yin, seeing this, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Brother Hui is truly cunning. If every guild had a scheming strategist, it would undoubtedly be Hui." Gazing upon the overwhelmingly advantageous battlefield, even with 40,000 lost, Hao Yin felt increasingly invigorated. He smacked his lips and remarked, "Brother Huey's scheme is truly despicable. I cannot believe you will not come to rescue his girlfriend shortly. If he dares to kill me, I shall place you here, leaving you unable to escape." Duji pondered this line for a moment and replied, "Hao Yin, You are making us seem like the villains. The bare-chested fighter, Xiaolon, scrutinized the cards and after a lengthy contemplation, concurred, indeed. The cards circulated around the table. Duji initiated a conversation, speaking of which. Hao Yin responded. Duji turned to the young female players huddled together enjoying hot pot, focusing on the lowly druid, who introduced herself as my cat paw is quite elegant, or simply elegant. She was a pivotal figure in the recent altercation with the old salty fish. What prompted elegant to clash with old salty fish? Hao Yin nonchalantly replied, I do not know. Duji was taken aback. You do not know? In Duji's eyes, Hao Yin was another key player in this incident. He shrugged. I know as much as you do. Elegant suddenly sought help in the group, claiming she was killed, and I rushed over, followed by you. But didn't she say it was due to a monster dispute? Duji nodded, yet upon reflection, he considered that the situation might not be as simple as it appeared. Would Elegant truly engage in a fight over a low-level map monster? Hao Yin pondered and found this reasoning plausible. That woman may lack common sense, but she is quite reasonable. Duji observed the furious old salty fish below the slope, momentarily feeling perplexed. What am I truly fighting for? After all, he personally sought vengeance because old salty fish had just ordered someone to kill him and Elegant. Hao Yin expressed similar confusion, admitting he was unsure of the conflict's origins, suspecting it was not merely about monster disputes. As he contemplated, he furrowed his brow. Damn it. Why do I feel like one of those rich second-generation antagonists in urban novels? Something feels amiss. Do we lack justification? Xiaolon, still focused on the cards, agreed indeed. Unable to remain still, Hao Yin dragged my cat paw is quite elegant into a password-protected mahjong room voice channel. The other party was happily chatting in the main channel, but upon being pulled in, expressed dissatisfaction. Her voice haughty like a golden-haired girl with crossed arms. What do you want? Hao Yin inquired. What led to your conflict with old salty fish? Upon hearing this, she huffed, her tone softening and slightly stammering. I already mentioned he stole my monster, didn't he? Hao Yin, skeptical, asked, is it solely because he took your monster? Elegant, with an air of false superiority, stuttered, why yes, I was just irritated with him. And then what? Hao Yin pressed. I just cursed him, and then he killed me, she muttered, completing her sentence with a whimper. Hao Yin considered that her explosive temper aligned with her character, finding her explanation reasonable. He murmured, if that is the case, they were at fault for stealing the monster. And while cursing is also inappropriate, the physical confrontation was their transgression. Xiaolon, attentively observing the cards, affirmed, indeed. In summary, Hao Yin concluded that he was not in the wrong and addressed Elegant. Very well. I shall help you avenge this grievance. Go chat with them. We need to continue playing cards. Nan Feng. Elegant emitted another inexplicable whine. The four men continued their game, the cards dwindling. Nan Feng. Elegant did not exit the channel. Interjecting during their card-playing moments, who shuffled the cards? They're all clumped together. Obviously, it was the system that shuffled them. Elegant hesitated before suggesting, what if we just let this matter go? Let us not fight them. Hao Yin, puzzled, replied, why? Why should we let it go? I haven't even vented my anger yet. 6 tiles. Duji, hearing this, responded suspiciously, yes, why? At that moment, a loud bang resonated. I knew those 6 tiles would vanish. A piercing whistle echoed through the sky. Hao Yin glanced up to discover that the illumination flares of the Fun Alliance had landed overhead, and upon looking, he found the area swarming with players from the Fun Alliance. As Xiaolon, who had just completed a move, suddenly narrowed her eyes and forcefully pushed the mahjong aside. She exclaimed, damn, I'm about to go berserk. Duji, still mulling over the incident's intricacies, was startled by her outburst. Realizing the enemy's arrival, he reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that overturned the mahjong table, transforming into a massive bear, roaring, let us engage them. Xiaolon, who had been nervously sweating throughout the entire round, twitched, President. Hao Yin grasped his staff and shouted, charge. Xiaolon responded, Brother Hao Yin? Hui directly vanished into the shadows. With a swift punch, Xiaolon sent the debris of the mahjong table flying toward the enemy ranks, declaring, if I continue to play cards with you, I'm a dog. With a single strike, a Northwind player was sent flying. The members of the Hee Guild stood together. Qi Jing and Yu Yu sat at their computers, poised and serious. The leading old salty fish bellowed for the Fun Alliance. The crowd echoed for the Fun Alliance. For 4,090. Charge. As a skilled player, Fong interjected, "Who is in charge? What is the strategy?" The acting leader, Kaka, grinned with sharp teeth and wielded a large sword. "Sprinting faster than anyone else, don't ask." "I have no idea." Fong inquired, "President?" Old Salty Fish declared, "With this strike, I shall obliterate you all." At such moments, Qi Jing and Yu felt particularly normal. Damn. Chapter 25. Valentine's Day Battle 7. The arrow is knocked and cannot be withheld. Everyone charged forth, leaving Qi Jing and Yu without the luxury of contemplation. What else could they do? This was not a strategically rich battlefield with complex terrain, but rather a wild encounter. If one were to discuss tactics, it would likely revolve around maintaining formation. Yu expressed her concerns. "Is this truly all right?" Having experienced several battlefields, Qi Jing casually remarked, "The commanders I met on the battlefield simply shout orders. Push forward. Mages unleash. Warriors hold the line. Essentially, there is not much difference." Yu nodded, "I see." The rest, with any intricate maneuvers, depended on the individual. Kaka, resembling a lively husky, charged to the front lines, shouting, "Let us take them all down." Though he bore a striking resemblance to a husky, he might have been more akin to a rabid dog. In summary, as both forces prepared to clash on this prairie, amidst the basin, the skills glimmered upon the players' bodies, and the enemy's range firepower was locked onto the melee fighters. With iron rods raised, they stepped forward, leaping into the air, many agile classes following suit. Meanwhile, Qi Jing instructed Little Ghost, "Keep an eye on my health." Yu pressed a button, and the cat-eared priest waved her white staff, summoning a golden shield around her. She then began to preemptively cast healing spells. The teammates behind her chanted various spells, while the melee fighters ahead readied their chains of attacks. Kaka had already placed his finger on the berserker's ultimate skill, immune to death. Alchemist potions, mages tri-element spells, archers' arrows, chipped bricks, poison needles, and sand flew through the air. This appeared to be a relatively organized battle, with some semblance of rationality and combat strategy still lingering in their minds. However, as they truly collided, that rationality swiftly evaporated. Boom! Bang! Pow! Damn it! I didn't activate my invincibility. The acting leader Kaka found himself on the ground. "Revive me quickly." "Where did you die?" In a battlefield teeming with approximately 70 to 80 individuals, each warrior appeared insignificant and fragile. The melee combatants engaged in fierce struggles, wielding shields and swords or massive weapons, either attempting to obstruct their foes or break through the lines, colliding and slaughtering with fervor. Alchemists unleashed explosive vials, igniting brilliant flames. The sky rained fire, ice, and arrows, cascading down upon the melee clashes. Seated before the computer in an internet CAF, Qi Jing and Yu's faces lit up as if they had consumed a spark. Almost all melee fighters activated their damage reduction skills. Those who either lacked such skills or failed to activate them quickly found themselves sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the voice of the seasoned gamer reverberated through their headsets, urging, "Push forward and obliterate their backline." Alongside other shouts, "Control this one for me. Is this how you die? What a disgrace. My invincibility failed to activate." Countless flares illuminated the chaotic scene. Amidst the turmoil, rogues found it impossible to stealth, thus throwing themselves into the fray recklessly. As Qi Jing leaped into the backline, he was instantly ensnared by a freezing spell. He swiftly stunned a mage with a brick, only to step onto an engineering landmine that exploded, leaving him dazed and forced to remain idle while Yu healed him. The rogues, lacking their usual dexterity, approached the backline, dealt a portion of damage, exchanged health, and began to bleed, succumbing to crowd control, with the unfortunate dead and the fortunate dragging their cumbersome steps to pursue the agile backline attackers. This time, the charge was short-lived, resembling a meat grinder. With players continuously falling, their numbers dwindling. "We can't keep this up," Yu cautioned. "It's fine," Qi Jing replied, already prepared for his first demise. The opposing faction had laid numerous traps, and their command was superior to theirs, which was to be expected. Suddenly, a fire mage, notorious for his outrageous damage, blinked forward and unleashed a devastating fiery ring amidst the throng of melee fighters. The remaining mages followed suit, with backline spellcasters turning into self-destructive bombers, launching explosive spells into the melee chaos. Boom! Bang! Qi Jing's health plummeted instantly, the screen fading to monochrome. In the sun-drenched grasslands, an array of corpses lay scattered. Within the graveyard, the League of Fun, a group of little specters stared wide-eyed at one another, forming a line to rush into the battlefield. Just moments ago, the seasoned gamer had believed that a simple charge would lead to victory, but realization struck. This approach seemed futile, as their numbers appeared greater than theirs. You just figured that out? Think of a strategy quickly. Wind shouted, burdened with a great sword, running while yelling, "Don't ask, I don't know." "Calm down." Wind urged, "I haven't even activated my ultimate yet. This is urgent." The time taken to respawn was brief, and players who had just perished, including Qi Jing, swiftly returned to the battlefield center. At this moment, Wind offered a reminder to everyone. Although victory is not a concept in the wilderness, if we all die and they stand upon our corpses, we will be obliterated by spells the moment we revive with low health, and that would signify our complete defeat. His concern was valid. Should the battle continue to unfold unfavorably, their entire guild could soon be trapped here. The enemy echoed similar sentiments. The formidable leader, transformed into a massive bear, bellowed, "Take down everyone still standing. Guard their corpses." Chapter 26, Valentine's Day Battle. 8. Wind, feeling that the guild lacked any semblance of normalcy, found himself without resurrection. He was a skilled player, and the current situation demanded his utmost capability to salvage it. He opened a plugin and scrutinized the data. A glance revealed that the damage inflicted in this battle by the enemy's fire mage, Aiya, had already reached a staggering 10 points. He casually checked the bottom line. Kaka. 0 output. This was inconsequential. Wind calmly surveyed the battlefield, soon spotting the flamboyant, red-haired mage. He must be dealt with first. Melee fighters, revive with me. Together we shall eliminate that fire mage. Qi Jing affirmed, "All right, I died close to you." The resurrected Kaka sprang to his feet, bellowing defiantly, "You think you can kill me with that?" Meanwhile, Yu, still standing in the back line, was besieged and managed to cast a shield on Kaka just before succumbing. Although their previous encounter had been humiliating, it did not signify a lack of retaliatory capacity. This young warrior adorned with wolf ears faced incoming spells and arrows on the grasslands, his eyes gradually reddening as bloodlust surged within him. He activated a series of skills: control immunity, death immunity, increased attack speed, and enhanced strength. These included not only his class's skills, but also those obtainable through items: strength elixirs, keen-eye potions, agility elixirs, holy whetstones, and the courage of dragon slayers, along with the damage amplification provided by the team's guiding priest. This array of powerful skills filled the opposing backline with dread. Subsequently, he charged forth with his serrated blade, resembling a wild dog freed from its collar, barking as he ran and swinging his weapon at anyone in sight. Each strike ignited with fury, each cut critical. What manner of being is this? The enemy's backline was thrown into disarray. In an instant, it became indistinguishable whether it was Kaka's character or the player himself who had gone mad. In any case, both seemed to have lost their sanity. Ha 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 ha, all of you shall perish. The opposing team could not hear the voices from this side, nor could Kaka hear theirs. Had he heard their cries of, "Why does this mad dog bite so hard?" he might have become even more exhilarated. Aware that the Berserker skill lasted only a few seconds, he evaded controls and damage, effectively dodging most attacks. As he cleaved through the crowd, Kaka suddenly caught sight of a flash of red, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He pursued it. The red-haired mage, sensing the chase, dashed and leaped like a hurdle athlete in a robe. Yet, he could not outrun the wild dog. On the voice chat, a symphony of nature echoed. Meanwhile, Kaka bore a bizarre, perhaps deranged grin. Hee, let me have a taste. Ultimately, after a brief pursuit, his blade fell, and he felled his opponent. Uncertain of whom he had slain, he swiftly dispatched the foe, who had been shielded and regenerating health. Then Kaka's skill expired. He died once more. Returning to the graveyard, the 5 seconds of a true man allowed Kaka to exhale deeply. What a thrill. Just as Wind resurrected and hid in the shadows, he observed the fallen Hao Yin, lost in contemplation, with the first and last replacements done. Who should we target next? By the way, Kaka, how did you deal such high damage? Kaka replied, I consumed potions and elixirs. Wind was taken aback. Huh? You drank potions during a fight? How extravagant. Kaka shrugged. I had my fun. The rest is inconsequential. Their idle chatter did not linger long. The battle raged on. Contrary to Wind's expectations, their losses began to diminish while the enemy's casualties increased. Although the reasons were unclear, Wind observed keenly, suddenly realizing that the situation before him was not as dire as it seemed. The tide had turned. So, how did Kaka manage to turn the tables? What transpired? Although Kaka's self-destructive, cash-fueled assault was formidable, it was hardly sufficient to single-handedly alter the course of the battle. After he had disrupted the enemy's backline, it seemed to trigger an unexpected response. With command utterly lost, the League of Fun, comprised of players unfamiliar with strategies, began to fight individually. Chapter 27, Valentine's Day Battle 9. The scene shifted to the unpredictable battlefield. The main tanks of both sides, a human heavy-armored warrior and a dragonkin heavy-armored warrior, revived and clashed once more at the center of the grassland and battlefield. Their armor scraped against each other. Shields collided, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The human heavy-armored warrior, wielding a one-handed sword, executed a downward slash that diminished the mobility of the dragonkin heavy-armored warrior with a single strike. Following that, he stomped down with his foot, further impairing the dragonkin's movement, rendering them entangled with one another. Their attempts to strike each other were futile, and every now and then someone would deal a few points of damage, ensuring that neither perished. In this game, while they could not be deemed useless, their presence was scarcely felt, leading to a rather unsatisfactory gaming experience. The shield bearer merely needed to absorb damage, without the necessity for flamboyant maneuvers. The warriors were acutely aware of this. In the midst of battle, their options were limited, and thus, standing in the center to serve as a target was devoid of pressure. Simply treading water was quite acceptable. Once the human warrior had slowed his opponent, he leaped twice, spun around, and pointed at the sky, signaling an unspoken camaraderie, suggesting, let's dance together. The dragonkin heavy-armored warrior paused in confusion, scratching his head. Huh? Then, he sheathed his shield and drew a colossal sword from his waistband, one even larger than the human's. The human warrior responded, huh? In a remarkable display, the dragonkin, who had just wielded a massive shield, now raised a blood-red greatsword aloft. A wondrous radiance blossomed within the dragonkin's heart, surging from his limbs to the serpentine engraved blade, gathering and radiating forth. Even in the daylight, its brilliance shone like a beacon, reminiscent of a statue dedicated to a great warrior in the main city. Upon witnessing this luminescence, the human warrior was momentarily entranced, his vision blurred. He recognized that sword, the Shattering of Honor. It was the mightiest greatsword of the current version, boasting immense power, ideal for heavy-armored warriors as a final piece of gear. However, such a sword rarely fell into the hands of a heavy-armored warrior, for it could inflict greater damage in the hands of a berserker or swordsman. The game dictated that heavy-armored warriors were not damage-dealing classes. Therefore, despite the sword's high strength and low attack speed, it served merely as a transitional weapon, destined to be replaced, with others eventually relinquishing it to them. This sword held no value for tanks. Heavy-armored warriors were meant to wield shields. Inflicting damage should rightly be the domain of berserkers and swordsmen. Yet, before him stood a dragonkin warrior in possession of this sword. He could not fathom how his opponent had acquired it. However, for reasons unknown, he sensed a profound conviction emanating from it. I wish to fight. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an unwavering determination. I yearned to battle. The glory that belonged exclusively to heavy-armored warriors now radiated from the dragonkin warrior before him. There were no dazzling maneuvers. Yet the crown of the highest single damage in the entire game was rightfully theirs. That conviction and determination rendered him immobile. Unable to evade the strike he could have dodged. The pride exclusive to a single sword compelled him to lower his shield, and tears welled in his eyes. Ah, please end my life. The luminous skill representing the ultimate execution erupted before him. The maximum multiplier, the longest charge time, damage soaring into 5 figures exploded within him, depleting his health bar in a single blow. The exhilaration of this moment was shared between him and the Dragonkin warrior. As he fell, a smile graced his lips. The guild's main tank bore all the pressure, a supreme honor. Yet, there are always peculiar individuals who do not yearn for such accolades, merely desiring to be ordinary. Perhaps he could no longer achieve that, and could only offer his blessing. Carry on without me. Even across the voice chat, he believed his words would reach the ears of the other. The inheritor, the Dragonkin heavy-armored warrior named Dianwolo, gazed contemplatively at the human warrior's lifeless body. What was that? Dancing to mock me without evading my attack. The scene shifted. In the arena stood a priest from the League of Jokers, clad in a sleek black outfit. She was a female character, yet strikingly handsome, with pale skin and standing at a height of 1.80 meters, known as Yalan, much the same in reality. These details mattered little. As a priest, she wielded a long sword engulfed in sacred flames. The sword was slender, entirely golden, with a handle exquisitely carved, unmistakably a rare artifact. Indeed, it was a weapon that could only be forged by a top-tier blacksmith using exceedingly rare mineral materials, the Blade of Judgment. All sword-wielding classes coveted this weapon, yet few could afford it. This coveted blade now resided in the hands of class deemed weak, the judging priest, a statement that could not be overstated. Xiaolin, with her frail form, wielded the mightiest sword. The flames of the judging angel's halo flickered to life, and fiery wings unfurled behind her. Supporting her choice of this class were not just boundless riches, but also the fleeting moments to ascend the divine ladder. Weakness was a matter of aversion. Handsomeness was a lifelong pursuit. Crossover, I demand your demise. Her sharp gaze locked onto those who sought to desecrate her, igniting a sacred flame of fury. Boom! Xiaolin was of little consequence. Boom! After achieving her vengeance, Feng Feng let out a sigh of relief. Refreshing. The camera panned upward. An ice mage was tormenting a warrior, chaining control spells that left him unable to survive or die. Within the guild, the alchemist Limewater tossed aside his vials after exhausting them, while a low-level character, unable to find a partner, sought a companion in the central map. The druid, often ridiculed, thrived in the battlefield, singing to the fallen foes. The resurrected Kaka lived and died again, with a battered old fish trailing behind him. The situation could be summed up in a single phrase. Although no one knew what was happening, the fighting was decent. Finally, the camera shifted to the most joyless battlefield. A hooded drifter knocked out a rogue with a brick, sent him flying with a staff, and then shoved sand into his eyes. The final kick dispatched his opponent. After the skirmish, Qi Jing surveyed the battlefield and happened to see Yu just resurrected, only to be targeted by a swordsman intent on slaying her. Little one, cast a shield on yourself, and come this way. He turned his head to witness the cat-eared priest on the screen, suddenly shrouded in dark energy. Her eyes turned an unusual shade of purple, and shadows coalesced in her hands, bursting forth. Qi Jing, huh? The incoming swordsman immediately fell into a state of terror, darting about in panic. The diminutive figure in white, now clad in black, conjured a mental whip that struck the terrified swordsman with a crack. Upon breaking free from fear, the swordsman found his health nearly depleted and attempted to flee, only to be pursued and struck by the smirking lowly priest. Meanwhile, Yu, with her divine voice, softly mused, "Hey, weren't you having a grand time attacking me just now? Is this all you can do? I shall play with you until your demise." Qi Jing shivered. Chapter 28, Valentine's Day Battle, 10. The little one had succumbed to darkness. Perhaps it was due to the irritation of having been slain recently. She had adopted a full suite of Shadow Priest talents and equipment upon her resurrection. The Shadow Priest was considered a lackluster class for monster hunting, yet formidable in combat. You still play Shadow Priest? Qi Jing maneuvered closer to the priest. The crisis had been averted, having thoroughly tormented the swordsman. Yu could hear his voice and emerge from her previous state of muttering, replying softly, "I found it quite enjoyable. So I crafted a set of gear and watched some tutorials." Qi Jing blinked, sensing that the Yu engaged in gameplay was a different person from the one earnestly conversing with him. "You performed admirably. Very impressive. Upon hearing those words, Yu could hardly suppress the corners of her mouth from curling up. Such praise seemed to resonate more deeply than compliments on beauty. "Oomph. We're going to take down others, so don't hold me back," she remarked. Just moments ago, it felt like they were two individuals, but now Qi Jing sensed a gradual merging of their personalities and couldn't help but tease, "You certainly have a grandiose tone. That line should belong to me, don't you think? Little Mo Na, who cries daily for my healing, actually believes I would be weaker than you." Qi Jing bows it, realizing the truth in her statement about needing her healing every day, and suddenly felt at a disadvantage in their banter. "Don't assume that just because you've learned a couple of tricks as a shadow priest, you can surpass me. Being adept at healing doesn't necessarily equate to being a formidable fighter, you know. Is that so?" Yu replied with a playful smile, which momentarily instilled doubt in Qi Jing. Could it be that this little imp was hiding a trump card? With renewed confidence, Yu boldly proposed, "Shall we make a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Qi Jing inquired, glancing at her just in time to catch a glimpse of her tongue peeking out to brush against her sharp canines and upper lip. This playful gesture evoked a slight sense of threat, sending a shiver down his spine. Yu answered, "From this moment on, let us see who can secure the most kills." Qi Jing had no objections to the contest and felt confident he wouldn't lose. "All right, what's at stake?" Yu, who had previously been hesitant to meet his gaze, suddenly leaned in closer, removing her headphones and speaking in a subtly alluring tone. "The loser must unconditionally fulfill one request from the winner. What do you say?" The gravity of her tone sent another shiver through Qi Jing. This wager was indeed delicate. What exactly did she intend to have him do? Where did she derive such confidence? Qi Jing found it impossible to decipher her intentions. In truth, there was no underlying scheme. Yu had never even touched a man's hand. Her confidence stemmed merely from a fleeting moment of inspiration, having thoughtlessly thrown out a vague wager. Engaging in face-to-face conversation differs significantly from typing online. There is little time to ponder, and the weakened Yu merely spoke impulsively. As a side note, every exchange they had was instinctual, and even the wager emerged spontaneously from their dialogue. In essence, Yu's previous words had not been thoroughly contemplated. She was even questioning herself. What am I saying? At that moment, she did not even believe she could win and regretted the peculiar wager she had just proposed. With her heart racing, she could only muster a bold facade. "Are you scared?" The confident gesture of licking her canines was merely a coincidence, as she had a bit of pizza cheese stuck there. Qi Jing, spurred on, felt a rush of adrenaline. "Ha, do you think I would fear you? Let us play." With that declaration, the atmosphere shifted palpably between them. In reality, they stared intently at the screen, beginning to execute their commands with such vigor that it seemed sparks might fly from their mouse clicks. After a few swift clicks, their characters stood side by side on the battlefield, emanating an aura of strange brilliance, as if they had unlocked some hidden power. "Hey, are you drinking potions? Are you scared? Didn't you drink one too? Who are you to comment? I only drank because I saw you do it. You were the one who drank first." As they bantered, they turned their characters toward the enemy. At that moment, the members of their guild sensed something was off. Why were they so seriously engaged in battle? Even consuming potions? The next instant, the rogue wielding a brick and a shadow priest brandishing a whip charged into the fray like wild dogs. In this chaotic melee, a pair of players fixated on the low-health foes, competing to claim the finishing blows amidst their peculiar allies, each fighting their own battles. One by one, they fell 1, 2, 3. How did you manage to take down 2 opponents at once? I controlled one and dispatched his companion, then made him leap off a cliff. The chaos was relentless. As resurrection was possible, they continued to fight fiercely. As the battle raged on, the guild leader, standing on a hill, surveyed both his surviving allies and the enemy forces. Sensing something amiss, the tide of battle seemed to have reached an impasse. Players were dying and resurrecting in a continuous cycle, and the chaos was escalating. Yet neither side showed signs of complete domination. This was not the outcome he desired. Aiya frowned. "I'm not sure." The guild leader probed, "What do you think, Hui?" Hui, who had just been felled by a cunning wind, replied, "I'm searching for a particularly dastardly rogue." The guild leader and Aiya simultaneously exclaimed, "Aren't you one as well?" Hui clarified, "Not me, another." The two understood his meaning and nodded in acknowledgement. The guild leader then inquired Lon, "What is your take on the situation?" Confused, the guild leader asked, "Where is Lon?" Suddenly, the guild leader realized the issue. A traitor. It's strange to win when we have a deserter. There's also the matter of actors, such as the warrior who was dispatched with a single blow. After a moment of reflection, the guild leader concluded that this was merely a problem of personnel. However, he soon calmed down. "No, our numbers should surpass the enemy, yes." Just then, a druid burst into their password-protected room, exclaiming, "What are you two doing? Hurry down and help." The guild leader contemplated the reasons for their struggles, suspecting his own command might be partly to blame, and rushed to join the fray, shouting, "Take this, mighty AoE!" In the chaotic heart of the stormy valley, where skills flew wildly, the battle intensified. 20 minutes had elapsed. In a moment of distraction, he caught a glimpse of a yellow notification on his screen, akin to a warning light on a car's dashboard, signaling that his equipment was nearing ruin. Though death bore minimal consequence, the durability of his gear diminished rapidly, and the relentless pace left his hands weary. Exhausted, and with his equipment deteriorating, even the once vibrant little fish had succumbed to slumber on the nearby bed. Yet, the old warrior still had reason to fight, to eliminate the archer who had slain the little fish. The visibility was poor, so he hopped up a small mound, hoping to survey the area, only to find a rogue squatting atop it. Fong, what are you doing here?" Fong scanned the surroundings. "I'm looking for a particularly vile rogue," the old warrior quipped. "Aren't you one?" Fong retorted, "Not me, another." Cho Zhang chimed in, "Hey, are you looking for me?" Fong replied, "The one on the opposing side." The old warrior and Cho Zhang exchanged knowing glances, affirming their understanding before returning to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the little fish was still engaged with that warrior, Aiya taking dogs for walks. The healer's alternate account had just been eliminated, and he was tossing potions in frustration, exclaiming, "Have you seen a meddlesome priest? I intend to turn him into beads for my necklace." Kaka revived, and, as the eerie laughter echoed, he turned the tide of battle back to an equilibrium, causing further casualties. Qi Jing and Yoyu continued their deadly game. 20-30. The explosive effects and cries filled their headsets with a cacophony reminiscent of festive celebrations from times past. Engaged in a chaotic combat where they could hardly discern their actions, the League of Fun Seekers faced the greatest crisis in their history. Chapter 29. The Valentine's Day Battle Finale. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the battlefield. The forms of Du and the bear-shaped Shinkong clashed fiercely. Du's disheveled fur, paired with his wild, fierce eyes, still glimmered with a ferocious light. The massive brown bear, though appearing clumsy, stood majestically, its dark eyes exuding an aura of latent power. The wolf swiftly lunged at the bear, employing its skills as its claws slashed through the air like lightning, leaving marks upon the bear's fur, blood flowing freely. The bear retaliated with immense strength, swinging its massive claws which sent the wolf staggering backward with each strike. The wolf's agility and speed complemented one another, evading the bear's attacks and then launching rapid counterattacks. The bear remained methodical, each blow gradually depleting the wolf's health. The ultimate victor of this battle would soon become evident. Although D was equipped with superior gear and had a health pool comparable to XNGK's, the latter already bore numerous layers of wounds. The blood that flowed from him would soon seal his fate. After yet another exchange, XNGK appeared visibly flustered, scanning the surroundings for allies to assist him, silently pleading, "Someone help me. I need to ensure the opposing guild leader is defeated." He called out in voice chat, echoing his inner thoughts. Suddenly, two white streaks flashed by, slicing through the air and cutting two smooth blades of grass. The swordsman, LOH, wielding dual swords, stood protectively in front of XNGK, his disheveled hair dancing in the wind. The slightly weathered youth squinted, spitting out the dogtail grass he had been chewing, and remarked nonchalantly, "Your father has arrived." XNGK was taken aback, overwhelmed with gratitude as he wept, recognizing the bond between them. D sensed this connection and acknowledged the swordsman's remarkable prowess with his dual blades. As a noble deity of combat, the druid understood that victory was uncertain. Yet he had no choice but to engage, for retreat was not an option. Come, is it not merely a 2-on-1? The swordsman feigned an attack, and in the next instant, he charged forward with a chilling ferocity. D understood that this wolf's body could not withstand the opponent's explosive power. Thus, at the moment of collision between blade and flesh, the unruly fur transformed into thick bare skin, the blade merely grazing his fat without affecting his sinews. Consequently, only a gentle flutter of numbers appeared. The swordsman behind him retracted his blade, summoning the brilliance of Aiya, preparing for a decisive strike. D did not hesitate. As he twisted his body, he used his glimmering claws to grasp the swordsman's head, pulling him into an embrace, bear hug. The bear roared and leaped, propelling them both far away before crashing down. They stood facing each other. In the brief moment of dazed confusion for the swordsman, the giant bear transformed into human form, summoning the spirits of nature, which manifested as vibrant green ribbons that enveloped his body, restoring his health with each passing second. The bear then morphed back into a wolf, using claws and fangs as weapons, its gray shadow lunging forth, piercing the swordsman's heart before retreating. The swordsman regained his senses, pivoting to attack with his dual swords, the blades whirling and catching a few strands of wolf fur, a drop of blood staining the air. D, in turn, twisted and bit into the swordsman's arm. LOH showed no fear, creating a cage-like web of blades around him, reducing D's health significantly. Unlike the clumsy combat with the bear, their exchanges were rapid, and health was swiftly depleted. D sought to eliminate him, but LOH had already accrued 3 layers of wounds, leaving him with half of his health. Needing another round to finish the fight, LOH observed that D was down to 1/3 of his health and desired to bring him down as well. An explosive surge of sword energy erupted, unleashing a powerful skill that would stack momentum to its full capacity. In the next moment, his body radiated a circular energy field. This was another powerful skill, sword dance, requiring full momentum to unleash, capable of delivering a fatal blow if it struck D. The weathered youth brushed aside his bangs. The next instant, he vanished from sight, slicing through the arena. The swordsman was supposed to gracefully sheath his sword. This strike was meant to be a guaranteed kill. However, to his astonishment, D, caught in the sword array, froze, his wolf form taking on a stone-like hue, resembling a lifelike statue, untouched in health. LOH, attempting to strike him, discovered he was immune to damage, leaving him dumbfounded. Activated? Does the druid possess an invulnerability skill? Unable to answer his confusion, D silently dispelled the effect of a petrification potion, one that a typical player would never purchase. What is this? LOH murmured in voice chat. The wolf pounced once more, compounding the unresolved wounds within its body. For layers. Why is he invulnerable? The bewildered LOH remained puzzled. What is this? Surely it must be activated. With D's health dwindling, he opened his jaws wide, preparing to unleash the shred skill, intending to link all the wounds for a final strike. Even as LOH hastily consumed a health potion, that blow would still spell his demise. With a splatter, blood and green light erupted simultaneously. LOH barely managed to utter a word, only to find the druid, enveloped in healing light, had appeared behind him. Fear not, my son. Even if he possesses invulnerability, he cannot defeat both of us. LOH suddenly felt reassured. Indeed. Wait for me. I've used most of my skills. I've done all I could. Even with D's exceptional maneuvers, facing 2 well-equipped and skilled players instilled a sense of retreat. Pressured by the glaring bond, D began to withdraw slowly. Yet, the 2 agile figures before him had no intention of letting him escape, charging towards him with shouts and jeers. I guess death is inevitable, D thought. In the final moments, he resolved to take one of them down with him. Hearing the clanging of notifications in his ears, the wolf retreated, retreating until there was nowhere left to go, and the time to respond had come. A team request arrived. D's pupils dilated in response. Then, in his final vision, another wolf appeared behind him, speaking, "Brother." Huh? D was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar voice that should not have been there. But indeed it was his brother, joyfully exclaiming, "Elder brother, how did you come?" His elder brother, also a wolf, spoke in a tone of affection within his voice channel. Ah, what a delightful surprise. As the leader of the guild, D felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over him. Elder brother, I missed you. The wolf playfully swept his tail across D's head, grinning. Let's finish this battle first before we reminisce. Let me see how much you've grown. With that, D fell silent. The two wolves stood side by side. Their aura transformed entirely. The vacant stares in their eyes no longer reflected a desire to kill, but rather a fervent battle spirit. To fight alongside his elder brother once more was a joy. Oh, by the way, his elder brother suddenly spoke again. Ding ding, numerous team requests are flooding in. All familiar names to D. L-O-L-E-R-N, B-I-Z, S-H-N-M-K-N, S-S-H-N, or N-S-H-O-D-M-M-O. Despite their outdated gear, they hailed from a guild that rarely had anyone online, one to which D had once belonged. Mature voices filled the voice channel, a channel that belonged to this guild but had been entrusted to the youngest of them all. Families may grow cold and disperse, yet the bond forged during their encounters would never fade. Those clad in dated armor appeared as green dots on the map, rapidly converging upon a battlefield. The elder brothers were engaged in light-hearted banter with the unknowing youth in the voice channel, while D's surroundings felt eerily quiet. In that canyon, the memory of his first interaction with them as a young wolf echoed in his mind. What was it, right? Oh, what a little child. Ha ha ha. Big brothers will take you leveling up. The two wolves raced across the grassland, having matured significantly, with D even surpassing his elder brother in strength. As the impetuous youth, Do charged towards the quarreling group, eager to demonstrate his prowess, he was swiftly felled by the opposing swordsman's strike. His elder brother could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, without any health? What are you charging at me for? Do scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, I forgot. Seeing you rush at me made me rush in too. Although Do met his demise, the tide of battle began to shift. The Luziran alliance confronted its gravest crisis yet. The old salted fish, struck down by an arrow, stared in disbelief at his assailant. How is it that other guilds have joined the fray? Who are they? Meanwhile, Kaka, in the midst of combat, remarked, Don't ask. I have no idea. Both Qi Jing and Yu Yu, embroiled in their own skirmish, were equally perplexed, noticing that the enemy numbers were multiplying. However, the old salted fish quickly recognized the guild names, familiar from past encounters on this server, where he had previously raided dungeons with them. Oh no, lamanta infuriating. We are now the old guild, but how ancient must one be to be considered old? How did these veterans appear here? The old salted fish replied. I have no idea. Xiaohuli pressed on. The opposing side has summoned reinforcements. What should we do? Suddenly, the voice of Shaolin resonated through the guild channel. Do not panic. The sound of incoming party requests danced before the old salted fish's eyes, leaving him bewildered. Who are these people? Soon, a chorus of sweet feminine voices filled the voice channel. Shaolin, young master. I'm here. Young master Shaolin. Wait for me. Alongside them, masculine voices chimed in. Young master Shaolin. The group collectively gasped in surprise. Feng Feng, bewildered, asked, Did you bring your maid and butler along to join the battle? Shaolin explained, The owner of the companion service is my friend. She brought her available companions to assist us. Is that even allowed? Yi was taken aback, enraged from his earlier failed ultimate move. Shaolin transformed once more into the Angel of Judgment, pointing his sword at the foe with an icy tone. You old geezers shall not board the ship to the new world. The girls erupted in applause, chanting, Young Master Shaolin is so cool. Young Master Shaolin is super handsome. Amidst the cheers for Shaolin, he became lost in himself, charging towards the enemy with his flaming sword, summoning waves of fire to engulf them. This radiant beacon on the battlefield was soon struck down by the enemy's fire mage, obliterated in a molten explosion. Though Shaolin fell again, the greatest crisis faced by the Luziran alliance had been averted. Wah! Young Master Shaolin! Echoed the youthful cries over the headset. Qi Jing and Yu Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Is this the world of the wealthy? In summary, the battlefield, marked by tumult yet returning to a semblance of stability, remained at a stalemate. By the way, how many have I killed? Do you remember? I've forgotten as well. Chapter 30, The Farce Comes to a Close. Valentine's South Day Court, Part 1. 30 minutes later, the grandeur of battle had waned. Even Kaka could no longer summon the strength to fight. Should the conflict in the Leiting Basin have occurred in a real alternate realm, not a single blade of grass would have survived. With Kaka exhausted, the state of the others was all too predictable. The Luziran alliance and Du found themselves utterly fatigued, their spirits dulled, all members entering a sage mode. Leaning against his elder brother, Du muttered weakly, "How about we call it a day and fight another time?" His brother inquired, "Still fighting? What great enmity do we hold? Why are we even fighting?" Du replied, "It's a matter of conflict with the opponents." His brother pressed, "Could you elaborate?" Du explained, "It's about competing for monsters in the low-level maps." His brother remarked, "That doesn't seem like a significant issue. Why not just have a good talk? It might just be a misunderstanding. No need for such rigidity." Du conceded, "Indeed, you speak wisely. As the saying goes, one region nurtures its own people. One server cannot cultivate two types of players." The old salted fish felt weary too. It seems this battle has no end. Perhaps we should seek another opportunity to annihilate them. Kaka, truly exhausted, muttered, "Another day of battle?" Strange, snoring sounds emanated from the headset. Stars twinkled above. While the warriors in the fishbowl had grown too lethargic to retaliate, and even the fishbowl itself had tired of the fray. The old fox and the starlit sky sang a monotonous tune together. Shaolin and his entourage of maids were now debating whether to engage in another activity, as the cycle of death and revival had drained their spirits. Qi Jing, however, still had some energy left. Yu Yu was brimming with vitality, anticipating the peculiar gamble that promised her the unconditional command over Qi Jing. Under the moonlight's glow on the silvery meadow, many lifeless bodies lay still. This battle deserved a conclusion. The final straw that broke the camel's back came in the form of a sudden system notification. Emergency maintenance will commence in 30 minutes. Lasting for 10. Maintenance is imminent. Qi Jing casually clicked on the announcement to read. Such maintenance did not surprise him. Although he had never personally utilized it, he had witnessed the power of that equipment. The fearsome 520 fixed true damage that could trigger every 2 strikes was indeed terrifying. With maintenance approaching, he knew it would be challenging to turn the tide in his favor. The shadow priest of the little ghost fared better in the chaos than in close combat, and he often met his end, wasting precious time for kills. These were the reasons for his defeat. "I actually lost, huh?" "Seems so," Yu murmured softly. Qi Jing cast a sideways glance at her, noticing her lips curled in a satisfied smile. "As long as she's happy, even if it's a strange request, so be it. After all, I'm the one responsible for taking care of the little ghost." Comforting himself with this thought, he felt that losing after giving his all wasn't so shameful. In the final 10 minutes, neither guild leader wished to continue the battle. The old salted fish, still feeling righteous, typed a bold statement in the public chat. "Today, you were simply fortunate. We shall duel again another day." After reflecting, the old salted fish considered that perhaps a conversation could be had. "All right, what do you wish to discuss?" Du responded, "Let us first cancel the free combat. I don't want any disturbances during negotiations." The old salted fish agreed, "Fine." Both guild leaders canceled their battle modes against one another, calling out in their respective channels, "Stand down. No more fighting." Consequently, all players, like actors concluding a scene, halted their skirmishes abruptly. That essay wrap. "Don't sleep. Wake up." "Huh? Is it over? Who won?" It was time for negotiations. Players began to gather. Slowly, the members of the Luziran Alliance and Du-S Guild converged towards the center of the basin, sitting down to munch on bread. At the forefront, the old salted fish and Du faced each other. "Please, take a seat." Du gestured towards the mahjong laid out by his subordinate. "Thank you," the old salted fish replied, settling at the mahjong table as Du joined him. Thus, the leaders officially commenced their negotiations, thoughts forming into words. Du began, "If you are willing to apologize for the death of my friend in the wild today, I am willing to shake hands and make amends on behalf of the Du Guild." The old salted fish, still simmering with indignation, retorted, "Amends are fine, but it should be your friend who apologizes to me and my girlfriend." Du questioned, "What do you mean by that? You were the one who struck first." The old salted fish did not deny it, typing, "While I may have initiated the attack, your friend was the one who provoked." Du responded, "Oh." A certain alchemist pondered for a moment before setting up a watermelon stall. "Watermelons for sale, 1 silver coin. I'll take a piece. Water, give me a slice." The moment the stall was set up, business boomed, as the inherent desire for enjoyment within the crowd compelled them to partake in the festivities. This evening, they had already crafted their narratives for the Balakwan. With a click, a screenshot was successfully taken. In the midst of the excitement, Du Hui Chong paused, reflecting on the account he had just heard from C1 and Hao Yin, before continuing his retort. As far as I know, it was you who first seized the monster belonging to my friend, which provoked her harsh words. The seasoned player, Lao Xianyu, promptly countered. Aren't the monsters on the map public resources? Whoever strikes first claims them, right? I was merely leveling up a secondary account with my girlfriend, not violating any game rules. Besides, I was only slaying a few common lizard men, not rare creatures that drop valuable loot. At that moment, a wild lizard man monster respawned near the mahjong table, and Lao Xianyu, with a casual flick, obliterated it. The local lizard men appeared particularly insignificant in this skirmish, as their low levels made them easy prey. An alchemist, quick on the uptake, snatched 2 copper coins from the defeated creature's remains. This is the kind of lizard man warrior, Lao Xianyu added. Hearing this, the official from Du, Xiaolan, remarked disapprovingly. Indeed, a transgression. Xiaolan continued. The mahjong table was placed by me just now. As the conversation progressed, Du suddenly fell silent, seemingly contemplating whether the seizing of a couple of lizard men would warrant such a confrontation. As a lawyer, he sought the perspectives of those involved. Siwen, Hao Yin, what do you have to say? Hao Yin replied. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Siwen, you take the lead. I trust you won't be foolish enough to this extent. Siwen, peering around the mahjong table, hesitated for a moment before gathering the courage to exclaim. While I concede that the monsters on the map are public resources, you shouldn't be using a level 40 account to farm low-level monsters in such a trivial area. Your actions make it difficult for us newcomers, who can only level up our secondary accounts. If you want to bring your girlfriend along, do it in a dungeon. Upon hearing this, Kaka pondered and found the argument quite valid, thus reproaching his guild leader. Indeed, a transgression. Lao Xianyu, etispratet, repliet, Kaka. Are you seeking to usurp my position? Kaka retorted. Isn't my ambition widely known? Lao Xianyu replied. The story is gradually unfolding. With a bit of temper, Siwen sought to level up her secondary account and cheerfully accepted a quest, only to discover that a level 34 account named Zhong Xian Yu was already battling monsters with his girlfriend. How could her low-level account compete against a level 34 account capable of annihilating mobs with a single skill? It's reasonable to assume Siwen would feel frustrated at her inability to claim any monsters. What a disaster. Lao Xian Yu In does it. I admit I may have disrupted the normal leveling order here, and I brought my girlfriend to this scenic spot for my own selfish reasons. He began, extending his finger toward C1. But if you wanted to complete the quest, you could have simply asked me. You could express your dissatisfaction. I would have willingly vacated or assisted you in completing your quest. If you had spoken to me, as I just did, and I continued to slay your monsters, then I would indeed be at fault. But you charged at me with insults from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Du and Hao Yin simultaneously inquired. Did you insult her? Siwen stuttered, yes, I did. Du and Hao Yin pressed further. What did you say? Siwen hesitated again. It was a bit harsh. I acknowledge I may have overreacted. Du and Hao Yin again asked in unison. So what exactly did you say? Chapter 31. The Curtain Falls on the Farce. Valentine's Day Court, Part 2. Young couples flaunt your affection in dungeons, not by stealing my monsters in the wild. I wish you to be siblings in your next life. Du and Hao Yin scratched their heads, realizing that while they knew the woman was quite fierce, they hadn't anticipated her to be this formidable. Oh dear, this isn't reasonable. Xiaolan contemplated death penalty. That seems excessive. Siwen recognized her error, but believed her transgressions did not warrant such severe punishment. Meanwhile, Lao Xianyu had already propped his leg up, as a 30-year-old who had only recently found love couldn't possibly remain without irritation after such insults. Thus, his misdeeds could be overlooked. The silence in the room was deafening as Du and Hao Yin exchanged glances, still contemplating the defensive arguments of a stubborn individual. Even if one insults another, it shouldn't lead to a fight? That seems a bit far-fetched in-game. Such actions could indeed justify conflict. Although they were not in the right, they still sought to twist the narrative to absolve Siwen. Xiaolan declared, life imprisonment. Kaka echoed, life imprisonment. Lao Xianyu, upon reflection, realized his previous statements were somewhat misleading, thus offered a way out. Is there anything else to discuss? If not, please apologize to me and my girlfriend, and we can consider the matter settled. I can overlook your words as mere frustration, given that I too have my faults. The onlookers, some munching on snacks, began private conversations, pondering how this individual named one could be so fierce, while others openly debated on the public screen that her words had indeed crossed a line, necessitating an apology to both Lao Xianyu and 4090. As she found herself at the center of public disdain, Siwen appeared quite aggrieved. At this moment, she genuinely wished to apologize and back down. However, a remark from Hao Yin in the voice channel shattered her composure. In their voice channel, Siwen suddenly exclaimed tearfully, "Why should I apologize? It's clearly your fault. You jerk." Du and Hao Yin were taken aback. Is there a twist? Whose fault is it? It's your fault. Siwen shouted again. So ultimately, whose fault is it? Unable to hear the voice conversation, Lao Xianyu frowned and typed, "Don't you all want to apologize to me and my girlfriend? I believe I've made considerable concessions." What a disaster. Hao Yin replied, adding, "Wait, there's still a twist." Siwen typed on the public screen, "You don't need to involve yourself." Lao Xianyu responded, "Huh?" The members of the Fun Seekers Alliance, engrossed in their snacks, murmured, "Huh? A twist? What's going on?" The next moment, a message echoed through Du's guild. "My cat paw is very gentle has withdrawn from the guild." The onlookers gasped. "Siwen, why did you leave the guild?" They hurriedly searched the voice channel, only to find that she had already disconnected, prompting them to type, "Siwen, why did you leave the guild?" The Fun Seekers Alliance was equally bewildered. What just happened? Within the gaze of both parties, the lowly druid suddenly transformed into a golden leopard, activating her speed skill to hastily depart. The gathered Fun Seekers Alliance, puzzled, speculated, is there internal strife over an unwillingness to apologize? The core officials of Du were anxious. That can't be right. We were just joking about life imprisonment. Hao Yin sighed in resignation. This troublesome woman can't handle a bit of grievance. I'll go find her. With that, the red-haired mage mounted his white steed and galloped after the black leopard, gradually fading from view. The remaining individuals exchanged confused glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The Fun Seekers Alliance was bewildered, as was Du's internal circle. Lao Xianyu could only express his confusion. Why did everyone leave? Is there no negotiation? Du, remaining with Lao Xianyu, echoed his sentiments. I don't know either. It feels like there's more to this than meets the eye. Have you withheld any information from me? Lao Xianyu replied, I have withheld nothing. At that moment, a female archer suddenly had a thought and attempted to type, Everyone, please don't hold it against C1. She isn't the type to insult others casually. Today, this incident may be related to her fluctuating state. She has been acting strangely all day, perhaps encountering something. Let us all show some understanding. The curiosity from both guilds was immediately piqued. Oh, do tell? Lao Xianyu pondered for a moment, displaying great magnanimity as he remarked, If this is about some distress, I believe I can forego the apology. Could you elaborate, please? Thank you, Xinyu Huichang. The female archer typed, To elaborate, it was during our evening dungeon run together when Sister Siwen, who usually spoke in a refined tone, adopted a peculiar manner of speaking. The crowd expressed their confusion. What do you mean by peculiar? The female archer attempted to imitate. It used to be so annoying. How can a mage still lose health? Today it was the moment I saw you lose health, I healed you. Be grateful, for I am in a good mood today. The crowd frowned upon hearing this. The one who frowned the deepest was Qi Jing. He silently turned his face away, glancing at Yoyu, who hid her face with her hair and headphones. Suddenly, Yoyu, as if she had found the answer, slammed her small hands on the table and burst into laughter, exclaiming, What an online tsundere! Qi Jing retorted, You're the least qualified to say that. The members of the Fun Alliance remained puzzled. So how does this relate to today's events? The female archer continued, She should have been in a good mood today. Yet what you've described indicates she must have been in a terrible state to act that way. Isn't that contradictory? The term contradiction struck them like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, it is quite contradictory. The observant female archer elaborated, since Sister Siwen mentioned a jerk. Could it be that she recently broke up with her boyfriend, causing her to feel down? Therefore, upon seeing Xinyu Huichang leveling with his girlfriend, She became furious over the monster theft. The crowd gasped, clapping their hands in realization. Everything connects. It makes perfect sense. Suddenly, a member of the Du faction interjected. Isn't Sister Siwen single? Someone asked, how do you know? Brother Haoyin inquired in the voice channel. Do you have a partner? He then switched perspectives. Sister Siwen said, I don't have one. What do you want? Then he switched back to Haoyin, of course. It's to undertake the lover's quest together. Finally, he switched back to Siwen, So it's a couple, haha. But no, if you beg me, I could be your superficial girlfriend, of course. Just a superficial one. The crowd fell silent, sensing that they had pinpointed the root cause. Yo-Yu, laughing uncontrollably while slapping the table, exclaimed, how can there be such a strange person? An online golden retriever loser. Ha ha ha. Qi Jing remarked, you are the least qualified to say that. In Chapter 32, the curtain falls on the farce. Valentine's Day Court, Part 2. The female warrior contemplated, so, the culprit behind Sister Siwen's agitation is Brother Haoyin. What transpired between them? At that moment, the final informant also interjected. The crowd eagerly urged, don't dawdle, get on with it. Xiaolon reflected, after we completed the raid. They lingered in the voice channel discussing it. She began to weave this simple story together. The origin of the discord stemmed from the lowly druid and the golden retriever loser Siwen, who became peculiar due to the odd, superficial couple incident. Even within the game's couple designation, she felt the other wish to draw closer to her. Thus, strange dialogues emerged. The moment I saw you lose health, I healed you. Be grateful. Gradually, she attempted to bridge the distance with her slow approach, failing to convey her feelings adequately. Consequently, when later events unfolded, she was left feeling disheartened. That night, she mustered the courage to ask the other to accompany her in leveling her alternate character. To her surprise, the response was a taunt. You a druid. Don't even understand the game. You want to play an alternate character? Siwen unexpectedly did not feel angered by the accusation of being mindless. Instead, she crossed her arms and retorted, I want to level my alternate character. What is it to you? By the way, are you coming with me or not? Don't waste my time. I still need to take a shower. Of course, if you wish to run a 5-person dungeon, I could temporarily forego leveling my alternate character to accompany you. Before she could finish, Haoyin, who was idly scrolling on his phone, interjected, I certainly can't stop you. If you want to play, then play. This statement might have seemed innocuous, but to Siwen, it carried significant weight. Can't stop you. Those 3 words were particularly jarring. Indeed, what relationship did he have with her? They were merely friends, after all, so of course, he could not stop her. For reasons unknown, Siwen felt a heavy weight upon her heart, as if tethered by a stone, sinking uncomfortably. If you don't wish to, then so be it. Siwen coldly dismissed, exiting the voice chat, leaving the subsequent words unheard. I never said I didn't want to, just let me order takeout. Feeling insignificant in the other's heart, Siwen went to the wilds to level up. Unfortunately, while battling in the Thunder Canyon, she was interrupted by the lovey-dovey couple who stole her monster. She immediately grew anxious. Take your alternate character to the dungeon. Don't steal monsters in the wild. Lao Xinyu scoffed. The scenery here is splendid. Why should I care? Saying this, Lao Xinyu casually snatched one of her quest monsters. Indeed, the reality was not as justified as Lao Xinyu claimed. He had his faults as well. That phrase, why should I care, utterly infuriated her, leading her to retort, in my next life, I'll be your sibling. Upon hearing this, Lao Xinyu, having been single for 30 years, panicked, annihilate both body and spirit. The narrative then leapt to the ensuing conflict, connecting all events. Unable to contain her anger, she sought help from the guild. Wait, I'll gather people to take them down. Lao Xinyu queried, am I part of their group? Kaka chimed in, guilty. Upon hearing the story, the crowd clicked their tongues, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, secretly acknowledging how thrilling the night had been. At this point, the conflict had dissipated. However, the myriad transformations of events require conflicts to propel them. The group's discord merely shifted towards the fleeing couple. What's happening over there? Can I join your channel for updates? The Fun Alliance members expressed their curiosity. The Du faction members shared their chat channel, and the Fun Alliance players promptly shifted their focus to the other channel. Members from both guilds sat together in the tranquil grasslands, engaging in conversation. The human warriors sat with the fire mage, while the aquarium and dog were together, and Fong Fong and Hui sat side by side. In the final moments of tranquility, the once fiercely battling group found themselves united by a single suggestion, flooding the public screen with, "We can't sleep without knowing the outcome." They yearned for the night's battle to conclude with the most perfect resolution. This extraordinary evening deserved a sweet lullaby as a finale. Perhaps their calls had an effect, or perhaps the male protagonist had performed admirably. The female protagonist of the night had merely fled for 5 minutes. Members of the Du faction received word, rejoicing, and conveyed to the Fun Alliance players, "The Fun Alliance can breathe easy now." Shortly thereafter, it became evident that Siwon was indeed not an unreasonable child. She simply had been feeling down. Naturally, feeling down and lashing out is entirely unwarranted. Returning to the center of the grassland, she apologized to Lao Xinyu, who graciously accepted and reciprocated with an apology of his own. In the story's conclusion, Brother Haoyan boasted, "It's all thanks to my efforts." The crowd rolled their eyes. "Clearly, you're the true culprit, right?" Haoyan himself was bewildered. "What did I do wrong?" Moreover, some men pondered, "What did he do wrong?" Clearly, it was Siwon who was too uptight. As the conversation progressed, the public screen divided into factions of Haoyan is guilty and Siwon is guilty. A new great battle looms, its presence palpable. Yet, to declare war is merely a jest. The prompt for maintenance serves as a euphemism for the conclusion of this farce. In the end, Haoyan remains oblivious, persistently querying in the cacophony of the voice channel, "What did I do wrong? I am utterly innocent." The irate C1, however, remains silent. In this moment, someone can no longer contain themselves and ignites a spark. "You are not innocent. How can you justify sacrificing your girlfriend to level up a secondary character?" Haoyan's innocence deepens. "We are merely a couple in the game, not in reality." With the flames already fanned, another adds fuel. Is it not possible that she wishes to be a genuine couple with you, rather than just a superficial one? After a moment of bewilderment, Haoyan turns to the reticent C1 in the voice channel. "Is that true?" The flustered C1 stammers. Someone is thinking of being your girlfriend." Haoyan exclaims, "Look." Suddenly, Yu slams the table. Exasperated, "You deserve to remain a lifetime golden-haired loser." Yu's voice echoes in the Duhue Guild's voice channel, and Siwon can certainly hear her tirade. Siwon hastily retorts, "You are the real golden-haired loser." Qi Jing contemplates interjecting, but realizes that Xiao Gui should not be labeled as a golden-haired loser. Yu's earlier outburst fails to overpower C when steadfast retorts. The golden-haired loser appears quite feeble. The climactic scene the crowd yearns to witness may never materialize. Just then, the clock strikes the hour. Whoosh! A burst of fire suddenly illuminates the night sky of the prairie. Bang! The flame explodes in the heavens, transforming into a pink cake. The gently swaying grass is now tinged with pink, and the moon also takes on a rosy hue, while the faces of the characters reflect a joyous glow. Although merely a sequence of data, it remains beautiful, in a past where they had no time to linger over the ephemeral fireworks of reality. They now gaze with childlike seriousness at the display. Archers launch flares into the sky, while mages unleash their spells. Some revel in the chaos, while others sit quietly, discussing. That firework was truly stunning. The countdown for maintenance has begun, with only 3 minutes remaining. As mere supporting characters, Yu and Qi Jing sit silently on the prairie. Meanwhile, the evening's protagonist, the red-haired mage, yearns to cast a fireball into the sky, adding to the revelry. The individual controlling the red-haired mage in reality is also a striking young man with red hair, resting his chin on his hand as he gazes at the computer screen, the mouse cursor slowly hovering over his skills. Just as he is about to click, his hand freezes. He realizes that, at some point, the hand of the lowly druid has grasped his own, an act reserved for couples, a display of affection that required all the courage from the girl hiding behind the computer screen, her face buried in her knees. Although still awkward, the gesture is heartfelt. "Are you serious?" The gaze of the red-haired youth shifts from the fireworks on the screen to the tightly clasped hands of their characters. What is merely a collection of data conveys a multitude of genuine emotions to the hand gripping the mouse. The red-haired youth contemplates what he might gain from this. He often attracts the affections of girls, for in the real world, he too is a formidable character, and he is not naive. He senses it. He has experienced relationships, but they frequently end due to boredom or various other reasons. Suddenly, he recalls the words of his friends during their romantic dry spells. I haven't dated anyone recently. I'm just chatting with someone online, just to pass the time. Initially, the red-haired youth deemed such feelings unrealistic, acknowledging that online relationships are typically trivial. Yet, the palpable connection conveyed through their characters' entwined hands steadily dismantles those preconceived notions. Two conflicting thoughts intertwine, both pointing toward a singular conclusion. Perhaps it is just a way to pass the time. Why not give it a try? Thus, as the game nears its server shutdown, he sends a message in the public chat. Would you be my girlfriend? Suddenly, the screen erupts with a flurry of question marks. In his ears, he hears an excited gasp. In the distant sky, a heart-shaped firework bursts forth. The eyes of the girl, illuminated by the color of love, glimmer as she hurriedly types. Okay. The crowd witnesses this perfect conclusion, erupting in jubilation. Oh, oh, oh. 100 years of happiness. The end. Let the flowers rain down. Oh, oh. The commotion in the headphones mirrors their excitement. The red-haired youth, now aware that he has truly found love, cannot help but smile, feeling a corner of his heart filled. That earnest stream of data is endearing. I don't really like him. I just felt sorry for him and didn't want to embarrass him in public. That's why I agreed. She is quite peculiar, but very charming. I like her. At this moment, the red-haired youth genuinely believes that online romance can be delightful. It is wonderful and intriguing. Stripped of superficial appearances and the burdens of reality, their love feels dreamlike. Most importantly, they're united by their shared passions, paving the way for future adventures together. It is indeed splendid. Compared to the mundane realities, he finds himself more enamored with the souls that reside within those data streams. I must be quite strange, he muses. If I take this seriously, perhaps we can meet in person. What kind of person might she be? As the countdown concludes, all the characters embodying these souls freeze on the screen, their final frenzied movements captured in time. Each figure appears abstract. He has barely taken a few bites of a newly bought melon, and he finds it amusing. So, what exactly were they engaged in tonight? How strange. Everyone is so peculiar. Chapter 33, A Most Peculiar Night, Part 1. Thank you all for your hard work. The president has also put in effort. Friends from the Lazy Ren Alliance, feel free to join our channel when you have time. Sure thing. Tonight was truly spectacular. Good night, brothers. It was a thrilling battle. Good night. Is anyone unable to sleep? Shall we play a bit more? Good night. Qi Jing cheerfully bids good night in the Duhui channel, and Yu Yu echoes, good night. They both exit the voice chat. As the voice channel had been lively, a low hum now fills their ears. The SnugNet CAF headphones, worn for too long, feel uncomfortable, prompting them to remove them to converse. The hum grows slightly louder, emphasizing the stillness of the world around them. Yu Yu inhales deeply, the coolness of reality filling her nostrils, leaving her feeling somewhat ethereal. Behind her, a young man engrossed in gaming shouts for a sniper rifle, soon exclaiming, "What a fool!" Others chime in, "This idiot just stole a card from me. I can't achieve 3 stars." These voices seem hollow, lacking substance, further accentuating the tranquility of the moment. Having stepped away from the game, Yu Yu feels a sense of emptiness and quietly inquires, "What shall we do next?" Qi Jing stretches lazily on the sofa and smiles. "I'm not sure." He then grabs a bag of chips, tearing it open and offering, "For now, let us take a break and enjoy some chips. The recent battle has left me mentally and physically drained." Upon hearing this, Yu Yu tilts her face to an angle where she can see the chips without being seen by Qi Jing. Extending her small hand to grab what appears to be a handful, but is, in reality, only 2 or 3 pieces. She pops one in her mouth, chewing as she mumbles, "Thank you. Don't mention it." Qi Jing responds, having said this multiple times before, and places the chips in the center between them. In their moment of idleness, they savor the tranquility that envelopes them, contemplated what to do next, while Yu Yu seemed at a loss, occasionally glancing at him as she reached for potato chips. Having consumed nearly half a bag, Pooling felt a thirst arise and offered Yu Yu a can of cola. This time she did not express her gratitude, but took a few sips. He opened another bottle for himself, downing half of it in one go. The effervescence jolted him awake from his post-battle stupor, and suddenly he was struck by the realization that there was something yet to be accomplished. What could it be? Yoyu tilted her head in confusion. Prompting him? From her. Pooling remarked, I have this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something. As Yoyu popped another chip in her mouth, she replied, Pooling, we haven't completed our task yet. Yoyu reminded him, but the server is under maintenance. Pooling recalled the announcement he had just read. It was merely an urgent fix, expected to last only 10 minutes. Oh, I see, Yoyu responded, and the conversation shifted to more pressing matters. She added, however, the equipment has been nerfed. Pooling, who had just felt a surge of excitement, suddenly fell silent, right? It has indeed been weakened. Yoyu, who was quite the eater, mused aloud, well, perhaps it's unnecessary to proceed. After pondering, Pooling countered, I still believe we should go for it. Why? Yoyu inquired. Pooling explained, such limited edition gear would look splendid in our inventory. We could flaunt it later. Yoyu found this reasoning compelling. Indeed, let us pursue it as a memento. The maintenance should be over by now, right? Just a minute left? I'll give it a try. Pooling logged back into the game he had just exited and found access restored. No problem. Seeing this, Yoyu also logged into her account. They entered the once quiet night, where only moments ago, fireworks had illuminated the sky amidst laughter and joy, now leaving only the two of them in the vast expanse. Though scarcely 10 minutes had passed, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely new realm. Previously mere side characters, they found themselves in a world of their own. Let us go, Pooling urged. Yeah, Yoyu replied, riding her petite white steed and her little red dog. The moonlight accompanied them as they galloped across the grassland, drawing nearer to the city at its edge. Observing this picturesque scene, Yoyu felt her recently empty heart begin to mend. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, where a wealthy individual who had posted the quest for the ring stood, appearing somewhat more ethereal than during the day, as if on the verge of vanishing. Rejuvenated, they accepted the quest to find the ring once more. After a teleportation, they arrived at the mansion filled with traps, continuing the adventure that had been left unfinished. As they fell into the dungeon, the dynamic duo of thieves put on a perfectly synchronized escape act. Pooling, now in the water dungeon, asked what is the code for the cell. 5 digits, Yoyu replied, wandering through the grand entrance of the medieval-style mansion, which was dimly lit in parts, offering hints to players. Illuminated areas featured several columns, ornate chandeliers, shoe cabinets, and intricately designed carpets. Though the hints were still challenging, clever Yoyu had already deduced the code during the day. At the shoe cabinet, which had 5 shelves with a varying number of shoes on each, she exclaimed, if you beg me, I might tell you. I feel like I've seen this episode before, Pooling quipped, but upon seeing Yoyu in the dungeon's water, he panicked, beast. I'm going to drown. Yoyu snapped her fingers with a crisp sound, declaring, if you die, I can claim all the treasure. Pooling, in despair, wondered how the little demon who had just been munching chips had turned into this. He attempted to swat her with his large paw. Yoyu ducked and recited the code, 11025. Pooling quickly input the code, allowing the unfortunate vagabond to escape the dungeon, overcoming the first hurdle. The water was released from the cell, leaving him temporarily safe outside the waterline, yet it continued to flood in. Thus, his flight persisted, guiding his character. Pooling navigated past numerous cells. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared. There's a wall ahead. Which way to go? His character spoke unexpectedly, presenting 2 options, left or right. Pooling queried Yoyu which way. Yoyu quickly grasped the game's mechanics, observing the symmetrical columns of the mansion. Left has a lamp. Right does not, she deduced. Left. Pooling decided, and indeed it was correct. Yoyu reached the next pair of columns and instructed, left. And then, Pooling asked, right, left. Following her guidance, Pooling stumbled through the dark maze until he reached a well-lit area. He pushed open a door to find a room adorned with a large portrait of a woman. After exploring the room, he discovered a key and exited. In the foyer, Yoyu suddenly noticed him emerging from a room. This indicated their reunion. That was simple, she remarked. When a clever individual swiftly deduces the answers in a puzzle game, the immersion tends to dissipate. You're quite brilliant, Pooling couldn't help but compliment. With a snap of her fingers, Yoyu radiated pride. Pooling chuckled at her little finger snap. Let us go. I have the key now. They unlocked the foyer and entered the main hall, where a stone statue dressed as a butler awaited. The creature was aptly named the butler. Intruders, it bellowed, clearly the guardian of the thief's mansion. The vagabond brandished an iron rod, while the cat-eared priestess wielded her whip, and they charged forward. With a resounding thud, Pooling struck the monster's head, followed by a lash from Yo-Yo. The creature's health plummeted instantly. That was overly simplistic, Pooling mused, as the defeated butler proclaimed. The butler has perished, confirming that neither mice nor cats have invaded, activating defense mode. Pooling and Yo-Yo echoed. Huh? What does that mean? Are you assessing whether we are stronger than cats and mice? Suddenly, the entrance door slammed shut. Abruptly, the doors to the main hall swung open, revealing a stone knight behind each one. In unison, they raised their spears and advanced slowly towards the pair standing beneath the chandelier. In this moment, Pooling and Yo-Yo were bewildered. What do we do? Pooling questioned. I have no idea either, she replied. They attempted to strike the approaching monsters, but found only immunity to their attacks. This signified that these creatures could not be vanquished. Escape was their only option. Pooling, recalling his recent confinement in the dungeon, declared there must be a way to evade them. Yo-Yo agreed, true, but how? As the knights drew closer, albeit at a leisurely pace, it felt as though a single touch would spell doom. Surrounded on the first floor, their gaze naturally shifted to the staircase leading to the second floor, and they immediately ascended. On the second floor, they encountered numerous paintings and doors. Yo-Yo reacted swiftly. You open the left door. I'll take the right. All right, Pooling replied. One door opened and locked, another followed suit. The sound of clicking echoed as the knights pursued them, having reached halfway up the stairs, which seemed like a countdown timer. However, as they opened every door and found none that granted them an escape, their predicament grew dire. Yui found herself once again engulfed in confusion, pondering alternative strategies. Is it possible that these doors must be opened in a specific sequence to unlock? CHJing responded, but we have no codes, and there is nothing of significance on the bodies of those knights. Wait, I think I have an idea. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. The paintings on the wall were peculiar. Each depicted a woman in a white dress, yet one canvas remained blank, a mere sheet of white paper. The reason this caught his attention was that during his escape from the dungeon, there had been a grand portrait of a woman in that chamber, which was striking and indicated her importance to the room's owner. He directed his focus toward the painting devoid of a figure, and it slid aside, revealing a hidden passage. Aren't I clever? CHJ-ing snapped his fingers silently, self-congratulating. Just then, someone patted his head. Looking up, he noticed a small clawed hand. The other person, while engrossed in their computer, remarked, You're quite smart, uncle, not old at all. CHJ-ing retorted, I'm only 24. Chapter 34, A Strange Night, Part 2. As they entered the secret passage, torches flickered along the walls, casting an eerie ambience reminiscent of a place where clandestine experiments might take place. Upon reaching the passage's end, they were met with a haunting, sorrowful melody emanating from within. Turning the corner, they found themselves in a spacious chamber. The room was largely shrouded in darkness, save for two candelabras flickering at the far end. A gentleman in a tailcoat was playing the violin. His appearance was familiar, but the name above his head sent shivers down their spines. A wealthy magnate? A notorious thief? Wait a moment, Yui exclaimed. The idiom guarding against theft doesn't apply here. CHJ-ing agreed. Indeed, could this individual be suffering from a split personality? They approached with the same questions lingering in their minds. Why are you here? The music ceased. The wealthy man turned to face them, inquiring, Who are you? You summoned us to find a ring, they replied. Find a ring? Is that me? The wealthy man's face was filled with disbelief. If he was confused, then H was even more perplexed. Could someone be impersonating you? The wealthy man's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light as he asked, Can you take me to meet him? No need, they said, as a blurred figure emerged from the passage behind them, indeed resembling the wealthy man. There are two of him. Is it a doppelganger? The indistinct wealthy man entered the room, stopping to point at his more corporeal self. Demon, cease your masquerade. It was no mere doppelganger, but an impostor. Oh! The demon displayed a look of surprise before erupting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Truly astonishing. With that maniacal laughter, the figure of the wealthy man transformed into the golden tree demon, gradually enveloped in a dark aura, sprouting vine-like horns atop his head. This was evidently an impostor, and the plot swiftly veered into the realm of the fantastical. The so-called golden tree demon sneered, "I know not how you escaped from the sculpture, but it matters not. If you dare expose my existence, I shall annihilate you. And you too." CHJ Ing and YUY remained remarkably calm. "Is this old salted fish an impersonator?" The wealthy man shouted, "Kill it." The golden tree demon turned crimson and charged at them. CHJ Ing seized a brick and hurled it. Bang! Ah! The golden tree demon let out a pained howl. "Curse be this. I have yet to complete the trees directive." With a resounding crash, the demon exploded, obliterated. CHJ Ing and YUY could no longer contain themselves. "You must be impersonating the old salted fish." The battle concluded. Ash Ponting Dividi realized that throwing that brick had drained much of their stamina. The genuine wealthy man remained silent, slowly approaching the flickering candlelight and retrieving the ring from his sculpture. As a gentle blue light blossomed, akin to the images projected by a film projector, the woman in the white dress from the painting materialized in the room. With flowing brown hair that was exquisitely soft and a lovely visage. Upon seeing each other, they called out each other's names and embraced, sharing the hardships they had endured. "Oh, what a fool I am for believing the words of the demon, causing you suffering. No, you did nothing wrong. I know of your love for me." YUY and CHJ Ing silently observed the unfolding narrative, munching on chips, still baffled by the events transpiring. Soon, they turned to H and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for saving us." He continued, "I apologize for deceiving you. Due to my pact with the demon, I was unable to reveal the truth to everyone and had to seek your help in this manner. I am the owner of this house, a thief and a painter, and she's my wife, a sculptor. Ultimately, in my folly, I placed my trust in a demon I encountered on my journey, a seed of a tree, the very creature you just vanquished. I forged a pact with it, wishing for my beloved to remain by my side forever. In my naivety, I failed to see the vast loopholes within that contract. My soul became ensnared by the demon, sealed within the sculpture, while my wife's soul was bound to this ring. The demon placed the ring upon my sculpted hand, ensuring we would never be separated in this manner. However, sealed within, we could not communicate or behold one another. The voice of this great thief trembled at that moment, filled with remorse. I have suffered torment, and my wife must also endure the same agony and darkness. I despise myself. I do not wish for us to remain in such a state forever. Realizing my soul was gradually waning, I risked obliteration to escape the sculpture and seek help against this demon. Upon hearing the tale, H sighed. So that is how it is. Time was no longer on their side. They clasped hands at last. Now we understand. The immortality of the body is inconsequential. To hold one's soul together and vanish as one is the most beautiful conclusion. They expressed their thanks once more. Although we wish to treat you to a grand feast, we must take our leave. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. The promised immense wealth as a token of gratitude was a mere fabrication. I am sorry. That version of me has squandered all riches. Thus, let this ring serve as your reward. May your souls never part. With those words, they bowed deeply to the players. And then, in the glow of the candlelight, they gradually dissipated into golden radiance. In the palms of their hands rested a vow ring. Why is there only one? Just as this question arose, the sculpted butler approached, dragging his broken form, delivering the male protagonist's ring as well, completing the pair. Chapter 35. We are quite strange upon returning to the main city. The shadowy figure of the wealthy man had vanished. Suddenly, CHJ Ing pondered. What if we had not undertaken this task tonight? When the clock strikes midnight, what tale would unfold as the wealthy man's soul shatters? Just moments ago, he felt no sorrow, but YUY suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Had we not completed this task, the wealthy man's soul would have shattered, and his wife would remain imprisoned within the ring, unknown to anyone. Ah, the automatic progress, the good and bad of the official, CHJ Ing mused. What they had just experienced was merely a script orchestrated by humans, a performance of data. Standing in the main city, H donned the ring for a brief moment before quickly removing it, for its peculiar magic had faded. Their superficial relationship had ultimately yielded no benefits. In fact, Ch.J. had even sacrificed his dignity. What a pity, but the film was truly captivating, Chi Jing lamented. Oh, if you don't like it, you could just discard it, Yu replied, tilting her head. Chi Jing responded, I wouldn't throw it away. I earned it with my dignity. Yu smirked, Humph. You better keep it safe. It's a token of your oath of allegiance to me. Having just finished a sorrowful movie, Chi Jing, unable to vent his emotions, reached over with a claw and pressed her down onto the chair, silencing her with a single touch. Whoa, who said I would be loyal to you for a lifetime? You little brat. The commotion attracted the attention of a gaming team sitting behind them, all of whom turned to glance in their direction. We were quite odd just now, weren't we? What should we play next? Shall we play chess too? How about the two-player mode? Sure. They minimized the game and began playing chess. As they played, Yu remarked, Mona is truly useless. She can't even wait for me to rescue her. Chi Jing replied helplessly, I was playing a late-game lineup, you fool. Yu teased, well then, I'll be watching your performance. 10 minutes later, the fourth player was eliminated. Yu sarcastically commented, isn't Mona a late-game lineup? How strange. I didn't lose much in a late game, yet here we are at 8th place. Chi Jing, who had been losing and dragging down their health, sighed, there are competitors. Why aren't they coming to play? Yu retorted, all excuses. Is it so hard to admit you're useless? Frustrated, Chi Jing said, come on, let us play rank mode. The one with the lower rank has to call the other dad. Yu chuckled, oh, calling you dad? Mona wouldn't be trying to satisfy her fantasies under such a pretense. Would she? How disgusting. Hiss. Chi Jing gasped, glaring intently at the little brat smirking at the screen. In the next moment, both his hands lunged out, once again drawing the attention of the young gamers behind them, who remarked, this pair is quite peculiar. They played chess for a long time until Chi Jing, unbeknownst to Wen, had dozed off in his chair. As dawn broke, he awoke and glanced sideways, noticing that Yu was still awake, engrossed in a rhythm game. He yawned and sighed, you're really impressive. Yu whispered, it's just that you, old man, are too weak. You can't even stay awake. Chi Jing did not rebut. Looking outside the glass, the sky is brightening. The end of one day had, unbeknownst to him, transcended midnight. Sometimes, it is after working late into the night that a new day begins, and the moment one falls asleep marks its conclusion. Upon waking, Chi Jing casually scrolled through his phone, closing the auto chess game and idly tapping on the screen. The image displayed a cat-eared priest and a wandering youth sitting atop a city wall, hand in hand, gazing at the sunrise over the grasslands. He remembered that his character was not there when he fell asleep. Yu also glanced outside, sighing, I really don't want to see the sunrise. It's daybreak. Today will come to an end. However, the story of us, the protagonists, only truly begins after dawn. Volume 1. We are quite peculiar end. The second volume will completely shift the focus onto the male and female leads, significantly reducing the content related to online gaming. For those readers who are not fond of online games and wish to read about romance, rest assured. Chapter 36, Daily Life. Have we returned to the starting point? The doorbell chimed, accompanied by the revived hum of a taxi engine. Stepping onto the cobblestone street, the chilling wind enveloped them, yet the sparse pedestrians were not dressed warmly. Thus it was they who felt the cold of the morning light. Emerging from the internet CAF, they squinted, readjusting to this world. At night, the street appeared bustling due to the illumination of street lamps, but with the arrival of daylight, the light unveiled the desolation hidden along the street. Vehicles parked haphazardly along the roadside, yet traffic was not congested. Even the shared bicycles on the pedestrian path were left in disarray, unmonitored, and the uneven cobblestones remained empty. This area was the development zone of the city, with vitality only emanating from the nearby school. However, as students had yet to commence their studies, it retained an air of desolation, inhabited solely by locals and a few occasional visitors. The lively night prior had absorbed their energy, compounded by the fact that one was about to start work while the other would soon face a roommate. After dawn, they donned their hooded sweatshirts, appearing as lifeless as the surroundings. Before leaving the esports venue, or more accurately, once they stood from their chairs, Chi Jing pondered with his mind rather than instinctively, asking, are you hungry? Is there a breakfast shop nearby? She, clad in dirty trousers and sporting broken headphones, searched her memory and pointed towards the roadside. There stood a gate with a sign indicating breakfast, but yet to be opened. Qi Jing, who was neither hungry nor accustomed to breakfast, sighed, "It's not open. Are there any other breakfast places?" Yu, also unhungry and uninterested in breakfast, shook her head. None. Approaching his car, Qi Jing checked the time on his phone. 6:50 a.m., still enough time before his 8 a.m. shift. Is there a McDonald's nearby? I'll take you to eat. Searching for fast food joints, he found, as expected, that they were quite distant, situated in the city where traffic was already beginning to congest. He had to go to work, yet he couldn't help but worry for her. Is there no cafeteria at the school? Yu, aware of his impending work, even if she didn't wish to eat breakfast, inquired, "By the way, does Mona live in Jinshu City?" Qi Jing explained, "In the neighboring city." Yu was startled. "Then will you make it to work in time?" Qi Jing opened the car door. "It's close enough. I will." Yu replied, "That's good." They got into the car, and as Qi Jing buckled his seatbelt, he yawned. "This year made you uneasy. Why not take a day off, Mona? Finding a hotel to rest would be safer than driving while fatigued." Beneath the hood, his lips curled into a smile. "The world of adults does not allow for such easy leave, and besides, I'm fine. Listening to music rejuvenates me." Yu was at a loss for how to retort, just as Qi Jing had been at a loss the previous night when she insisted on not concerning herself with his door matters. The key slid into the ignition, and as he turned it, the car began to move slowly. The circumstances now contrasted sharply with those of the previous night. It was because of her company that Qi Jing had stayed up late, leaving Yu with a faint sense of guilt. "I'm sorry for troubling you." As Qi Jing maneuvered the car, the words he heard felt unfamiliar. Clearly, the little brat had not expressed gratitude the night before. Qi Jing savored this strangeness, merely replying, "It's nothing. I had a lot of fun." As he shifted the gear in a drive, powerful beats erupted from the car's speakers, a rhythm that could tear through the nerves. Accompanied by the arrogant tone of a naturally confident girl, especially in this confined space, the music bombarded them, almost instantly transporting them away from this desolate island and the grave of their emotions. Qi Jing directed the car towards the school, which was just within reach. The sound of fabric brushing against the seat and seatbelt, accompanied by a rustling noise, came from beside him. Yu suddenly turned to look at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, her voice filled with excitement. "Volume 2, do you hear it too?" Qi Jing was momentarily taken aback. Huh? He hadn't anticipated her mentioning the name of that particular artist, and he was quite surprised. "Yes, I like it a lot." Yu immediately followed up with another question. "Which song do you like?" Qi Jing gestured towards the central screen with his thumb. "This one, Worry Game." Yu nodded gently, then asked, "Have you heard Sixth Sense?" Qi Jing certainly had. It was one of the most popular songs. "I've heard it. It's quite impressive, but I prefer Worry Game." It was evident that she favored Sixth Sense, but that wasn't important. As Qi Jing halted at a red light, he inquired, "Do you listen to it too?" Yu affirmed, "I like it as well." Qi Jing couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected to encounter a fan of his in real life, and a girl at that. He possesses a multitude of friends, most of whom are fond of classic vocalists or the songs that have gained popularity through short videos. No one seems to appreciate such frenetic music. He cannot resist sharing his admiration. Isn't he handsome? Standing at 145 centimeters, he jumps higher than anyone else. Yu affirmed loudly, "Absolutely handsome." "Ha ha." Qi Jing also laughed heartily, steering the car with a smile. As Qi Jing unlocked the car door, he considered the challenges that awaited the other person and said, "If anything happens, remember to tell me. Don't sit by the roadside crying at night. Be cautious of ill-intentioned individuals." Yu, feeling once again subjected to a reprimand, blushed with embarrassment and retorted softly, her voice tinged with annoyance, "All right, I'll consult Lao Deng if something arises." Qi Jing couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. "Don't forget to eat. I'm off to work." Yu opened the car door, leaping out and enveloped in music, her mind suddenly feeling vacant. "Be careful on the road." "Goodbye." Qi Jing lowered the car window and replied, "Farewell. Come to play when the break arrives." Yu responded affirmatively, and with the departure of the vehicle, their brief encounter in reality faded apart. Listening to music while driving to work, the scenery outside was novel yet utterly uninteresting, merely different from night to day, prompting fleeting thoughts like, "Did I walk across this bridge last night?" Such musings were insufficient to alter the mundane novelty, soon to become stale and vanish from memory. The weariness of the body seemed solely attributed to a long night of gaming at home, rather than an enchanting evening spent outside. Everything appeared lackluster and outdated. Even the messages on her phone felt archaic. "The teacher is calling us for a meeting soon," one read. I thought I could sleep. After playing games with a friend until dawn, she had mentioned her free mornings for catching up on sleep. Yet suddenly, she was called away by the teacher. It felt as though nothing had changed, nothing was different. With her fatigued body, she walked with a lightness as if not truly touching the ground. Yoyu carried snacks purchased from the supermarket and stood in front of her dormitory door, lost in thought for a long while before finally entering. Inside, the hazy light filtering through the curtains created a serene yet chaotic atmosphere, with only the faint sounds of someone turning over. Everything felt familiar, as if nothing had altered. Despite the conflicts of the previous night, she seemed perpetually ensconced in such an environment. Today felt no different. Try to move quietly. She inadvertently made a slight noise on the ladder, eliciting a warning grunt from an unknown source. Just as she intended to curl up and sleep, she noticed a message on her phone. It was from the teacher, summoning her to the meeting. This scene had played out numerous times before. After a long night of gaming, she would return to the dormitory only to receive such notifications. Habitually, she shared her life with others. The messages received were no different from those in the past. Keep going, survive. It felt as though nothing had changed, as if nothing had occurred, as though everything remained the same. In Chapter 37, she engaged in commonplace exchanges with colleagues, smiling as they reminisced about last night's gathering, expressing regret for her absence while she offered perfunctory remarks of sympathy, all the while half listening to her superior's directives and receiving her assignments. Finally, she sat in her chair, attempting to concentrate despite her scattered thoughts. Yoyu descended from the small bed she had just climbed into, receiving yet another warning sound. Before gathering her computer mouse and keyboard to leave the dormitory, she made her way to the competition studio, encountering teammates along the way, discussing their progress and listening to them talk about games she did not enjoy. Eventually, she settled into a chair, staring blankly at the code before her, feeling as if she had awakened from a dream. It seemed as though nothing had changed. They appeared to be trapped in a cycle of sameness that was unsettling yet unexamined. They continued living according to instinct, conversing with those who could share in their emotional experiences, merely relying on their instincts. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Great idea. Both the one suggesting and the one receiving donned their headphones, contemplating and playing their favorite music, listening to songs that could tear through their nerves. They found little in the way of revitalization. Yet within this instinct, a hint lay hidden. They were, in fact, quite clever. Suddenly, they realized that not everything had remained stagnant. Some things had breached the surface, allowing them to explore further and share more. There was indeed a difference, albeit slight. Wow, this sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yoyu attempted to share. Have you heard this? No. Give this a try. It's more energetic. Oh. Chijing clicked on the music shared by Yoyu. Immediately, the song enveloped him as if he were trapped in a whack-a-mole game, the bass hammering simultaneously at all the openings in his head, leaving him dazed. Ugh, I'm dazed, it's overwhelming. This song is incredible. The intensity is unreal. The woo-woo is exhilarating. Why not indulge in it a few more times? It feels so good, yet leaves you wanting more. Help me out here. Can someone just knock me out? From the text, it was clear that the other party was not merely humoring him. Unlike the usual enjoyment derived from sharing music, it was evident that the other was genuinely thrilled. That joy was far more invigorating for Yoyu than the song itself. No way, I'm not done. I need to hear it again. Let us do it again. Before long, sharing music. Listen to this. Yoyu attempted to click on it, discovering that it was not her usual application, thus prompting a message that she lacked a membership. I don't have a membership for that. No sooner had she sent that than the other party gifted her an electronic album. Quick, listen. It was evident that the other was anxious, directly spending coins. Yoyu accepted the gift and was able to listen. She enjoyed it, and so did he. However, this song differed from the one she had just shared, belonging to an entirely different pop style. Yet as it barreled toward her like a subway train, smearing against the window, the catchy chorus looped repeatedly in her ears, leaving her awestruck. Ugh, I'm dazed. So catchy. How can it be so catchy? Let us play it a billion times on repeat. Ha ha ha. They, who should have been progressing along their own paths, suddenly realized that the previous night had torn open a rift. At that moment, they felt wide awake, brimming with excitement. They both adored music that could rip through their nerves. Even if the pop styles differed, they both relished it. It felt akin to discovering a new toy. Yo-Yu initially used the rift to slap Qi-Jing with music, leaving him dazed. Dazed, Qi-Jing immediately reached into the rift, attempting to slap her back, but for various reasons, he could not connect. So he opted to spend money to alter the situation and delivered a resounding slap to her. This song is amazing. Take a look. Oh, sure. In the realm of reality, they are exhilarated, one grand performance after another, driving each other out of the mundane and into the dreamscape, tirelessly reveling in their pursuits. Absolutely stunning. Indeed, utterly magnificent. In the office, Qi-Jing's lips could no longer suppress a grin. They had fully stretched into a wide smile. Similarly, Yu, residing in the studio, shared this sentiment. Despite being enveloped by the dreariness of reality, the only sounds resonating in their ears were the electrifying melodies that seemed to shred their very nerves. What a chase for love that leads to a funeral. Ha ha ha. We appear to have changed a bit. Chapter 38. The Sweet Dream Without Games, Part 1. In the blink of an eye, a hazy workday came to a close. Though the morning buzzed with excitement, the day itself was far from thrilling. An overwhelming sense of fatigue pervaded. Engaged in conversations about their tasks, both felt the weight of impending responsibilities. Silence descended as they grappled with an excruciatingly dull day that left them questioning the very essence of life. The fatigue was so profound that Qi-Jing contemplated hiding within the office's trash bin or perhaps even seeking refuge inside the coffee vending machine. Despite his dazed state, Qi-Jing managed to fulfill his duties adequately, albeit with a lackluster approach. The world felt like a makeshift ensemble. Yet the promotional posters he produced were met with approval from his superiors, a delightful outcome for all involved. As he made his way to the elevator, his childhood friend, manager Ni Feng, invited him out for karaoke, extending the festivities from the previous night's gathering. Today, they had selected those who were particularly open-minded or interested in others, aiming for an evening of liberating enjoyment. When faced with the prospect of numerous women and the temptations that followed from the previous night, Qi-Jing resolutely declined, stating, "I'm utterly exhausted." Ni Feng inquired, "What have you been up to?" Qi-Jing quipped, "I battled with a second-year student all night. Please let me be. I truly cannot manage." Ni Feng tilted his head in disbelief. "Is that true?" Qi-Jing swore with 3 fingers raised. "If I lie, I'm a dog." Ni Feng responded, "Well, I certainly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a reserved flirt." Qi-Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Thanks for the compliment. Enjoy your evening. And do bring back a lovely sister-in-law for me." Ni Feng, clad in a well-fitted black suit, patted his shoulder and began sharing his own escapades. "Last night, while gaming, I even kissed someone." This topic piqued Qi-Jing's interest, and he momentarily reconsidered leaving. He decided against taking the elevator down, instead pulling out a cigarette and lighter, offering one to Ni Feng, who lit it and replied, "A live-streaming host from upstairs. She's incredibly gorgeous." Upon hearing host, Qi-Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "A host? Brother, can you really handle her?" Ni Feng scoffed, "Whether I can or cannot. What matters is that it was enjoyable." Qi-Jing chuckled, pondering if he agreed with such a perspective on romance. True, as long as it brings joy. The conversation shifted to a close, though the cigarette remained unconsumed. Ni Feng pressed further, "Which girl did you go out with last night? And how did you meet her?" Qi-Jing felt it was time to end the jest. "Don't take it seriously. I merely spent the night playing chess with a second-year student." Ni Feng burst into laughter. "So you were battling on the chessboard then?" He playfully nudged Qi-Jing. "Are you really not going? I will be quite bored alone." Qi-Jing remained steadfast in his refusal, lazily resting against Ni Feng's shoulder, lamenting, "I truly need to sleep. If I don't, you might end up eating my seat. I promise next time, truly." Ni Feng replied, "Fine then, goodbye." Goodbye. With a singular focus on sleep, Qi-Jing stepped into the elevator, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. In a flash, the drowsy day of crafting miniature vehicles concluded. While he was accustomed to late nights and had enjoyed engaging in musical discussions with Morgana in the morning, The physical fatigue quickly overshadowed the dopamine rush. Even as he listened to music, the exhaustion was relentless, leaving him in a state of daze. He longed to dive into lines of code, to curl up beneath his desk, or to be whisked away by his miniature vehicle to a slumber-inducing haven. Yu, responsible for software development, muddled through to the end of her workday, her world seeming a chaotic ensemble. She had managed to write code for 2 functions without errors, and the debugging process yielded unexpectedly successful results. Who knows what issues might arise in the future, but for now, it was a day of collective satisfaction. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Yu shakily rose, realizing she wouldn't be able to continue working on her computer that evening, leaving it atop the studio desk. As she, clad in a white down jacket, attempted to leave the classroom, a teammate called out to her. It was a tall, ordinary boy named Yang Sheng. Yu, want to play some games? Yang Sheng, full of enthusiasm, exclaimed, why sleep? Come join us for some gaming. He scratched his head and continued, Jean Lily is playing too. The 3 of us can team up for some intense matches. Yu, who was never particularly fond of that game, felt even less inclined upon hearing Jean Lily's name. Jean Lily was one of the few women in their team, responsible for hardware, and she was the complete opposite of Yu, an extroverted girl who adored period dramas, yet enjoyed gaming due to her computer science background. To be candid, Yu did not particularly like her, not because she was unpleasant. On the contrary, she was quite amiable, especially in comparison to Yu's roommate. The reason for her dislike stemmed from Jean Lily's strong interpersonal skills, but lackluster technical prowess, often relying on senior colleagues and teammates for assistance. In Yu's world and competitions, victories must be achieved through personal merit. In her studio, her focus was solely on vehicles, code, and accolades. Thus, she preferred not to have teammates who merely served as decorative figures. As for women outside the team, she was willing to compliment their beauty, irrespective of their superficiality. Incidentally, due to her striking beauty and eloquence, Yang Sheng was also quite fond of Jean Lily. Yu was disinclined to play the role of an auxiliary character to alleviate her teammates' awkwardness. To be frank, serving as an auxiliary was somewhat demeaning to the term itself. If a romantic connection could emerge, it might be worth her time, but attending would only lead to squandered moments. Yang Sheng was, in blunt terms, a mere sycophant. He was the type of man who would rush across campus to retrieve a package for a goddess at the mere sound of her voice, the first to volunteer to split the bill for bubble tea. Meanwhile, when it came to their group's expenses, he would meticulously count every penny, revealing a less than affluent background. Yu found herself exasperated, pondering why Yang Sheng could not see that she was not the type to attract such attention. She questioned why he was oblivious to the reality of his aspirations. The complexities of relationships truly befuddled her. Shaking her head, Yu staggered down to the dormitory, oblivious to her roommates and their activities, as though she were a mere specter. After an extended period without rest, the coldness of her unmade bed contrasted sharply with the soft sensations that enveloped her. They felt rejuvenated, longing to remain curled up in bed indefinitely. As she prepared for sleep, her thoughts inevitably wandered to the events of the previous night and the early morning, reflecting on her sudden disappearance. She opened her phone to vent about her day and sent a brief message of reassurance. Their conversation concluded with a familiar exchange. Don't die on me, little one. You too, old man. Chapter 39. The Sweet Dream Without Games. Part 2. The chat records halted by morning, with the other party reassuring her not to meet an untimely demise. Shortly after, Yu received a new message. Little one, are you still at work? Are you still alive? In a moment of reflection, the individual lamented the trials endured throughout the day. Following a meeting, the teacher had retained them, and they had remained occupied ever since. Upon finally collapsing onto the bed in the dormitory, a sense of relief washed over them. They then expressed concern for their roommate, wondering if they had faced any undue hardship. A beam of slanted sunlight illuminated the dimly lit room, where a roommate sat engrossed in their phone, seemingly indifferent to the previous night's events. It was reasonable, they mused, as they had not engaged in any disputes. They had merely sought refuge for the night. I'm fine, they assured. Being invisible to them is rather pleasant. That is indeed quite liberating, sighed Qi Jing. With the day's fatigue, now behind them. The individual felt their spirits lifted, contrasting sharply with the anxiety they had experienced earlier. They playfully teased, "How did the listless uncle fare today? Did the boss reprimand you for your lack of diligence?" Qi Jing, exasperated, retorted, "Firstly, I am only 24. I'm not yet at the age of being called an uncle. Secondly, my work today went quite smoothly. Lastly, I am neither listless nor have I shed any tears." Unappeased by this response, the individual bombarded him with messages. "Really? If you admit to feeling listless and shedding tears, the great cat god will offer you some comfort. Don't force yourself too much. Even a listless uncle hiding in the corner, crying, is rather endearing." A chuckle escaped Qi Jing as he realized this mischievous spirit was clearly unbothered and quite the provocateur. The gentle breeze wafted through the window, cool yet soothing, mirroring the warmth of the bedding. "Let's save the consolation for another time. Work truly went well. I'm not feeling listless." "Prove it," came the retort, clearly feigning ignorance. Qi Jing, leaning against the headboard, tugged at his long bangs, his expression a blend of amusement and disbelief. Was this truly the same person who had previously remained silent? "Are you certain you wish for me to provide proof? Do ensure you do not end up in tears." With the conversation having reached this point, it would be easy to concede, yet the individual was resolute. "Oh, are you trying to make me cry? What will the listless uncle do then?" Qi Jing could not contain his laughter, observing the individual's remarkable spirit that day. He anticipated the words she would use to mock him further should he say anything inappropriate. Perhaps it was precisely because she understood he would refrain from saying anything untoward that she felt emboldened. Just then, a message from the Fun Alliance group chat caught his attention. "Kaka, how about a game of Pictionary? I stayed up all night and worked the entire day. If I don't sleep soon, I might perish." "Kaka, all right, then hurry and rest." After responding to the group, Qi Jing turned his thoughts back to the playful banter with the individual. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation he had just had with his childhood friend in front of the office elevator, and he sent a message. "Of course, I was battling you through the night. Let us see who will be the last one standing." In the group chat, the individual noticed Kaka's message. "Kaka, are you interested in playing Pictionary? I stayed up until dawn and worked late into the night. I'm about to collapse." "Kaka, I forgot you all were up all night. Let us get started." After replying to the group chat, the individual returned her focus to the current exchange. "Bring it on. Who's afraid? Let us see if the uncle becomes listless first or if I collapse." Qi Jing was puzzled by her sudden ferocity. "What does this mean? Have you read my hand? It feels as though I am cornered." With the stakes now heightened, he could only take one final step. "Shall I drive to pick you up? Really? Don't chicken out." As long as she remained behind screen, she showed no fear. "All right, where will the uncle take me? Surely you want to drop me off at an internet CAF after making big claims." Qi Jing buried his face in his hands, realizing she had anticipated his every move, effectively blocking all his routes. What else would I do? What's on your mind?" Desperate attempts to regain control ensued. Her words like a game of Go, each trying to outmaneuver the other. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The middle-aged man, who only knows how to surf the internet, is desperately trying to prove his prowess in chess. "Very impressive. I concede this round to you." This admission stung more than a defeat would have. Frustrated, the 24-year-old man felt exposed. Indeed, he was merely a man who feared he could not meet the expectations of modern women. He abruptly shifted gears, launching into a tirade. "Middle-aged? No. What's wrong with surfing the internet? What's wrong with playing chess? Is it not enjoyable?" The force of his words momentarily stunned her, prompting her to lift her face from her bangs and envision a version of herself at Qi Jing's age. A programmer, slightly balding, with hair always hidden behind bangs. Carrying a computer bag, feeling as though she had just reprimanded herself, she quickly retorted, "Surfing the internet is great. Playing chess is fantastic. It's exceedingly enjoyable." The tone shifted dramatically. "Indeed, it's enjoyable. Absolutely delightful." Qi Jing, utterly bewildered, asked, "Then what were we just arguing about?" Both were left in a state of confusion. "I have no idea." The insulted Qi Jing pressed. It seemed someone suggested that playing chess and surfing the internet was something to be ashamed of. The individual, having previously insulted him, attempted to amend her words. "It must have been a misunderstanding." "Really?" "Indeed, trust me, it was merely a misunderstanding." The 40th chapter, A Sweet Dream Without Games, Part 2, Both parties had reached an impasse. The initial exchange had begun favorably for Qi Jing, with the individuals sailing smoothly, only for Qi Jing's desperate retort to turn the tide. Ultimately, they found themselves in a stalemate, neither wishing to further antagonize the other. Playing chess is truly enjoyable. Indeed, chess is genuinely enjoyable. Pleasant to hear. Indeed, very pleasant. Having reached a consensus, the smoke of battle dissipated, and through the screen, they extended a handshake of reconciliation. In the aftermath of their exchange, each pondered their next steps. 601. While chess is indeed an enjoyable pastime, today I simply cannot engage as I am overwhelmingly tired. Yes, I too must succumb to slumber. Let's play again tomorrow. Very well. Curled up in her small bed, Yu set her phone beside her pillow and closed her eyes. Having not slept at all throughout the day, her mind was already somewhat foggy from the day's busyness. Logically, she ought to be in a state of profound fatigue. However, as she shut her eyes, her mind remained exceptionally alert. She was weary, yet unable to drift into sleep. Yu attributed her predicament to her biological clock, as she typically retired at midnight. Thus, she opened her eyes and reached for her phone, unable to resist voicing a complaint to those who could only lament. Each night, I stay up late, yet when I attempt to sleep early, I find myself unable to do so. Just as she felt a sensation akin to being enveloped by her bed, a notification startled her heart, causing it to skip a beat. Squinting, she picked up the phone she had just cast aside. How about listening to some music? That was his solution. She began to browse through her music application and stumbled upon a gem. Sharing music, Xing Inghua, upon seeing the exclamation mark. Qi Jing understood that the other party appreciated the music she shared. It was delightful to encounter a kindred spirit. Eager to sleep, he too clicked on the song to commence playback. The same melody flowed into their ears. It began with ethereal drum beats, followed by playful piano notes, while the sounds of birds and insects painted a vivid image of a serene forest bathed in gentle moonlight, even while lying in bed. What delightful light music. It feels as though we're taking a stroll by the riverside at dusk. Indeed, on a night when the stars shine particularly bright, with the moon resembling a crescent, one might venture out for a leisurely walk. There should be fireflies dancing by the river, a bear peacefully slumbering nearby, and glowing mushrooms dotting the landscape. It feels as though I have encountered such a scene before. Many animated works feature such imagery, do they not? Indeed, as I listened to the piece, they sketched a tranquil evening through their unadorned voices, enveloped in music. Subsequently, 610. Shall we listen together? Sure. What is your music? It's this one. Mine is the same. Follow me. Qi Jing followed her instruction and subscribed to her on the music application. Shortly after, she sent an invitation to listen together. This was a feature Qi Jing had never utilized before, allowing 2 or more individuals to listen to the same song in a shared virtual space. As the initiator, she selected the song. Qi Jing initially assumed she wanted to listen to the previous piece, but was pleasantly surprised when she chose a different one. Nevertheless, this new selection was still quite familiar. As the melody began, Qi Jing mirrored her actions and typed the song title. Xing Cha Hui. She knew he would enjoy it. This light music, like the previous piece, was crafted by the same creator. Do you enjoy listening to Xing Cha Hui as well? Yes, I do. The lively piano notes resumed, yet this piece felt even more dreamlike, reminiscent of a score from a fairy tale. They had just exchanged impressions about a particular song, but while the former scene was solitary, this one was shared. They were connected through the network, listening to music together. It feels as though we are walking on clouds. Indeed, strolling on clouds, perhaps there is a carousel there, along with peculiar stars. Through the screen, each confined to their own rooms. They closed their eyes and felt as if they were indeed stepping on clouds, observing the orderly dancing stars with curious gazes. Ahead lay a tea party prepared by the stars, and not far away was an amusement park where those stars frolicked on a roller coaster leading to the moon, accompanied by various other animal friends. This celebration seemed destined to last all night, filled only with smiles, devoid of worldly toasts and exchanges. Speaking of which, you enjoy huiche as well? Of course I do. Isn't it odd that an older gentleman like me would have such tastes? I suppose I have always been rather peculiar, and besides, I am not old. It is quite natural to appreciate huiche. Oh, is that so? Yes. Shall we listen to the forest next? Sound good. The music swept their souls from the cloud slide, plummeting them into another forest. This time, it was not dusk, but a delightful morning, with just the right light filtering through the verdant surroundings. 6:20. Let us play this next. They emerged from the forest, strolling along a seaside promenade bathed in the sunset, both wearing headphones while young cyclists whizzed past them. Have you heard this one? They ventured onto the beach, stepping into the ocean beneath the blazing sun, splashing vibrant colors into the light. This and that, during their pre-sleep hours, music transported them through a myriad of wondrous landscapes. Music is truly remarkable. Merely listening conjures images and colors. On this pre-sleep journey, unexpected occurrences were inevitable. A jarring piece of music intruded, abruptly transforming their journey as if they were strolling on a rainbow, only to be struck by a roaring subway train, propelling them toward Mars. Damn, my playlist is a bit chaotic. Chaotic enough to resemble a grandmother who was just knitting and in the next moment picked up a guitar to play heavy metal, giving a lesson to the diners outside. What a metaphor. Ha 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 ha. Ah. They were amused by their own words and the other's similes. 7:01. This time, the single track loop will definitely work without a hitch. No way. I have to blast you a song. Go ahead. They began hurling planets at each other in the desert. In the city, they tossed dump trucks at one another. In the sea, they rode sharks crashing into each other as whales. And on a small island, they threw coconuts at each other. As they played, their ears grew numb. 8:03. The night had deepened. As they spoke of needing to sleep, they truly could not continue. In a daze, they were unsure of what kept them going. Let us stop. Let us listen to light music and sleep. Damn, don't let the grandmother pick up the guitar again. Damn, this time at 1 TB an issue. I'm listening to you. Single track loop. Fine. The dreams of that night were a mystery. In any case, good night. Even as their roommates continued to chatter about midnight snacks, and the company group on their phones buzzed with tales of nocturnal escapades. Chapter 41. We share the same sense of humor. Awaking from slumber heralded another day, an ordinary workday, a typical day of banter. Fun Lovers Alliance, 1035 Fish Tank. How do you play chess? Teach me. Kaka. If you have steel, play steel. If not, play hard. Watch me. I'll demonstrate with 3 steel pieces as my opening. Fish Tank, sure. 1052 Fish Tank. Huh. How did you become an old hand so quickly? Is this truly how chess is played? Kaka. Why would I deceive you? If you have steel, play steel. If not, play hard. Fish Tank. All right. I'll give it a try. The above is the dialogue from the chess group. Next comes the conversation from the storytelling group. Old Fox. Let me tell you a joke. Ha 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 ha. Fish Tank. After a tiring day at work, Chi Jing chose the water group for relaxation, as their guild-esque chatter was undeniably entertaining. Old Fox. I have a girlfriend. Ha 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 ha. Old Fox. I feel you're insulting me, and the evidence is irrefutable. Although he was uncertain whether it was genuinely amusing, Chi Jing found it highly entertaining. Even if it wasn't he would create his own fun. Crazy fire. It's tough. Old Fox. Damn. Can you let me finish before laughing? Old Fox. She broke up with me. Ha 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 ha. Old Fox. Damn. Let me finish. Ha 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 ha. Originally, it was not particularly amusing, yet now seated in his chair, Chi Jing could no longer contain his laughter. The remark made by the mischievous child was simply the piece d'arsistance, causing him to laugh so heartily that the entire office echoed with his gasps of mirth. The old fox remarked, "She broke up with me because she despised my smoking." Laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The old fox continued, "Recently, she found a new boyfriend who is a chain smoker." The laughter intensified. Ha ha. Chi Jing was nearly doubled over with laughter in his chair. A certain little rascal, busily crafting a small vehicle in the studio, also struggled to suppress his giggles. At this moment, some were unable to grasp the humor of the situation and began to argue. Why Jing questioned, "What's so funny about this? Is your sense of humor rather low?" I feel pity for the old fox for half a second. The old fox replied, "Just half a second?" Upon hearing this, Chi Jing was instantly displeased and retorted, "What nonsense! My sense of humor is exceedingly sophisticated." Indeed, came the affirmation. Exceedingly sophisticated. Huh. Shall I tell you a cold joke? Asked Wai Jiying, as he arranged 2 small stools, handed one over, dusted it off, and then took a seat. "I shall begin," he declared. Laughter erupted once more. Ha ha. Chi Jing laughed until his abdomen ached. "Hey, could you all refrain from laughing? I too wish to laugh." Just let me finish. Two warriors joined forces to slay a dragon. One warrior exclaimed, "We did it! Truly, we are united in purpose, with strength that can move mountains. We achieved it. United in purpose. This is our bond. This is our bond. We are revived." Warrior, do you not know the game of idioms? Upon hearing the conclusion of the cold joke, Qi Jing squinted and scrutinized. What is this? The game of idioms? After a moment of reflection, laughter burst forth again. Haha. United in purpose, strength that can move mountains. We're alive. Ha ha. The game of idioms. YY pounded the table, laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Echoed Dinulo, who was reading aloud. A most perplexing sense of humor. Tears streamed down Qi Jing's face from laughter. He was utterly spent. Indeed, Wai Jing concurred. I shall no longer engage with fools. I am off to play chess. Upon witnessing this, Qi Jing wiped his tears, having laughed enough, and wished to return to work. You insult my sense of humor. I shall not play any longer. I will go into hiding. With a splash, Dinulo continued to revel in the merriment. Suddenly, a surprising turn of events left Qi Jing bewildered, as strange images of lakeside scenes flooded his mind. Glub, 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 glub. What are you doing? Old Ying, come out and chat. Upon hearing her refer to herself as Old Ying, Qi Jing was immediately displeased. Glub, 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 glub. With that, he set down his phone and resumed his work. However, merely 10 minutes passed before his phone screen was inundated with notifications. Unable to resist the temptation, he glanced at it. N has sunk. Indeed, it appears she cannot surface, lamented KK. She has drowned, added ZHTIN. I shall rescue him in, declared KK glub. Glub, 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 glub. Qi Jing was at a loss for words. It seemed that even in his absence, the antics continued. Meanwhile, YY was thoroughly enjoying herself, and she was not alone. There was even a narrator. Chapter 42. Our shared recreational activities beside her. ZHTIN commented. Time has passed, yet the lake's depths remain silent. KK has also sunk. I shall go rescue her. Glub, 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 glub. Not knowing what was transpiring, Qi Jing casually joined in. Glub, glub, glub. KK echoed. Glub, glub, glub. The narrator's HTIN noted. Still, there was no response. The individuals on the shore called the authorities, explaining the situation. Glub, glub, glub. Eyes wide in disbelief. KK and MN were seen underwater, grilling while they exchanged glances with the cat. Qi Jing was taken aback. Huh? I'm not dead yet. Were you not here to rescue me? YY was stunned. Huh? What is underwater grilling? Can one even start a fire beneath the surface? Glub, glub, glub. KK and MN exchanged wide-eyed looks, each silently conveying, I wish to eat too. Laughter erupted. Haha. What an amusing emoticon. Qi Jing was completely disarmed, hurriedly signaling them with a covert gesture. YY slammed the table, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha. The narrative progressed. KK, the three of us will begin grilling. ZHTI and interjected. The police have arrived and sent something amiss. Surgery is on hold. I too shall go save her, declared Dinu. Surgery is on hold. I too shall go save her, echoed Wai Jing. The one lying on the operating table is you. What? Then do not rescue her. Let us continue. Qi Jing could no longer contain himself, feeling like he might perish from the shared humor. The plot took a bizarre turn, yet it was now his turn to contribute. Here, have some chopsticks, he offered. KK received them, and they commenced grilling meat. ZHTI announced. The Fisheries Bureau has arrived with a boat. Glub, glub, glub. KK exclaimed. Glub, glub. Looking up, ZHTI explained. The Fisheries Bureau has cast a large net. Oh no, a large net came crashing down. Glub, 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 glub. The narrator ZHTI declared. They have caught something. KK lamented. The dining table has been pulled up. What is this? Queried Qi Jing. They have pulled up a table, and the individuals on the shore frowned in unison. What? He responded. KK, my stomach is rumbling, gazed longingly at the table. Salivating. Qi Jing began to embellish his role, pats chest, gives a thumbs up, swims toward the dining table. KK, observing MN silhouette, swam over too, determined to join her. KK declared, Operation Rescue the dining table. Glub, glub, glub. Can this even ignite? Questioned YGing. I administered a full anesthesia. Replied D new LO. Oh, KK grasped the table, producing scissors to hand over. The narrator's HTI and proclaimed, the Fisheries Bureau has arrived with firearms. Taking aim. What is this? What are they doing? Asked KK, D new LO, YGing, and Chi Jing in unison. The recent narration seemed awry, prompting Chi Jing to panic, as did all the actors present. Wait, what on earth is a gun doing here? Who brings firearms to a rescue operation? And aiming. No less. K exclaimed. Has the scene gone awry? Does the Fisheries Bureau really carry guns? Have you never seen? Asked ZHTIN. This is not the point. Retorted YGing. Do not move. I have administered full anesthesia. Oh. KK added, if the dining table stirs, then surely there must be a big fish. Kijing questioned. Oh? The narrator's HTIN announced. The shot was fired. KK lamented. Oh no, the cat has been hit. Egust? No. Little rascal. As he tilted backward, a cry of pain escaped his lips. It hurts. It hurts too much. Fish Tank exclaimed. Isn't this climax a bit too casual? The mad fireman retorted. Your circumcision surgery was poorly executed. Fish Tank responded with confusion, while Chi Jing burst into laughter. Kaka, exchanging glances, nodded slightly and with a gurgle. Chi Jing furrowed his brow before leaping into the water. Kaka quickly turned to flee, prompting Chi Jing to ponder for a moment before shouting, Traitor! Jitian continued to fire underwater. Are you blind? I just surfaced. You laughed heartily while Kaka vowed. I will remember you all. The narration revealed Jitian realized something was amiss and called for a submarine. Is the water this deep where we are barbecuing? Indeed, the plot has collapsed. Another voice chimed in. It must have crumbled the moment the gun was drawn. How did it turn into a survival game? With a hand over his mouth, he sank to the bottom, dragging the little ghost upwards amidst the murky water, watching the shadow swim down. Gurgle, let us go, he urged, gritting his teeth as he swam upward. The narration noted that just as the submarine arrived, the person had already been rescued. Fish Tank lamented. What a shame I couldn't help. Little ghost, wake up, he urged while pulling the little ghost to the shore. Laying him flat, he wondered, As Chi Jing was engrossed in typing, he suddenly felt something was off. The story had taken an unexpected turn. Something was amiss. Although it was merely a role-playing game within the group, it felt a bit disrespectful. Meanwhile, Yu, seated at the table, inexplicably swallowed hard, feeling an odd tension. How strange. The atmosphere had seemingly turned a bit ambiguous. What if he kissed me? I ate chives last night. Would that make him gag? The sensation of being kissed felt peculiar. As he began chest compressions, a small fish was expelled, followed by a strangled cry. Ah, little ghost. He sighed in peace. It hurts. It hurts too much. Fish Tank burst into laughter. This ending seems a bit abrupt. Kaka proclaimed, the end, let us celebrate. Jitian echoed, the end, let us celebrate. Chapter 43. The joys we cannot place. Time leaps to the night of the underwater barbecue incident. His mood was exceptionally buoyant that day. A successful workday, complemented by an exciting performance in the Group S underwater barbecue. He opened the door, changed into slippers in the hallway, and discarded his bag. As he headed to the bathroom, he noticed the laundry basket was overflowing. Realizing it was time for a thorough cleaning, with a strong resolve, he took each piece of clothing from the basket, stuffed them into the washing machine, added some detergent, and powered it on. While waiting, he casually scrolled through short videos on his phone and decided to check the lively group chat of the Joyful People Alliance to see what they were discussing at that moment. Heart of Steel is quite entertaining. Another faithful black brother has joined. As soon as he opened the group chat, Chi Jing felt a bit uneasy. Is Heart of Steel really that magical? Fish Tank, how did you become Fish Steel? Laughter erupted. Fish Steel remarked, old dang. Could you refrain from exposing the same punchline repeatedly? It makes you seem a tad more astute. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, but soon, you glanced at the group chat while busy coding. Old dang. Same punchline. Chi Jing cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to retort and set the little ghost straight, Fish Steel chimed in. Little dang, your punchline is as predictable as old dang s. Little dang. Damn Fish Steel remarked, joy, 50 steps laugh at 100 steps. You laughed heartily, while Chi Jing joined in the merriment. laughing until he was nearly in tears. After a while, Chi Jing suddenly remembered there were still dirty clothes in the bedroom, so he clutched his stomach and stepped outside. The group chat continued its lively banter. Fish Steel declared, "3 Steel is here, another exhilarating game ahead." The old fox added, "Finish this game and pull me in." Kaka expressed interest as well. "All right, you all want to play? I'm still working." Yu chuckled, glancing at the group chat, feeling he had nothing to contribute. So he resumed his coding. Chi Jing remained immersed in the laundry task, washing clothes without a sound. About 20 minutes later, Fish Tank remarked, "If I play one more game, I'm a dog." "What kind of rebuttals are these?" Kaka inquired. The old fox responded, "I waited for you for half an hour, just for this." Yu laughed and joined in. Fish Tank urged Little Deng, "Can you focus on your coding instead of laughing?" Kaka questioned, "Are you playing or not?" Fish Tank concluded, "Forget it, for the sake of brotherhood. Let us play one more round." Something still felt amiss. "Come on, be a dog for the brothers." The old fox agreed. Meanwhile, Chi Jing was still hanging the laundry. After finishing one black sweatshirt, he picked up another black sweatshirt, followed by a deep blue one. Once all the clothes were hung, he wiped his icy, water-drenched hands on his brown sweatshirt. He took out his phone to check the messages. Fish Steel exclaimed, "I can't believe it. Black Brother is back. Damn, what name change? Fish Steel. Ha ha ha. Old Deng, take a look at the chat above." Chi Jing was momentarily stunned. "Huh? Fish Tank if I play again. I'm a dog. Ha ha. Fish Steel. I can't believe it. Fish Steel. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Fish Steel added, "Joy, I 1T speak to fools. I'm heading to operate." Ha ha ha. Chi Jing chuckled as he exited to continue coding. "Let me join after this game." Time jumps again, now an hour later that same night. Yu was still busy catching up on his work, while Chi Jing was engaged in a game with his friends, chatting through the game's voice feature. Suddenly, Kaka remarked, "It seems like we have a newcomer in the group." Upon hearing this, everyone switched screens to check the chat. A new entity named Yu was bubbling up in the conversation. "Hello, brothers." The members of the Joyful People Alliance responded with a warm welcome, quickly joining in. "Welcome, unknown," Kaka greeted. Fish Tank echoed, "Welcome, unknown." The narration clarified, "He has actually called you," with a falling tone. The cultured mad fireman chimed in, "Indeed. Just pronounce it as it looks." Chi Jing acknowledged the newcomer's name, but remarked, "The newcomer's name lacks a certain smoothness." "I can't type that," he admitted. "It's not like the mad fireman, which, though abstract, is quite smooth to input." Mad fireman. Kaka agreed, "Indeed, mad fireman, possessing the exceptional genes of a joyful person." Chi Jing detected a similar punchline. "Mad fireman smooth?" "Brothers," he called out, "tell the newcomer what our slogan is." Fish Tank replied, "Huh?" The mad fireman asked, "Do we even have such a thing?" Kaka looked on with anticipation. Without a second thought, Chi Jing typed, "Mad fireman enjoys smoothness." The mad fireman exclaimed, "Damn." Fish Steel added, "Joy." Ha ha ha. The conversation continued, but Chi Jing found himself lost in his own humor, oblivious to the ongoing chat in the group. DN what profession does the newcomer have? Madike sportsman. Why Jing? Indeed, that's quite an obscure profession. As the conversation in the group grew increasingly serious, CHJ Ng's smile abruptly faded, revealing his dissatisfaction. "Isn't it amusing? Why Jing? Old fox. DN Ha. The mysterious sense of humor has resurfaced. Why Jing? Can you not admit that your sense of humor is rather juvenile?" Upon hearing this, CHJ Ng felt displeased. "My sense of humor is exceptionally sophisticated." Why Jing? Yes, you are indeed sophisticated. Izene, Nukum. Let us not converse with the fool. He does not represent our group's intelligence. At that moment, a tall, strikingly handsome young man with a fair complexion entered the group. Shifting the atmosphere. Sholn. Newcomer. Share photo. Why? No, I'm not photogenic. Sholn. I'm not photogenic either. Everyone must share a photo upon joining the group. I have already shared mine. Why, huh? Can I see the handsome guy? Feeling disdained. CHJ Ng chuckled as he exited the group chat. This denial of his sense of humor was not a new occurrence. However, he found a peculiar amusement in the fact that his so-called inferior humor could elicit a smile. Strange remarks began to emerge in the group. Why? Sholn is so handsome. Hee, infatuated laugh. Why, be my master. KK. Why Jing? Is this newcomer a bit off? Is he more handsome than D and LO? My assessment is that he is not as appealing as DNLO. DNWLO. Come on, can you stop executing me like this? You don't understand your own charm. DNLO enjoys smooth sailing. Subsequently, indeed, not as appealing as DNLO. DNLO enjoys smooth sailing. One after another, two men resembling catfish grinned widely. And CHJ Ing could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Damn. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. DNLO. All right. All right. Ha ha. CHJ Ing lay on his bed, laughing uncontrollably. Amidst his laughter, he suddenly paused, staring at the screen, contemplating for a moment before bursting into laughter again. The fleeting moment of distraction made him realize the circumstances under which such humor could evoke laughter within him. It was essential to have a companion who could catch his words. They had been in sync all along. It was only today that CHJ Ing discovered they shared a certain similarity. Yui, preparing to finish work, felt quite elated. She found it amusing to engage with old Dieng's remarks, as others could not create such an atmosphere. They understood one another well, allowing for the creation of a classic experience like underwater barbecue, not to mention their bizarre catchphrases. Chapter 44. What should Liampi taste like? Time progressed to Wednesday, the afternoon following the underwater barbecue. Sitting in the office, CHJ Ing awaited takeout with NF Ing while casually watching a live game and chatting. Where's our takeout? It's already past the time. NF Ing sat beside him, smoking. Who knows? CHJ Ing, wearing headphones, spoke without thinking, then added. There are many people ordering at noon, and delivery personnel usually handle multiple orders. It's normal for delays. NF Ing squinted and remarked. Should have bought a punctuality charm. CHJ Ing had indeed purchased meals that came with punctuality charms. Even with one, they would still arrive early. NF Ing laughed and scolded. Absurd. Ordinary meals are one thing, but ordering with a punctuality charm should guarantee it. CHJ Ing chuckled. Let us show some understanding. The pressure is immense, and every profession has its challenges. NF Ing couldn't help but punch him lightly on the shoulder, saying, You empathize with them. But who empathizes with you? CHJ Ing joked about himself. I don't know. Whoever is willing to empathize can do so. Just then, the delivery service called, and NF Ing stepped outside to collect the food. The live game was somewhat unappetizing, prompting CHJ Ing to pause his gameplay as mealtime approached. Naturally, as a young person, he felt the need to watch something while eating. He opened his phone and, during this fragment of time, accessed the LZRNLY to seek some amusement and fill the void. He was not alone in this thought. During this break and mealtime, LZRNLY became active once more. SheOLN. Pork cutlet rice. SheOLN. Today's lunch is pork cutlet rice with tamagoyaki. SheOLN. Have you all eaten yet? KK. Looks delicious. KK. So despairing, still in class. LOCNY. Bento. LOCNY. My girlfriend made this for me. KK. You should die. YG Ying. Half-eaten Liampi. YG Ying. Today's Liampi is neither spicy nor unspicy. It's just unappetizing. At this point, CHJ Ing felt he had a say. He handed the takeout to NF Ing. Receiving the Liampi, CHJ Ing opened the chopsticks, unveiled the dish, slurped a mouthful, chewed, and snapped a photo to send to the group. Liampi. ISNT Liampi all supposed to taste the same? How can it be unappetizing? YG Ing, of course. Unappetizing Liampi is simply unappetizing Liampi. By the way, ISNT Liampi supposed to be savory and sweet? YG Ing, huh? YG Ing. Liampi is definitely spicy and salty. How can it be sweet and sour? A cognitive dissonance arose at this moment. The internet is indeed powerful, and the group chat is quite remarkable, capable of breaking the information bubble. ISNT your Liampi sweet and sour? What heretics? YG Ing. Who is the true heretic here? Liampi is traditional in our region. It's spicy. Salty. Huh? Feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. CHJ Ing tilted his head towards NF Ing and asked, Is Liampi supposed to be spicy and salty? NF Ing, also eating Liampi, affirmed, yes. When I traveled, I had authentic ones. They were indeed spicy, with no sweetness whatsoever. Ng's worldview collapsed entirely. He knew that tofu pudding could be sweet or savory, but he was unaware that liangpi could also have different flavors. I never expected that liangpi isn't all sweet. Onzuelen. Izin ne? El Ocean Y. Is there sweet liangpi? Huh. Ng's worldview crumbled and was rebuilt. What do you mean? Haven't you ever had sweet and sour liangpi? No. Ike no. So I'm the only heretic? Why Jiying? What else could it be? Speaking of sweet and sour liangpi, she had a bit of authority on the matter. Although I haven't had sweet and sour liangpi, I usually add sugar when I eat liangpi. I'm so hungry. There's still 30 minutes left in class. KK, you all hurry up and prepare a feast for me. I want to eat as soon as class ends. I'll whip out my secret dish, Coca-Cola potatoes. Why Jiying? Will eating that not kill you? Emitting a strange color and smell. Narrator's HTN. Unbelievable. It won't kill you, it's delicious. I swear it just looks strange. Upon reading what Xiao Gu said, Ing envisioned Coca-Cola potatoes. Swapping the chicken wings in Coca-Cola chicken wings for potatoes, and thought it might not be bad. He adored Coca-Cola chicken wings. What is so unbelievable about that? If I were to present milk chocolate-infused braised beef noodles, what would you say? Why Jiying? No comment. Narrator's HTN. Not very approving. Seeing Ng's words, why imagine the flavor of chocolate combined with instant noodles. However, she need not ponder such abstract concepts, for she had tried mixing chocolate with instant noodles and ketchup. Thus, she concluded, I want to eat. Onzuelen. Xioln. I think Coca-Cola potatoes are edible. KK. Haha. KK. I'll make chocolate dumplings with soy sauce for you all. In response, Ing imagined it, and YUI did too. It was not merely stubbornness. It was more a feeling of I think it's acceptable. I feel it could be edible. After all, it's a sweet and savory combination. At that moment, their brainwaves aligned once more due to a single word. Indeed, the sweet and salty flavors are indeed palatable. However, without sweetness, it becomes inedible. I often find myself adding sugar when there's too much salt and vice versa. Jing resonates deeply with this sentiment. I too add soy sauce and sugar when the dish becomes overly salty. The final product may appear quite dark, yet it is undeniably delicious. Kaka interjects, recalling a moment. Upon seeing your discussion about health, I suddenly thought of my sister S. Banlon Jin instant noodles. I believe you would enjoy them. The narrator, Ji Qian, observes the conversation becoming increasingly lively. The old fox remarks, I think you might like watermelon with soy sauce. What do they take us for? Old Deng ponders. I don't know. Jing replies. Enough of this. I'm off to enjoy my liangpi. I cannot comprehend these heretics. After this exchange, Jing focuses on showcasing his meal. At that moment, Nifeng, who had just finished eating, wipes his mouth and starts a conversation. Join me for dinner this Saturday night. Having previously declined his invitations multiple times, Jing finds himself without a reason to refuse this time. He is also inclined to share a meal with his friend. All right, just the two of us? Jing asks, somewhat resigned. Why do you want to join you for just the two of you? Nifeng responds, it would feel a bit awkward alone. Jing retorts, you're being ridiculous. Nifeng playfully counters, look who's talking. Jing laughs, avoiding Nifeng's playful punch. Suddenly, a new message pops up, drawing his attention to a private chat. A screenshot of a food delivery appears. Sweet and sour pork, tomato scrambled eggs. How is it? Sweet and salty. Old Deng has quite the taste. Leiyu smiles softly while waiting for a takeout. Chapter 45. I want to defeat you on Wednesday. At 5:30, dinner time arrives. The spirited young man, who had previously felt an unspoken connection with Jing, initiates a chat. Speaking of which, you still owe me an unconditional request. You haven't forgotten, have you? I haven't. The other party seems pleased. Oh, that's good. Let me think. What shall I have you do? Jing, already feeling the weight of his burdens, finds the conversation increasingly torturous. I must tell you, the liangpi I had for lunch had a slight tang. I am suffering now. I suggest you show some kindness. Be cautious. I might just come to your school and press your head down. During dinner time in the studio, Leiyu sits on a bench at campus, sipping hot soy milk, cherishing a moment of tranquility before work. After analyzing the conversation, she seems to grasp something and cannot help but smile. But you did say it was unconditional. I simply want the uncle to be my dog. What can you do about it? It's truly unfortunate that the uncle is rather useless. Getting all flustered while wanting to press my head down? Then, the conversation takes a sharp turn. Come on, bring it on. If you can, defeat me. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Come on, defeat me. Sitting on the toilet, Qi finds himself both amused and infuriated. Even the pain in his stomach seems to fade. Fine, wait for me a moment. I'll come to your school gate shortly. Don't leave. However, these words have long been anticipated by the other party. I can't wait. I have to go to the studio soon. There's absolutely no time. If you wish to defeat me, now is your chance. Driving should be manageable, right? I could be late. Qi grips his phone tightly, his frustration palpable. Huh. I have something to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll rush out to crush you. Is there something you must do? Can't you postpone it? I really need to go to the studio. Oh, uncle, don't be busy. Such a marvelous opportunity, and you truly want to seize it? I prepared for you. You should have clocked out by now. What could be so urgent? Or perhaps you are merely being tsundere? Saying you want to defeat me is merely a fade. You secretly want to be my dog. How adorable, pretending to be busy. Qi defenses crumble. Truth be told, he desperately wants to rise and sprint down the stairs at lightning speed, then slam the accelerator to press that cheeky little brat's head down. Yet, at the first step, he hesitates. Damn it. No, it hurts. With a sensitive stomach, Qi gasps, continuing to struggle within a confined space. The urge to eliminate the young man transforms into a palpable resentment. If resentment could take form, dark wisps would undoubtedly seep from the bathroom, where the unfortunate soul, seated upon the pristine toilet, is shrouded in shadows, his eyes glowing crimson. Frustrated, Qi types furiously on his phone, translating his ire into sharp words. You're the tsundere golden retriever loser. Had it not been for my stomachache, I would have pressed your head into the earth's core today. Aiya, upon reading the obvious implication in his first message, deduces what he is currently experiencing. Thus, her long-planned outburst erupts. How pitiful, with your tummy hurting. Let me pat your head. Such a tragedy. It's a pity that since your stomach hurts, you cannot come to school to press my head. Can you? By the way, I actually showered today. My hair is soft and fragrant. It must feel delightful to press it down. As long as you can come, I'll let you press however you like. But alas, it's impossible. You can only curl up like a bug, fantasizing about it while staring at your phone. Uncle, shall we try crawling out of the bathroom? But would it hurt more on the way? That could be quite dangerous while driving. Laughter fills the air. Even in the dimly lit restroom, the darkness persists, as no light can penetrate the shadows enveloping Qi. I'll wait for you to leave the studio tonight. Aiya laughs heartily. It's too cold out tonight. I don't want to go out. The evening sun is delightful and warm. If someone could press down on me right now, it would feel amazing. Come on. Ha ha ha. I wish to be pressed. Regret washes over Qi. He truly laments not having seized that unexpected opportunity to press her down during their last encounter. What a splendid chance it was. Yet he chose to overlook past grievances and care for this mischievous child. You wait. One day I'll enter your school, inquire about your studio's location, and wait at the entrance with a sack for you. See you tonight. Aiya remains unperturbed. You need facial recognition to enter our school. Do not underestimate the security of universities. If you're called in for tea, if you kneel and plead, I might just introduce you as my foolish brother from the countryside. Qi replies, having sent these messages under the radiant sunset. Aiya's face reflects the shimmering light, her laughter so infectious that even passers-by find her peculiar. What a relief. Ha ha ha. The joy of the day springs forth from this exchange. In stark contrast, within the dark confines of another space, a roll of toilet paper visibly contorts. Qi laments. But does regret serve any purpose? Regret is futile. In this moment, he experiences an epiphany. Life should not be shackled by the past. One must live in the present, with an eye towards the future. Cherish and earnestly grasp every opportunity. Qi swallows all his resentments, meticulously weaving his fade. It hurts. I want to play with you anymore. I want to die from the pain. His disguise proves effective. Stupid tape. Uncle, please don't die. It hurts too much. Remember to take your medicine. Upon receiving the news, Qi, who was earlier engulfed in frustration, felt his anger dissipate somewhat, as if the intensity of his ire had diminished. The grand ambitions of those who sought to suppress the little ghost seemed to crumble in an instant. The little ghost appeared to be faring quite well. "It's fine, I shouldn't die," he reassured. "But still hurts." The other party quickly commenced typing. Gentle pats on the head. They advised, "Do not overexert yourself. You must take good care of yourself. If the pain becomes unbearable, do visit a hospital." Oh, how kind the little ghost was. The ominous aura in the restroom gradually began to fade. Then came the words, "If Uncle were to die, I would be left without a dog. So you must strive to survive. My golden retriever, by Quan Chan, wouldn't want to see me seeking another dog, would you? Therefore, survive. I adore my golden retriever by Quan. If you remain my dog, perhaps one day you will still have the chance to pat my head." With that, Qi Jing cast his phone aside, focusing intently on merely getting through the ordeal in the restroom. Continuing to look at the phone might lead him to his end. Chapter 46. What to wear on Thursday. Time off always seems to fly by swiftly. The Wednesday, which had nearly driven him to the brink with irritation, concluded with a stomachache leading into Thursday. On this ordinary morning, as Qi Jing settled into his gaming chair, fresh outdoor air enveloping him, a message from the little ghost appeared on his phone screen, displaying an image. Unable to unlock the phone and see its contents, he was taken aback by the early morning message, as the little ghost typically preferred to converse in the evenings. Setting down his bag, he opened his phone to take a look. Image of a sweatshirt. "You should like this piece, right?" After glancing at it, he pursed his lips, an expression of resignation creeping onto his face. She was not merely sharing fashion tips, but rather mocking him further regarding the events of the previous day. The image was not just about sharing an outfit. It was a photo taken with a rear camera, showcasing a white sweatshirt laid out on a bed, with a pink nightgown curled up beside it, and a pair of bare knees featured at the bottom. The focal point of the image was the 4 bold characters emblazoned on the white sweatshirt. "May the bad luck dissipate." If yesterday's stomachache did not count as misfortune, then being vexed by the little ghost certainly did. To add to the irony, the coffee spilled on the passenger seat that morning seemed to corroborate his streak of bad luck. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Should Qi Jing regard these occurrences as ill-fated and purchase that sweatshirt, he would likely be reminded of the irritated scene each time he laid eyes upon it. To elaborate, it would evoke the absurd image of a little ghost standing at the restroom door, berating him, while he was firmly trapped by the toilet. How utterly abstract. "I don't like it," he declared. "I prefer darker colors." Product recommendation. May the bad luck dissipate sweatshirt. Available in all colors. Qi Jing clicked on the product link to peruse, revealing an array of sweatshirts in various hues, precisely as she had claimed. As he continued to browse, he suddenly found the sweatshirts rather appealing, contemplating adding one to his wardrobe for the newly commenced spring season, having yet to make any purchases. Black and deep blue look quite nice, right? Aren't they lovely? Perfect for an uncle who constantly encounters misfortune and wishes to pin me down, but cannot. Perhaps buying it could change one's luck, ensuring that next time when you attempt to pin me down, you won't experience a stomachache. Qi Jing was acutely aware that this little ghost had come to mock him. Although he felt an urge to purchase, it was not the focal point at the moment. He regarded himself as quite the genius. "Are you truly recommending this to me? Surely, the little ghost isn't suggesting we wear matching outfits?" The little ghost is quite adept. At that moment, Yu, seated on her bed, recognized her odd vocalization and promptly closed her mouth. She stared wide-eyed at the white sweatshirt before her, reflecting on her previous remarks and realizing they might have been misconstrued. She had not intended to imply a couple's outfit. Rather, upon seeing the sweatshirt in her wardrobe, she was reminded of her spirited retort from the previous day, which had undoubtedly left her feeling exasperated. How could there be such a significant oversight? Yu briefly considered her misstep, but swiftly dismissed it. Why is Uncle lost in his own fantasies once again? I merely felt sorry for him, thinking he might order something peculiar when getting takeout. Hence I recommended this piece to him. You know, with such quick thoughts of couple outfits, could it be that you secretly desire to possess me, hoping I could be your girlfriend? Is there some wicked thought crossing your mind? I am already your master in the game. Do not be too greedy. Qi Jing pondered a moment. He had initially believed that his vigorous advance would confer him a substantial advantage. The painful truth was that he had been cornered at every turn. At this juncture, he could only resort to a cunning ruse, feigning ignorance. To be fair, this sweatshirt is indeed quite attractive. Your taste is commendable. Yu found herself amused by his plea for reconciliation. Who said I was seeking a truce? Oh, the clumsiness of your topic shift is almost comical, rivaling today's pleasant weather. Faced with her refusal to yield any ground, Qi Jing darkened his expression and opted for a resigned attitude. Go play if you wish. I must return to work. However, she continued to prance about. I struck a nerve, and now you wish to flee. So adorable. The adorable golden retriever. Qi Jing chose to embrace apathy. Losing was not shameful. Practice would only improve his skills. After deriving ample joy from their banter, Yu mused, what a delight. Just as Qi Jing prepared to open his computer, he suddenly found a sweatshirt indeed quite appealing. Thus, he resumed his search online, glancing at the buyer showcases. Upon comparison, he noted the quality of the print was remarkable. Just as he was about to make a purchase, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the showcase image. At that moment, an epiphany struck. It's quite chilly this morning. Stop playing on your phone and put on some clothes. Hearing her phone buzz, Yu, having just extended her short arms from her sleeves, peeked at her phone, her face instantly flushing. Damn! She tossed the phone far away, feeling as if she had been entirely exposed to the gaze of the person behind the screen. Various thoughts flooded her mind. Did I accidentally turn on the camera? No. My front camera is taped up. Yu. What did you do? On the other end, Qi Jing recognized the situation immediately, realizing his earlier assumptions were correct. It was not mere guessing, but rather the simplest deduction. The image you sent me features a lump of nightgown. Thank you, little ghost, for sharing your outfit in such a cold environment. Flustered and mortified, Yu's face burned with embarrassment. You have such peculiar fantasies. Qi Jing reveled in the moment. Calm down. I know you're anxious, but do not rush. Next time you share an image, please be mindful of your privacy. The little ghost is still young. Yu blinked, pondering the logic, yet her anger remained undiminished. You, with your odd fantasies. Qi Jing, now atop the moral high ground, felt justified. Ha. Others would not dare to point it out. I am merely looking out for your well-being. No matter what you say, you are a beast. Yu. Hilarity ensued as she berated him, and Qi Jing grew ever more exhilarated. Is this all you have to offer? Have you run out of new insults? I wish to have you as my dog for a week. No, for a year. CHJing. I wanted to post in the group chat and on the game screen. Without my fantasies, I cannot survive or sleep. This little rascal cannot play around. Despite this, he, with a head full of black lines, continued, Please, I am just joking. Why? Humph. Chapter 47. Friday is a retrograde game. Friday after work. What time shall we dine tomorrow? CHJing inquired. It should be around 7 in the evening. Just wait for my call. And effing replied, half leaning out of the passenger seat. Bang. The car door was shut. The vehicle parked beneath the NF-ing community began to move forward slowly once more. As CHJing turned the steering wheel gently, he pondered his words and considered what delectable food he might enjoy tomorrow. His thoughts about tomorrow's meal quickly shifted to what he would eat today. Ultimately, he was certain he would order takeout, as there would be an event with the LZ are in alliance shortly. The previous dungeon had been paused midway due to the little rascal's issues and was scheduled to resume today. Indeed, hamburgers seemed to be the best option, allowing him to eat while playing. CHJing resolved to drive home. At this moment, the LZ are in alliance was already gathering. Yu had set up her computer in an empty classroom next to her studio, where there was power and no one would disturb her. It was a veritable paradise for gaming. She had not played Aiya Battle for quite a while, as she knew her time only allowed for one character. Her character was already at max level, nearing graduation status, and only the highest difficulty team dungeons could provide any progression for her account. Logging in was merely an opportunity to admire the scenery. After logging into the game, Yu merely observed the environment, idly spinning her character and admiring its exquisite model. She also clicked on the newly activated couple feature to check on her in-game partner, having only been together for a few days, indulging in such trivial activities. Before long, the group chat began to buzz with activity. YGing. If I play one more game, I'll truly feel like a dog. KK. Stop playing, log in. FNGFing. Coming soon, still eating. FNGFing. Dog emoji bored. Yu decided to engage in the chat, discussing trivial matters. Were we eating? I haven't eaten. Eating is far more important than gaming. KK. Exactly. Eating is far more important than gaming. I hope we get a healing staff today. Lao Ding loves to play recklessly, and the pressure is immense. Every time we raid, I wish to let those melee fighters fend for themselves. Whoever plays recklessly can lie on the ground. FNGFing. Hell, XNGKing. Is the pressure really that great? How about I heal the melee fighters? Old fox, spare us. With your half-baked profession and mediocre healing, you should stick to healing range characters. XNGKing. Do you look down on me? Let us duel at the city gate. Old fox, if you have the capability, let us compare melee talents and see who scores higher. Or we could transform into bear form and see who maintains aggro better. Alternatively, I could log in my priest alt and we can compare healing outputs. XNGKing. Silly, he has triggered. As the evening sun cast its golden rays before dusk. YUI smiled as she observed the group chat. The gloom from a few days prior had dissipated significantly. Time drifted gently, swaying with the white curtains of the classroom. Soon, the anticipated hour of 6 would arrive. After organizing her equipment and potions in the city, she mounted her flying dragon and arrived at the city capable of accessing the dungeon, returning to the forest from a few days prior. Her companions had gathered once more. The guild voice chat was now active, and YUI chose to join in. Before the battle commenced, she typically spoke little, preferring to listen quietly as they engaged in casual conversation. Such moments of rest, where she need not act, were quite pleasant for her. Eventually, the conversation naturally turned toward attendance. KK, who else isn't logged in? There are currently 23 people in the group. You can quickly realize that her partner had yet to arrive. FNGFing is not here. YUI glanced around and also noticed that her in-game partner had not arrived. Neither has he. KK checked and then asked, did he speak in the group chat earlier? Where did he go? Vuch? Strange, he should have finished work by now. Could he have been called in for overtime? Upon hearing this, YUI contemplated, I'll ask him. With that, she disconnected from the guild voice chat and found a lively conversation with her partner, then made a voice call. The ringing echoed briefly before she was met with the notification that the other party was already on a call. Upon hearing this, YUI typed a message in the chat. Where is my golden retriever? Is he working overtime? At that moment, Ing was not called in for overtime. He had merely received a phone call. The smoke from his cigarette curled upward from his fingertips, slipping through the window's crevice to mingle with the sunset outside. Leaning on the balcony, he wore a faintly resigned smile as he conversed with his mother. It 1T workout. His mother replied, if you don't try, how will you know it 1T work? ISNT she your classmate? Let us not forget that we hardly spoke in middle school, and our jobs are not the same. Besides, that girl might not be interested in arranged meetings. It's just your group of elders making wild suggestions. Am I really at the age where I'm being pressured into marriage at 24? His mother sounded somewhat displeased. Wait until you're older. It will be too late to find a good girl then. Living without a care, Ing genuinely did not wish to pursue a relationship, let alone with a girl known for her fiery temper. He believed that if he would date her, every day would be fraught with anxiety, even while gaming. Of course, this was merely speculation and not a slander against the young woman. In summary, Ing merely wanted to find an excuse to placate his mother. Rest assured, I will definitely find a girlfriend in the future. You elders need not worry about it. If I am correct, that girl would likely say the same to her parents. His mother seemed ready to say more. Your words, Mom, I'm still working overtime. Let us talk later. Ing promptly hung up the phone. The ash on his fingertips had lingered for quite some time. He tossed the half-burnt cigarette, which had not been smoked, into the empty cola bottle. The remaining liquid and the cigarette produced a faint sizzling sound. He checked the unread messages and missed calls on his phone, discovering that the little rascal was trying to reach him. I was just on a call. I'll log in now. Tucking his phone into his pocket, he lit another cigarette, murmuring, there is indeed a hint of retrograde. Chapter 48. Our views on love, ordinary yet elusive. Apologies for being late. Ing entered the guild voice chat with a smile, offering his apologies. What were you up to? Inquired, as Ing logged into his account. He recounted his experience as if it were a mere joke, sharing it with everyone. I just received a call from home. I think I'm truly becoming Lao Diying. My mother is starting to pressure me into marriage. Iwi, eh? Although she often teased CHJ Ing as being Lao Diying or an old man, she never truly viewed him as such. Moreover, having recently seen him, CHJ Ing's appearance resembled that of a fresh university graduate, or rather, a current student. KK was equally taken aback. Is that for real? As CHJ Ing entered the game, he continued, Why would I lie to you? KK, you're not the one going on an arranged meeting next week. Are you? CHJ Ing chuckled. That one tea happened. I'm only 24 and not yet at the stage for such things. I'll just play along, and besides, that girl probably doesn't want to go on an arranged meeting either. After speaking, he controlled his character to rush towards the dungeon, then jokingly remarked to himself, however, based on my perspective on romance, I might indeed be delayed until the age of matchmaking. The cheerful husky leader chimed in, I feel like I might too. Upon hearing this, Chi Jing couldn't help but interject, Ka, you're even younger than me. With your sunny disposition, I believe you won't have any trouble attracting girls. This assertion was met with a counter from Kaka, who added his perspective. If I were to find a girlfriend, I would seek someone with whom I resonate. Someone I could date all the way to marriage, so it might be quite challenging to find that. Everyone nodded in agreement with this sentiment. The old fox remarked, Isn't that what everyone thinks? She affirmed, indeed. Diao Hualao stated, I want to find a tall sister about 1.8 meters, who can dominate me every day until marriage. Setting aside the peculiarities of their desires, it was clear that these individuals were champions of pure love. Similarly, Chun Ai Feng laughed. It's obvious none of you have been in a relationship. I can only say that everyone holds such ideals, believing the other to be a potential spouse, only to end up with scars from heartbreak. This statement rendered the pure love warriors silent. Concurrently, someone in the guild echoed the sentiment. Xiao Tian sighed. Indeed, I adore my girlfriend, but now even a simple conversation feels bothersome, and we argue after every couple of exchanges. Feng Feng, speaking with a tone of resigned advice, said, This means you're not far from a breakup. Your current situation is tormenting you. To be honest, she no longer loves you. It's best to part ways sooner rather than later. Naturally, Xiao Tian replied, Isn't there any other way? Although he was reluctant to pursue romance, Qi Jing had a keen understanding of the situation. Love often clouds the judgment of those involved while onlookers see clearly. He thought there must be a solution. If she finds you annoying, focus on self-improvement and don't dwell too much on your relationship. Feng Feng concurred. I still believe breaking up sooner leads to healing faster. With that, Feng Feng added a humorous emoji in the guild chat for levity. Soon after, the truth of the saying about love being a maze for those involved and clear for the observers was validated. Xiao Tian seemed entirely oblivious to their advice, instead sharing a screenshot of his conversations with his girlfriend in the group. Xiao Tian, so is news. Xiao Tian, are you sleeping? Xiao Tian, bad luck. Xiao Tian, called on 3 times during class. Xiao Tian, class is over. Xiao Tian, class has started. After reading, the group's enthusiasm for romance was significantly dampened. The disenchanted by Lan Yugang remarked, Being single is indeed preferable. Kaka responded, Indeed, brother, your statement is hard to argue against. The seasoned old fox sighed. It's exactly the same. Just like my girlfriend who despises my smoking, she ended up with a smoker. Suddenly, Qi Jing burst into laughter. Ha, that's hilarious. His laughter was infectious, prompting you to join in. Can you all stop laughing? Ha, fine. Qi Jing managed to suppress his laughter momentarily, only to erupt again. You also lost control, laughing uncontrollably. Yuan gang, here we go again. The old fox, feeling exasperated, said, I promise I'll stop talking about my girlfriend. Qi Jing replied, Haha, I beg you. Please stop. You added, haha. The old fox, fine, I won't say anything. Qi Jing, you be quiet. I can't take it anymore. Struggling to contain his laughter, Qi Jing maneuvered his mouse and keyboard. The team, still gathered under the golden tree, was visibly struggling to keep their composure. Due to the golden tree's anomalies, many formidable golden cultists had arrived, intent on thwarting their efforts to bury the potion capable of killing the golden tree into its roots. Numerous challenges awaited them around the golden tree that needed to be tackled one by one. This time, they were not in a team, but rather a large group. Racing through the forest on various abstract mounts, tortoises, birds, wolfhounds, horses, and frogs. This eclectic group soon gathered at the foot of the first obstacle. Seated atop a two-legged green tortoise, Fu Guxiao Lin declared, "When I do find a girlfriend, she must be someone who can aid my career." The topic of romantic perspectives continued to unfold. Kaka instructed, "Priest, focus on dispelling that, then strike hard. Xing Kong, maintain second aggro." Excitedly, the bear-transformed Xing Kong replied, "Sure. I'm looking for a rich woman." The previously quiet Sure Hui Shui suddenly spoke up, "I just want to spend my life with my little cabbage." "Huh?" Yi responded. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. "You actually have a girlfriend?" The crafty Sure Hui Shui explained, "I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a childhood friend." The pure love warriors were instantly intrigued. "What's the story with your childhood friend?" Sure Hui Shui replied, "She's just a childhood friend. I haven't managed to win her over yet, but it should be fine." Chapter 49. Master, break the curse. "So what exactly is the situation?" Qi Jing, who had charged in a battle, inquired. "In short, I have a childhood friend, and we're going to the movies together tomorrow," Sure Hui Shui responded. The group collectively asked. "And then?" Sure Hui Shui answered, "Well, that's about it. Let's just fight for now. They could always savor the melons later." The acting guild leader, Kaka, swung his great sword, hacking away at a 10-meter-tall vine creature, while the other melee fighters, including Qi Jing, stood alongside him. The beasts controlled by the golden tree emitted unintelligible sounds, mumbling incessantly as if they had something to convey. Their spirits and bodies were detached. Their physical forms moved merely under the influence of the will imparted by the golden tree. The Jiaohua Lao swung his fist down upon them. Jiaohua Lao, holding a shield, trembled in place, uttering absurd lines. "Ah, please give me more." Kaka chuckled. "What is wrong with you, Jiao Lao?" The battle unfolded methodically, with Jiaohua Lao enhancing the group's immersion in the game. "My hands are cramping from all this casting," Yu suddenly remarked. Qi Jing encouraged. "When we compete in kills, you were quite impressive, right? This isn't your true strength, is it? Are you just playing the victim?" Struggling to control the incessant outpouring of holy light, Yu replied, "If every time you hit, you call me master, I wouldn't complain at all." Qi Jing laughed. "In your dreams, that won't happen." Yu retorted, "If you don't call me that, I won't dispel the curse." Qi Jing, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What? You can't handle it?" Kaka chimed in, "Call him." Hearing this, Qi Jing's face darkened. "I won't call even if it kills me." Yu Gang chimed in with amusement. "For the sake of the team, come on, just call him." Qi Jing glanced at the curse of mental pollution afflicting him, realizing no one was there to dispel it, and shouted, "Other team's healer, please dispel my curse." No one paid him any mind. Yu Gang teased, "No one cares, just shout it out." Slap. Qi Jing slapped himself, covering his face as he lamented his own foolishness for instigating trouble when he knew he couldn't win. "Master, please dispel my curse." Yu burst into laughter, and as a purification spell landed, for purifications followed suit. Simultaneously, the healers from the other team responded in unison. "Hey, Qi Jing, oh, Yu, why is someone competing with me for the pet name?" Kaka haha. Qi Jing was truly suffering. Not long after, he found himself afflicted once again. No one understood what he realized, and he was immediately displeased. "Help me figure it out. Can't I ask for help every time?" Sitting quietly in the classroom, Yu stifled laughter, unwilling to offer assistance. Qi Jing, taking a moral high ground, chastised the healers. "You selfish caretakers prioritizing personal grudges over the group's welfare. Do not desert your salaries." In this battle, Shinkong, now a secondary tank, retorted, "You're nothing but a novice. How dare you challenge us? If you want to shout for help, just lie down." The old fox replied, "Fool." Shinkong quipped. Deputy Leader Kaka added, "Last place. Singing to entertain everyone while we divide the spoils." Qi Jing, exasperated, lamented, "Can someone please assist me?" "Master." With a swift motion, 5 purifications were cast upon him. "Hey!" Yo-Yu and the 4 healers chorused in unison. Yo-Yu, healing and laughing, was thoroughly amused. The madman exclaimed, "Ah, it's happening again. I want more. More." Qi Jing could no longer hold back. "Master, please, just one more." The rapid cast continued. "Hey, ha ha." Qi Jing was at a loss, covering his face while fumbling with his skills. He realized that according to the nature of the Fun Alliance, subsequent dungeon battles would inevitably involve calling for the master. This would become a lasting tradition. Master, help me. Ha ha. Qi Jing covered his face and muttered, damn it. Before long, the first boss fell. Seeing this, Kaka shouted, everyone stay still. Let me loot. The group responded in unison. Sure, Kaka's hands are reliable. He looted a sword last time. A jubilant Kaka approached to loot, and upon opening, he exclaimed, Bear and Wanderer set helmet, and Bear and Wanderer set boots. Witnessing the emergence of 2 pieces from the strongest set, Qi Jing's eyes turned green. It was worth the call. Shinkong's eyes also gleamed with envy. Dreams are not hard to realize. The old fox pleaded, Kaka, don't touch it again, I beg you. Kaka retorted, didn't I loot a sword for you last time? No gambler wins every time. All right, you two. Make your bids. Let us distribute before we continue. Qi Jing glanced at his bag of gold coins and began typing. 500. Shinkong, 600. Why don't you grab the healer gear? 700. Shinkong, why don't you grab the healer gear? 800. Qi Jing laughed. My profession can't heal with a brick. Can it? 900. Shinkong. All right, you shall henceforth be known as the top healer with bricks in a national server. 1000. Ha 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 ha. Damn, what a healer. Qi Jing could no longer bear this group of rascals and shouted. 1100. Let us compete, just the 2 of us. You can take the lowest price after I raise my stats. Shinkong. Fair enough. The old fox added. Good job raising the price. Xinkong, Qi Jing promptly paid, and Kaka handed over the equipment. Although their friend group divided the spoils in gold, the prices remained remarkably low unless it was a sought-after item. Is there truly a childhood sweetheart? Shui, you are truly inscrutable. Hearing this strange remark, Qi Jing was intrigued. What are you talking about? Due to the recent auction being unrelated to others, it had previously been mentioned that Shui intended to share a chat record about their childhood sweetheart in the group. This chat record left the pure-hearted warriors envious. Xiao Bai Kai. Shui, are you there? Ching Shihua, what is up? Xiao Bai Kai. Are you free tomorrow? Ching Shihua. Ching Shihua. I might be. Ching Shihua. Why? Ching Shihua. Are you inviting me out? Xiao Bai Kai, yes. Xiao Bai Kai. Didn't you say you wanted to see a movie? Xiao Bai Kai. Let us go together. Ching Shihua. Sure. Chapter 50. The birthday of the childhood sweetheart. He must attend the shop. After reading this, the single men were on the verge of grinding their teeth. I can't believe it. I can't believe that Shihua actually has a childhood sweetheart. I hate this. I despise it. Shihua, having showcased his little sweetheart, smugly shifted the topic. Let us go. Let us tackle the next one. With the equipment divided, there was indeed no reason to linger. The guardians of the golden tree were numerous, and everyone hastily ran in different directions. After defeating the first boss, they gathered beneath the second. Another high priest awaited. Kaka outlined the strategy. It will induce fear. Healers, cleanse anyone who accidentally falls into the poison area due to fear. In the latter half, it will go berserk. Archers, be ready to maintain calm. With no tasks to worry about, Qi Jing, who only needed to pay attention to positioning, remarked, I read on the forum that as long as range players maintain maximum distance, they won't be affected by fear. Kaka replied, all right, let us give it a try. All range players maintain maximum distance. The pressure should lessen significantly. With that, the battle commenced. Everyone dismounted their mounts and launched an assault on the high priest, who was ensnared by vines and emanated a bizarre sound. As the high priest swung the vines and unleashed a rain of vine swords capable of inciting panic, all range characters indeed remained unscathed, untouched by fear. This tactic proved effective. They truly were not affected by fear. It became much easier. They could simply deal damage while standing still. Yo-Yu remarked, truly worthy of being my companion. You're impressive. The other healers chimed in sarcastically. Very impressive. Qi Jing. Of course. Not all range players were immune to fear. Suddenly, Ching Shihua's loud exclamation startled everyone. They asked in unison, what's wrong? The refined alchemist, while tossing vials, furrowed his brow. My mom has something tomorrow. She wants me to tend the shop. Initially, the group puzzled over why this would invoke fear, but soon they understood. Qi Jing attempted to inquire. Doesn't that mean you can't go see a movie with your Xiao Bai Kai tomorrow? The helpless Shihua replied, yes, what should I do? This battle was particularly relaxed, with minimal pressure, and everyone began brainstorming solutions. Kaka first piled on the pressure. If your childhood sweetheart finds out you're bailing, she'll be very disappointed. Why not skip the shop? Sherwa insisted. No, I must go. Yoyu suggested. If your mother knew you were going to see a girl, she might let you go. Sherwa replied. No way. As the saying goes, every family has its own troubles. Some parents might actually hope their children go out with girls. Then others chimed in with suggestions. How about rescheduling? Sherwa firmly stated. That's the only way, but tomorrow is her birthday. Damn. With that, the problem escalated. Missing the birthday of the childhood sweetheart. This could not be overlooked. Kaka continued to apply pressure. Fast forward to tomorrow when Sherwa, like me, loses his childhood sweetheart. Sherwa retorted, I'll pour a bottle of lime water down your throat. Qijing too pondered Sherwa's dilemma, but felt there was no issue. If it were a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't tea honesty suffice? Just explain that he was called home to tend a shop and couldn't tea make it, apologize, and invite her to join him at the shop. Yugong interjected, how amusing. Inviting a young lady to join you at work on her birthday. Qijing dismissed. She invited Sherwa to the movies. Since she is interested in him, she would surely want to accompany him at the shop as well. As long as they are together, anything would be enjoyable. Yugong conceded, that does seem plausible. Qijing became more animated. Shui, haven't you confessed to your childhood sweetheart yet? I believe this is a perfect opportunity to test the waters, if she agrees to help at the shop. It's practically a sure thing. Upon hearing this, Qingqing Sherwa also found it reasonable. All right, I'll give it a try. With that, the young alchemist set down his vials, pulled out his phone, and began to text his childhood sweetheart. Kaka granted himself a brief respite of half a minute. Amidst laughter, he hung up. Kaka, all members heed my command. Remain stationary. I'm about to commence. In light of his commendable performance during his initial attempt, the others agreed to afford him another opportunity. The young man with wolf-like ears grinned, baring his shark-like teeth, and approached to inspect a piece of equipment, which left him astounded. A weapon had emerged, and it was a dagger. Fong Fong. Chozhang. Upon examining the dagger, Kaka discovered it was imbued with magical damage. The assassins were instantly silenced. Yugong. Tianqing. Kaka took a closer look, revealing it to be a secondary weapon that added 219 points of frost damage with each spell cast. The mage Yugong's enthusiasm waned as he pondered. The secondary weapon for mages is supposed to enhance critical hits. This is not a graduation item, but it should surpass my current one. Another mage, Tianqing, concurred. Indeed, it is not a graduation item. Their implication was clear. This equipment was not of paramount importance, and if an auction were to ensue, they should bid conservatively. Xiaolin chimed in. 5,000 gold. Yugong, huh? The aloof Xiaolin clarified. It's my graduation item. No one was aware that this equipment was the graduation item for this obscure damage-dealing priest. Yugong realized he had no chance of obtaining it. Brother, if you're graduating, just say so. We won't outbid you, so please don't raise the stakes yourself. Xiaolin, feeling slighted, declared. 6,000. I'll treat everyone to milk tea. Yugong. All right, thank you. Xiaolin. After paying the required gold, Xiaolin added, I'm short on gold, so I won't be buying gold from anyone. Instead, I'll send out red envelopes in the group. One for each person to enjoy some milk tea. Kaka. Young Master Xiaolin. Qijing. Young Master Xiaolin. As the group began their activities, everyone received a bonus equivalent to a cup of milk tea, which brought them immense joy. Suddenly, someone took a moment to gather their thoughts. Xiaolin graciously offered, Do you wish to bid? We can have a re-auction. The gentleman known as Limewater responded, No worries, I'll yield to Xiaolin. After all, I cannot outbid you. He then proceeded to showcase a new chat record. The narrative took an unexpectedly magical turn. Chapter 51. Does our world seem different? 1830 Limewater. Here's the situation. There's been a complication. Xiaobai, what happened? Xiaobai, did your aunt send you to manage the shop? From this exchange, Qijing and the others could discern the deep familiarity Xiaobai had with Limewater's family. Truly, they were childhood friends. Qijing mused that his predictions had held true. If they were childhood friends and harbored mutual affection, managing the shop together must be quite delightful. Even if they couldn't watch a movie on her birthday, their bond would remain unscathed. While the unfolding events mirrored his expectations, there remained significant discrepancies. Limewater, Limewater, yes. Limewater. Thus, we cannot watch the movie. Xiaobai, huh? Xiaobai, how can this be? Tomorrow is my birthday. Xiaobai, despite my kindness towards you, I wanted to treat you to a movie humph. Limewater, I understand, I apologize. Limewater, so, Limewater, I have a suggestion. Xiaobai, what is it? Xiaobai, you want me to accompany you to the shop, don't you? Xiaobai, ISNT that right? Clearly, this was a genuine childhood friendship, and such requests had occurred more than once. Limewater seemed to often invite his childhood friend to assist him at the shop. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The latter part of the conversation was beyond Qijing's comprehension. Limewater, yes. Limewater, you guessed it. Limewater, as expected of my Xiaobai. 1834 Xiaobai, be quiet. Xiaobai, so disgusting. Limewater, Limewater, so. Limewater, will you accompany me to the shop? 1836 Xiaobai, strawberry sundae pearl milk tea for the movie tonight. Xiaobai, fixed price. Xiaobai, otherwise, I will go to Annie to complain about you. The crowd was taken aback. Aiya, feeling like a rare species, was bewildered. What? Limewater, okay. Limewater, see you tomorrow. Xiaobai, I hope when I see you tomorrow, you will have the items I desire. Limewater, rest assured. The chat record concluded here. The single individuals fell into silence. Aiya still had enough energy to speak. Even slamming the table. What had sunder a childhood friend who has fallen for me? Just moments ago, he had learned that his ex-girlfriend, who despised his smoking habit, had begun dating an old fox who smoked, witnessing firsthand that in reality, yes, in reality, such childhood friends, such girls, truly existed. It was beyond comprehension. The proverbial saying, rarely seen. Easily startled. As long as one was willing to step outside their comfort zone and meet new people, they would discover that the world is full of peculiar beings. What you perceive as strange is merely a reflection of your own limited experience. Recently, Qijing, having encountered various characters like Xiaoguwei and Old Xinyu, found such oddities no longer astonishing. The old fox, feeling aggrieved, lamented, seeing Limewater with such a childhood friend is more painful than death. The others, who had just been contemplating how to assist Limewater, swiftly turned against him. Kaka let out a roar. Limewater, you truly deserve punishment. The crowd echoed in agreement. Feng Feng, you truly deserve it. You really do. Yugong, I thought we were all single. I never imagined Limewater had such a significant other. The old fox pleaded. I implore you, tell me this is a jest. If not, you may as well end me. Despite feeling proud of having such a childhood friend, Limewater remained humble. I know you all are eager, but please do not rush. Xiaobai and I are not yet a couple. Upon hearing this, Yue grew anxious. At this point, if you're not a couple, the problem lies with you. Go for it. Be a man. Qijing joined in the urgency. Yes. The other side has laid bare their intentions. Why not seize the opportunity? They were anxious, yet Limewater remained unperturbed. Let us discuss it tomorrow. The old fox, who had just contemplated killing him, was now frantic. Don't wait until tomorrow. Let us do it today. I can't wait any longer. The crowd fervently agreed. Indeed, the deputy leader Kaka shouted. Let us go. Limewater, you stay here and win over Xiaobai. Qijing agreed. Limewater interjected. I'll continue the conversation. Don't mind me. Let us proceed to battle first. The old fox, feeling somewhat disheartened in the realm of romance, sighed. If this continues, you will miss your chance with Xiaobai. With that, he rode his solitary old wolf, leisurely making his way in that direction. His silhouette conveyed a sense of disappointment and frustration. The crowd followed suit. Before them stood a colossal bear possessed by the golden tree, known as the Forest Guardian. As a most formidable adversary in this dungeon, it had caused them countless defeats the previous week, but they had now devised a strategy to tackle it. Qijing remarked, You all have seen that video, right? The one I shared in the group. Kaka responded, I have seen it. Let us give it a try. This gigantic bear could pound the ground, causing widespread disorientation, and it occasionally executed random leaps, making it quite unpredictable. Such randomness proved challenging to handle, as a single misstep could necessitate a restart. However, having previously engaged in a raid, and with a genius having devised an unconventional strategy, they felt prepared. Qijing marked a tree nearby for experimentation. Kaka agreed. This tree appeared rather ordinary, merely decorative beside the combat arena. He rode his small red dog to the tree, then dashed, leaping and sprinting repeatedly. He precariously balanced himself on the lowest branch of the tree. This branch was quite low, roughly at the height of a person in reality. Qi Jing was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "I've made it up here." Witnessing this, the others eagerly began to leap upwards, and before long, all 25 members of the group found themselves standing upon that same branch, their models overlapping in a chaotic display. Kaka was equally exhilarated, urging, "Come on, give it a try, see if this works." Dianhua Lao remarked, "You guys should really bring the ranged attacks over here." Qi Jing explained, "If no one is standing below, it'll disengage from combat, so you still need to jump down to engage in melee." With a whoop, Dianhua Lao leaped down, bearing the hopes of the entire group. "I'm going in," he added. "I'll hold off a bit longer. You all can attack next." With that, the Dragon Man, clad in heavy armor, charged forward, engaging in combat as the rest of the group observed, only the healing light flickering amidst the chaos. Soon enough, he maneuvered the foe close to the tree. Everyone stood atop the branch, witnessing as he unleashed his charging ability. However, as the massive bear's head collided with the tip of the branch, it became stuck, rendering it unable to attack the players. Invincible, it was time to unleash the attacks. Chapter 52. The crystal has arrived home. The ranged attacks were thoroughly enjoyable. Melee combatants, however, felt somewhat constrained, as they would often find themselves straying from the tree, preventing them from dealing damage. In this moment, they could only shout encouragement. Keep attacking. Beyond that, there seemed little else to do. At this juncture, Yu, who was managing things quite leisurely, proposed, "Why don't you melee fighters jump down two at a time? Our healing pressure isn't too great." Qi Jing replied, "All right, Dian Lao, I'll join you." With that, he leaped down. Dian Lao was currently attempting to draw the enemy towards the tree, but in the next moment, the colossal bear commenced its charge. A brick flew through the air, striking the bear with a resounding thud. Of course, the bear was unfazed. The impact sent the player flying. This coincidence made the preceding scene resemble a circus act, prompting Qi Jing to blink in astonishment. Then, a sudden revelation struck him. So that is how it works. Soon, everyone was stunned, realizing that it was because someone had been struck onto this branch that they had uncovered this tactic. Kaka echoed their surprise. So that's it. Simultaneously, they became aware of a dreadful realization. Dian Lao quipped, "You all are playing quite extravagantly. Why don't you melee fighters hold back a bit? I'm exhausted from drawing aggro." Feng Feng had already begun to sip chrysanthemum tea. All right. As partners, Cho Chang and he clinked their cups together, appearing remarkably harmonious. The old fox, having nothing else to do, solemnly advised, "Water like a man. Trust me, go up." Xing Kong was casting ranged spells. Others aren't in a hurry. "Why are you?" The old fox retorted. Xing Kong interrupted you. At this moment, Shi Huishui was leisurely tossing healing potions. The battle was remarkably effortless, prompting him to share a chat log. "Take a look, is it possible?" A lengthy image file appeared in the group chat. With no pressure, the members began to delve into Shi Huishui's romantic escapades. The conversation initiated with Shi Huishui's playful banter. "Qing Chung, Shi Huishui. Little cabbage. What is up?" "Qing Chung, Shi Huishui. I'm feeling a bit bored." "Little cabbage, waiting to die." "Little cabbage, wait, that's not right." "Little cabbage, don't die yet." "Little cabbage, wait until after tomorrow to die." "Qing Chung, Shi Huishui. Don't be so cruel." "Little cabbage, get lost." "Little cabbage, what do you want me to do?" "King Cheng Shi Yuishui. "Qing Chung, Shi Huishui. How about you sing a song for me?" "Little cabbage, no." "Little cabbage, unless you beg me." The group was taken aback, as the usually shrewd merchant, who meticulously counted every coin, appeared to abandon all pretense, opting for straightforwardness instead. "Qing Chung, Shi Huishui. Hee, I'm begging you." "Little cabbage. Little cabbage. Fine, but I don't know what to sing." The surreal segment concluded, only for an even more fantastical moment to follow. The group gazed at the chat log presented in image form, which included a 15-second audio clip. This audio had been translated into voice by the system, featuring a well-known theme song from a milk tea shop. "Little cabbage. 15. You love me, I love you." Sweetly, the old fox could no longer contain himself. "You really are the worst." The melee fighters all shared a knowing laugh. You truly are. Qi Jing chimed in anxiously. No, this isn't just a simple oversight. The crystal has practically made its way to your fountain, and you're just standing there. Faced with such an unearned opportunity for affection, the old fox lost himself in frustration. Why? What gives you the right to have such a close connection? What infuriates me the most is that you aren't even. Xing Kong, with impressive vocal skills, sang, "What can't be obtained will always stir restlessness. Those who are favored feel no fear." With minimal healing pressure, Yu took a moment to glance at their chat records, and upon reading, found it utterly perplexing. Huh? Roses. Water. Can you send us a photo so we can see what you look like? I still don't understand. What is it about you that has such allure? The old fox's lament interrupted Xing Kong's serenade. With unwarranted confidence, Shi Huishui replied, "I'm just average." The old fox remained unconvinced. "I don't believe you. Are you wealthy?" Shi Huishui, "My family runs a small convenience store. There's no money." The old fox retorted, "Then what gives you the right?" As they bantered, the colossal bear was swiftly dispatched by the ranged attackers. Upon its demise, Kaka unleashed his ultimate skill, leaping off the branch and charging forward. Dian Lao, retreat. Dian Hua Lao, unconcerned, replied, "You go ahead." Feng Feng added, "Speaking of which, Kaka has only been finding junk today. If it weren't for Xiao Lin's rare output in our guild, we probably wouldn't even sell for much." Kaka reached out and exclaimed, "Oh my, another weapon! A staff! You gang! Tianqing! Xing Kong! A weapon for bears!" Yu Gang and Tianqing immediately fell silent. Feng Feng and Cho Chong, who had just experienced a similar situation, clinked their teacups together. As expected from Kaka, a dagger adds intelligence, while a staff adds strength. Xing Kong had already discovered a pouch of coins. "Let us auction it." Kaka, "Let's auction it." No one paid attention to Kaka and him. The others continued their chatter. The old fox pressed on, "What gives you the right?" "Water." Xing Kong, "Is no one competing with me?" Kaka, "No one is competing with Xing Kong, but the starting bid is 200 gold. Doesn't that druid want it?" A girl's voice chimed in. "I just want to heal." Qing Changshi Huishui calmly lifted his cup to sip green tea, stating, "Perhaps it's because I guided Little Cabbage when she was bullied in school and helped her through it." This revelation shocked the old fox, rendering him momentarily calm. Ah, so that is how it was. Qi Jing, who had earlier been at ease, nearly forgot to drink from his cola bottle. Chapter 53. They're a bit alike at this moment. Qi Jing's long-lived experience once again reached a breakthrough. In this reality, yes. In the real world, the soul residing within Qing Cheng Shi Huishui had rescued a bullied childhood friend. Such a cliché storyline seemed all too familiar. To encounter such a strikingly similar event was initially incomprehensible to him. It felt too coincidental. "Are you kidding me?" Shi Huishui retorted dismissively. "What would I gain from deceiving you? Little Cabbage was genuinely bullied in high school." "I know." Qi Jing did not doubt this. He understood that there was no advantage for Shi Huishui to fabricate such tales. What he had experienced must have been true, just like the little ghost hiding away. Being bullied in this harsh reality, the Qing Mei of Lime Water also faces torment in this world devoid of a refuge. Qi Jing's surprise stems not from skepticism about the situation, but rather from the sheer absurdity of it all. What with the bullied little ghost and the proud Qing Mei? Could it be that there are many girls with attributes reminiscent of the second dimension in this world? How had he not noticed it before? Do all the girls who are bullied possess such qualities? Qi Jing pondered over his cola, realizing the logic seemed flawed. It could be said that he had become accustomed to the bizarre, as he had learned to self-soothe. Perhaps it was the difference between girls who adored gaming and anime culture and boys that set them apart in the crowd, rendering them peculiar. Their passion for unusual cultures might have made them targets for ridicule. Yet, it may also be that these often ignored girls discovered a world where people were kind, prompting them to step inside and embody the endearing personas of their anime characters, until they shed that dark exterior that protected their vulnerabilities. These girls were just like anyone else. They merely concealed themselves within the throng, living in another realm. They were not non-existent. The curtains continued to sway gently, the evening breeze brushing against Yoyu's face. As she closed her eyes, Darkness enveloped her. With the turning of the memory tape, a glimmer of light gradually emerged from that obscurity. The light intensified until it became uncomfortable. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with blinding illumination, where a shadow approached against the light. Suddenly, her head was pinned down, and the sensation of touch remained vivid. The face of the other party, obscured by the light, was still clear. Her heart tightened painfully once more. Yu opened her eyes and murmured in a daze. No wonder she had developed feelings for lime water. To her unconscious murmuring, the others nodded in agreement. The old fox realized it was not his own shortcomings, but rather his unfortunate fate, accepting it. What destiny! What proud Qing Mei! Lime water, you must be taking on the script of a romance novel's male protagonist. Everyone concurred. It seems that the tales from those old books mirror today's events, serving as archetypal narratives. Qi Jing then expressed his lament. If only your stories had unfolded a few years earlier, they might have been adapted into novels, creating a new genre. Lime water, brimming with pride, retorted, "It's too early to say such things. I haven't confessed yet." A collective headache ensued. The young girl could sing the love song, "I love you. You love me," effortlessly. What more was there to wait for? The seasoned-old fox felt that lime water was far too youthful, imparting earnest advice. Such a Qing Mei is one you can never encounter again if missed. You must seize the opportunity, heed my words, and confess tonight. Kaka echoed this sentiment, asserting, "Indeed, confess today, and you could flirt all day tomorrow in the shop. You both could be blissful for a lifetime." Lime water questioned, "Must I really confess today?" The old fox continued to provoke him. "Seize the chance. I doubt today's you could manage it, nor could tomorrow's you." Qi Jing observed from their dialogue that they were a pair of inexperienced prospective lovers who had just entered university. Prolonging this would only lead to complications. Thus he remarked, "Seize the opportunity." The starry sky flaunted its new staff. I cool." The old fox retorted, "Get lost." In the midst of this heated exchange, Lime Water found himself swayed. The handsome alchemist, adjusting his white robe and stroking his chin, declared, "Then I shall give it a try." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Good, good, good. Having concluded their discussion, everyone eagerly inquired, what was the outcome? Indeed, at that moment the team, having delayed for quite some time, resumed action, galloping on their mounts toward their next challenge. They encountered an abstract creature entangled with a gigantic yellow wasp, surrounded by 6 small monsters. The acting team leader assigned tasks. I recall the last time we faced 4, the lunatic would handle it. The Starry Sky would take on 3 small monsters, and Mona would manage 2, right? Confirming their roles, Qi Jing stated, "That is correct. Defeating the small monsters will benefit the entire team. I will not engage with the strong 3rd and 6th small monsters. Let us first eliminate the small monsters of the Starry Sky, then turn our full attention to the remaining ones." The Starry Sky, having just acquired the Power Staff, was brimming with excitement. "Which one do I take on?" Kaka issued a marker. "Pancake, star or moon." "Kaka, red cross, no? We are assigning tasks now. But I am genuinely curious." The pitiful expression she wore was genuinely disarming. The acting team leader Kaka inquired, "Take the red cross, water, speak up." The group was taken aback. "What is going on?" Lime Water replied. "She said she hasn't slept." The group paused again. "What did you ask?" Lime Water responded, "I asked if she was awake." "Damn, I'm really anxious." The old fox chimed in. "I'm anxious too." The Starry Sky quipped. "Anxious for what?" The old fox began to voice his thoughts. "Aiya." The Starry Sky. "You too." Still, they decided to proceed with their tasks. Eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, everyone charged ahead, each adhering to their assigned duties. Qi Jing confronted 2 small monsters, having gained enhancements today, donning a new set of armor that made him more resilient. If he could complete a set, he would unlock a peculiar passive called Venom Mode. Unfortunately, he still needed 5 more pieces, which might take 2 to 3 weeks to collect. The team began to execute their attacks on the small monsters in the predetermined order. As various brilliant skills illuminated the monsters' forms, one by one, the small creatures fell quickly. Soon, only the 2 small monsters remained, and the newly equipped Starry Sky fought valiantly, executing a grapple before the 2 small monsters, raising his paws and shouting, "You little rascals!" Using a group taunt, the 2 small monsters immediately turned to attack the Starry Sky. Qi Jing chuckled. "I'll take care of them. You play with the little rascals. With that, he joined the fray. Kaka rushed toward the last target, shouting, "Go lime water!" Lime water replied, exasperated. "Why are you picking on me? I've already confessed." "Damn, what is the outcome?" Lime water remarked. "I've shared the chat logs in the group. You can check them after we finish fighting." Chapter 54. An Intrusion with Light. Not long after, he perished. Qi Jing examined the chat logs in the group. By now, some members had completed their updates. Emitting sounds of dismay. Cleansing lime water queried. "Are you asleep?" Little Bok Choy. "Not yet." Little Bok Choy, what is up? Little Bok Choy, by the way, what time is it now? You're not tongue-tied because of tomorrow's excitement, are you? Cleansing lime water. No. Cleansing lime water. I just suddenly feel. Cleansing lime water. I feel rather despicable. Little Bok Choy, huh? Little Bok Choy, what is going on? Little Bok Choy, why the sudden admission? Cleansing lime water. I took advantage of your most vulnerable moment. Cleansing lime water. Perhaps in your eyes at that time, I appeared as a savior bathed in light. At this moment, Yu felt a sense of empathy. Little Bok Choy, why mention this all of a sudden? Little Bok Choy, you did that, but is there a problem? Cleansing lime water. A problem, perhaps. Cleansing lime water. In any case, cleansing lime water. I still feel a bit despicable, like a petty person, a hypocrite. Cleansing lime water. I merely approached you when your defenses were down, which is why you now wish to watch movies with me. Cleansing lime water. In truth, I'm utterly lacking. Suddenly, Qi Jing appeared to understand. This naive boy sought to know if, independent of the circumstances of fate, the other party would still harbor feelings for him. Simultaneously, he was playing a game of hard to get. Xiao Baikai. I refuse to acknowledge all but the last one. Xiao Baikai. However, Xiao Baikai, what I adore is precisely this version of you. Xiao Baikai. It is not solely your radiant presence that saves me. Xiao Baikai. It is also every gesture and action of yours. Xiao Baikai. The most authentic you. Xiao Baikai. The one and only you. The enchanting narrative continues to unfold. Lao Huli. So, you're not Sundara. You're just outrageous. Damn it. So, you never confessed? Qing Mei has always been expressing her feelings, hasn't she? We frowned. I did confess, didn't you see? It was at the end. Qi Jing covered his face and said, "This is already crystal rushing home, colliding with your sword. Right? The chat record is far from over. Clarifying yes. Clarifying however. Qi Jing was anxious. There's no however. It was evident that Xiao Baikai was equally anxious back then. Xiao Baikai. There is no however. Xiao Baikai. Now I ask you. Xiao Baikai. Do you like me? Huh? Yu altered Qi Jing's previous statement. Could it be that Crystal rushed home and caused havoc with the crystals? Qi Jing almost threw his phone. She truly is something else. What kind of woman is this? Yu was at a loss for words. She is just an ordinary, brave, and lovely girl. Stop trying to stereotype her. The situation progressed to this point. Hesitant yet cunning, Shui finally drew his sword. Clarifying Shui, I like you. Xiao Baikai, what do you like about me? Of course. It was a mere whimsical remark. Clarifying Shui, every little thing about you. Clarifying Shui, I cherish the moment we watched the sea together. Your profile illuminated by the starlit sky. Clarifying Shui, I adore your proud demeanor, which both invites and resists my affection. Clarifying Shui, I treasure every instant with you. Every word you uttered. Clarifying Shui, you once said that the stars and the sea are where your heart longs to be. Clarifying Shui, I wish to gaze at the sea and the stars with you. Clarifying Shui, will you be my lover? Xiao Baikai, I would love to. Xiao Baikai, my lover. The previously anxious crowd had now settled into tranquility. After reading through the youthful, school-themed chat records, everyone took a deep breath and exhaled. They then exclaimed in unison, the dog food is truly delightful. Once a childhood friend, Kaka was moved to tears. You must hold on to it tightly. I await the opportunity to contribute to your celebration. Shui, can you be my best man? Kaka wept profusely. You little rascal, Shui, old dang, how refreshing. The voice of Lao Huli echoed with the sound of him tossing his phone and a moan. That feels good. Yugong remarked. Indeed, watching others in love is far more entertaining. Autumn, who had a girlfriend unwilling to engage with him, lamented, "Sigh, if only my girlfriend were like that." Sure, we's tale concludes here. Let us go. The acting leader Kaka eagerly pushed forward. Let us take down the last one. The crowd responded in unison. All right. Just as everyone mounted their steeds, they suddenly realized a crucial issue. What about the equipment? Adorned with shimmering necklaces and bracelets, the starlit sky twirled. Do I look handsome? The crowd increasingly sensed something amiss. Kaka, perhaps you should refrain from touching that. Kaka nonchalantly replied. When do gamblers ever lose every day? The crowd grew frantic. Why is losing the gamble at the cost of us not acquiring equipment? Kaka, give me one more chance. If I lose again, I'll forfeit my wages. The crowd nodded. Fine. This is a creature with a normal female physique, bearing the title of priestess. Unlike those monsters that merely mumble, her whispered prayers to the golden tree are comprehensible. Subtitles continually float by, praising the tree. She summons minions, employs various strange control techniques, and inflicts curses that are difficult to comprehend. The group, now familiar with the situation, felt less intimidated. Kaka outlined the strategy. The final assault commenced. The priestess uttered the first coherent words of the golden cult. Foolish mortals, I shall teach you how to escape the sufferings of the mundane. Come, merging with the tree is true bliss. Is there any more dog food? I wish to indulge a bit more. Lao Huli. Indeed, I too desire a bit more. Shui, please add Xiao Baikai to the group so we can get acquainted. Clarifying Shui. Let us discuss it after the battle. The priestess lunged toward the lunatic. Chapter 55. The Friday of the Fun Alliance. The situation was chaotic, and Yu proposed. The curse is being dispelled too slowly. Why not? I'll cease healing and focus on breaking the curse. Shaolin responded by taking on extra work. I'll reduce my damage output and assist you with curse dispelling when needed. All right. Annihilation. Both fell. The lunatic began to analyze his own issues. I should have activated damage reduction to ease the healing burden during that wave of curses. I'll do it again. Annihilation. 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 Starlit sky. Lao Huli, you fool. Why are you lingering in the crowd when there are curses? Lao Huli, em lagging. You. Practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Who believes that? Lao Huli, you're down to 1%. The lunatic. I can't hold on. I'm down. It's fine. We VE passed. There's a superstition that whatever weapon you use to slay will drop that very weapon. Kaka, I want the kill. The final battle, even with knowledge of the mechanics, still took a considerable amount of time. Finally, it concluded. I can finally transform into an ordinary believer. I shall be immortal and merge with the tree, attaining true bliss. The priestess met her end without agony, kneeling on the ground before the tree in worship, her tone and demeanor radiating relief. Once all the golden cultists guarding the tree had perished, the kingdom's dragon knights surged from all directions, blotting out the sun as they soared overhead, charging toward the utterly defenseless tree. Each dragon claw tightly gripped a bundle of explosives capable of annihilating the golden tree, infused with the elements it most feared. Small dark dots plummeted from the sky, crashing into the tree's roots. After a brief silence, a brilliant silver light erupted. The world transformed into silver, overshadowing the golden radiance emitted by the golden tree. The clash of energies caused the entire space to begin to collapse. The ground began to float, trees precariously balanced on floating soil, entangled with the bark and fibers of the golden tree. Even immovable boulders, which would typically reduce to dust upon impact, now floated as well. The rules of the world had distorted at this moment. Even as the silver and gold intertwined light dissipated, normalcy had yet to return, as if it had become a void. Gazing longingly at the tree from a distance, they clenched their fists tightly, followed by thunderous cheers. Even if the players could not hear them, they could see the subtitles flooding the screen. This marked the first success of the indigenous people in subduing the golden tree, a monumental step for them. However, the players were well aware that this was not the end. It also implied that this battle was far from over. As the smoke cleared, suddenly someone noticed what seemed to be a nascent life form amidst the chaotic void. There lay numerous remnants of trees. So the knight could not be certain if he truly saw it. It could also have been a misperception. There were many trees, stones, and clods of earth flying about, quickly obscuring whatever presence he might have mistakenly seen. He adjusted his direction, attempting to ascertain whether any traces of the golden tree still existed. As the perspective shifted, gradually, he beheld a cocoon constructed from the purest white tree cores, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. Something was still alive. With a resounding shout, he captured the attention of those around him. He was the first to soar into the air, prompting the other dragon riders to follow suit, racing towards the source. As they breached the void, a wave of tangible energy radiated outward, followed by a blinding explosion of white light. The epicenter of this explosion was, of course, the cocoon. The dazzling light, relentless and piercing, resembled the curtain rising at the start of a grand performance, behind which a dark silhouette stretched its form. Faced with this final and most formidable adversary, all that the onlookers could muster was a collective admiration. How splendid! When would this creature reveal its health bar? It was said to drop exceptionally powerful accessories and weapons. Was it next week or the week after? Never mind. Let us see what treasures the priest has prepared for us. Indeed, they, as players, could only engage in casual banter. Once all players exited the game and regained their mobility, a commanding voice rang out. "Don't move," Kaka shouted. "You don't move." The others echoed in unison. Shinkong and Qi-Jing insisted, "Let him go." In their eagerness to get a closer look, everyone stepped forward, utilizing their various skills, attempting to outpace Kaka, who was already primed to unleash his abilities. The outcome was inevitable. Kaka was the first to touch it, proclaiming triumphantly, "I have obtained a weapon. It's a sword." Old Fox exclaimed, "What?" Just after his announcement, they sensed something amiss. Old Fox inquired, "It can't possibly be something that enhances additive damage, can it?" After examining the attributes, Kaka scratched his head, perplexed. What is the purpose of this sword that increases abnormal status levels? Who can wield it? Even a dog would shake its head at this. Old Fox retorted, "Mind your mouth." Old Fox was flustered. "Are you seriously criticizing Kaka?" Shinkong laughed heartily. Old Fox pressed on, "You find this amusing?" Shinkong replied, "You." Qi-Jing opened a search engine to investigate the weapon, only to discover it was the newly released graduation weapon for the magic swordsman class from the end of last month, which seemed to be usable by alchemists specializing in poison. Kaka asked, "Do we have a magic swordsman in our group?" Qi-Jing replied, "No. That unfamiliar magic swordsman who joined recently Aiya and T in our party." Kaka pondered, "What we do then?" The others chimed in, "How could you even ask?" Kaka pressed further, "Did you manage to snag it for a low price, lime water?" The calculating lime water responded, "This weapon offers me too little enhancement. I don't even want the base price." Kaka insisted, "You must take it, whether you like it or not." Lime water protested, "Act like a human. Can you refrain from touching it in the future?" Kaka retorted, "When has a gambler ever lost every day?" "A gambler wins every day" is a saying Kaka has uttered only once today. The rest have been all losses. This situation seemed to validate a certain truth. One cannot hope to win the first round of Mahjong. Water. The weapon has been added to your inventory. Fork over the money. I won tea. I demand it for free. The exuberant wolf dog chased after lime water across the map. After an unfruitful day, Old Fox picked up a pickaxe post dungeon to search through the debris for rare ores that may have surfaced due to the explosion. The battles went smoothly, yet nothing of value emerged, leaving the impression that their efforts had been in vain. Yuxing sighed, "I'm done. The paycheck will be mailed. And I'm off to play chess." "Didn't you say you'd play another round of chess?" "Are you a fool?" Yuxing replied, "Did I ever say that?" Today's dungeon was devoid of excitement, concluding quietly yet with a lively atmosphere. After completing their weekly mandatory tasks, Qi-Jing and Yu chimed in, "Kaka, the paycheck will be mailed. I'm done." Kaka was at a loss for words. Is being the leader this exhausting? Can't you all stay and allow me to distribute your salaries? Old Fox quipped, "With your luck and gear, you still dare complain." Kaka shot back, "I want to give your salary." Old Fox retorted, "I." Kaka interrupted, "Have you forgotten who opened your sword?" After a moment's reflection, Old Fox replied, "This was merely an accident on our part." Without disconnecting from the game voice chat, they simply exited the game. The wondrous sights faded from the screen, yet the clamor of teammates lingered in his ears. Yu felt an unusual stillness within. Thus, the day unfolded, tranquil and serene. Suddenly, the commotion resumed in his headphones, exclaiming, "Xiaobai is here." She opened the group chat and found a stranger who bore a striking resemblance to herself. The others greeted her warmly. As the acting leader, Kaka intended to introduce her to the members, hoping to befriend the newcomer. Much to his surprise, she recognized them. She remarked, Shui has told me about you. Yoyu speculated that during a dull night, that illuminating youth had shared their stories to amuse her. Someone inquired, Old Fox, do you know who I am? Xiaobai responded, the cynical man who loves to criticize. Old Fox retorted, what about me? Xiaobai replied, for Zhai steamed gooseheart. Old Fox pressed on, and me? Xiaobai answered, Old Dang. The laughter erupted, filling the space with joy. Thus, this lively Friday within the League of Amusement concluded with the addition of a new member. However, it was not entirely over. The group unified their voices in the chat. Shui, how did you describe us to Xiaobai? Are we portrayed as good people in your tales? After being chastised by Xiaobai, the group directed their attention to clarify with Lime Water. Lime Water stood firm. Isn't that correct? The others grew impatient. Are we really good people? At this moment, Yu also attempted to join in. What about me? Xiaobai mused. Just an ordinary cat. Yu felt a swell of satisfaction at this compliment, for in their stories, she was indeed quite ordinary. Chapter 56. The Blurred Neon Night, Part 1, on Saturday evening. Having just finished his shower, Qi Jing emerged from the bathroom while drying his hair. Upon returning to his bedroom, he casually picked up his phone to check the screen. Noticing 2 missed calls, he attempted to unlock it, but, due to droplets of water, had to wipe it with a towel before trying again. The phone rang twice before being answered, and on the other end was Ni Feng's voice. Heading out? Qi Jing had promised to accompany him for dinner that evening, responding eagerly. Sure, is it now? Where should I find you? Ni Feng provided a vague answer. Right now, there's a new yakitori place near the company. Do you know it? Qi Jing pondered. I might not know about the new place. What's it called? Ni Feng replied. I can't remember. I'll look it up shortly. Qi Jing inquired further. How far is it from the company? Is there parking? Ni Feng considered about 2 kilometers. You should probably take a cab, since we'll likely be drinking. This made sense to Qi Jing, who agreed. All right, I'll take a cab. As he was about to hang up, Ni Feng added, remember to tidy yourself up. Wash your hair, and don't embarrass me. Qi Jing chuckled. I just showered. Ni Feng responded, all right. He hung up before Qi Jing could reply. Qi Jing plugged his phone, which had 60% battery left, into the charger and began dressing. The weather remained quite cold, so he chose a stylish pair of thermal pants, as he felt uncomfortable without them ever since starting work. After putting on a base layer, he donned a pair of jeans, casually grabbed a sweatshirt from his wardrobe, and wrapped himself in a caramel-colored short down jacket. This attire was a sign of respect towards Ni Feng and his streamer girlfriend. Reflecting on the streamer upstairs, Qi Jing still couldn't comprehend why he was involved in tonight's dinner gathering. Remember that NH claimed her reason was, I feel a bit embarrassed. Would one still feel awkward after a kiss? Is it because the alcohol wears off, leading to embarrassment? Qi Jing could not comprehend, nor did he wish to dwell on it. He simply desired to enjoy a meal with friends, eager to contribute in any way he could, dismissing everything else from his mind. With a cheerful mindset, he prepared for an evening of indulgence. Before stepping out, he styled his hair, ensuring that his bangs perfectly concealed one eye. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, the faint odors from the nearby trash bins and drainage were merely reflections of urban life. They mingled among the throngs of pedestrians and the luminous neon signs. Qi Jing, alongside NF encountered 2 women, one clad in a short dress and stockings, presumably a streamer, and another in a well-made-up down jacket. There were 4 of them in total, as 2 more women joined the gathering. The streamer girl cheerfully introduced her friend. This is my bestie, just call her Shioi. Dressed in a long down coat, NF introduced himself. I am NF and this is my buddy Qi Jing. Qi Jing, understanding the situation, smiled and waved. Good evening. The 2 girls reciprocated with cheerful greetings. Once pleasantries were exchanged, NF said with a laugh, all right, now that we all know each other, let us stop chatting outside and head in. Shioi, with her eyes crinkling in a smile, added, yes, let us go inside. This place is delicious. I've been here once. NF replied joyfully. Thank you, beautiful Shioi, for the recommendation. We are certainly in for a treat tonight. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Qi Jing glanced around, gradually realizing how this dinner invitation came about. It must have been NF Ing's intention to dine with a lovely lady, but she then suggested bringing her friend along. As Oi led the way, she playfully remarked, "Although I recommended this place, if it doesn't suit your taste, don't blame me." Her jest elicited laughter from the two girls. And even though it was just small talk, Chijing admired how naturally NF engaged in conversation. If only he could maintain such ease in social settings. Perhaps he wouldn't be voted out so quickly in games of werewolf. They arrived at a warmly lit establishment. Guided by the staff, they settled into a cozy private room adorned with tatami mats, requiring everyone to remove their shoes before entering. The seating arrangement was typical, with NF and Chijing on one side and the two girls on the opposite, with the temperature pleasantly warm. Everyone shed their outer layers while Oi took charge of ordering. Chijing had no particular agenda for the evening and was not the type to fumble around awkwardly in the presence of women. Thus he remained relaxed. He casually positioned one leg and picked up his phone to browse, only to find nothing of interest, subsequently placing it aside to join in on the various yakitori orders. He wasn't adventurous with food, so he simply requested more skewers of scallions and chicken thighs, leaving the rest unspoken. After placing the order, the atmosphere naturally remained subdued, particularly for Chijing, who was unfamiliar with the dynamics and struggled to engage in small talk. The conversation, as expected, was initiated by NF. He began asking casual questions to open up dialogue. "What does beautiful Oi do for work? Are you also a streamer upstairs?" Oi smiled and responded, "I work as a sales assistant at T&M department store," adding the name of a mid to high-end cosmetics brand. NF exclaimed, "Then we are indeed colleagues." Oi playfully retorted, "Do you sell cosmetics too?" NF chuckled, "We are all in sales. Whether it's houses or lipsticks." The identities of the three were now clear, and Oi, with her beautifully made-up eyes, turned to Chijing and asked, "By the way, what do you do, Chijing?" Chijing playfully punched NF's shoulder and replied, "I work with him at the same company. I'm in graphic design." Oi exclaimed in surprise, her tone laced with playful teasing. Chijing tilted his head in curiosity. Following suit, Oi mimicked NF's teasing manner. "You're drawing houses, and I'm painting faces. We're both selling things, so we're colleagues, right?" Chijing couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, that is true." NF, with a grin, remarked to the streamer girl, "You're the only outsider here." The joke subtly bridged the gap between her and their group, making her feel somewhat special. The streamer girl giggled. "Oh, are you trying to kick me out and deny me my meal?" No, just teasing," NF reassured. Chijing joined in. No, sister, as a streamer, you definitely need to promote products. You can sell cosmetics and houses, so we're all in the same line of work." As the conversation flowed, the ordered yakitori and draft beer arrived. Naturally, they raised their glasses in a toast to their shared profession. Everyone clinked glasses and took a sip. The drink was icy and sweet. Even Chijing, not a heavy drinker, found it delightful. However, he understood that this enjoyment would fade once his body registered the alcohol. After a sip, the chatter resumed. Oi gestured for everyone to taste the food, asking, "How does it taste?" Chijing, who was merely tagging along, felt no hesitation, while NF was equally unreserved. Biting into the slightly charred yet tender chicken thigh, they all sincerely praised, "This is indeed delicious." Oi laughed. "You're not just saying it's good because we're colleagues, right? I genuinely mean it. It's delicious." The streamer girl chimed in, "I want to try this as well." With three true salespeople present, the atmosphere grew lively, and even the seemingly ordinary Chijing managed to crack a few jokes, quickly warming up the gathering. NF then shared stories from his travels, discussing the grilled skewers he had enjoyed elsewhere, which led to an array of light-hearted conversations. Laughter erupted intermittently, and they raised their glasses to toast over peculiar topics. As the evening progressed, after a few rounds of drinks, the streamer girl announced, "I'm heading to the restroom. You all carry on." Before anyone could speak, NF added, "I'll step out too," leaving Chijing and Oi alone in the room. This situation was not unexpected. Suddenly, Oi rose and moved to sit beside Chijing, asking, "Chijing, may I sit next to you?" Chijing hesitated for a moment before responding, "Of course." Dressed in a white sweater, she appeared even more radiant, her lips and cheeks flushed, prompting Chijing to think, "Ah, she truly knows how to present herself well." being a cosmetic salesperson and all. Shioi crossed her legs and smiled. I really didn't want to be kicked around between those two. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing chuckled. Indeed, I have no desire to ponder it further. She was merely justifying her actions. The table was an ordinary small dining table, supported by 4 legs, with the underside undoubtedly empty. The two individuals, whose relationship remained ambiguous in Qi Jing's eyes, were seated across from each other, engaging in a game of stealthily kicking one another with their feet, a game that seemed to take on a more thrilling allure in the presence of outsiders. However, the two uninvited guests did not share this sentiment and chose to sit aside. Qi Jing leaned against the wall, her body tilted slightly, maintaining a distance of 2 people between them. With only one other person remaining in the room, the conversation naturally shifted to the other party. The loquacious Xiao Yu glanced at Qi Jing and remarked, "Qi Jinggo, your face is quite flushed." Qi Jing smiled in response. Unfazed, I'm not particularly adept at drinking. A little is enough to redden my cheeks. Is this a case of alcohol intolerance? Xiao Yu inquired. Not to that extent. I simply don't drink much. Qi Jing replied. I see, Xiao Yu exclaimed, then turned her beautifully adorned eyes back to him, adding with a smile, by the way. Can you see me clearly, Qi Jingge? Qi Jing felt somewhat underestimated and retorted playfully. I'm merely flushed. I'm not yet at the point of losing my senses. Xiao Yu let out a light laugh, brushing her bangs aside, and said, I meant your bangs. Qi Jingge. They're quite long. It feels like I can hardly see you. Qi Jing merely pushed his bangs aside, briefly revealing his eyes, and teased himself with his earlier remark. I'm not at that stage yet. I won't walk into a lamppost, nor will I fail to recognize someone. Suddenly, Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise, Oh? This scene seemed to have transpired before, prompting Qi Jing to respond with a curious Xiao Yu suddenly complimented, Qi Jingge. You're quite handsome. Qi Jing felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praise. I'm just an ordinary person. Xiao Yu appeared to genuinely believe this, and continued, You're really quite handsome, far more so than the odd-looking male clerks at our store. Qi Jing was intrigued. That can't be right, from my impression. Male clerks selling cosmetics are usually quite handsome. Xiao Yu laughed. Indeed, I have seen handsome ones, but our clerks truly are odd-looking, even after applying light makeup at work. They still look peculiar. I see. Qi Jing could only smile at this comment, refraining from passing judgment on her colleagues. Xiao Yu was not ready to abandon the topic and pressed on. To be honest, among those handsome male clerks, you are also quite striking. No more flattery. I'm truly not one to handle compliments well. Qi Jing was at a loss for how to respond. Xiao Yu continued to assess him, then playfully suggested, I'm just speaking the truth. Qi Jingge, why don't you consider changing your hairstyle? I know a fantastic stylist I could recommend. I believe if you had shorter hair and a perm, you'd be a heartthrob. Qi Jing, who was fond of his current hairstyle, declined. Getting a new hairstyle is too troublesome. I'm accustomed to this one. Xiao Yu persisted in promoting her acquaintance. It's not that complicated. I can take you to that shop, and the stylist can design an easy-to-manage hairstyle for you. Qi Jing recognized her good intentions but felt an urgent need to avoid ruining the dinner. Thus he deflected, I'll consider it when I have time. Simultaneously, he believed she truly had a knack for sales. Then I'll send you the shop's name and address, Xiao Yu declared as she took out her phone. Qi Jing was now seriously suspicious that Xiao Yu might have some business dealings with this shop. Promoting cosmetics, while also recommending a hairstylist, seemed a way to earn double commissions. Of course, these thoughts were mere speculation, and asking directly would certainly be impolite. All right. We must not spoil the atmosphere of the evening or disrupt my brother's important matters. Qi Jing pulled out his phone and exchanged contact information with her. Chapter 58, The Dreamlike Neon Street, Part 3. Upon entering, an iPhone teased, You two seem to be getting along quite well. You've even exchanged contact details. Haha. Xiao Yu interjected. I believe Qi Jingji's looks have been overshadowed, so I wanted to recommend a barber shop. Amidst the laughter, an iPhone and the host girl took a seat nearby, not bothering to inquire further. An iPhone nodded in agreement. I feel his looks have indeed been concealed by his hairstyle. A change would do him good. The host girl, curious, asked Qi Jingge, Could you part your bangs so I could take a look? To be honest, he was not particularly fond of such behavior, but adhering to the larger context. He played along. How does it look? Quite ordinary, right? It's really handsome, the host girl responded, uncertain if she was merely being polite or genuinely meant it. I sent it? Xiaoyu chimed in, unsure if she was promoting the stylist or just making conversation. Qi Jing could only laugh heartily. They then exchanged a few words about Qi Jing's hairstyle. Finally, an iPhone remarked, "Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? If not, let Xiaoyu take you to design a hairstyle." Qi Jing felt like curling up in a ball. I actually have something to attend to tomorrow. I need to visit the hospital for a checkup on my tendinitis. Tendinitis? Is it serious? An iPhone asked. A professional ailment. Qi Jing fabricated a series of lies about a non-existent condition, adding a bit of fodder for their conversation. As they talked, the alcohol began to take effect, prompting Qi Jing to inquire, "Where's the restroom?" An iPhone replied, "I'll show you." Thus, the two men made their way to the restroom. This place possessed a peculiar magic. After relieving themselves, an iPhone naturally pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Qi Jing. Having consumed alcohol and lit a cigarette, the two men naturally began discussing matters related to the women present. An iPhone asked, "What do you think of Xiaoyu?" Qi Jing inquired, "What do you mean by that?" An iPhone pressed on, "Is she attractive?" Qi Jing replied honestly, "She is quite pretty." An iPhone continued, "Isn't her personality also quite good?" Qi Jing recalled her talkative nature. "It's likely quite good." An iPhone patted his shoulder. "You should seize the opportunity. This is a chance your bro has secured for you." Qi Jing understood the implication, but had never considered it in that light. "Don't joke. I'm not her type. I feel like I'll be played to death." An iPhone did not argue with this. "As you play, you will learn, and besides, she may not even entertain the idea of playing with you." There was a degree of truth in his words. Qi Jing merely brushed it off. "Besides, she probably doesn't even think of playing with me. I'm just a corporate drone." "Who isn't a corporate drone?" "Ni feng counter." "She sells cosmetics for a living, and so do we in real estate. We're all corporate drones in the end." "You make a valid point," Qi Jing conceded, left speechless. The seating arrangement had changed. It was unclear who had taken the initiative, but somehow the men and women formed two pairs. The eating and chatting resumed, accompanied by food and drinks. Suddenly, Qi Jing recalled the marriage proposal phone call he received on Friday, and under the influence of alcohol and the previous conversation, he contemplated using the woman beside him as a potential romantic interest. As they conversed and dined, the street outside was noisy, and the neighboring establishment was equally loud, with glaring lights causing him to squint. Perhaps it was the fragrance of the woman's perfume that captivated his senses. At that moment, he felt that perhaps dating was not out of the question. It could also serve as a facade to placate his family, especially when glancing at the two individuals across from him, who were nestled closely together. He suddenly longed for a romantic partner to share that closeness with. As they continued to chat, the conversation turned to their hobbies. Qi Jing mentioned he enjoyed gaming, while Xiaoyu shared that she liked singing with friends. They all encouraged Xiaoyu to sing a song, and she did not refuse, humming a few notes. Her voice was indeed beautiful, so much so that it prompted an iPhone to exclaim a loud expletive. Qi Jing also found her singing delightful, though it did not change his general aversion to such love songs. After finishing their songs, they inquired about what games Qi Jing enjoyed playing. This topic was soon brushed aside by Qi Jing. As they continued to drink, an iPhone began to share her struggles and aspirations. The conversation then shifted to everyone's family backgrounds, eventually leading to the question of what the future holds, pondering over the inability to afford houses or cars. They indulged in food, drink, and conversation, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Finally, it was time to settle the bill and leave. An iPhone and the streamer girl were headed to the second half of their evening, asking if the others would join. They discreetly declined. In the end, an iPhone lit a cigarette and asked Qi Jing for a light. As Qi Jing handed him his lighter, an iPhone remarked, "Seize the opportunity. Don't let it slip away." Ina drankenaze. Qi Jing suddenly understood. He and Xiaoyu walked to the street where he hailed a taxi for her, bidding her farewell as she disappeared into the flow of traffic. At that moment, he opened his phone and initiated a chat, searching for something to say. "Are you there? Are you there? Tilt head, what's up, Lao Deng?" Chapter 59, The Day's Neon Night, Part 4. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Qi Jing gazed at the dark clouds hanging over the street, typing tipsily on his phone. Yuyo, dressed in her pajamas and freshly washed, entered the dorm while playing on her phone. Looking out the window, she realized that even the stars were obscured. "Hey, can you see the moon from your place?" Qi Jing squinted to take a closer look, noticing the thick night sky with clouds drifting by, but nothing was visible. Yes, I can. He was already starting to babble. In truth, he was merely trying to joke around. Yiyo pondered for a moment, then turned back towards the elevator. Standing downstairs in her thin pajamas, she shivered. It still saw no sign of the moon in the campus sky. It seems a bit cloudy over here. I can't see anything. What a pity. Could you send me a picture so I can see? This left Qi Jing at a loss. He looked around, of course there was no moon, and whether he was drunk or not was unclear. He pointed his phone camera at a streetlight and took a picture. Image, what do you think? ISNT it big and bright? The awkwardness lingered as he moved from downstairs to upstairs. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Have you been drinking? He hailed a taxi, got in, and announced his home address, continuing to type on his phone. I'm not drunk. Huh? Yiyo instinctively gasped, sensing the potential for teasing a tipsy person, and a playful smile crept across her face as she nestled in her bed filled with plush toys, starting the chat. How much did you drink? How did you know I was drinking? I'm a seer. Take this brick. Damn. Yiyo thought this drunkard must have had too much. Damn. You've clearly lost your senses. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. Yiyo thought for a moment and asked, if you're not drunk, then bark like a dog. Woof. Yiyo couldn't hold back her laughter, twisting herself in her bed, trying to capture the chat history for tomorrow's reckoning. All right. You're not drunk. But really, how much did you drink? Qi Jing laughed, unsure of what was funny, and continued chatting. Haha, I was just messing with you. You don't think I'm actually drunk, do you? I only had a little, about 3 cups. 3 cups? Yiyo thought that 3 cups shouldn't be enough to make someone this tipsy. Could it be that he really wasn't drunk? But according to the theory that drunk people always claim they are sober, he must be intoxicated. Wait, could it be a different kind of alcohol? What kind of alcohol? Beer. Yiyo is even more puzzled. Can 3 cups of beer have such an effect? What size are the cups? Gestures about this big. Yiyo blinked, imagining a man gesturing with a beer cup on the street. At first, she found the tipsy, loud ding quite adorable, but she also realized that communicating with a drunk person was indeed quite challenging. Damn it, I can't see your gestures. How big is it? Qi Jing laughed again. He was teasing her, though whether it was intentional or accidental was unknown. He pulled out the photo he had taken during dinner and sent it. Image this big. Yiyo squinted at the large beer mug, surprised. So big. No wonder you got drunk. But then she felt something was off. Wait, that can't be more than 3 bottles of beer. Wow, dang. Your alcohol tolerance is too low. 8 yuan. Good. The taxi pulled up to the apartment complex, and after paying, Qi Jing attempted to walk with a whimsical gait, finding it amusing. He didn't forget to engage on his phone. Indeed, my alcohol tolerance is quite poor, but I really am not drunk. By the way, this stuff is hard to drink. Yiyo agreed. Indeed, beer is hard to drink. I don't like it either. But sparkling wine is quite delightful. Qi Jing concurred. Indeed, the sparkling wine from convenience stores is rather enjoyable. But I still think it can't compare to cola. Indeed, not as good as cola. Sweet drinks are divine. Qi Jing, who relied on various beverages to replenish his brain's sugar levels, became excited. Sweet drinks are divine. Ugh, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, drink some green tea or something. I'm fine, just a bit nauseous. Buying some green tea sounds like a good idea. I'll go now. After sending the message, he turned into the convenience store downstairs, preparing to buy some vitamin drinks and green tea to help sober up, relying on these items to prolong his life. Chapter 60, The Day's Neon Night, Part 5. After shopping at the convenience store, Qi Jing walked home with a large bag of drinks. He unlocked his door and casually placed the drinks on the coffee table. Where's the uncle? Daijoubu? Qi Jing tilted his slightly heavy head. Daijoubu. Did you buy some green tea? Seeing this, Qi Jing opened the plastic bag on the table and took a photo of his spoils. Image. The quantity astonished Yiyo. So much. All sweet drinks. Upon seeing this term, Qi Jing revealed a faint smile. All sweet drinks. Long live sweet drinks. Long live sweet drinks. Claps having learned a new term, sweet drinks. Qi Jing found it amusing and thought Yiyo, who said it, was somewhat cute. Xiaoyu. Has Qi Jing returned home? I'm home. Xiaoyu. Cat laughing emoji. After sending a cute emoji, the salesgirl immediately pushed a business card. Xiaoyu. This is a hairstylist I know. Xiaoyu. You can add him for consultation. If you decide to go to the salon, I can accompany you. Qi Jing still couldn't understand why the other party was so fixated on his hair. Was there really some commercial interest? Thanks. Facepalm emoji, but I really don't know why I need to change my hairstyle. Xiao Yu, haha. Because I don't want Qi Jing's good looks to go to waste. Qi Jing found it both amusing and bewildering. After living for so many years, he realized he was considered handsome enough to be deemed a pity. Ha! Even if I change my hairstyle and become really handsome, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Yu, how could it not matter? Xiao Yu, it's very eye-catching. Xiao Yu, shall we go to bar together next week? We can keep each other company. Previously, he believed that her change in hairstyle was motivated by her ability to earn money. Now, Qi Jing realizes that she genuinely wants to express herself and desires him to accompany her, enhancing her image in the process. He adjusted his phone's camera to the front, examined himself, and found no faults. However, reminiscing about the bar, he felt nauseated at the thought of 3 beers. I don't really drink. Let's forget it then. All right, rest early, Qi Jingge. You too. This friend would soon become a name he would never click on again in his contacts. From those 3 words, Qi Jing discerned that she had already concluded he was not her type, and he too was certain he was not hers. And Ai Feng's words held some truth. One could easily become accustomed to flirting, but that did not mean one would necessarily engage in it. Even if he were to change his hairstyle and accompany her to the bar, should an ambiguous incident occur akin to what his close friend experienced, it might lead to them becoming a couple. But then what? If she enjoyed drinking, would he be able to keep up with her for a lifetime? He loved gaming, but he would surely face criticism for that. 2 individuals from entirely different worlds attempting to force a connection. Qi Jing felt himself on the verge of a breakdown. Recalling the flirtatious gestures shared in the private room, he yearned for closeness with a woman, yet found himself unable to accept such occurrences. Perhaps it was better to remain single. Is there something wrong with my hairstyle? As the other party was engrossed in her phone, the message was quickly marked as read. His impression of her lingered at the moment she walked into the light. Handsome. No, extraordinarily handsome. His heart skipped a beat at the thought of her. No problem. You resemble the protagonist of a new anime. Incredibly handsome. By the way, why ask that? Did someone say the uncle's hairstyle is ugly? Perhaps I was looked down upon. No, I must have definitely been looked down upon. Upon hearing this, you felt a twinge of displeasure. Who lacks such vision? My dog is incredibly handsome. Qi Jing was not offended by this nickname. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction that someone could appreciate such an eccentric hairstyle. Someone who just had a meal with me. She strongly recommended I change my hairstyle. Upon hearing that she was a woman, Yu's annoyance transformed into irritation. Though she was unaware of her growing anger, her eyes must be blind. Qi Jing chuckled, feeling his headache dissipate. Haha, the disparity in aesthetics between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. Indeed, those extroverted women just don't understand. Upon encountering the term extroverted, Qi Jing pondered whether he was a reclusive individual. Reflecting on his fondness for both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional cultures, he recognized that both shared a commonality of being exceptionally cool. Contemplating this, he asked, "Are you a Zhin?" Tilting head, I suppose so. What would I be if I enjoy both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional? 25-dimensional? Qi Jing had already formulated an answer. Incorrect. Tilting head, then what? Just as you considered searching this question online, Qi Jing provided his response. I am a double-sided non-stick frying pan. Imagining a sleek, shiny black pan, Yu couldn't contain herself. What a marvelous double-sided non-stick frying pan. You make me laugh so hard. Upon reflection, I seem to be a double-sided non-stick frying pan as well. Ha 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 ha. Qi Jing laughed too. Those extroverted women wouldn't understand our double-sided non-stick frying pan selves. Ha 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 ha. Those extroverted women wouldn't understand our double-sided non-stick frying pan selves. Clapping hands, Chapter 61. The dreamy neon night. 6. The room was quiet, disturbed only by the faint sounds of footsteps from the upper or lower floors. Despite the silence, Qi Jing, with a smile on his lips, found the surroundings overwhelmingly noisy. The lingering scent of her perfume heightened his senses, leaving him both dizzy and exhilarated. His previous epiphany resurfaced in his mind. Finding the right approach to dating didn't seem so painful after all. The prerequisite was that Qi Jing ventured. Which would you choose, a 2 yuan bag or a 4,090? After a brief contemplation, Yu responded, I would choose the 20,000 yuan bag. Huh? Qi Jing was taken aback by this answer. Are you serious? Tilting head, I would take the 2 yuan bag and sell it. That way, I could simultaneously acquire a 4090 and the latest model. Qi Jing blinked, understanding her logic. Damn, you're a genius. I've always been a genius. After their laughter subsided, Qi Jing cautiously inquired, what are your plans for the weekend? The scattered questions left Yu somewhat bewildered. I plan to go to the studio. What if you didn't have to go to the studio? I would probably curl up in my dorm and play games. The questions resolved themselves. Qi Jing felt reassured. As long as he found a girlfriend akin to Xiao Gui, all problems would dissolve. Suddenly, he found himself lost in a daydream. What if the girl sitting by the roadside at night were his girlfriend? What would the future hold? A little salt, a little sugar. Sweet and savory could be swallowed together. After dinner, they might race to the bed, pretending to be lifeless, knowing that the one who woke first would have to wash the dishes, which could escalate into a peculiar game in their esports room to determine who would handle the chores. With the phrase practice more if the dish is left. One might follow the other. Their mutual laziness would compel one to move, prompting the other to do the same. After work, they would curl up in their respective gaming chairs or perhaps share one, sipping sweet drinks, playing games, or watching anime. On weekends, they might venture out, but only to their favorite supermarket for snacks before curling up together again. Qi Jing could not fathom any burdens such a relationship might entail. Those things he once found distasteful now seemed tolerable. He figured any gift he presented to that quiet girl would surely be appreciated. Dating isn't as difficult as I once thought. It's merely my own affliction. Qi Jing suddenly realized, I just need to find a girlfriend like that. Remembering his conversation with Limewater yesterday, he recalled what his friends had said to Limewater. You must hold on tightly. If you miss out, you may never encounter another. Qi Jing abruptly understood he might never meet such a girl again. Such a being seemed unique to Xiao Gui in this world. His work environment and the people he interacted with had no connection to girls like Yu. Moreover, such girls were unlikely to open their hearts to others. Never again will I encounter her. Qi Jing realized with sudden clarity. Missing out meant he might never meet another like her. It was possible that in this lifetime, there would only be one girl who resembled him. His heart sank. The discomfort brought on by the alcohol made him swallow hard. He found it hard to accept this missed opportunity. If he continued living, there would come a day when he would be pressured into marriage. Ultimately, he might end up choosing a girl he didn't particularly like. If she were gentle, it would be fine. But what if she were the type to scold him after work for playing too much? Damn. Qi Jing suddenly felt the path ahead shrouded in darkness. The scent of alcohol and perfume stirred an unprecedented yearning for romance within him. Recalling the two individuals in the private room, he envisioned their furtive, indescribable flirtations. Strange thoughts began to surface as he found himself wanting to embrace the little spirit on the other side of the phone, to ruffle her hair. These thoughts proliferated wildly, nearly overwhelming his not-so-clear mind until he recalled a crucial detail. I seem to be 5 years older than her. That might not be appropriate. In an instant, Qi Jing regained his clarity, entering what could only be described as a sage mode. He tilted his head, pondering why the sudden inquiries. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he resumed his usual conversation with the little spirit in the now tranquil room. It's nothing much. I just suddenly felt we are quite alike. Really? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, leading to the conclusion that they indeed shared numerous similarities. Qi Jing couldn't help but jest. Initially, I always thought you were a man. Even when I first heard your voice, I believe it was altered. Yu was momentarily taken aback. I can't have disguised myself that well, can I? Although I did intend to pose as a man to join the group. Yet the moment you spoke, your true self was revealed. Qi Jing replied honestly. Even when I heard your voice, I still perceived you as a man. I never understood why I held such a notion until now. It's because I feel a resemblance between us, which led me to think you were a man. Yu couldn't resist teasing him. What if I really am a man? Despite having touched her, Qi Jing was still startled. Is that true? Even though he had heard the voice of Yu's roommate, a woman, and had glanced at her ID, he still blurted it out. This reaction caught Yu off guard, and she burst into laughter. You can't possibly believe that. But her laughter suddenly ceased as she furrowed her brow, realizing something strange. She had an unsettling feeling that he might genuinely perceive her as a man. For reasons unknown, her playful banter had shifted dramatically. She now felt compelled to assert her femininity, her words growing bold. I'd love to be a man, but alas, I truly am not. Wait, Why is this conversation becoming increasingly bizarre? Qi Jing was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, it is getting stranger. Let us talk about something else. Sure. What do you want to discuss? After a brief contemplation for a new topic, Qi Jing suddenly recalled something he wished to share. Wait, let me show you something interesting. Chapter 62. The Day's Neon Night. 7. Qi Jing retrieved a delightful vitamin-infused sweet drink from his little treasure trove. The mechanical sounds gradually drowned out the buzzing in his head. He clicked through the folders on his desktop until he found a file titled "There's Magic in My Wardrobe," dragging it into the chat window. The file was on its way. What's this? The recipient received the file. It's the game script I mentioned earlier, the one I deemed too terrible to keep. Oh, let me see. Wow, there are even illustrations. How sophisticated. Yu recalled that creating a game was Qi Jing's dream, hence her interest in the file. Upon opening it, she found both text and images. The protagonist of the story was a boy with long black hair and bangs, harboring a monumental secret, a wardrobe that concealed a magical world. He would often hide within it, embarking on adventures until one day he discovered a crisis threatening that magical realm. He resolved to save it. The narrative presented two paths, revealing the identity of the villain step by step, saving the world and living happily with his friends in the magical realm, or making erroneous choices that led to the world's true demise. Ultimately, his magical companions united to send him back, culminating in the story's conclusion. How do you find it? Yu was left in a daze after reading, lost in thought. To be candid, it was a rather ordinary tale, yet it resonated deeply with her. As she absorbed the words, she felt herself shrinking, slipping through the crevices of the text into the boy's room. Adjectives absent from the script began to fill the void of this world. It was dark, with curtains and doors tightly shut, the air thick with the scent of her own blood. Wounded and trembling, she curled up in the wardrobe, ready to join her friends in that realm. She broke free from her reverie and began typing. I suddenly thought, is it all right to write it this way? Haha, it's just a discarded draft. Feel free to critique. What do you think if this world is merely the protagonist's imagination? The final crisis could be a conspiracy orchestrated by friends from another world, who realize the protagonist's mind is on the brink of collapse and wish to help him escape. What do you think? I'm sounding rather dark. Aren't I? Qi Jing's eyes widened as he read her words, his cursor hovering over two other folders on the screen. The contents of those folders no longer seemed necessary to share with her. You must be joking. He swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, an unsettling thought struck him. He felt completely exposed, as if his innermost self had been laid bare. He found himself at a loss for words, typing mechanically in a state of shock. She seemed to take great delight in such praise. I must be a genius, right? Intending to surprise her, Qi Jing tossed the two folders back to her. This is exactly what I envisioned. Earlier, he had sensed a similarity between them. But now it would not be an exaggeration to declare that Yu was essentially a reflection of himself. You just terrified me with your statement. I genuinely suspect you've been peeking at my computer. I swear I haven't. This is absurd. Qi Jing found it equally incredulous. Indeed. Why is that? How could you guess so quickly from just this little bit? When I was young, I was exactly like that. Her words echoed through Qi Jing's mind repeatedly. Suddenly, he grasped a deeper understanding. A realization dawned upon him. The rules of this world operate in such a manner. The little green plum of lime water bore a striking resemblance to the little spirit. His personality mirrored hers. Thus, our childhood experiences must be quite similar. I too am of this kind. Qi Jing was at a loss for words. Absurd. Truly absurd. From our shared interests to our musical tastes, I am utterly speechless. Why are we so alike? No. I still consider myself a tad more socially anxious. You're far more confident than I. If we were to meet in the real world, we might not utter a single word. The internet is truly wonderful. At this point, Qi Jing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. I used to be quite introverted. It was only after facing society that I transformed into who I am now. My childhood experiences were quite tragic. What have you been through? I am curious about your experiences. Could you elaborate? Sure. Still in shock. Qi Jing never imagined that he would reach such an age and have a day to uncover those scars. Chapter 63. The Dazed Neon Night, Part 8. Over the next 20 minutes, they mutually revealed their wounds. Skipping ahead, Qi Jing slumped in his gaming chair, his strength ebbing away like the tide, leaving only tranquility. It was terrifying. The astonishing similarities made them acutely aware of a subtle panic, an unexpected sense of identification. Everything is remarkably similar. The worldview is collapsing. Why is that? Their astonishment erupted silently on the phone screens. Outside, a few leaves in the community struggled to cling to life, slowly drifting down. Another leaf wobbled from a branch and gently landed atop the first. Is it possible that there are two leaves identical in every way in this world? Is there anything different? With his mind a blank slate, Qi Jing began to ponder things that should not resemble each other. He glanced around, first observing the keyboard of his phone. Do you use the 9 key or the 26 key? 26. Qi Jing stared at his phone, letting out a sigh. I also use 26. Initially intending to tease the drunkard, but now you had forgotten the original intention. The girl propped her chin on her arm, puffing her cheeks, deep in thought. How do you sleep? Of course. I sleep lying down. How else would I sleep? Considering whether her scope was a bit too broad, Yu carefully chose her words and typed another line. I meant to ask if you sleep on your back or which side. I sleep on my side, mostly facing right, sometimes facing left. The girl glanced down at herself. Oh, I also mostly face right, sometimes left. It was now Qi Jing's turn to ask, but he found himself at a loss for questions. Many things had already been confirmed recently. Can you roll your tongue? Is there anyone who can't? Do you have earlobes? They felt something was amiss in the world. Comparing various attributes for a while, eventually arriving at a reassuring answer. Wonderful. Our zodiac signs are different. Our birthdays are 9 days apart. Fantastic, you have them. I don't. The world isn't broken. High five. High five. After sending such messages, they still felt something was off. How could they be so alike? Breathless, they decided to call a truce. This is so strange tonight. Indeed. Let us change the topic. Something feels off. Wait, I have one more. What else do you have up your sleeve? Please, feel free to use it. Do you eat cilantro? You use face darkened. What did you say? How can anyone like that green, pestilential thing that reeks of hell? It's impossible to eat. It's utterly revolting. If you dare say you enjoy that peculiar food, I will shove your head into your backside to wake you up, you fool. It's not that terrifying, right? It's actually fine in dishes. It enhances the flavor. Realizing this might be a weakness for the little ghost, Qi Jing tried again. It's not like I'm shoving cilantro pizza, cilantro soda, cilantro dumplings, or cilantro hot pot into your mouth. Stop. Painfully closing her eyes, Yu attempted to evade this bizarre topic. I concede. The world's most handsome master. Please spare your adorable little kitty. Meow. Cat making cute expression. Yu, having sacrificed her dignity and paid reparations, ended this terrifying fantasy running rampant in her mind. After a long time without winning, Qi Jing was startled and slapped the table. Bang. Is this really effective? I'll use this trick to subdue the little ghost from now on. Why it's so effective doesn't matter. The victory of war is what counts. Seeing her call him master on the screen, Qi Jing smiled happily, gradually calming down. What was that noise just now? In the unlit bedroom, Qi Jing tilted his head to glance at the floor, immediately letting out a mournful wail. Damn, my ashtray has overturned. Now I have to clean up. He knelt in agony on the ground, starting to tidy up. It felt as though he had one, yet also as if he had not. Yu stared at the frozen chat box, a bit flustered. She ruffled her hair, deciding to disregard the earlier blunder. Let us change the topic again. Sauce, where are you? Upon hearing the notification sound, she responded, Sure. What should we talk about? I think your script is fantastic. Why are you discarding it? Speaking of this matter, Qi Jing felt a bit annoyed, lighting a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, the flame flickering. I showed it to someone else, and they said it lacks any explosive elements and the story is quite flat. Yu once again immersed herself in the story. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. What if we add a female lead? Chapter 64, The Day's Neon Night, Part 9. What if it's titled There's a Sorceress in My Wardrobe? Let us set the female lead as a companion to the male lead in an alternate world. When the world is destroyed, the female lead will also vanish. Qi Jing's mouth fell open as he instantly grasped Yu's meaning. A vividly atmospheric scene quickly flooded his mind and unfolded. Amidst the enveloping smoke and the spreading crimson heat, a girl clad in a white dress, its hem singed by flames, left brown and charred marks. Her long black hair cascaded behind her as she raised her hands, holding the core of the world. You buy. When you awaken, the world may become quite different. You might feel lost, you might feel afraid, but I believe in you, our creator, the deity who brought us into existence. Even in the most challenging future, you will overcome it, right? The girl danced barefoot through the flames, her skirt trailing brilliant streaks of red. Below her lay an extraordinarily strange sight. A boy in a black hoodie and long pants lay on the ground, the surrounding temperature seemingly unable to reach him, forming a halo around him. His long eyelashes gently brushed against his eyelids, his face pale, teeth gritted tightly. Undoubtedly, he was in great pain. The girl leaped from a broken wall to the boy's side, crouching down to smooth the tears from the corners of his eyes. She looked at him and offered a faint smile. "Wake up, you buy." Then she crushed the core of the world. In an instant, the colors of the world swiftly withdrew from the edges, and the girl's figure began to turn transparent and ethereal. She lowered her head and gently kissed the boy's lips. Almost imperceptibly, a faint breath gradually dissipated. "I like you." Chi Jing scratched his head. He realized that the girlfriend in his wardrobe was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. The endings could diverge in many ways. Uncovering the secrets of the world would lead to the separation of him and his girlfriend, while saving the world would result in the destruction of the male lead's self. It's a poignant tale, yet magnificent. This idea is quite good. I'll adopt it. All right then. Without time for further explanation, Chi Jing swiftly opened his computer and began to write down this scene. As he developed the concept of the imagined girlfriend, he discovered that his script had come to life. However, simultaneously, he felt a pang of discomfort. For if he continued to write this way, his script would be. Chi Jing is a man of disfavor. Yet it seems all stories are inevitably spiraling towards ruin, which is quite disheartening. Little ghost, tell me, given the premise that the female protagonist is merely a figment of the male protagonist's imagination, does this story possess any potential? Indeed, whether it involves rescuing a world within a wardrobe or witnessing its demise, it remains significant. However, from a gaming perspective, such a premise is splendid. Players have the agency to choose whether to awaken in reality or perish within a dream, hinting at the makings of a masterpiece. Ah, Chi Jing suddenly attained clarity. Yes, this subtle sensation is marvelous. It is precisely this feeling. Little ghost, you truly are a genius. No, it is the framework that is commendable. I merely embellish it. The script is not poor at all. No, I genuinely believe your insights are invaluable. You have struck a chord deep within my heart. It is delightful to assist you. However, I must now charge a fee. Please pay the consultation fee. At this moment, Chi Jing was still in shock, utterly at a loss for words. After a prolonged stagnation, his work suddenly progressed, and he clung tightly to the inspiration. While grasping these ideas, he found himself deeply captivated. Only she could understand him. She could assist him. She was the one most attuned to him. Chi Jing's body was in poor condition, unable to process alcohol. The haze lingered within him, dissipating momentarily due to the shock he had just experienced. Yet, some suppressed thoughts began to resurface. Coincidentally, Little Ghost continued to speak. "Hey, are you going to stop talking after using me? You truly are a brute. Damn, what kind of reward do you desire? Having already received intriguing insider information tonight, you cherished this new opportunity for self-creation." With a smile playing on her lips, she pondered and decided, "Sing me a song called Conquer in the group. I really want to play with this old trope. Damn, I can't do that. What is so difficult about it? If you really can't sing, a heartfelt recitation will suffice, right?" Chi Jing thought that a heartfelt recitation would be better than outright killing him. In your dreams, can you just copy the lyrics and send them to the group? You found that exceedingly dull. Of course not. Hey, I helped you with such a great task, yet you refuse to sing me a song. It seems I must consider whether to respond to you the next time you need my consultation. Chi Jing genuinely could not sing and was eager to avert disaster. "How about I treat you to a pizza as thanks? Little kitty, I can afford my meals. Don't think you can bribe me with gold coins to pass. Cake, I dart." Speaking of cake, you felt a bit tempted, and pizza was equally appealing. However, She did not like others spending money on her, and she was genuinely eager to hear the man on the other end of the phone sing an embarrassing song. Sing. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing felt helpless. Yet he quickly devised a plan. All right, I will sing. Sing now. You're not allowed to wait until the dead of night, when even little Kitty is asleep, to sing alone. Completely seen through. Qi Jing was truly at his wit's end. He had never realized how well Little Ghost understood him. Can you read minds? Upon realizing she had predicted his ruse, Yu felt even more triumphant. Actually, I have installed a monitoring device in your heart. Qi Jing's heart raced heavily. He hesitated. Does she truly understand me? But has she really seen through me? Those peculiar thoughts suddenly found an outlet. He, who had never dared to take a step closer, inexplicably asked, Hey, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Let's play a game. If you can guess what I am thinking, I will sing 2 songs. If you cannot guess, I shall not sing. How about that? Chapter 65. The Wakeful Riddles of a Dazed Neon Night. Part 1. Yu was a girl who adored games. She possessed no resistance to such guessing games. Although she desperately wished to enroll in this game of deciphering thoughts, she felt it might be a trick. Thus, the clever Yu added a few extra layers of caution as she spoke. We can play, but we must add some rules. What rules do you propose? Firstly, to prevent you from being dishonest or changing your mind midway, you must first encrypt your thoughts into a compressed file and send it to me. If I guess incorrectly, you must provide me with the password at the end. Secondly, I believe you should grant me 5 questions to narrow down the possibilities. If you think of something completely outlandish or a film I've never seen, I am bound to lose. Lastly, there is no final rule. Let's set it up this way for now. It is much fairer. There was silence on the other end for 3 minutes. Soon after, a file named Answer was transmitted, indicating the other party accepted her rules and was ready to commence the guessing game. You may ask your questions. Just as she was about to inquire, Yu suddenly thought of something amusing and overturned the table. What were you just thinking? The other side was taken aback. Huh? What kind of trap rule is this? Seeing him flustered, Yu stifled her laughter, producing a series of giggles. All's fair in love and war, dear uncle. Please tell me the truth. You promised to abide by the rules. The other party quickly responded, I was just thinking of pushing your head. Really? Indeed. I swear I was just thinking of forcefully rubbing your head against the edge of my bed. Since he said that, Yu felt that his previous thought could not possibly be the answer. Where did the problem lie? All right then. For my second question, what did you write in answer? Indeed, Yu was certain that what he had been thinking was not what he had written in the answer file. This was a significant issue. Had he answered just now, she would have likely lost. 1 minute later, I wrote in there, I want to push your head against the bed and rub it vigorously. Huh? Receiving the same answer again, Yu sensed something was amiss. After pondering, she realized her questions were evidently not incisive enough. Yu had a sudden epiphany. He could recreate a new file named Answer. In this case, the issue would be entirely resolved. Damn, I was evaded again. Suddenly, a vision flashed in Yu's mind of a girl dressed in a cowboy outfit. Cat ears atop her head, bound to a cross, with a revolver in hand. The muzzle emitted smoke. She had fired 2 bullets, both of which had missed their target. Thankfully, while setting the rules, she had preserved many bullets for herself with 3 chances remaining. The next shot would determine victory or defeat. In this moment of wits and strategy, Yu's mind cleared, and a myriad of knowledge surged forth. 5 multiplied by 600 equals 2005. The unity and struggle of contradictions, universality and particularity. The trajectory of a bullet at night would veer upward. There are 2 trees in front of the house, both jujube trees. The most complex computer languages are merely strings of zeros and ones. Her mind was clearer than ever before. Yui raised her small claw and began to frantically send messages. With a flurry of sounds, she dispatched her inquiry. May I ask what is written in the document titled MD, which was sent by me, Yui, a female, at 2,203 minutes? Yui was utterly convinced that there was no way anything could go awry. In her mind, the cat-eared girl had already pressed the 10-meter silencer of a revolver against her opponent's temple. There was absolutely no chance of missing the target. Unsurprisingly, her counterpart fell silent. Hand over the answer and then sing for me. During the tense wait for the final outcome, Yui opened her music application, pondering which song to request next. Suddenly, The chat log with her counterpart shifted to indicate they were typing. Then came the message. I wrote, I want to press your head against my bed's edge and rub it fiercely. Ah. The answer had been revealed. YUI was bewildered. She glanced again at her 10-meter silencer, firmly convinced that her previous question was flawless. Could it be? Could it be that they truly wrote about wanting to rub my head against the bed's edge? The initiation of this game stemmed from her opponent being outmaneuvered by her. Thus, given her counterpart's mindset at the time, it seemed plausible that such an answer could indeed be inscribed within the riddle. The likelihood was substantial. Gulp. YUI swallowed nervously, believing this was likely the correct answer. She couldn't possibly pose any other inquiries. As the game neared its conclusion, she grew increasingly cautious. Just before locking in her answer, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. She asked, from which direction does the sun rise? From the west. This intentionally incorrect answer made the cat-eared girl, wielding her silencer, realize that she was not the only one who comprehended the rules. Another individual was observing her, aiming at her decoy from behind. You lost. YUI collapsed on her small bed. In such circumstances, asking anything would be futile. The bullets of the cat-eared girl had, unbeknownst to her, been swapped for blanks. Now, only one question remained. Even if she asked, it would be of no use, for her bullets could never strike the target. She casually posed her final question. Have you eaten dinner? Iui Saif. Preparing to respond while contemplating whether the phrase, wanting to rub her head against the bed's edge, was indeed the correct answer. If she applied 5 layers of logic, it might just be the answer. It could be justified psychologically. The answer is, wanting to press my YUI's head against the headboard and rub it fiercely. Her heart raced several beats. You won. Snap. YUI made a crisp finger snap, laughing wildly in her heart. Ha-ha. She also expressed her laughter in the chat. It really was that. Want to press my head, huh? Too bad it's just a fantasy. Before indulging in fantasies, remember to sing for me. 2 songs. TCH. Of course I can sing. YUI was thoroughly enjoying herself. With a mindset to uncover the riddle solution, she ultimately inquired, what is the password? Her opponent fell silent once more. Chapter 66. The Bewildered Neon Knights Awakening Riddle Game. Part 2. YUI awaited the revelation of the final answer she had guessed correctly. To her astonishment, the game appeared to be far from over. Moments later, a new rule was sent, one that truly caught her off guard. If I guess incorrectly, you must provide me with the password when revealing the answer. You have already won. Thus, I need not give you the password. Just moments ago, YUI had felt entirely relaxed, but now she sat upright, staring intently at the screen. Initially, she struggled to comprehend the situation. However, as she grasped that her opponent's intention in withholding the password was to conceal something, she immediately recognized that the matter was not simple. The document, named MD, seemed to harbor a secret. Hey, I guessed correctly. Why are you unwilling to let me see it? Tilting head. This indicated that her opponent's thought process was quite complex at that moment. YUI deduced that the folder must contain something peculiar. Something so strange that it could not be revealed to her. Actually, I forgot what the password is. The password I provided earlier was a random temporary one. I'm getting old. My brain isn't functioning well. Forgive me, I can't remember. Only a fool would believe you. Faced with a 24-year-old who never claimed to be old, YUI found it impossible to trust him. As for why she suspected the older player was lying, she had ample evidence and inconsistencies. If he had genuinely forgotten the password, he would have simply stated so from the outset and at least provided a string of incorrect passwords, followed by a declaration of their ineffectiveness. There was no need to quibble over the rules to evade providing an answer. Moreover, the frequent messages indicating he was typing corroborated this suspicion. In summary, it was evident that something was amiss. Hey, I possess the ability to read minds, you know. Don't deceive me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Let me see your thoughts. I've seen it. Vague, malevolent things. You must have written something unspeakably wicked in a moment of impulse after drinking, right? This entire analysis had struck a nerve. 6. Have I guessed it all correctly? Since I've guessed it, don't hide it. Let me see your dark thoughts. Typing while contemplating, YUI felt her psychological analysis nearing the truth, merely a step away. At that moment, she felt that reading minds was as simple as flipping through a book. As for the final outcome, she had developed a certain hypothesis. Given the context in which the affair began, It was likely to involve her being teased or something similar. Having perused numerous volumes, YUI couldn't help but chuckle, curious about what peculiarities the drunken individual on the other side might express. However, her counterpart seemed resolute not to satisfy her ever-expanding curiosity. Do I remember the password? I'm not sure. My head feels so dizzy. In any case, our rules are black and white, completely above board, right? All right, I'm off to sleep now. I'll sing when there are the most people tomorrow, don't worry. But you just said 6, and you even typed a string of exasperated ellipses. Tell me, the swelling curiosity had nowhere to be released. What was it that caused her counterpart to lose their composure? What made the typically unyielding individual, who was usually timid as a screen, choose to sacrifice their dignity today? What were they trying to conceal? YOI's instincts told her that if her opponent were to leave now, she would undoubtedly struggle to sleep that night. It was time to employ her tactic. Gripping the hem of their clothing, tell me, let me see, please. Rolling around with the riddle box, let me see. Indeed, she resorted to coaxing. A little mischief maker can also be endearing. Her counterpart seemed determined to leave today. Swatting the cat paw, throwing a yarn ball, pouncing, prodding left, prodding right, wait, throwing the yarn ball and lunging, hanging onto the hem, climbing to the throat and revealing claws, she declared, tell the cat. YUI has resolutely decided to uncover these secrets today. I won't even play with the yarn ball. On the other side, someone seemed to be trapped in a dialogue mode, occasionally entering input mode, yet failing to utter a word. Gripping the nape, she continued, if you possess telepathy, why not simply guess it? YUI felt this was indeed asking too much. She could perceive the sordid truths, but articulating them was utterly beyond her. However, the suggestion that she could not guess was something she found rather disagreeable. I can guess, she asserted. It must be Jinung. Am I right? What do you mean? You tell me. The conversation had turned unexpectedly confrontational. Faced with relentless pressure, YUI would never yield. It must be Jinung. You wrote it yourself. Speak it out. No, give me the password so I can see it myself. If you actually type it, I will give you the password. I'll grant you 3 more chances. The typing speed of both parties noticeably accelerated. YOI's tiny claws were nearly sparking with energy, while she secretly speculated why the other party insisted she speak. The clever girl would definitely not fall for the trap. I won't guess. Tell the cat. I won't say. Speak. If you refuse, I'll make you perform a striptease in the group. I want to dance. I'm not insane. You will dance whether you want to or not. Suddenly, YUI had an epiphany and knew exactly how to proceed. I still have bullets. In her imagination, the cat-eared girl quietly retrieved a real bullet from her denim jacket pocket and loaded it into her revolver, turning sharply to aim at the figure lurking in the shadows. This bullet had been won from the opponent's hand. One shot would surely hit. It had to end here. She pulled the trigger. Bang. I'm using your request. Tell me the password. The flash illuminated the shadows, momentarily dispelling the darkness and seemingly breaking through the last layer of his defenses. Is it really necessary? I surely must. YUI affirmed. Silence enveloped the other side. The dark figure stepped out of the shadows and approached her, handing her the key. That night, he was left utterly battered, even though YUI had not intended for it to be so. 1333224. With the password in hand, YUI swiftly typed it into the encrypted compressed file named Mystery. Inside, there was but a single document titled Mystery. Upon opening it, only one phrase lay within. She was undeniably mistaken. I seem to have developed a slight fondness for you. Chapter 67. The Awakening of the Dreamlike Neon Knights Riddle Game. Part 2. After handing over the key, Qijing sank deeply into his chair, retreating into the darkness of his room. Regret bubbled within him, growing incessantly as he feared he might jeopardize his relationship with the spirit. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, he still chose to relinquish the key. Perhaps it was not entirely his fault, but rather an accident fueled by alcohol, a product of his reckless mindset. Yet, there was one aspect he deliberately left unresolved when it came to the password for the folder. He had long considered entering a string of incorrect passwords. When the other party failed to input it correctly, he could feign ignorance and claim to have forgotten, thus avoiding any consequences. He had placed the gun into the box with a sense of gamble, thinking that if the other truly desired to access the file, He would let her see it. What if? What if it were possible? Under the influence of alcohol, he was gambling, and the substance had compelled him to pen these thoughts. He mused, if you truly wish to see it, then let it be obliterated. It mattered not. The cat-eared girl opened the box, only to be met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Bang! She was struck. The bullet pierced her brain, scattering countless crimson petals. The phone slipped from Oi's hand, falling to the floor. This must be fake. Time seemed to freeze. Her roommates glanced at her, but it mattered little now. In her 19 years of existence, Ui had never imagined encountering such a scenario. Typically, she would keep her head down, striving to diminish her presence. A state of marginalization. Huh? Did I just receive a confession? Her head spun. After a moment, she scrambled off the bed, convinced she must have misinterpreted. Taking deep breaths, she attempted to steady her racing heart. With her eyes shut, she merely opened a slit to press her phone, slowly flipping it over. The document opened by her phone still displayed the same phrase. I might have developed a slight fondness for you. Is it really me? Does he like me? After rubbing her eyes vigorously, she confirmed again. It seems to be true. He likes me? Staring intently at the sentence, Ui began to dissect it word by word, as if attempting to consume it. Might have a bit. The bullet she had fired had left her dazed. Clutching her phone, she floated out of her dormitory, unsure why she felt compelled to leave. She simply wanted to escape. It felt stifling. As she walked, thoughts raced through her mind. Did I misinterpret something? Did he actually? Oh, right. He was drunk. It must be that. Quietly shutting the dormitory door behind her, she stood in the dimly lit corridor, her gaze fixated on the phrase as a blush crept across her cheeks, swiftly spreading until it enveloped her entire face and ears. In that moment, Ui resembled a ripe apple, beads of dew glistening on her nose. Did I misread? He said he likes me? No, it must be an illusion. Yes, absolutely an illusion. Ui frantically surveyed her surroundings, hastily rushing down the corridor. The place was deserted. As for her reason for being there, help! Ui covered her face with her hands, whispering in panic. She felt she might suffocate if she did not express it. Why would someone like me? No, why would he like me? Why him? I. The girl, whose mind had short-circuited from anxiety, was utterly engulfed in confusion. Fleeing the dormitory out of fear, she was gradually consumed by the cold night. Amidst the darkness, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke through, followed by blinding light. Iui? A shadow called her name against the glare. A large hand rested on her head, warm and reassuring. A slender figure in black crouched before her, and through her hair, she glimpsed eyes strikingly similar to her own. In those eyes, she recognized a reflection of herself. For reasons unknown, she felt no apprehension and followed him into the car. Everything that transpired next felt dreamlike. Now, she too felt as if she were dreaming. No, how could this be? Iwanti. Perhaps, in the end, he was merely rambling due to intoxication. It could simply be a casual comment, a tease. Surely, he wasn't sober. Ui was fraught with anxiety, shaking her head vigorously. Gradually, she composed herself and typed with trembling hands. Are you drunk? Do you want to have some green tea first? She was terrified. She felt that she might have feelings for him, yet Yoyu was fearful. She had never experienced such emotions before and was afraid that she was merely being teased. She did not dwell on her thoughts, nor did she contemplate the significance of their age difference or the realities of their situation. She was simply afraid that she might be played with. She realized that she did not truly know him, not even his name. Thus, she was apprehensive, uncertain of how he might interpret her feelings, perhaps due to some reason or another. Maybe just a little. Sorry for troubling you. Tomorrow, I might not be able to speak of such things. I truly apologize. Yoyu felt anxious, believing he was serious, yet doubting whether he was just joking. Her rational mind acknowledged his sincerity, but her confusion led her to perceive more jest in his demeanor. Oh, so it was a joke? The cat god will forgive you. You must grant me one more request. Yoyu found herself at a loss for words. All right, let us pretend nothing ever happened. Alcohol can be quite harmful. I feel like when I wake up tomorrow, I will want to find a crevice to hide in. You deserve it. I have caught you with some major dirt. It's getting late. Good night. I had a great time. Good night. I had a wonderful time. Thus, Yoyu guided the conversation to this point. For reasons unknown, She felt a significant release of tension. However, as she walked back to her dormitory after their chat, she sensed not relaxation, but rather a void. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she went to bed early. Just pretend nothing happened. Nothing at all. She woke up to check her phone. Nothing had occurred. She felt exhausted, sensing that something might be amiss. Qi had gone to bed early as well. Nothing had transpired. Just pretend nothing happened. The next morning, the night devoid of events came to an end. The dawn must always arrive. Nothing had taken place. Groggy, Yuyu rose, suddenly alert. Yet, reflecting on it, she realized nothing had occurred. For reasons unknown, she was compelled to open their chat window. She wished to say something, but was at a loss for words. So, she simply typed, "Good morning." Half an hour passed before a reply arrived. "Good morning." Nothing happened. Yuyu, as usual, attempted to joke, wishing to convince herself that everything was merely an illusion, a fleeting dream. Do you wish to hide in a crevice? In a nearby city, a figure wrapped in blankets felt certain that he was indeed awake. He buried his face in his gray duvet, squinting as he typed away. Surprisingly, not at all. I believe I might actually have some feelings for you. If you like me, just say it. I feel there's nothing shameful about it. The girl's heart was once again showered with petals as if struck by a bullet. Chapter 68. The bullet. Yuyu stood frozen, her thoughts momentarily vacated. Her heart tightened at the trace of affection that felt akin to a bullet. This shot was more precise than the previous one, piercing through her. Why was he so nonchalant? Why did he admit it again? Such thoughts surged in her mind, the shadow walking out of the light solidifying in her heart, becoming increasingly unforgettable. Yuyu still did not understand why someone like him would have feelings for her. Yet, she might have known her own sentiments towards him. It was all so simple. She knew that she only needed to voice it. I think I might also have some feelings for you. He might be astonished. Or perhaps not. He might suggest they try dating. But what then? She could not envision the subsequent events. What would the conclusion be? The incantation of liking felt daunting. Like the first time riding a broom toward the sky adorned with pink clouds. Yuyu believed her courage was far too feeble. She longed for something that could traverse from beginning to end. Yet when it was within reach, fear still gripped her. She did not wish to become the person they described, nor did she want to live as they did. Yuyu, like those in her group who had never been in love, had never felt the presence of affection and yearned for a complete relationship. Being a girl, she was even more frightened, hesitant to take that step. She was so afraid of losing everything after making a careless decision, of completely ruining the relationship. Just like the home she had once known that had shattered into pieces. I like you. She truly could not utter those words. Sorry. We agreed not to bring it up until dawn. But you started it. You can't blame me. Her counterpart was also a timid individual, perhaps building walls to shield her. Silly. I never expected it would be so unembarrassing. Indeed, it was not embarrassing at all. Even now, it felt completely devoid of awkwardness. He was truly carefree. Yes, just as I mentioned during my school days, a Klitsch quote. When a child is bullied, I actually spoke out. If you make another move, I will unleash the power of my left eye. The boy covers his left eye. Yuyu found this imagery quite vivid, picturing a small child standing before a bullied peer, shouting such words. How to describe this? Their thoughts aligned. But upon reflection, I believe I was quite cool back then, truly a partner of justice. I recounted the subsequent events to you last night. Although I was ridiculed afterward, I have no regrets now. Some flowed with the current, while others stood out as peculiar. He had not fired a shot. The boy who shot for others that summer transcended time and struck her. Yuyu's heart raced. If at that moment, before her beautiful notebook, bestowed by the teacher, was torn apart and her colored pens were muddied, a boy like him stood before her. She felt she would not have grown darker thereafter. Why not her? Suddenly, she felt envious. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. The boy who had shot for others that summer had grown up, now driving through the darkness to retrieve her, right? Her heart felt abundantly full. I feel like I'm going off topic. In conclusion, I have no regrets. Feel free to laugh. All right, I've said all I needed to say. The company has called me in for overtime. I must head out now. We will chat later. After sending a flurry of messages, Qi smiled, though it was unclear whether it was a bittersweet smile of regret or one of relief. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Regret for the fact that she had not accepted his confession, relief that their relationship had not soured too severely. Of course, It was also possible she was merely trying to alleviate the awkwardness by engaging in conversation, and their relationship had indeed grown strained. But that no longer mattered. Work, work. Throwing off the covers, Qi Jing rose to wash up, then drove out to work. Chapter 69. The odd her busy until evening. Qi Jing had yet to finish work. This day was entirely absorbed in tasks, as the workload was heavy, leading to an extension of his hours. He had little desire to engage in group chats or converse with Yoyu throughout the day. Being busy was one reason. Another reason is the events that transpired today and yesterday, which led him to believe it would be best to temporarily disregard the other party. Qi Jing did not wish to become the kind of persistent individual in the eyes of the young one. The sunset outside was a brilliant yellow, reminiscent of a fully ripened sunflower. On a day when his mood ought not to be bright, the weather was unexpectedly pleasant, perhaps a compensation from the heavens. Qi Jing sighed, ordered himself a cup of coffee, and also placed an order for takeout. After securing his provisions, he resumed his graphic design work. He immersed himself in his task, often losing track of time. After a while, his phone suddenly vibrated. He assumed it was the arrival of his takeout. Upon glancing at his phone, he was taken aback to find a message from the young one. Jiang, Lao Deng, come play games, 5-man. Qi Jing raised an eyebrow upon reading this. What does it mean that she just rejected my confession and then seeks to play with me? He pondered for a moment, accustomed to speculating on the thoughts of others, and soon arrived at a conclusion. Qi Jing was perplexed. He had previously believed he understood the young one, yet now he found himself at a loss. I haven't finished work yet. There is too much to do. It feels endless, utterly insurmountable. Feeling that his words were neutral enough, Qi Jing set down his phone and continued his work. However, his phone rang again, seemingly determined to disrupt his concentration. Are you still not off work? Jiang, you're so unfortunate. Pat's head comforting herself in this manner. Qi Jing reacted, feeling that it wasn't so bad. Indeed, it is unfortunate. I haven't even at lunch. I just ordered takeout, and it hasn't arrived yet. Bounces Pat's head, Jiang. You've worked hard, keep it up. You must eat well. No matter how busy work gets, your health is of utmost importance. Huh? What else with the bouncing, the head patting, and the encouragement? He had never encountered the young one speaking so adorably, akin to a sweet younger sister. Truth be told, when he read these messages, he initially felt a sense of healing, but once he realized these words were from the young one, something fell off. Would she truly speak like this? Qi Jing doubted it. Reflecting on these thoughts, it became clear. The young one felt awkward speaking to him after her earlier rejection, thus resorting to such behavior. Moreover, she likely felt guilty for having hurt him, which prompted her to engage in forced conversation. Don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile. Qi Jing sighed inwardly, echoing his sentiments in the chat. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I will take care of my meals. A double entendre, at least in his perspective. That's good to hear. I inexplicably feel Jiang is a bit listless. You should cheer up. Qi Jing wanted to convey that he understood, that he realized she didn't want to see him saddened. I'm indeed feeling a bit listless, but that is only because of the overwhelming workload. Conversing with you, however, brings me joy. At that moment, the call from the delivery person interrupted. After answering the phone, Qi Jing stepped outside, while the young one continued to send messages. Really? I'm quite impressive, aren't I? I'm a magical girl. Today's magic is to brighten Jiang's mood. Standing in the hallway, Qi Jing blinked in confusion. What else with the What magical girl? How does that brighten my mood? What a peculiar turn of events. For the first time, he felt he could not read the young one, utterly bewildered by her intentions. Logically, he thought she would soon cease communication due to his earlier remarks. Qi Jing yearned for clarity. Young one, meow. Qi Jing's mind short-circuited. Young one, meow. The delivery person was equally puzzled. Sir, is there an issue with your order? Qi Jing hastily replied, No, thank you. Startled, the delivery person waved and said, It's fine. Enjoy your meal. Qi Jing responded, Thank you. After retrieving his food, he resumed chatting with the peculiar young one. Rather than a formal conversation, it felt more like casual banter. No worries. I just picked up my takeout. Image, that's wonderful. Make sure to eat well. Qi Jing cleared his mind and spoke freely, attempting to ascertain what was amiss with the young one today. I know. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to play games? Do you possess the skill to chat with me while gaming? I haven't played. If I were to game, poor Jiang would surely be jealous of my fun. Once ravenous, Qi Jing now tossed his takeout onto the table without a second thought, merely inserting a straw into his coffee. He neglected to sip it as he engaged the young one. He truly could not contain himself. Cat, young one, why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Young one, are you possessed? Is that so? Indeed. Is your mind malfunctioning, young one? After saying this, she replied, Tilthead, why do you say that? Because your mind is confused. Siza has indeed broken. Her responses were increasingly peculiar. Have you realized something is off? Is it due to yesterday's incident? Cat Smokes, I don't know. Qi Jing concluded that the incident from yesterday was the cause. Cat Smokes, I can hardly recall how you usually converse. Currently, you seem like a younger sister comforting her dejected brother. Is that so? After saying this, she fell silent for a moment. This is too strange. I need to calm down. Chapter 70. This is an apple, Part 1. He too felt that the young one needed to regain her composure. After rejecting his confession, she began to console herself. This self-comfort was clearly related to the events of the previous night. Qi Jing disliked this abnormal consolation. The reasoning was simple. It evoked a sense of pity, which made him uncomfortable. He would prefer if she ignored him rather than offering such pity. Since he was quite carefree, he feared no emotional harm. Today's workload was extensive. Qi Jing worked overtime until 10 o'clock at night. Fortunately, there were still some supplies in the refrigerator. Upon returning home, he opened a can of cola, sank into the sofa, and stared blankly at the dark television. He lacked the energy for anything and merely wished to sit. Speaking of calming down, the young lady's attempt at tranquility was a dismal failure. After being called strange today, she realized that she too was somewhat peculiar. Thus, she pondered why she had said such odd things. The answer had long been present in her heart. Yet I longed to speak with him. I want to converse, but am at a loss for words. So what comes out is utterly strange. It was precisely because she had the answer that she could not settle down. Moreover, as this was a conflict she could not resolve alone, she found herself in a bind. On the computer screen, her gaming character hopped through a world filled with monsters and musical notes, wielding her hammer with ease to defeat the creatures. Yet today was different. She found herself being overpowered by the monsters. Ultimately, during a randomized track, she encountered her favorite and most proficient song, only to be cut off at the 50 mark. Yu realized she could no longer play. She rubbed her cheeks. I know I'm acting strangely, but what should I do? She sought assistance, yet found no one in the dormitory willing to lend an ear to her troubles. It was inconceivable for Yui to confide in her online friends, as they were also her acquaintances. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sense of despair enveloped her. She felt utterly devoid of motivation. If this continued, she feared she would be unable to write even a single line of code at the studio the following day. The desire to open that chat interface grew increasingly intense. It seemed the only way to alleviate her current distress. Ultimately, she opened the chat with him, the conversation still lingering from the afternoon. I want to talk to him. How strange. I need to calm down. I can't make sense of this. I'll stop thinking about it. She sent a message that felt almost like surrender, bordering on resignation. Suddenly, a message popped up, causing Qi Jing to spray cola all over the coffee table. His expression was one of helplessness, tinged with surprise. What is going on now? What are you thinking? Qi Jing suspected this was a continuation of their earlier dialogue. Are you wondering why you've been acting so oddly today? After sending this message, Qi Jing felt that something was amiss. Why are you discussing this with me? Aren't you most aware of your own peculiarities? Isn't it because you want to comfort me that you're acting so strangely? If that's the case, why even bother telling me? A sudden thought struck him like a bullet. The questions he posed led him to form a conjecture. Am I overthinking this? Qi Jing clicked his tongue, realizing he might be overly sensitive. Indeed, whatever. No matter how strange, I am still myself. All right then. Qi Jing took a couple more sips of cola before placing the remaining half in the refrigerator. However, the more he sought tranquility, the more agitated the girl on the other end seemed to become. Thus, their conversation remained unresolved. Hey, I have a question for you. The turmoil of one heart transformed into the turmoil of two, reminiscent of the chaos from the previous night. Upon seeing the little ghost message, Qi Jing's heart skipped a beat. What is happening now? Really? May I ask? Though he was uncertain about the situation on her end, he felt compelled to inquire. Ugh, forget it. I want to ask. Huh? Why does it feel like this little ghost is more confused than I am? The inclination to watch a drama dissipated entirely. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, his instincts told him she was contemplating something significant. Come on, one cannot speak only partially. Are you in some kind of trouble? Share it with me. Perhaps I can help. Qijing's last two sentences were casual, driven by instinct. From her light-hearted tone, he sensed she wasn't facing any bizarre incidents at school. The little ghost's displeasure was easily detectable through her words. Is it not allowed? Whistles. What are you trying to imply? Qijing muttered through gritted teeth. Last night, she was anxious. Today, Qijing mirrored her urgency, perhaps even surpassing it. Of course, it's not allowed. You're making it impossible for me to sleep. Having spent the day passively receiving messages, Qijing now took the initiative. Tilting head, didn't you do the same yesterday? Guess who I'm emulating? Could you not imitate the bad habits? Speak up. Why should I? Try prying it from my lips. Could you not learn from me? Qijing felt as though his mind was about to explode. Darn it. If only there were a normal topic to discuss, perhaps the girl would return to her senses. Yet, he struggled to find a suitable approach. At least the previous night had a game. What was available today? How about we play a game? If you lose, you must reveal what you wanted to ask earlier. The answer is also in the compressed file. I want to play. Even if you guess correctly, I still want to tell you. In frustration, Qijing inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing the situation was familiar. This was the little ghost he knew. He felt as if he was being toyed with, yet found himself powerless. Wait, was he truly powerless? Fine. Then I want to ask. He pretended to be disinterested. Fine. I'm so sleepy, good night. It was indeed a dead end. Good night. Chapter 71. This is an apple. Part 2. With that, the empty soda can, having been drained of its last drop, was mercilessly crumpled by its owner and tossed into the trash. Why don't you say something? Do you realize how much damage talking halfway does to a human? What do the pangolins say? What do the pangolins say? What does that mean? Just an old joke. I looked it up and understood. One old joke. No wonder it's old dang, so knowledgeable. After briefly experiencing the role of a younger sister, Qijing found himself utterly exasperated by the little ghost that night. This isn't the point. Forget about the pangolin. As Qijing tossed and turned on the sofa, pondering how to entice the little ghost to speak, she unexpectedly did. The thing she wished to express transcended her attempts to maintain control. Actually, I have a conjecture, but I'm uncertain if it's correct. So, I wanted to ask you. That is too strange. It should be wrong. It should possibly be incorrect. This lengthy string of words drove Qijing further into frustration, as she seemed to have said nothing at all. Nevertheless, it could not be deemed entirely unspoken, for her curiosity only intensified. Yue's question was quite simple. I want to talk to you. Do I really like you? Having been left hanging moments ago, she had repeatedly typed and deleted these two sentences. Gathering courage, she attempted once more, only to falter upon seeing the pangolin. This was not her fault. Well, blame the pangolin. So what is that conjecture? Explain it clearly. I'll help you analyze whether it's correct. Qijing was eager to understand her troubles, as he suspected they might pertain to feelings for him. At that moment, he felt she was about to divulge such matters. Inhaling sharply, that's terrifying. Wait, no. I must have guessed wrong. I don't know. The more flustered she became, the more Qijing felt she might indeed harbor feelings for him. Upon reflection, she had never outright rejected him. Had she? Was it possible she was contemplating this? Or perhaps even unaware of her own feelings? Qijing believed he had found the correct answer. Have you possessed the me from yesterday? He tested the waters. I can't untangle my thoughts either. I'm done talking. Let us lay it all out. Yes, let us lay it all out. At this point, Qijing was convinced of his correctness, unable to stifle a laugh, exasperated by the absurdity of their emotional journeys. If she were akin to him, if you were like me. Haha, it's incredibly convoluted, knowing full well that some things truly shouldn't be said, but still unable to resist the urge to speak. In a moment of reflection, one can only express half of their thoughts, with the other half yearning to be delicately extracted by the intended confidant. If both the young spirit and I are timid souls, burdened by our hesitations, Then the gun of Qi Jing is once again loaded. Each shot strikes directly at her heart, resonating with an uncanny familiarity. Why does it feel so similar? Why indeed? It is too much alike. Having never experienced such emotions, she is terrified of the potential loss. Qi Jing shares this fear, grappling with the disparity of feelings due to the weight of reality, which renders her unable to voice her affections directly. However, under the influence of alcohol and the other's cleverness, Qi Jing takes a bold leap. Therefore, one should voice their feelings. If left unspoken, the one suffering will be oneself. In truth, I find myself devoid of further words. I merely find myself in a temporary fog of confusion. How peculiar it is. A night's rest may bring clarity. If I were truly similar to you, the wavelengths of our minds might slightly misalign due to the complexity of the enigma. What is your central thought? It seems you are now speaking in riddles. I, too, am uncertain. There's an overwhelming sense of being seen through. Qi Jing shares this sentiment. Indeed, I feel I have also seen through you a bit. I shall retire for the night. Continuing this conversation feels quite off. It is indeed unsettling. Allow me a moment's rest. Just moments ago, Qi Jing was shifting between sitting and squatting on the sofa, but now she lies peacefully, as if she holds the reins of control. How delightful. You should sleep if you wish to. Take your time to ponder. There's an undeniable feeling of being a transparent young girl curled up on the chair. How should I take my time to think? Why not just unravel the mystery? If we are indeed similar, why not proceed in such a manner? I am one who enjoys probing until the very end. My thoughts swiftly transform into words flowing forth. Indeed, I am who I am. If it were me, I would certainly delve deep into the matter. The question is, I already know the answer. Why should I inquire further? You may ponder at your leisure. How cunning of you. Why, at this moment, must I achieve clarity, yet when you bewildered me with your words, you did not grant me the time to reflect. Chapter 72. This is an apple. Part 2. In her heart, Yu harbors an immense disdain for the one who toys with her emotions. How should I think? All this dislike transforms into words that burst forth. Truly annoying. Enough, I shall sleep. When faced with uncertainty, I shall just sleep. This evening, overwhelmed and disoriented, Yu has no desire to think or reach a conclusion. In uncertainty, she resigns herself to fate. If I cannot figure it out, I shall simply go with the flow. The other party evidently has no inclination to extract a resolution. This is precisely the strategy of feigned retreat. Yu echoes his sentiment, let things be. Time to sleep. Good night. After sharing these thoughts, Yu resolutely shuts the vexing chat window and buries her head beneath the covers. Meanwhile, Qi Jing rests her head comfortably on the pillow, peacefully closing her eyes. Feeling that tonight's bed is particularly soft. An hour and a half later, the lights in the dormitory are extinguished, leaving only a faint glow from the corridor. Yu is ensnared. Sleep eludes her. The more the other encourages her to seek answers, the more her thoughts spiral into chaos. In a state of solitude, without anyone to confide in, how does one manage this inexplicable vexation? She cannot sleep. Naturally, she turns to her phone, compelled to express her feelings to someone. Furthermore, she provides herself with a grand justification for this action. It can be said that if I cannot sleep, neither shall you. Between the lines, it can be seen as venting or perhaps a form of endearment. Wake up. Don't sleep. I can't possibly sleep. This message, once sent, receives no response from the other party. Yu feels a surge of annoyance. In the past, she might have postponed the conversation until the following day, but not today. He is the architect of her distress. Thus, Yu dons her headphones and unflinchingly initiates a voice call. A series of chimes ensues. The call goes unanswered. Another round of chimes echoes. Just as Yu suspects he has silenced his phone, the call is answered, and a mumbled greeting reaches her ears. Upon hearing his voice, Yu quickly hangs up and resumes typing. Wake up. This indistinct inquiry seems to have stirred him. He assumes the young spirit has arrived at a conclusion. Ask away. I'm listening. Yu, with curiosity, inquires, what time did you sleep last night? He did not anticipate such a question. I can't recall, but I likely went to bed early, having fallen asleep shortly after our conversation. Yu cannot comprehend how he could have slept so soundly. The answer is quite simple. Qi Jing was not entangled in her thoughts that day. Unlike Yu, who now feels abstract and restless. As for me, teach me how to fall asleep. The instigator, realizing the tangled web he has woven, feels a mix of helplessness and resignation. After contemplation, he arrives at a solution. It's quite simple. Make a choice, and you shall find slumber. Without burdens on your mind, sleep comes easily. At least, that is how it is for me. If I carry my worries, slumber eludes me, but resolving them allows peace. You understands this well. Yet, she grapples with how to resolve her turmoil. Even her words lack substance, merely an outlet for her frustrations. But I don't even know what I'm thinking. How peculiar I am. I cannot comprehend. Yet I will continue to ponder endlessly. Burn. In truth, she comprehends everything. Yet, when she articulates her confusion, he mistakenly believes she does not understand. Where lies the chaos? He wishes to address her seriously. Where lies the chaos? The young girl can only repeat her sentiments aimlessly. Is it really that complicated? It is indeed complicated. I do not comprehend. Perhaps I am merely pretending not to understand. He initially expresses surprise, but then finds her current demeanor amusing. Ha ha ha. Indeed, pretending not to understand is akin to playing a riddle. It seems we have been engaging in riddles all along. It would be far simpler to speak plainly. What difference does it make to lay it bare? What progress could be made? Regarding the current situation, he offers a vivid metaphor. At least, it would be better than the present state, and why are we still playing riddles? Suddenly, I am reminded. We are gazing at a fruit. This is clearly an apple. I ask, what kind of fruit is this? You say it is red. I inquire again, what kind of fruit is this? You say it is sweet. It is evident that we need merely confirm it is an apple and ascertain whether you enjoy apples. It cannot be that difficult, can it? Yu is amused by his philosophical riddle. Perhaps there is no profound philosophy. It is simply that apples have made their mark in various fields, lending them an air of significance. Very well. Delightful. At least I am not pointing at it and declaring, that is a grape. Qi Jing, on the other hand, is caught in the relentless riddles, feeling both exasperated and amused. Ha ha ha. Indeed. At least you do not lie. And at least you still treat this fruit with seriousness. The strange brainwaves continue to synchronize. Indeed, I do not lie. I merely deceive myself. If Yu were to smoke, she would likely crave a cigarette at this moment. Of course, she does not. She can only lean against her small pillow and express her melancholy through emoticons. Qi Jing has already lit a cigarette by the bedside, engaging in a stream of consciousness dialogue. Little spirit, self-deception indeed. The little spirit can only echo her own words, deceiving oneself to a stupor. How amusing. Sensing that this stream of consciousness dialogue might have no end, Qi Jing laid out the answer. As long as you say this fruit is an apple, our identification lesson will soon conclude. Then we can sleep. Yu also yearns for liberation, mustering her courage. Look at this fruit. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, her playful genes awakened. How round and plump. So big and round. TSK, TSK. How delightful. I cannot believe such a beautiful fruit exists in this world. He tousled his disheveled hair, laughing out of frustration. I knew it. Ha ha. I see your ellipsis. I knew what you were about to say. The girl, fully aware that she had been seen through, had long since surrendered, yet she stubbornly held her ground. Is so beautiful, so red. What is it? Do not ask me. It is a fruit. Yes, it is a fruit. Continuing to guide her, a large, round, red, and sweet fruit. How wonderful. Such a large and round fruit. But what is it? It is a fruit. Qi Jing chuckled, realizing he could no longer engage in this stream of consciousness. Well said, little spirit. Go ahead and lose sleep. The girl broke down. You are truly wicked. I never expected there would come a day I could not outsmart you. Should I have refrained from speaking to you this morning? You brought this upon yourself. TSK, TSK. You brought this upon yourself. Your evening state is truly splendid. I cannot outplay you at all. Qi Jing laughed with great joy. Thank you for the compliment. After a long time, he finally won, and today, the little spirit was quite depleted by her own antics. Unintentionally, Qi Jing felt quite pleased. Having not been a victor for so long, he realized that continuing in this manner would yield no results. Not wanting to pressure the little spirit, who was 5 years younger than him, nor did he think she should accompany him like this, he spoke. You still cannot sleep, can you? Would you like to listen to some music? There is plenty of time. There is no need to push yourself during this precious rest. You still need to adjust the vehicle tomorrow, right? Before you give me your answer, I will wait for you under the tree for a long time. Such comforting words proved quite effective. Okay, let us listen to music. They opened the music application. Having previously listened to songs together, they easily connected. The music chosen by Chi Jing was Still the Light, enchanting melodies that could transport one into a fairy tale forest. Does this help? It helps a bit. At least my heart is much calmer than before. That is good. Rest well, for you still need to work hard at the studio tomorrow. Okay. They allowed a brief respite from the earlier turmoil. Chi Jing closed his eyes while listening to the music, feeling drowsy, but due to the vivid imagery evoked by the melodies, he contemplated something. He then pulled out his phone and asked, "Would you like to hear a bedtime story?" "Yeah. What kind of bedtime story?" "An original bedtime story. My stories are unique. They are tales born from thoughts, stories that will be forgotten once told." Chi Jing possessed the skill to craft a story swiftly without needing a draft, merely following his thoughts. He did not recall when he had awakened such an ability. Perhaps it had been honed while creating game scripts. Is that so? That sounds impressive. I adore unique stories. Tell me, I want to listen. This skill seemed perfect for lulling the little spirit to sleep. Chi Jing did not mind redeeming himself for his actions of the day. The distressed little spirit was quite endearing. Well then, I shall begin. After hearing my story, you must not let your mind wander. Quickly sleep, do not stay up late. Though Chi Jing could be a bit mischievous whenever the little spirit acted this way, he transformed into an elder brother figure. Chapter 73. The Black Cat and the Clockmaker. Leaning against the headboard, Chi Jing felt as if a cat was curled up on his leg. The earlier drowsiness had dissipated, and he gently smiled, quickly conjuring a story amidst the light music titled The Firefly Forest. The protagonist of the tale required little thought. I shall begin. Tonight's protagonist is a cat. How is the story conceived? The cat is a black cat. This evening's narrative unfolds in a city known as Lizirin City, a quaint little town. He had barely spoken a few sentences when the other could no longer contain herself. Is there even such a city name? Chi Jing too felt a bit unable to hold back, yet he pressed on. This Lizirin City, though remote, was exquisite, with a river teeming with fish nearby, fields piled with straw, and mountains adorned with an array of colorful flowers. The city was beautifully sculpted by its inhabitants, with vibrant glass and a plethora of goods displayed in the windows, and the pathways were cobbled from pebbles collected by children, interspersed with glimmering crystals. It was a fascinating city, home to a variety of people and wondrous creatures. Among them were a gambling berserker, a fabulously wealthy angel, a penguin carrying a fishbowl, a red catfish, a fortune-telling witch, and many more intriguing characters. Life here was peaceful, devoid of conflict, with people loving one another passionately. It was a warm city. Newcomers easily fell in love with the place, often choosing to settle down and become part of the community. The newcomer arriving that night was no exception. The guest was a black cat. She sat in the cargo compartment of a wagon filled with clocks, her curious aquamarine eyes blinking as she gazed at the approaching city. She swayed her fluffy tail, which occasionally brushed against a small mist flower in a vase. The young clockmaker driving the wagon was equally intrigued, taking in the sights of this charming little town. So absorbed in the journey ahead was he that he failed to notice the cat hitching a ride. Indeed, the clockmaker did not recognize the cat, nor was he aware of the feline hitchhiker. The cat, you see, was a stray, having wandered from another city. The reason she found herself atop the wagon was that the clockmaker had once stopped in her city. At that time, she had hopped aboard. The reason a cat would choose to board was due to a vase filled with mist flowers in the clockmaker's wagon. These flowers could not grow in the cat city, yet she had seen them before. To explain why the vase filled with mist flowers captivated the cat, we must delve into the story of the cat before she became a stray. She had a beautiful owner who adored flowers and was of an age as vibrant as the blossoms. In her owner's hometown, mist flowers bloomed abundantly, and her grandmother would bring a bouquet each time she visited. Her owner would place these in a vase, and the flowers would flourish for a week. The colors of these flowers were peculiar, and their fragrance was equally unique. The cat had played at home, naturally imprinting the scent of these flowers in her memory. As time passed, the cat had become a stray and had not encountered such flowers again until the day she hitched a ride. The cat missed her owner dearly, so she decided to embark on this journey. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment at first, her spirits soon lifted. Perhaps this carriage would take her to her owner's hometown? Thus, the cat resolved to set forth on her adventure. Qi Jing recounted the tales of Yu Yu, who had once shared with her about a game she played in which she met an elder sister named Xiao Wu. Although the mischievous spirit had lost contact with the sister had bestowed upon her the courage to embrace the game and the bravery to venture into a new city. With these stories, the cat listened attentively. However, the cat was unaware that the city she was heading to lacked her owner. Occasionally, she would think of the lost cat and pray for its safety and happiness. The cat also wished for her owner's happiness. Simultaneously, she anticipated a future life, which could be seen as an opportunity to escape the land of sorrow. The night scenery outside the city gradually revealed its charm. Rows of street lamps illuminated the path ahead, casting a gentle golden glow. The small shrubs and flowers beneath the street lights swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. The river flowed quietly, the moonlight shimmering on its surface, reflecting a silvery sheen. The willows along the riverbank danced gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the flowing water. Small boats rested quietly by the riverbank, as if waiting for the adventures and explorations of the morrow. The sound of hoofbeats echoed softly. In the nearby fields, clusters of fireflies flickered like tiny stars dancing on the ground. The open gates of Luzi Run City glimmered softly in the distance, resembling fireflies as well. The moon hung high in the night sky, twinkling stars shining brilliantly. The cat's eyes sparkled, reflecting the starlit sky of their encounter. Upon arriving at Luziran City, the cat jumped off the carriage. Under the harvest moonlit night adorned with stars, she began her new life in the city, gradually becoming acquainted with this little town. The cat was a good cat, charming and intelligent. Although she was a stray, she neither stole nor caused trouble. Consequently, upon her arrival, she often found herself hungry. When hunger became unbearable, she would drink from the city's wishing well, where the water was sweet. The cat relished this little sweetness, sustaining herself for a while as she searched for food. The initial days were tough, but it wasn't long before everyone noticed the presence of a black cat in the city. In the town she had previously resided, many harbored a dislike for cats, as black cats were deemed harbingers of misfortune. She often faced bullying and blame. However, the people here were kind-hearted. They adored the cat and would offer her food whenever they encountered her. Thus, the cat was no longer famished, living a joyful life. Her existence in this blissful city improved rapidly. Moreover, the townsfolk not only provided her with sustenance, but also aspired to give her a home. The reason was simple. The cat was aware that her fate was cursed. She often brought misfortune to those around her, and whenever such events occurred, she would contemplate her existence, wondering if she ought to live or even exist at all. This misfortune was not mere prejudice. It seemed genuinely real. One year, her closest friend vanished before her eyes, and in that same year, those dear to her encountered calamity. From that point onward, she realized that she might truly bring disaster. The cat knew this, but the townsfolk were oblivious to her thoughts, including the lion Meow who wished to protect her and the lazy orange cat. Thus, everyone treated the cat as an ordinary stray, accustomed to roaming outside and reluctant to stay at anyone's home. This was quite normal. As a month passed, the townsfolk grew accustomed to the presence of the timid, adorable cat, even constructing a small den for her. The cat gradually adapted to life in the city, and the townspeople became more familiar with their daily existence alongside her. As the month drew to a close, nearly everyone retired early, cradling dreams of a promising tomorrow. Naturally, not everyone went to bed early. Young men and women hoping to invite their lovers for an evening stroll felt a flutter of anxiety, unable to sleep. Even the kind-hearted witch of the city found herself restless. That night, her crystal ball suddenly revealed a vision of the future. She needed to procure a large red apple, coated in the poison of fate. As the night passed, another ordinary yet hopeful day began. In Luzi-Run City, devoid of the internet and television, each morning brought vendors selling fresh produce in the cobbled alleys. Fresh apples, come and taste. Fish freshly caught from the sea. The alley was filled with a medley of scents, fishy, fruity, and fragrant vegetables, mingling with the aroma of soap used for washing clothes. This blend of scents was the essence of life. Amidst the cries of the vendors, the cat awoke in her cozy den, stretching lazily and yawning, producing soft sounds. After a brief morning ritual, hunger struck. The cat sought the most delightful and aromatic fish in the air. She strolled leisurely along the cobblestones, eventually arriving at a fish stall, her beautiful aquamarine eyes blinking. The fish seller and a girl with skin as fair as tender cabbage were engrossed in their bustling trade. The morning business was thriving, and they failed to notice the cat. Being a good cat, she neither stole nor caused trouble. After waiting for a while, she reluctantly departed. However, her stomach ached with hunger, prompting her to wander to other stalls in search of a fish to eat. Alas, the fish business was booming that day. After half an hour of searching, the alley yielded no fish. The cat was starving. She hadn't eaten all day. As she continued on, intending to drink some sweet water from the wishing well to fill her belly, she halted before a shop of unknown purpose, where an enticing aroma wafted through the open door. Curiosity piqued, the cat slipped inside. The room was empty, save for a red apple resting on the table. The apple emitted an extraordinary fragrance. Although the cat typically disliked apples, this one was so enchanting that she found herself unable to move. The cat was good. She did not steal. She sat quietly, waiting for a while. Observing the cat's fixation on the apple, the old woman, with her toothless grin, smiled and said, "Go ahead. Eat." Overjoyed, the cat took a bite of the sweet apple. Yet, she felt she should not have developed a fondness for apples. Hence, she sensed something was amiss. After finishing, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Stumbling out the door, she wandered into an alley that felt both familiar and foreign. There, before the arrival of drunken men, it lay desolate and secluded. The cat soon fell asleep. As she slept, she drifted off into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the sky had darkened, and once again, hunger gnawed at her. In the small city beneath the starry sky and clouds, the cat walked along the path. With each step, she felt her body moving against her will. She realized she had grown taller, and her voice had transformed into that of a human. Attempting to rise, she found herself unable to stand. In a puddle nearby, the moon reflected her face, stunningly beautiful. The cat was startled, unable to recognize itself, bewildered by its own state. It yearned to call upon its companions in the city, like Shitsi Meow and Juhong Mao, yet it found itself incapable of producing a feline sound. Furthermore, the cat struggled to comprehend the words of others. Feeling helpless and hungry, it cried out loudly, "Oh, oh." By that time, it was quite late, and the streets were deserted. Such cries could only be heard by the window above. Suddenly, the window opened, revealing a bespectacled man holding a beautiful watch, the very watchmaker who had brought her to the city. The watchmaker inquired, "What is the matter?" The cat, frightened, could not grasp his words. Alarmed himself, the watchmaker wondered how a girl could be outside in the middle of the night without clothes. In a flurry, he rushed out. The cat, scared and wanting to flee, found itself unable to run swiftly. The watchmaker swiftly caught the cat and asked, "Why are you here?" The cat responded, "Oh, oh." The watchmaker scratched his head, suspecting the cat might be rather dim-witted, perhaps a foolish girl who had wandered out. He called out, "Whose girl is this?" The watchmaker felt helpless. The cat continued to struggle, feeling afraid. Concerned that she might encounter ill-intentioned individuals, the watchmaker worried for her safety. The cat remained frightened, but sensed that he meant her no harm. The cat was adept at reading faces, a skill that had always helped it procure fish. Indeed, its stomach rumbled, prompting the watchmaker to offer food. The cat ceased its struggles. The watchmaker provided her with a piece of bread, which she ate. Still hungry, he offered a chicken egg, which she consumed as well. Yet, her hunger persisted. Finally, he presented her with 2 apples, which the cat devoured. She had never tasted such sweet and red fruit before. The fruits from the old woman's house were nothing like these, which were far more enticing. Having satisfied her hunger, the cat grew drowsy and desired to sleep outside, but the watchmaker would not allow it. Thus, she was placed on the bed. The watchmaker continued to tinker with clocks at the table in the bedroom. As she drifted off, the cat stretched, resting her paws on the watchmaker's lap, and he paid her no mind. She slept on. Morning arrived, and the watchmaker awoke groggily, encountering the black cat with water-blue eyes, prompting him to exclaim, "Where have you been?" The cat stretched lazily and yawned. The watchmaker searched everywhere, opening doors and looking beneath the bed, only to find nothing. Finally, As he looked out the window, the cat strolled in through the front door. On an unexpected day, the cat felt hungry once again, having failed to find fish. Contemplating her options, she approached the watchmaker's doorstep. Coincidentally, he opened his door for business. The watchmaker recognized the cat and brought her food. He offered bread, which she declined. He presented a chicken egg, but she still refused. The watchmaker pondered aloud. What do you wish to eat? The cat leaped onto the table, gazing at the apples and poking at them. The watchmaker, taken aback, handed her an apple. The cat relished the apple, feeling full. Growing weary, she settled down on the watchmaker's lap, drifting into slumber. The next day, the cat remained a cat, yet it had become the watchmaker's cat. Good night, she said. Though the girl listening to the story could not find sleep, she felt dissatisfied with the conclusion of the tale, yearning for a more favorable ending. Her heart whispered a desire for a better conclusion, pondering why the cat had not transformed into a girl. If the cat had eaten the apple and transformed into a girl, perhaps the watchmaker would fall in love with her. Would he continue to love the cat then? What would eternity mean in the watchmaker's eyes? The cat had not become a girl, thus these questions would remain unanswered. The watchmaker would never love a cat. But she murmured, "Good night." Despite uttering those words, Qi Jing found herself wide awake. Why do you believe the watchmaker ultimately loves the girl and not the adorable cat? She scrutinized herself with the dim light from her phone's camera and screen, feeling the terror of abandonment, akin to a timid stray cat, unraveling in the weightless narrative. He said he liked me just as I am. If you prefer the ending where the cat turns into a girl, I can certainly alter it for you. I am the creator. This is a story written for you. Well, that will suffice. Thank you. Good night. As long as you are satisfied. Upon reading this farewell, the girl finally found solace in sleep, placing her phone aside and burying her blissful face into the pillow, her heart filled with contentment. Volume 3. This apple seems rather red. Chapter 75. The Cat and the Watchmaker's Week begins. On Monday, a new week commenced. Qi Jing went to work as usual. Before stepping out, he sent a morning message to Xiao Gui. The bedtime story from the previous night was delightful, and he had slept well, albeit a bit late, leaving him somewhat tired. After parking at the company building, his childhood friend happened to spot him and waited downstairs. Qi Jing opened the car door, and his friend waved. He returned the gesture and quickly walked over. He wished to say something, but he uncaught in his throat prevented him. An iPhone grinned, asking, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Qi Jing replied, "Yes, I went to bed a bit late." An iPhone inquired, "What were you doing last night?" Qi Jing pondered the events of the previous night, summarizing succinctly, "It's a long story." An iPhone teased, "So, can you make it short?" Qi Jing replied, "I won't say. If something truly happened, I'll tell you later." An iPhone pressed, "So what happened?" Qi Jing reiterated, "I already said I would discuss it when there's something to share. By the way, how are things with that streamer?" As they chatted, they entered the office building. Qi Jing deftly shifted the conversation to his friend's topic, playing the role of a beloved listener while occasionally offering words of encouragement. Their discussion concluded near his office. "Help me analyze this later." "Sure," Qi Jing replied without looking up. Just as an iPhone was about to leave, he sensed something amiss and couldn't help but grin. "What are you laughing at?" Qi Jing questioned, touching his face. "Did I smile?" An iPhone burst into laughter. "Your mouth is practically stretching to your ears, and you claim you aren't smiling." Qi Jing feigned indifference, waving his hand. "I just saw a rather amusing short video. I'll send it to you." An iPhone pulled out his phone. "Wait, isn't this the video I shared with you yesterday? You never watch the videos I send, do you?" Qi Jing awkwardly chuckled. "I don't check private messages when watching short videos." The girl, wrapped in her little blanket, basked in the gentle morning sunlight, sleepily expressing her affection before snuggling deeper into her cozy cover, her smile lingering as she drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, someone outside noticed the absence of company and chuckled softly. After sending a quick message, they resumed their work, transitioning to the afternoon break. "How about adding a feature like this?" Qi Jing suggested, pointing out the cross-century vibe it would evoke. "I think it works, but it still feels somewhat lacking compared to the samples I sent you," an iPhone replied after reviewing it. "The name of their development is simply more appealing than ours." "What do we even call ours?" "It lacks substance," Qi Jing lamented. "That was decided by the chairman, not me. This is the hand we've been dealt. So we must make do." An iPhone responded with a resigned tone. Qi Jing sighed. "If it were merely rice, that would be manageable. But this name, Is it even a name that a carbon-based life form could concoct? Forget it. I'll create another version, minimizing the elements of our name and allowing myself some creative liberty. An iPhone waved a hand dismissively. Fine, do as you wish. Regardless of the outcome, I can always make it sound impressive. Just remember to share your design philosophy with me. My philosophy is to create a delicious stir-fry, Chi Jing replied. If I conveyed that to the boss, both of us would be facing dire consequences tomorrow, and iPhone joked, causing both to burst into laughter, nearly spilling their food. Chi Jing playfully punched an iFeng's shoulder, exclaiming, haha, enough of that. It's too nauseating to continue eating. An iPhone retorted with a light punch. You brought up first, not me. They both surrendered to laughter before Chi Jing turned to his phone, seeking distraction. The first app he opened was, naturally, the chat interface with Xiao Gui, though their conversation had stagnated since the morning. Now, at noon, he realized Xiao Gui had been asleep for over 9 hours, perhaps excessively so. After a few pokes and gentle nudges, he discerned no response. Still no reaction, he murmured, checking for breath. There's a reaction, he noted, analyzing the situation. Too much sleep, perhaps? Time to rise and shine. I'm so sleepy, came the muffled reply. Get up and eat. You can sleep early tonight, he encouraged. I just want to curl up a little longer, Xiao Gui protested. With a sigh, Chi Jing conceded. All right, just a little bit. Meow, she replied, rolling over to return to her dreams. Chapter 76. The Mischievous Spirit Faces Direct Attacks, Part 1. An hour passed, and Chi Jing had finished his meal, now engaging in leisurely activities for the afternoon. Suddenly, a message from Xiao Gui appeared. Wah, she lamented. What happened? Chi Jing wondered, concerned that she had overslept or encountered some significant issue. However, the reality was quite different. What on earth did I say today? How did the great cat god become a stray cat? She exclaimed, confusion evident. Chi Jing was perplexed by this sudden shift in personality, struggling to maintain composure. This is a case of split personality, he mused. I must have completely lost it. Xiao Gui acknowledged her erratic behavior. I might be a bit off today. Apples are really potent, you know? 52-degree fragrant sauce. Chi Jing buried his face in his hands. What on earth is fragrant sauce? He exclaimed. I'm taking the day off. Everything feels wrong, and my mind is so jumbled that I can't write a single line of code. Please let my little car rest today. He felt she deserved a proper break, but she added, I feel like a criminal now. Well then, let us just take it easy today. Remember to eat? He reminded her. I'll eat in a bit, she replied, prompting a sense of urgency in him. When did I ever agree to sing for you? But you lost me 2 songs that day, remember? Reflecting on the stakes from that game, he remembered that Xiao Gui had chosen to confront her own feelings rather than win the game. So, that day you lost, right? Incorrect. That cancels out. Huh? Is that so? I distinctly remember it as my grand victory. I have the chat records as evidence. Oh really? Fine, you win. I'll expose your drunken antics in the group. Chi Jing's annoyance flared as he imagined his secret being shared in the group chat, especially under the guise of a folder labeled secrets. The thought of his confession being so abstract made him cringe. You win. He relented. Please, commence your performance. Were you here just to amuse yourself? Indeed, I'm simply here for my own entertainment. This is your just desserts for bullying the cat god. She teased. Xiao Gui, resembling an adorable cat, seemed more charming when she was playful. Yet, Chi Jing pondered, if she did not scold him, something felt amiss. I need to work, he declared. Go play then. With that, he returned to his leisurely pursuits, having watched only half of a live video during his break. Before resuming the video, he reminded her again. Don't forget to eat. Okay, I'll go eat now, she confirmed. In their group chat, peculiar discussions ensued. Fun Alliance Shaolin. I really want double doors. Shaolin. A photo of an unknown pale-skinned handsome man, Shaolin. I think my shoulders are broad, making my clothes look much better. Before you consider that, you should really eat more and gain some weight, came the reply. You're too skinny. How much do you weigh now? Shaolin, I'm quite plump. Shaolin, 120. How tall are you? Shaolin, 180. Old Fox. Van Lin, please cease your comments. Old Fox, if you consider yourself fat, what do I? At 180 and 160. Qualify as? Old Fox, a gas canister? Exactly. What about me at 179 and 150? Fish tank. What about me at 183 and 200? What do I even count as? Suddenly, The odd exchange was interrupted by Xiao Gui, who had just woken up. Their curiosity was piqued by the missing data. By the way, how tall is the cat god? Although Xiao Gui's question seemed strange, she exhibited an unexpectedly feminine curiosity regarding the matter. Didn't I mention it when I first joined the group? Did you? I must have missed it. I'm a 180 behemoth. Is that true? Is the cat god really 180? Fish tank, haha. Fish tank. That must be a lie. She claimed to be a boy when she first joined. So how tall is the cat god really? A 150 centimeters, little lowly. Is that true? Qi Jing found this to be rather dubious. The little ghost seemed unexpectedly tall, yet certainly not reaching 1 meter 80, perhaps around 165 centimeters. It had been a while since he last measured. That tall? What about the weight? 50. 100 Jean? 50. Qi Jing could no longer contain his sarcasm. Are you a cat-like tank? Chapter 77. The female little ghost faces direct attacks daily. Part 2. So, how much does the cat god weigh? 110. The fish tank, 90. Shaolin, 120. Qi Jing felt that the final answer was quite close. Although he had neither lifted nor embraced that bundle, from its appearance, it should be about 120, to be precise, perhaps 125. However, the other party did not disclose the correct answer. 50. I'm a cat-like tank. It was evident that they did not believe him. This was a statement devoid of meaning. No one would take it seriously. The fish tank remarked, it's best to refrain from inquiring about a girl's weight. What a steel straight man. Oh, so, how much do you actually weigh? Qi Jing initiated a private chat. So, what is the correct answer? I'm quite curious. The other party fell silent for a moment before sending an image. A cat smoking. Upon seeing this melancholic meme, he felt as if he had inadvertently struck a nerve, prompting him to clarify, I am merely curious. There are no ulterior motives. The ulterior motives he referred to were the intentions of caring about the girl's weight beyond mere curiosity. I'm simply curious. Indeed, he was only curious, wishing to ascertain whether his understanding of people was profound and whether his guess was accurate. Perhaps it's best to have no ulterior motives then. A cat smoking, cat. I have given up on therapy. Qi Jing blinked in surprise. He sensed that this mention of ulterior motives not only referred to caring about her weight, but also implied having feelings for her. Hidden within the lines was a hint of insecurity. Realizing this, he hastened to amend, haha, I am quite similar to you. Why don't you understand me? You must also know the feeling of wanting to view a document without having the password, that sense of unease as if ants were crawling on you. I genuinely am just curious. He elaborated on his curiosity, using their similarity to bolster his case. Unexpectedly, the little ghost launched into a stream of consciousness dialogue. Precisely because of that, precisely because we are similar, you should understand me. Thus, it is quite distressing. Let it be destroyed. I surrender. Huh? What's wrong? The little ghost surrendered. Curled up, Qi Jing was astonished. Has she suddenly entered a peculiar mode? At that moment, Yu was holding her cat food bowl, the cafeteria tray, standing before a mirror affixed to the wall, scrutinizing her reflection, gazing at the dark-haired girl. Thoughts of fear emerged in her mind. How could someone like me be liked by anyone? The sound of her phone buzzing incessantly caused her heart to race. She picked it up to see, I want to say, I don't care about your weight, little ghost. I was merely curious, that is all. The other party seemed unable to comprehend the electric dialogue and reiterated her point. What she meant was that if they were truly alike, they should understand. Though you may genuinely not care, I care about how I appear in your eyes. That feeling of discomfort, even when being accepted, still feeling inadequate, was quite unsettling. Perhaps it stemmed from stubbornness or competitiveness. In any case, it was a sentiment arising solely towards one person. The more one cares for another, the more they wish to improve themselves, fearing rejection or being discarded. Yu did not mind others' opinions of her, yet inexplicably, she was concerned about his, striving to be the best version of herself. After this exchange, their wavelengths aligned once more. Indeed, I also care about my weight. However, I do not impose weight expectations on others. Seeing that they could communicate effectively, Yu felt somewhat relieved. A cat smoking. Once I reduced to 120. I will tell you my weight. Who doesn't he? But I wouldn't impose weight expectations on others. I also don't mind how much you weigh. I only impose expectations on myself. Seemingly dissatisfied with such an outcome, the other party continued to express. That being said, in summary, some prefer slenderness, while others do not favor weightiness, height, or width. For me, I believe a compatible soul is the most significant. You need not force yourself. You felt a bit dazed after reading this. She considered the phrase, a compatible soul is more important than anything else. Indeed, more important than anything else. The cafeteria was quite bustling. Amidst the fragmented conversations and the crisp sound of spoons striking bowls, the girl's ears turned crimson at a swift pace. We are quite similar. We are quite similar. By the way, how is this different from confession? One hand held the cat food bowl while the other frantically typed. This is foul play. Truly foul play. I'm out. I want to eat anymore. I'm going to lose weight. The more she received affirmation, the more she yearned to improve herself. The conversation was quite erratic, leaving the other party feeling as if he had not fully clarified his stance. You really don't need to lose weight. I swear I love your soul, and I don't think you are fat. You are truly not fat. The unreserved directness struck the girl's forehead, causing her to shudder as if electrified. Her entire being flushed red, releasing steam akin to the nearby soup pot. This is truly foul play. Suddenly coming on strong. This is foul play. Foul play. The other party did not comprehend, nor did he listen. If I, at 18, had uttered those words, it might have been a lie. But the current me, I am not deceiving you. You are wonderful, truly wonderful. Thus stop. Chapter 78. The Female Little Ghost Faces Direct Attacks Daily, Part 3. The girl set the food bowl aside and gently touched her flushed face. Warmer than the tightly clenched phone, she slowly placed her phone in front of her and began typing. Oh no, I might have a fever. I will run 2 laps on the playground to cool off. Eat. Damn it. How am I supposed to explain this? He was anxious. She was anxious too. Why did you say that? This is too much. Otherwise, what should I say? I can't just let you not eat and go run. It truly is nothing. You felt dizzy, as if about to faint. No, I can't handle this. I'm going for a run. I will settle the score with you once I lose weight. Lewin, sigh. Actually, being a bit chubby is fine. I like round faces, by the way. Then, she added, you mention. The other party was puzzled. Mention what? Yu was in a hurry. Don't play dumb. What am I playing dumb about? I don't know what you were talking about. Yu was momentarily stunned, her mind solely occupied with what else he might like, leaving her baffled. I like round faces, by the way. She suddenly understood. Oh, so it was an inverted sentence. Otherwise, what did you think I would bring up? Curious about what other preferences the other party had, Yu now felt incredibly awkward. She was at a loss, unable to comprehend even inverted sentences. It's over. I want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Ugh, how embarrassing. I'm truly going for a run. It must be the heat in this cafeteria. This has nothing to do with the heat in the cafeteria. There is no connection whatsoever. The other party spoke with reason and evidence, leaving Yu speechless. Today, I feel quite well. I cannot compete, I surrender. However, surrendering must come with a penalty. The customary game has finally landed upon Yu. What penalty? Pray tell. Recite it 100 times. The usual shameful lines. What? 100 times what? I am thinking. Some embarrassing lines. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately grew anxious. What on earth? Do not go too far. I have thought of something. Recite it 100 times, then. 100 direct hits overwhelmed Yu, leaving her utterly flustered. Foul! 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 If there were to be any resemblance, then the little demoness would have 2 forms. Really? Is that a foul? I did not even ask you to post it in the group. Just send it to me privately. That is hardly a foul. We are a couple in the game, so discussing these things is harmless. Foul! 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 In her nearly short-circuited state, Yu could only react as if she were being taken down like Qi Jing. What kind of couple in a game is this? It is evidently insidious. Birth. Oh, not at all. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to hear you say it. This does not count as you being abducted. Go ahead and recite it. I trust you can handle this, right? The boomerang has finally struck her. The same rule applies. Whoever surrenders must face the penalty, and now it is her turn. Practice more if you're inadequate. She can handle it. It is merely recitation. Just wait. Inshallah wait. Go eat first. Mind your own business. With that, she temporarily abandoned her plan to run laps and picked up her cat bowl to eat. For after all, wasting food is shameful. She could always run afterward. After work, the day passed swiftly. In the morning, Qi Jing and Nifeng took the elevator together, and now they found themselves in the elevator once more. At that moment, a message finally arrived on his phone, a mere 5-second voice message from his little demoness. Since it was a voice message, It was inevitable that it would pertain to the afternoon's penalty. The question is, can 100 recitations truly be condensed into 5 seconds? Qi Jing was skeptical. There must be a catch. Only 5 seconds? He tilted his head. He then put on his headphones and clicked on it. The girl spoke with a hint of shame, anger, innocence, and a sacred tone. Just 100 times, ah. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing felt dizzy, completely entranced by the incantation of affection. Quite potent indeed. The other party was still playing word games. Is there truly no problem with this? You said to recite it 100 times, and I followed your instructions. The other party was smug about her cleverness, unaware that a single recitation could be quite lethal. This shameful game had taken on a flavor reminiscent of 52 degrees of fragrant apple, 100 times more deadly than before. No way. Qi Jing held his head and typed. I need to run a couple of laps to cool down. After sending the message, the other party paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, evident from her words. Ah, you deserve it. You insisted on playing such a shameful game. Nifeng beside him asked, what are you laughing at? Qi Jing pressed his finger against his lips. Did I laugh? Chapter 79. Infuriating weight loss activity upon returning home. Qi Jing settled down. Typically at this hour, he would rush to his computer desk, watching live streams, esport competitions, or food documentaries while pondering what to have for dinner. Today, however, he did not hasten to eat. Instead, he curled up on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. What could be more enticing than these distractions? Conversations infused with the magic of flirtation flowed effortlessly. I am home. Have you completed your 2 laps? The answer was, of course, no. Qi Jing mentioned the laps merely to illustrate the shock of that voice message, not out of genuine desire to lose weight. I have finished. I feel much better. Such a lie was quickly exposed. Did you really run? Why are your daily steps only 900? Realizing he had revealed a flaw in his statement, he switched to check his friend's step rankings. First, he found himself at the bottom with a mere 900 steps, and then instinctively looked for the little demoness. Upon seeing her lead with a remarkable 2, he was astonished. You really did run. Do not laugh. He raised his middle finger. Knowing she had run because of him made Qi Jing want to chuckle. The racing cat tank. So cool. Get lost. It feels like you are insulting me. Birth. Qi Jing did not think that at all. Is the tank not cool? Is the armored vehicle not cool? Logically speaking, they are cool. So where's the insult? And you are not fat at all. If you were really overweight, I would push you to lose weight. After all, high blood sugar and high cholesterol are quite frightening and threaten life. The ironclad straight man stated. I do not care. I just want to lose weight. Try to stop me. Qi Jing thought about it and felt there was no need to intervene. Proper exercise is beneficial. You sit at the computer all day and should get some exercise. However, remember to eat dinner. The girl, resolute in her desire to lose weight, declared, I will not eat. I had a late lunch, so I am not hungry at all. But you'll be hungry later. By then, if you feel like eating, the cafeteria will be closed. That is just fine. I will force myself to lose weight. Dieting is not a viable option. Feed me. What kind of skill is it to starve oneself thin? Thus, he firmly opposed this notion. The girl would not listen. Oh, I am just incapable. If I cannot lose weight, I will starve myself. After all, I am no longer a house cat. It is quite normal for a stray cat to die outside. A stray cat that cannot lose weight deserves to perish. This silky little routine made Qi Jing furious. Get lost. What nonsense about dying. You are not fat at all. Do not provoke me. Hurry up and eat. If you do not eat, do you believe I will come to your school and beat you up? The girl still would not listen. Oh, if you have the ability, come and subdue me. But can you even get in? That is entirely impossible. You can only rage impotently. Indeed, Qi Jing could only rage impotently. The little demoness school had a damned high wall, and the security was infuriatingly good. Equipped with facial recognition, he could not infiltrate. You are good. All right, you are impressive. He was so exasperated that he uttered her full name. The girl remained unfazed. You are angry now. Do you dislike me? I am just a frustrating and stubborn little kitty. Qi Jing certainly did not dislike her. He was merely frustrated with her self-torment. I am not angry. No, you are angry. I truly am not angry. Just as you can see through me, I can see through you too. Qi Jing was driven to madness. Fine, I am angry. You must eat. Do not starve yourself. The girl continued to bounce above him. Do not. I want to lose weight. But do not worry. I was just joking. I will not starve myself. Qi Jing was left helpless. So, you still intend to skip dinner, do you? The conversation meandered aimlessly without any tangible progress. With a sigh, Qi Jing took a step back and lamented, "Forget it. I need to eat tomorrow." "You won't eat tomorrow either? How infuriating." Qi Jing stood on the sofa, fervently typing on his phone. "You better wait for me. I'm coming over right now. I am determined to feed you." The girl remained unfazed, retorting, "I won't see you. Dream on if you think you can feed me." But Qi Jing was truly tempted to utter a harsh threat, proclaiming that if she refused to eat, he would no longer concern himself with her. However, the thought of causing her distress rendered him speechless. What to do? He felt trapped, his mind racing with thoughts of how to scale the walls of her school and locate her studio. "By the way, what is your name?" He suddenly realized that he did not even know her name. "Huh?" The girl was taken aback. Qi Jing calmed down, suddenly struck by an idea to ensure she would eat. She had never asked for his name either. "If you go eat, I will tell you," she pondered. "If I had known, I would have waited to ask. I knew I would be threatened once I did." Qi Jing felt victorious. "So, do you want to eat?" "I will eat." However, aware of her cleverness, Qi Jing kept a wary eye. "We need to take a photo." "Fine. Tell me your name. From now on, you must eat every day and send me photos, and I will tell you. Then I won't ask. I will find out sooner or later." "You silly goose." Qi Jing realized that such leverage would not guarantee her perpetual compliance. He gasped, understanding her point. Names are something one inevitably learns. It was akin to having early access to episodes. If the cost was too high, few would subscribe. What to do? 1 week, 1 day, 6 days, 2 days, a flat rate of 5 days, 3 days, then 3 days it is. He sighed deeply. "Deal. You must eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and remember to send photos." "Okay. So what is your name?" "Qi Jing." The girl blinked and smiled brightly upon learning his name. "Your name sounds lovely. I'm off to eat now, bye." Qi Jing smiled back, though his smile faded quickly. What to do in 3 days? Forget it, he thought. He would deal with it when the time came. After discussing sports and meals, Qi Jing felt hungry and began contemplating what to eat for the evening. Chapter 80. The Old Program of the Fun Alliance, Part 1. It was still the same day, perhaps due to their relationship finally making some headway. They had much to discuss. Qi Jing found himself glancing at his phone every few moments. "I'm having to pack cafeteria food now. I'm craving my favorite sweet and savory tomato and egg dish." So obedient. A stray cat seemed to allow for such subtle flirtations. "By the way, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I'm still pondering what to have for dinner." "I see. Take your time." At that moment, Qi Jing noticed a fresh and appealing option on the takeout interface. "This newly opened burger joint looks promising. I want a big burger with a side of sweet drink." Just imagining that combination was delightful. "Then let's go with a big burger. I'll talk to you later. It's quite cold outside. I miss my electric bike." Qi Jing casually inquired, "What happened to your electric bike?" "It's a long story. I lost my keys before, and recently I misplaced my spare key, so my ride is now just a decoration." What a fool. Qi Jing shared his own experience. "Once, I lost my electric vehicle key and was so afraid of losing the remaining one that I had 4 more copies made immediately." Wow. I wish I had made a few extra copies too. "No worries. It's actually not that useful." After that, even though I never lost a key again, my bike got stolen. How ridiculous. Qi Jing intended to share his pain as a source of amusement, but he was struggling to maintain his composure. "Seriously, you can't be serious. Your bike hasn't been stolen too, has it?" "It's still there, still there. The school security is quite strong." "That's a relief." Qi Jing felt a weight lift. "Just find a shop to get a new lock." The girl was not in the mood for repairs. "That's a good suggestion, but I'm quite busy lately, so I'll postpone it for a while." "You deserve to be cold." "Never mind, let's not talk about that. Stay warm. It must be chilly. I've already arrived." "Oh, sorry. I seem to have talked a bit too much. If you feel guilty, sing me a song. I really want to play that old gag. You deserve to be cold." It's important to understand that the difference between reality and the virtual world lies in the volume of data. When the volume of virtual data is sufficiently vast, it can substitute for reality. Just like post-meal entertainment, they can engage in vast amounts of data in the virtual realm, thus replacing real-life leisure activities. Fast forward to Qi Jing devouring an entire large burger and a portion of fries, curled up in his gaming chair, savoring a cola. The Fun Alliance, Kaka. Are we rolling the dice? Chongqing lime water. Sure. It wasn't about playing for red packets. Discussing money could ruin friendships. Let us go. A chorus of voices responded. While it might be an exaggeration to say that one call brings 100 replies, it was certainly achievable to get 7 or 8 responses. With Kaka tossing the dice, a row of dice followed suit. The outcome was predetermined when sending the dice. Yet the visual of the dice rolling added an element of excitement. Upon reflection, the dice thrown in the real world are also determined by various factors at the moment of release. Although the calculations in this grand machine, called the world, are intricate, the underlying principle remains the same. Kaka, today's luck is good. He rolled a 6. Following closely were a series of 3s and 4s, with a particularly striking red dot differing from the others. 1. Is anyone going to save me? No. Cat God owes a song. Continue. Kaka, I'll keep track. Let us go on. Chi Jing found joy in the scene. Having just eaten, he lacked the energy to sing and chose to spectate instead. Because the game slowed down whenever someone needed to sing, they generally kept score instead. The next round commenced swiftly. Another set of dice was cast. Scanning through the chat, Chi Jing noticed a red dot. Kaka won. Kaka, huh? Kaka, today's luck seems a bit unstable. The girl, who had yet to roll the dice, hesitated before finally participating. 1. It was evident that the cautious girl was analyzing the overall situation before deciding whether to join in. Such cleverness, however, proved ineffective before the goddess of fate. Kaka, let's have fun, come on, let us duel. Kaka, I owe 2 songs, let us continue. If this steady performance persists, Chi Jing believes that tonight's offerings in the group shall be provided by Xiao Gui. To be honest, he is rather eager to hear Xiao Gui sing. Kaka, I'm done playing. Kaka, return the 2 songs I owe you. Chi Jing furrowed his brow, initially sensing something amiss, but then realizing it might not be so. After all, he also owed Xiao Gui 2 songs. Therefore, this could mean he was no longer in debt. Kaka, Kaka, have you engaged in some peculiar transaction with the Chung? Kaka, Kaka, he currently wishes to be my pet. Hence he is trying to please me. Chapter 81. The Old Show of the Fun Alliance. Part 2. Chi Jing wiped the cola from his lips and crafted a punctuation mark in the chat box. Kaka, their petty squabbles had reached the group, and the involved parties took the initiative. Kaka, did I say something wrong? Chi Jing felt that something was amiss. Although his recent actions indeed bore the hint of pursuing Xiao Gui. Oh no, he was indeed pursuing her. Yet, Chi Jing did not consider himself to be a sycophant. Moreover, he had intended to give up, but she suddenly pursued him, prompting him to continue. Oh no, this seemed like a scenario a sycophant would encounter. Kaka, nothing seems right. Failing to self-soothe, Chi Jing grew increasingly anxious. The involved parties launched a counterattack. Kaka, hey, is there a problem with me asking you to return the songs? The parties involved fell silent, realizing that the term taking advantage of the situation had been aptly understood. Initially intending to return her songs and settle matters, he now felt a sense of mutual destruction. Kaka, there's a problem. Kaka, what you owe is your debt, and what I owe you is mine. Hence I cannot repay your debt. The involved parties began to debate. Kaka, if you owe me 2 yuan, and I owe the group 2 yuan, is it problematic if I ask you to repay the 2 yuan owed to the group? Kaka, although I do not know what transpired, there's no problem. Kaka, huh? Kaka, that is right. I assent it? The involved parties voiced dissent. Kaka, clearly, there's a fault on every side. The involved parties refused to listen. Kaka, since this matter is not wrong, your willingness to return the songs simply indicates your desire to be my pet, which is also not an issue, correct? Kaka, no problem, though I still do not understand what has happened. Chi Jing felt utterly powerless to critique this illogical reasoning. Kaka, if you do not know, perhaps refrain from following the trend. Kaka, can you please tell me what exactly happened? Kaka, due to the severe lack of evidence. Kaka, I can only issue this verdict for now. Kaka, of course, if you reveal the circumstances, I believe I might switch sides. Seeing this, Chi Jing began to explain. Kaka, the matter is as follows. As soon as he opened his mouth, he faltered, for the origin of the song was rooted in the infernal guess my secret. Kaka, the crux is not here. Kaka, we are clearly discussing the 2 songs owed, not 2 yuan. The concept was too abstract for Kaka to grasp. Kaka, I don't understand. Kaka, well, allow me to explain. Kaka, please go on. Kaka, one evening, we engaged in a wager. The moment Kaka heard these words, he became instantly excited. Kaka, oh. Kaka, what game did you play? Kaka, why wasn't T.I. invited? Kaka, this game is called upon hearing the word game. Chi Jing quickly faltered. Kaka, the great cat god. Kaka, I shall repay the songs for you right now. The involved parties successfully muddled the waters. Kaka, please do. Kaka, oh, by the way, all my expenses tonight will be on you. Kaka, let us continue playing. Kaka, all right, let us proceed. Kaka, are you unwilling? Chi Jing fell into contemplation, pondering whether his actions were truly shameful. Clearly, that night spent playing with Xiao Gui did not seem overly embarrassing, and he had not even wished to find a crevice to hide in by dawn. After all, he had merely created a secret document and sent it to Xiao Gui, prompting her to guess his current thoughts. It was simply a matter of compressing "I like you" into a file, merely writing a cyber love letter. Oh my goodness! What on earth was I doing at that time? How could I have devised such an embarrassing confession game? I feel like an introverted 14-year-old middle schooler. Confessing love is not shameful, but this manner of confession is indeed embarrassing. Chi Jing desperately wished to burrow into the ground. I want to die, want to die. One die. Kaka, do you want to wager something big? Kaka, how many songs do you wish to bet? Kaka, I'll keep you company till the end. Kaka, 100 songs. Kaka, do you wish to perish in a group? Kaka, this feels more exhilarating. Kaka, there's a thrill in recklessness. Kaka, well, come on, 100 songs. Kaka, let us go. The two cast dice, both vying for victory and survival. Kaka, 4, 3, Chi Jing, huh? Kaka, ha. What kind of gambler loses every day, knowing he had seemingly lost something monumental? The involved party sought to escape, having unwittingly played too big. Kaka, the next step is up to you. Kaka, ruin. Kijing Banicht. Kaka, grab the cat's tail. One song, calculated at 2 minutes, would require singing in the group for a solid 2 to 3 hours, without even a second to rest. Kaka, remember, you promised that today's expenses would be on you. Kaka, good luck. Kaka, the moment of heartfelt expression has arrived. Kaka, I'm expressing nothing. Kaka, I certainly never agreed to that. Kaka, you must repay the 100 songs you lost. Realizing the potential harm of this personal concert, the young lady naturally wished to do everything possible to extricate herself. Kaka, are you unwilling? Kaka, clearly, you did not say this that night. The bystanders eagerly fanned the flames. Kaka, so what exactly was said that night? Kaka, that evening the 6 ellipses evidently tested Chi Jing's limits. They could also be perceived as a threat. If he did not take over tonight's concert, she would publicly recite the indiscretions committed while he was intoxicated. However, in comparison to a cyber concert, Chi Jing felt that a cyber love letter was not so shameful after all. He let the other party continue. Kaka, we played a game, and the loser must sing. Chi Jing was in relatively good spirits. Kaka, the specifics of the game are Chi Jing felt ants crawling all over him. Kaka, guess my inner thoughts. Oh no. Chi Jing instantly lost his composure. Kaka, can I not sing? Kaka, shut up. Kaka, ha 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 ha. Kaka, you once claimed you were not embarrassed at all. Kaka, how is it that you're so quick to lose your composure? Indeed, Chi Jing had lost his composure. In the past, he would not have resisted. Yet today was different. Today he had staked not only his dignity, but also his life. He immediately initiated a private chat with Xiao Gui, proposing terms. Kaka, for these 100 songs, you must repay me 50. Kaka, otherwise I will tear up the ticket. Kaka, let us both perish. The young lady, sitting on the bed in a duck-like posture, realized she had indeed made a mistake. She ought not to have gambled so grandly with Kaka. Following this, she contemplated the concept of 50 songs. Since she could not sing in the dormitory, she would have to squat in the corridor or some unknown corner, singing continuously for over an hour. This posed a significant trauma to both her dignity and her life. Kaka, tilt head, Kaka. Then I shall tear up the ticket. Kaka, I will now inform the group that you wish to monopolize me. Kaka, fine. The other party exhibited a disposition of reckless abandon. The young lady blinked and began to tap on her phone with her small claws. Kaka, guess my dark inner thoughts game. Kaka, I'm really going to say it. Kaka, I seem to have a slight liking for you. The other party had discovered the flaw. I seem to have developed a slight fondness for you. Now you can't articulate your feelings. Let us embrace the chaos of the present. After all, things are already in disarray. So why not stir the waters a bit more? Chapter 82. The Old Show of the Fun Alliance. Part 2. What a surprise. Things have gone awry. As Xiao Duanjua frantically typed on her phone, the blanket wrapped around her slipped off her shoulder. What a bother, she exclaimed, tilting her head. Are we no longer negotiating? Let us discuss the terms instead. The muddled waters should remain ours to stir at our leisure. This response pleased the other party immensely. Those who can adapt to circumstances are truly wise. As the saying goes, couples are like birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Now is the time for our sincere collaboration. Upon hearing this, Yu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Isn't it a tad premature to be discussing commitments? Is that the crux of the matter? Shouldn't you critique the phrasing of that statement? It's the punchline I meticulously crafted. Clearly, the notion that love can diminish one's intellect was exemplified in her case. Go away, go away, go away. I'm done playing with you. You can sing solo. With that, the embarrassed girl tossed her phone onto the mattress. All I wanted was a bit of fun. What is wrong with that? In summary, you take 50, and I take 50. Any objections? The girl agreed without hesitation. Fine. At this point, Kaka was growing impatient. Have you two reached a consensus? I'm ready to keep score. By the way, are you still gambling? Given how things had escalated, and considering the unwarranted misfortune that had befallen Qi Jing, it was only natural for her to respond. What a farce. Let us not gamble anymore. I'm done with this. Kaka, what else with the cowardice? It's just 100 songs. Why don't you try singing one? Kaka, shall we have another round? If you win, you can transfer your 100 songs to me. If you lose, they double. What do you say? The gambling spirit reignited, prompting someone who was ready to concede to reconsider. Thus, new messages appeared in their chat interface. Shall we play another round? Kaka's luck is absolutely atrocious. I don't think we need to sing at all. You, frightened by the string of low rolls, said, if you want to play, go ahead. My luck isn't great today. Saying this, she tried her luck in a private chat. See? All right, I'll go. Yu did not object. After all, she had initiated the gamble, so letting the other play around was acceptable. I'm in. Let's go. Kaka, haha. Kaka, here we go. The dice rolled. Kaka, 2 Kaka. Qi Jing felt a surge of joy and rolled a die. 1. The girl blinked, astonished. What? Kaka, haha. You think you can defeat me? Kaka, there is no such thing as a gambler who loses every time. The two stared at each other in disbelief. Useless. That is all right, so am I. Why do we seem so oddly matched in this strange setting? Are you saying we can only roll a 1 today? What else could it be? Let's not dwell on that. What should we do now? How about we take the plunge? The girl felt indifferent whether it was 100 songs or 200. Let us take the plunge. Kaka, do you dare to play again? If I lose, I'll transfer my songs to you. If you lose, they double. Kaka, bring it on. Kaka, I love this reckless style of play. Let us have a round first. The one with the higher roll goes first. All right. 2. The girl tilted her head, pondering the peculiarities of the world. Let us go again. 1. The girl resigned herself to fate. I'm done for. Indeed. At this point, Kaka was still shouting in the group. Kaka, where is everyone? I'm here. Kaka, haha. Even if you two try a wheel war, you can't defeat me. Kaka, let us go. Kaka. 1 Kaka. 6 Kaka, what the heck? The girl's eyes welled up with tears. Truly, one cannot be perpetually unlucky. Kaka is such a good person. Indeed, a good person. Kaka, no worries. There is no gambler who loses all the time. Kaka, let us keep going. If you lose, I'll transfer my songs to you. If you win, they double. I'm done playing. Kaka, what? Kaka, another round? My phone is suddenly smoking. Goodbye. Kaka, what? My computer says it'll explode in a minute. I need to escape. Kaka, what the heck? A moment of false alarm. Thankfully, Kaka maintained stability. I'll never gamble again. Me neither. They clapped hands in agreement. That night, Kaka's singing skills improved remarkably. Cherish life, stay away from gambling. Chapter 83. A Tranquil Tuesday Game, Part 1. Kaka, Gong Gong. 80,000. Old Fox. Eat, North Wind. A goofy Shinkong bear stared at the cards. Anxious. Can you stop the wind? I'm about to starve before my turn. Old Fox, be quiet. Do you think I want this? Shinkong, North Wind. How dare you shamelessly criticize others? Shinkong, Old fox, fool. Every Tuesday marks the day for Fun Alliance members to gather for team building and dungeon raids. The Golden Tree raid refreshed, and after a day of work or study, they joyfully congregated on the grassy plains before the Golden Tree, frolicking and bantering. Roar. The bear roars. I'm going to twist your fox head off today. Shinkong-s roar bang. The sound of the mahjong table being cleaved in two, Kaka grew anxious. I'm on the verge of winning. Shinkong and Old Fox were locked in a tussle, and Kaka, wielding a large blade, joined the fray. A mahjong tile struck the head of a wandering youth perched on a branch, producing a light sound. He showed no reaction, quietly gazing at the lush green forest, sipping tea and playing chess. Another peaceful day. How wonderful. Nearby, a cat-eared priest placed a chess piece onto the floating board, softly stating, "Indeed, it is wonderful." Qi Jing squinted at the screen, silently switching to the interface for a match against the highest rank, applying the cat-eared priest's strategy. Awaiting the next move, he quietly played his next piece. Yoyu narrowed her eyes at the screen, quietly switching to the background, summoning a chess spirit, and executing the wandering youth strategy. Then also quietly moved a piece, sipping tea. The online world was one of tranquil days, sipping tea, playing chess, and lighting incense. Qi Jing lit a cigarette and, hearing the ruckus from across the way, inquired, "Kaka, how many songs do you still owe?" "Kaka, over 500. I'll manage to repay in 2 or 3 days." Qi Jing admired such a person, willing to accept losses. Wait a moment. He suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why was the debt increasing? "Kaka, I just hit a big one in mahjong and lost 200 songs." "Qi Jing, what?" Yoyu urged, "Old dang. It's your turn." Qi Jing responded and silently passed his move to the opponent, only to realize something was wrong, his pupils dilating. How did I win against the highest rank? Does that mean I lost? Impressive. Yoyu felt quite pleased. Lost, right? Qi Jing smacked his lips, acknowledging his defeat. "I lost, well played." Yoyu humbly replied, "You played excellently as well." Qi Jing covered his face. "I am still slightly inferior. Sister, let us engage in another match." The girl squinted her eyes. "All right. If my little brother wants to play, I shall accompany you, just a gentle pat on the head." Qi Jing proposed, "How about we play the Godfather game next?" Yi responded, "I do not like being called Dad." Qi Jing countered, "If I win, you shall call me Dad. If you win, I will call you Sister." Yi remarked, "Calling you Dad? That is quite a peculiar mindset. Would that satisfy you?" Sensing the conversation taking a strange turn, Qi Jing decided, "Forget it. Let's stick with Anayakan and continue." Yu chuckled. "All right then, obedient little brother, listen well, and sister will buy you some candy." With that, the girl reset the game, and Qi Jing selected a new spirit to continue their cyber cricket match. Unbeknownst to them, they were engaged in cyber cricket. Time flowed gently in this serene moment, and soon, more members of the Lazy Run Alliance gathered in the forest. Some took leave to join a wild group, while new members joined in. By 6:10, everyone had congregated at the location. These high-level players sought to enhance their characters solely through this dungeon run, and both Qi Jing and Yu, who played only one character, were still quite thrilled. After successfully completing the dungeon twice, they anticipated a smooth run for today. Kaka shouted with a duck-like voice, "Get ready to start." Someone inquired, "Is Lao Xian you not joining this week?" Kaka replied, "Lao Xian, you must have found love, which makes one lose their aspirations. I will be the one commanding henceforth." Another asked, "Can you handle it?" This morning, they had seen Kaka flood the chat with voice messages, causing trepidation. Kaka reassured, "It's fine." Yugong suggested, "Brother, perhaps you should reconsider. I fear for your well-being." Kaka defended himself. "I am truly fine. I am accustomed to this level of intensity." Yugong commented, 6. Thus, they commenced the battle. The dungeon run followed the same pattern as before, with Kaka's control remaining largely unchanged, and Xiao Lin's monetary ability also showing little variation. What had changed was Kaka's voice, his proficiency, the enhanced speed of dungeon progression, and some subtleties only a few could discern. For instance, Qi Jing noted that his health bar remained intact thanks to the team's healer. After an hour and a half of gameplay, they defeated the dungeon. This is the nature of online gaming. Playing older versions lacks the thrill of challenge, yet still retains the joy of random draws. Although it may seem tedious, repetitively tackling the same dungeon can be quite fulfilling. However, few would wish to hear the same process repeated. In the end, as they faced defeat, Kaka dashed forward to equip his gear. The old fox shouted, "Stop him!" Starry Sky urged, "Let him go." Predictably, the druid in their group secured the best gear. At the moment of purchasing his equipment, the dazzling Starry Sky exclaimed in disbelief, "I have gathered my output gear. With 3 pieces complete, I can finally fight." Qi Jing, holding a resplendent golden stick, was astonished. "Is this how easily I obtained my graduation weapon?" The old fox lamented. "Can you healers refrain from boosting his health bar until the very end?" Kaka retorted, "Shut up. Gamblers do not lose every day." Starry Sky reassured, "No worries, if you die, I will revive you." Yugong chimed in 6. Kaka raised his coin pouch, announcing, "Salaries have been issued. I will distribute for Team 1, Team 2 come collect." A crowd gathered, awaiting their wages, while casually chatting about various topics. They pondered when the health bars would be visible. "I don't know. I thought this week might yield some excitement. Today's run was swift. Should we start another round? My alternate account S-Gear is also reaching the threshold. Then let us form a wild group. We can now find wild players to join us, though commanding them can be quite taxing. I'll sit this one out. It's been too long. And my mother will cut off my internet. By the way, have you all played other games? What do you wish to play? Chess, Pictionary, Werewolf, League of Legends. Honor of Kings. In-house battle? At this moment, the non-competitive individual, Dian Lao, expressed his thoughts. Let us play Pictionary. Kaka agreed. Sounds good. Qi Jing, without a secondary account. Add it, I'll join too. Since it was still early, you wish to indulge in more gaming, I'll play as well. Consequently, the Lazy Run Alliance split into 2 factions after finishing the dungeon. The alternate account faction and the Pictionary faction. After collecting their salaries, those eager to play began to initiate Pictionary. In Chapter 84, the Tranquil Tuesday Games, Part 2, Yugong requested, "Can you all stream live? I wish to watch you play." Dian Lao replied, "Sure, I'll share my screen in the group." Accompanied by light and soothing music, Qi Jing opened Pictionary, arriving at the main interface, waiting for them to send a room number to join. At this moment, Dian Lao inquired, "What question bank shall we use?" Qi Jing expressed his opinion. "Let us avoid the daily items bank from last time. It was too dull, and I really do not wish to draw a toilet again." Dian Lao grinned mischievously. "All right, let us play the question bank. Recently, I played 2 rounds with random players, and it was quite entertaining." Sounds interesting. Let us do it," the pure-hearted Qi Jing remarked. Dian Lao then realized there was a configuration issue. Can the Kaka participate?" The innocent Yu stammered. "Huh? Is there anything I can't play?" The naive Dian Lao hesitated. Well, possibly." He stuttered a few words. The innocent Yu reassured, "It's fine. Let us proceed." Dian Lao said, "All right, if it doesn't work, we can always switch." Thus, the group created a room, squeezed in, prepared, and began the game. The game mode involved one person drawing, passing it to the next to guess what it was, and then passing it again, ultimately revealing what the final product became. Accompanied by cheerful and pure music, the screen displayed 3 distorted, dark, and filthy words, from which the group needed to choose one to illustrate. Qi Jing exclaimed, "What the heck?" Yi responded, "Huh? What?" Kaka shouted, "Huh? What is this?" The old fox echoed, "Huh? What the hell is this?" Amidst the chorus of confusion, Dian Lao remarked, "Now you all understand, right?" The innocent Qi Jing selected an indescribable term and began to draw. This word bank is quite something. The pure-hearted Wu Miao Wang also chose an indescribable term and started drawing. What? I selected something extremely abstract. The moral benchmark of the Lazy Run Alliance, Ji Tian Dao, announced, "I'm out. You all play." Yugong questioned, "Are you all sure you want to play with such items?" The group chat might explode. Dian Lao pondered. "Let us stick to a normal question bank." Wu Miao Wang suggested, "How about we turn off the stream and finish this round first?" Qi Jing agreed. "I think that's a good idea." Thus, the screen went dark. Occasionally, strange laughter and various exclamations echoed through the voice chat. Qi Jing asked, "Wait, little ghost, do you really understand this much?" Wu Miao Wang replied, "Haven't you seen a pig run after eating one?" Dian Lao remarked, "I drew this so vividly." Wu Miao Wang questioned, "Can this even be broadcasted?" Qi Jing responded, "We haven't broadcasted it either." The brief moment of darkness concluded, and a score leaderboard was unveiled. The second to last, Yu glanced at Qi Jing, who was in second place, TSK. You're quite impressive. Qi Jing sensed a hint of sarcasm. You're not too shabby yourself. You insisted, no, I'm still a bit lacking. Qi Jing countered, purelak. I believe your previous move was quite good. The girl became flustered. Shut up. The far ahead Dian loud declared, let us go. Let us play the normal question bank. Kaka suggested, let us stick with our question bank and start a new room. Thus, after the moment of darkness ended, they ventured into a new realm of obscurity, the original question bank of the Lazy Ren Alliance, a quirky creation compiled by group members. The return of the moral benchmark signified that this was a game suitable for broadcasting. In Qi Jing's screen appeared 3 words, Shaolin, Kaka. For those who knew them best, it was easy to guess their characteristics, yet misleading options still existed. Moreover, this question bank added new words weekly, making it quite challenging. The not-so-skilled Qi Jing pondered for a moment and chose an easier option, Kaka, with a few strokes. He sketched a cube and then added a prominent red dot on top. Confidently submitting his work, he thought even a fool would know what it was. The drawing time was 3 minutes, but he completed it in mere seconds, then curled up in his chair sipping milk tea and scrolling through his phone. As the 3 minutes dwindled, everyone in the voice chat urged their next partner, if you can't guess this, you might as well not live. With a swift motion, they exchanged papers. For those unfamiliar with the game of Pictionary, one can imagine the members of the Fun Alliance seated around a round table. Each person passed their paper to the person on their right, who had to guess what was drawn. Just after passing his paper to Yu, Qi Jing exclaimed, huh? Yu replied, oh, I know it. Kaka chimed in, I know too. Qi Jing retorted, no, wait. What did you draw, Kaka? Kaka puzzled asked. You don't know? You might as well not live. Qi Jing, astonished after having just drawn, wondered, should I know? Aren't the topics supposed to be different? Kaka responded, oh, I know what yours is, but you might not know mine. No, you do know. Kaka had 2 topics, leaving Qi Jing baffled. So what is it? Kaka insisted, I don't. They chatted idly, and time was running out. So Qi Jing hastily wrote down an answer. The papers were passed again. Just after answering Kaka's, Yu received Kaka's paper and was bewildered. Huh? What is this? Qi Jing observed the eccentric drawing of a red catfish and remarked, I don't know either. Thus, the 2 Kaka drawings circulated around the table. Finally, the moment to reveal the answers arrived. First, Qi Jing's Kaka was a drawing of a die, which Yu guessed and passed to the eccentric, who drew a die, leading to Ji Tian providing the answer, Kaka. Then the question arose, what exactly did Kaka draw? Chapter 85, Tranquil Tuesday Games, Part 2, revealed the answer. Ah, so that's it. Qi Jing suddenly understood the issue. His topic was Kaka. So he drew a die showing 1. Yu quickly grasped it too. Kaka drew 6 dots, so it isn't Kaka. Kaka was speechless. You all can't guess this? Didn't you see me laughing with my hands on my hips? Everyone turned to look at Kaka's stick figure on the screen. Although the gesture of laughing while standing with hands on hips was well expressed, it seemed utterly meaningless. The eccentric couldn't help but scoff. Even if you don't win, you'll still laugh, right? As long as there's a gamble, you're always happy. Kakarepliet, reali? Qi Jing confirmed, indeed. In summary, they missed the essential difference between Kaka throwing 6 dots and 1 dot, one being reality and the other a delusion. Soon, the second round commenced. 3 new topics appeared on the screen. Chocolate flavor chocolate, underwater barbecue. The first 2 topics stemmed from a discussion in the group, pondering which of the 2 one would prefer to eat. Qi Jing chose underwater barbecue. This topic emerged from a recent amusing incident in the group, a novel addition to the question bank. It seemed to have originated from Kaka's musings. While contemplating the scenario, Qi Jing began to draw. He started with water ripples, painted the lake bottom, sketched a barbecue grill, and then depicted himself, Kaka, and Xiao Gui, finally adding a moral benchmark on the shore aiming with a gun. The imagery was vividly illustrative. With over a minute remaining, he admired his creation but felt a slight dissatisfaction. He first added cat ears to Xiao Gui, then adorned Kaka with a die necklace. In the end, he squinted and adjusted the hand he drew, holding it in Xiao Gui's. Thus, the underwater barbecue masterpiece was completed. Upon seeing the drawing, Yu blinked, chuckling at the amusing story behind it. As for the image of cats barbecuing underwater while holding hands, there was a hint of sentiment, knowing it was intentionally drawn, yet the feeling was minimal. The artwork resembled that of a child, depicting a big friend holding a little friend's hand in a field blooming with sunflowers and red flowers, devoid of any ambiguity. It was simply adorable. They continued drawing, passing the underwater barbecue image to others to manipulate. Before long, the once warm lake bottom transformed into a chaotic scene with submarines, missiles, and Gatling guns. The serene lake, under others' hands, was thrown into disarray. By the final tally, the main character, having been hit, had ascended as a spirit. Yet the ultimate answer remained unchanged. This was undoubtedly the underwater barbecue image. Points accumulated once more. Then came the final round of drawing, which would determine the winner of the game. Of course, the outcome was inconsequential. The losers were not required to sing, as the game was merely for amusement. The last three topics were cat god, golden tree. The moment she saw the topics, her heart skipped a beat. The reason for this reaction was the appearance of a particular name. Just a mention of it caused her heart to flutter, prompting her decisive choice. With a smile on her face, she began to draw. Her skills were quite high, capable of illustrating a figure clad in a collar and a cat-eared priest perched atop his head, the expression on the priest's face exuding arrogance. Once finished, she meticulously added color. This artwork was truly a labor of love, and she couldn't wait to see the audience's reaction when it was unveiled. When time was called, the drawings were exchanged. The eccentric remarked, "Fun." Yu chuckled, for the drawing she received was hers. Soon after, she glanced at her own artwork, which was rather haphazard, a little figure lying on a bed with a bubble indicating a cat. Just a glance revealed the answer to be dreaming. However, regarding the bubble depicting a dream, she blinked, quickly arriving at an utterly incorrect conclusion. The guessing time was brief, and her answer was submitted promptly. The eccentric queried, "Huh, so what was that?" With a blush, Yu remained silent and continued drawing. In summary, when the time came for everyone to appreciate the drawings together, the first was her creation. Jing exclaimed, "Why wasn't I able to choose your topic?" To which Yu giggled, "Hee." Unsurprisingly, this abstract piece became even more abstract in others' hands. The eccentric, employing his exquisite drawing skills, rendered it unrecognizable. Jing protested, "Wait, what is this little whip?" Predictably, the final answer remained correct. Manhuan, well drawn, eccentric, chuckled softly at his exquisite painting skills, followed by a depiction of Shaolin, yet it failed to emerge. Jing remarked that his evaluation was slightly better than making a scissor gesture. To this, agreed with a nod. Kaka added, "It's all right, I have enhanced it," adding a few drops of tears to the corner of his eyes. Jing responded with delight, "Brilliant." Soon, they arrived at Kaka's artwork, dubbed chocolate flavor. When a dilemma arose. Question, why are there two? Where did the deviation begin? Chocolate flavor shouldn't deviate like this. Jing was astonished. Is there really another me? Confirmed. Indeed, the chocolate flavor completed a full rotation, yet remained unchanged. Following that, it was still the flavor of chocolate after another turn. Finally, they arrived at Jing's painting titled Into the Dream, where his stick figure technique swiftly delineated the answer with just a few strokes. After a flurry of rapid drumming, the response was revealed. Jing exclaimed, "Oh, mused. So it deviated from here?" Jing questioned, "Why is this me?" Someone seemed to be feigning ignorance. Remained silent, pondering. Surely someone must dream of me, right? This subtle hint of ambiguity was deftly grasped by the astute Jing, who couldn't help but smile. Because I dream of her, does that make it me? He thought, amused at how self-absorbed the little ghost was. He chuckled, feigning nonchalance, and continued to engage in their game of Pictionary for approximately an hour. Eventually, someone mentioned having other commitments, prompting the gathering to disperse and play chess instead. Jing observed a certain, who frequently visited his chessboard, seeking his company, and couldn't help but smile. He then visited her board to offer guidance on her chess strategies. Why do you huddle your pieces in the corner? Are you a cat? Jing began to direct her. Consolidate your pieces, then make this move, switch that one. Yes, advance. How am I supposed to defeat you? After a flurry of commands, arrived at her board, only to be soundly defeated. Chimed in, "Oh, old Dang plays quite well. I lost quite a bit of health to one of my big moves." Jing replied, "Haha, let me enhance my strategy." Thus, their leisurely game concluded on that Tuesday evening. That night, Jing dreamt of rescuing a stray cat, which transformed into a young girl at midnight, resting her head on his shoulder and purring softly. Chapter 86. The Divination Wednesday, Part 1. On Wednesday, due to the pleasant dream he had experienced in the overcast skies, Qi Jing found himself in a deep slumber, unable to rise. Upon waking, he realized he was running late. While driving, he encountered an accident in traffic, leading to his tardiness. How unfortunate! In the dimly lit hallway, he hurriedly clocked in. Although occasional lateness wouldn't result in a pay deduction, it still cast a pall over his mood. What bad luck! I feel like my retrograde phase hasn't ended yet, he lamented. I encountered an accident on my way to work and was late. The reply came swiftly, pat, pat. So sleepy, he admitted. Thus, Qi Jing couldn't resist saying, "Shall I sleep a bit more?" "No time for that," came the response. "I'm still repaying the debts from yesterday," frantically coding, reflecting on the previous day's turmoil caused by the little ghost, which rendered him unproductive. Qi Jing acknowledged his own fault in not making it to the studio, though he felt no need to dwell on it. "You're quite impressive," he remarked. "The morning glimmering cat deity." "I am indeed magnificent," she replied. "And you are equally remarkable," he added. "The illustrious creator." Qi Jing, taken aback by the compliment, questioned, "Why am I considered a creator?" "Isn't your dream to create a game? That makes you a creator, doesn't it?" Qi Jing chuckled at this notion. "I hardly qualify as a creator. I'm merely a fool with dreams." "Fair enough. Thus, you are the illustrious Qi Jing, whose dream is to become a creator. Keep it up." This seemed to be the first time the little ghost had addressed him by name, a peculiar sensation that felt somewhat awkward. The other party inquired, "By the way, you mentioned you're still in retrograde? Have you been particularly unlucky lately?" Qi Jing contemplated and realized it hadn't been too bad. "Not really," he replied. The other person continued, "Would you like me to divine your recent fortune?" Qi Jing was taken aback. "You have such a skill hidden away." "I do enjoy divination," she confessed. Although he felt little misfortune, he wouldn't refuse someone willing to divine his fortune. In Qi Jing's mind, such services usually came with a fee. Who wouldn't appreciate something free? "Let us do it." The other person then said, "Please provide a set of numbers. Any will do, and I will draw the cards for you." Qi Jing casually suggested, 236? Following this, the interpretation came forth. "There may be slight hurdles, but overall, your fortune in the coming month looks quite favorable." "Is that so?" he mused. "That sounds promising." The earlier annoyance from being late faded considerably, and he felt uplifted. Perhaps today's minor setbacks were merely the prelude to a string of favorable occurrences. Such is the magic of divination. It has the power to elevate one's spirits. The other party then inquired, "What is your birth date?" Qi Jing initially thought that the divination had concluded, but it seemed there was more to come. He responded, "Is there more to the divination?" In a brightly lit studio filled with computers and various hardware, the girl sorting tarot cards pressed her lips together and continued, "I'd like to use a different method to divine for you." The other party showed no signs of refusal. May 12th. The information seemed insufficient, prompting the girl to wield her petite claws and inquire further. "What year? What time? What's south your place of birth?" The other party appeared momentarily flustered. Must it be so comprehensive? This is no longer divination. It's fortune-telling. Indeed, he was correct. Wielding her little claws, continued her inquiries. "Pretty much. Would you mind if I calculate it for you?" The other party seemed to have no objections. Various pieces of information. "Wow, I didn't realize you possessed so many skills. Let us proceed with the calculations." "I trust you, master." Just moments ago, she was a diviner, and now she was a cat master. She silently gathered all the information and opened a web page, pasting it in to generate a cyber horoscope. Though it seemed like an unreliable cyber fortune-telling, it was a result that could also be derived manually, akin to how calculators simplify our arithmetic operations. While one could calculate independently, using a calculator is simply more convenient. The girl, intrigued by this field, began to search for images stored on the computer. This time, it was her own. She placed two images side by side. As scrutinized her chart alongside Qi Jing's, she realized that cyber fortune-telling wouldn't suffice for this step. Just as she was prepared to dive into her work in the studio and diligently repay her debts, her eyes widened with excitement. During this lengthy preparation, the other party couldn't help but inquire, "What method are you using this time? Is it still about recent fortunes?" "You may consider it as such." came the ambiguous reply. The astute Qi Jing immediately sensed the vagueness in her words. What do you mean by consider it as such? What exactly are you calculating? Shoo! Don't disturb the Catmaster. Owl. Please continue, Catmaster. Chapter 87. The Divination Wednesday, Part 2. Time flowed steadily onward. Mao Dashi had entirely forgotten his own code, perspiring profusely as he scrutinized the astrological chart. Divination possesses a dual nature. When one glimpses what one yearns to see, spirits are lifted, and fortune may unexpectedly follow. Yet, should the chart reveal a favorable romantic fate, the young maiden might impulsively act in ways unforeseen. Deep down, she harbors a modicum of fear, for there exists a certain someone willing to emerge from the shadows to embrace her. The maiden, who has never tasted the sweetness of an apple, longs to prove that her apple is the sweetest of all. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The young woman grows anxious, desperately attempting to align the elements within the chart, yet no arrangement seems to yield any change. Fixated on the screen, she only begins to unravel when the other party inquires, "What have you discerned?" At that moment, Qi Jing felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, devoid of any motivation to work. Though merely engaged in divination, upon hearing the other party say, "Just take it as such," he surmised they were calculating matters of fate. If he couldn't deduce such a tone and context, he might as well toil on a construction site, unworthy even of plastering. The other party's calculations were agonizingly slow. Each passing second without a revelation left him feeling as though he were seated on a bed of nails. Approaching the gallows must evoke a similar sensation, though one might argue that the condemned are well aware of their impending fate. In contrast, Qi Jing, having merely lived to this point, could not foresee the outcome nor alter it, a subtle sense of powerlessness gnawing at him. So, he ventured to ask. The response sent his heart plummeting. "Mao Dashi is half-baked. I'll find someone else to read for us tonight." If he failed to grasp the underlying implications of this statement, Qi Jing would be better suited for scrubbing toilets, an insult to even security personnel. His earlier good spirits evaporated instantly. A man who had never placed faith in destiny, who had never believed in astrological forecasts, suddenly found his resolve shattered upon learning that his romantic prospects with Xiao Gui were not promising. His 24-year-old man felt utterly crushed, more so than if he were told that the poster he revised 18 times still required further adjustments. Silently, he lit a cigarette. The youthful visage with a cigarette in his mouth appeared to age a decade in an instant, as he listlessly picked up his phone. "Can you reveal what you calculated? I am quite curious." The expression of a cat smoking obliterated this veteran's psychological defenses. "Well, it has been stated that Mao Dashi is half-baked. We shall discuss this later. All right, for now, let's disperse. Mao Dashi must return to coding." In previous instances, the thought of an abstract Mao Dashi simultaneously coding and divining would have elicited a chuckle from Qi Jing, possibly leading him into fits of self-amusement. Yet today, humor eluded him entirely. "All right then, I too must return to work." With that, the two exchanged no further words, and his mood darkened like the overcast sky following a morning mishap. In light of such disheartening results, Qi Jing found his thoughts spiraling during work hours. He was fond of Xiao Gui, and she likely felt the same. But were they truly compatible? Although he claimed disbelief in fate, he began to feel fear. It was not an exaggeration to say he was keenly aware of reality. Despite sharing similar interests, dietary habits, modes of communication, and even personalities, a 5-year age gap loomed large. Is it acceptable to seek a girlfriend 5 years younger? Nowadays, many girls believe that a man 5 years their senior is preferable. Qi Jing furrowed his brow, skeptical. He had never witnessed a friend with a girlfriend younger than himself by 5 years. He continued to peruse other responses. A woman certainly benefits from a boyfriend 5 years her senior. Men, by nature, mature more slowly than women. Hence, finding a partner 5 years older often equates to similar emotional maturity. After reading this, Qi Jing tilted his head, pondering, is there some truth to this? Perhaps the reason he and Xiao Gui seemed so alike was that his emotional maturity was merely that of a 19-year-old? Comforted by the search engine's insights, Qi Jing remained unconvinced. Regardless, dating a student would surely present numerous obstacles. What if we merely appear compatible on the surface? Will frequent arguments arise in the future? Are we merely infatuated at this moment? Having endured this ordeal, Qi Jing found himself remarkably clear-headed, envisioning the worst possible outcomes. The day before, Xiao Gui had encountered issues at work, and today, the thought of writing code left him feeling fragmented. The phrase cats determine their own fate. Not heaven lingered in his mind. Each time he faced indecision, he would consult the half-baked Mao Dashi, who too had crumbled. As he attempted to code, he pulled up 2 images from the back end, generating a cacophony of thoughts. No way, he is deceiving me. My fate, what is it? My apple mine. I know whether my apple is sweet. This is all a ruse. Mao Dashi was on the verge of unraveling. Chapter 88. The Divination of Wednesday After Work. The evening bore no sunset glow. Upon parking his car, Qi Jing observed delicate snowflakes floating outside his windshield. The late-arriving snow would quickly melt upon contact with the window, leaving no trace of crystalline beauty. Stepping out of the car, he stood beneath the residential building, gazing up at the expanse of white sky, welcoming the wind-blown snow against his cheek. By the calendar, this should mark the final snowfall of the winter season. He strolled to the convenience store, opting for a can of hot coffee instead of his usual vitamin drink. Back home, he reclined on the sofa, sipping his coffee and allowing his mind to wander aimlessly. The day had been shattered. The morning's incident no longer stung so acutely, yet lingered like a fishbone caught in his throat, causing discomfort upon realization. He found himself questioning whether his current pursuits were misguided. Nevertheless, he concealed these thoughts, maintaining an ordinary conversation with Xiao Gui. Snow is falling. Penguin drinking tea. Indeed, snow is falling here too. How delightful. A cup of coffee would be perfect right now. Indeed, I long for a cup of milk tea. Then let us indulge. It's on me. Yet, the other's enthusiasm appeared to wane, abruptly shifting topics. Oh, what about the results? I haven't tea yet told her what to calculate. The master charges quite a bit. How much? No matter. It should be fine. It's reasonable. Scratched his head, still unfamiliar with the pricing of such matters, and inquired, what is the price? He was taken aback. Forget it then. Regardless of the outcome, I do not believe in fate. At this moment, the other party seemed to retreat, exclaiming, damn it. It's fine. I don't believe in it either, he affirmed with a hint of laughter. Indeed, I've never believed in such things since childhood. Wouldn't it be better to save the money for a cup of milk tea? Despite the laughter, there was no trace of joy on his face, which mirrored the gloomy weather. By the way, he began, still feigning disinterest, if one does not believe in fate, can one defy it? This question struck a nerve with the other party, who responded, perhaps. But let us not dwell on it. Let us see what the master has to say later. To his surprise, instead of backing off, the other party began consulting a master, causing his heart to skip a beat. Isn't the price supposed to be exorbitant? Why are you still looking into it? He asked. Your monthly living expenses shouldn't be substantial. Allow me to reimburse you, he continued. How much is it? The other party seemed unconcerned with the cost. Don't worry about it. I have money. I'm just going to grab a bite. Make sure to eat well. So what is the final amount? He repeated the question, but there was no response. Alone on the sofa, sipping coffee, he awaited the results from the esteemed master. In just a day, he would have to endure the agonizing experience once more. Half an hour later, the snow appeared to be falling heavier. In the cafeteria, some were discussing whether to build a snowman or share updates on social media. The girl who liked to hide her face in her curly hair also enjoyed playing in the snow, but preferred not to make a snowman alone, especially since she had more pressing matters on her mind. I must have misread this, she pondered, or perhaps there's a solution. After fiddling with her food bowl for a long while, only a small portion made it into her stomach. Nothing seemed appetizing today. She used to finish her meals in 10 minutes. After a prolonged wait, a chat notification finally appeared. The renowned fortune teller sent her a handwritten note filled with numerous words. The answers she sought were inscribed upon the paper. You quickly pawed at the image, eager to read. Words that contradict the heart, careless speech, sowing discord, generalizing, peculiar and extravagant reactions, making a mountain out of a molehill, sophistry, pointless groaning, incomprehensibility. The page was filled with dark phrases that left the girl confused, as the previous fortune teller had offered vague answers. This time, however, it seemed to be an outright insult. Her heart sank, and she asked, "What does this mean?" "You want to find happiness together. Your mutual disdain will only grow," came the reply. You could not fathom how the person who would come to pick her up could ever argue with her in such twisted terms. I think we are quite compatible. We are very much alike," she protested, attempting to resist the grim prediction. Yet the fortune teller merely stated their fate, imparting only what she knew. "Be wary of him. He may deceive you for your wealth and beauty, exploiting you. Your current harmony is merely due to your unfamiliarity. He is a charming individual. Once you become acquainted, he will shed this facade, regarding you as a tool in his life, and you will find the contrast unbearable." The fortune teller did not engage in debate, concluding the reading. "You use heart, once steady, now raced with unease." The fortune teller had merely indicated their incompatibility, which she had hoped would be confirmed, but instead she received a harsher rejection. Is he deceiving me? She felt something was amiss. The one who told her bedtime stories at night could not possibly be a con artist. He was a good person, she reassured herself. He is not deceiving me. Chapter 89. The Divination Wednesday, Part 4. Once the coffee was finished, a message arrived. The image sent by the fortune teller made Qi Jing furrow his brow at the unsettling words. Clearly, it spoke of ominous matters. "What is this?" he asked, feigning ignorance. The other party replied casually, "It says we will have fierce arguments in the future." After receiving confirmation from a master that morning, Qi Jing found himself weary from another fortune teller's validation. "So, we are fated to be incompatible?" he summarized, feeling drained. "Pretty much," came the response. The sensation of being denied by fate was indeed unpleasant and left him feeling powerless. "Ah, I see." His next words, however, ignited his anger. "The master also warned me to be cautious of being sold off by you." "What?" Qi Jing turned his head, his expression contorted with fury. "What kind of nonsense is this? Who did you consult? Are they insane? Me? Sell you off? Huh, do you really think I could?" He retorted. "I have only $2 in my pocket, enough to buy a street dog a snack. How could I ever sell a person?" "Enough already," he exclaimed, frustration boiling over. "I can't even begin to comprehend this absurdity. It's outrageous." Noticing his agitation, the other party tried to comfort him. "Well, it's not exactly selling you. She just said I might deceive you for your wealth and beauty." Maybe she was a bit too blunt. Qi Jing couldn't help but laugh in anger, his fury rising to the top of his head. Lighting a cigarette, he felt no relief from his irritation. "This is the first time in my life I've been insulted like this. I've always been told I'd be single forever, but never called a scoundrel. The master is truly impressive. Can I really be so duplicitous? Can I really sow discord or be incomprehensible? I am genuinely amused. This is the first time I've been so thoroughly insulted this year. It's rather enlightening. I used to think this was all nonsense, but today I've learned otherwise. I believe it. Don't be angry. It's all right." The other party continued to comfort him, but Qi Jing was genuinely afraid that they would think him a bad person. Yet, nothing he said seemed to matter. He couldn't just lay bare his heart to prove he wasn't that kind of person. "Do you believe in this?" he asked. "Not really. To be honest. If I didn't trust you, I would have shared this with you. I would have kept my distance. It's precisely because I believe in you that I felt compelled to speak the truth." After receiving reassurance from the other party, Qi Jing felt as if his strength had been drained. "What have I done? Why am I being called a scoundrel? What on earth did I do? Never mind. I don't want to think about it anymore." He sensed something was off. "Indeed, I can hardly imagine how one would argue with me, nor do I know how to confront you. Besides, if I wanted to sell you, I should have done so on that day. Silly goose, I believe in you. Don't be angry." How could Qi Jing not be angry? In the midst of an ordinary day at work, while indulging in a game and embodying the essence of a placid yet versatile nonstick pan, he was unexpectedly berated. How could he not feel aggrieved? He lamented, "I truly do not know how to articulate my feelings. Perhaps it is best to embrace obliteration." His frustration was palpable. At 24, he was still vexed by a trivial divination, almost reminiscent of a child. Such things can often be inaccurate, he mused, patting himself on the back. After being ridiculed by a young spirit, he recognized that perhaps he had overreacted. Yet, anyone would feel incensed in his predicament. Even if one were to dismiss his entire existence as futile, such comments were simply intolerable. "Forget it. I shan't harbor anger any longer," he declared. "Red Bean, are you truly no longer upset?" Qi Jing inquired, suppressing his ire. "I am genuinely unperturbed." "That is splendid. Do not heed their words, for I trust in my Wong. Since I am no longer angry, shall we engage in an exhilarating match of Go? Qi Jing asserted. Enough. Time will vindicate all. I shall offer no further explanations. Indeed, time will reveal all. Shall we partake in another thrilling game of Go? At that moment, Qi Jing found it difficult to muster the enthusiasm for a game. Despite having issued a strong statement, he remained entangled in the absurdity of the divination, feeling profoundly wronged. The crux of the matter is that I am not a person prone to sarcasm, he insisted. I have always jested with you, and that hardly qualifies as sarcasm. I feel truly aggrieved. It seemed as though this 24-year-old man was on the verge of tears, while the 19-year-old spirit found amusement in his plight. All right, I understand, he reassured. You are the most obedient. I know you have never been sarcastic with me. I am not foolish. Such consolation brought him to the brink of tears. Damn it. It is even more distressing than the car accident I experienced this morning. The young girl, oblivious to the gravity of his feelings, continued to offer comfort. All right. Do not cry. I genuinely believe in you. By the way, is it possible that the date or time you provided me was incorrect? Upon hearing this, Qi Jing felt as though he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Wait a moment. With that, he made a call to his family. After approximately 2 minutes of waiting, upon receiving the information, Qi Jing reverted to his previous state of frustration and lethargy. Indeed, the information I provided was accurate. No matter. Ultimately, I trust in Wong. Hence, let's not dwell on it any longer. The matter is now resolved. Let's play a game. All right.